Chapter 217, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 217. After leaving the dressing room, Stephen immediately contacted Giovanni, asking him to have Hoopa open a portal. He didn't plan to stay in Kalos for long. Although Team Flare got their hands on Xerneas, Stephen wasn't particularly worried. Because as long as the cocoon of destruction was in his hands, Team Flare couldn't do anything. To be honest, Stephen never took Team Flare seriously from the beginning. They could only act like local bullies in a weak region like Kalos. Besides, it wasn't good for little Hoopa to stay alone at Team Rocket's base for too long. Very soon, a golden ring appeared out of thin air next to Stephen, who was standing in the TV station corridor. Just as he stepped in, Kalos League champion Diantha rushed over from around the corner. "Dr. Stephen." Diantha tried to call out to him. But Stephen's figure had already disappeared into the portal, vanishing along with the golden ring. Helpless, Diantha could only open her phone and contact him. "Stephen Kun, what's the deal with that woman?" In Celadon Game Corner, Giovanni asked Stephen. Giovanni wasn't interested in meddling in Stephen's romantic affairs. He thought having more women around was a good thing. It could even help Rocket's future generations. However, knowing Stephen's schedule, Giovanni was sure that Stephen had no connection with Malva. Yet that woman had just thrown herself into Stephen's arms on live news, in front of countless people. Something was wrong. Stephen hugged little Hoopa, who was sulking after losing to Mew in Street Fighter, and explained the whole story to Giovanni. Stephen's relationship with the League was still pretty good. Just like he'd told Cynthia before, he never deliberately sided with the League or Team Rocket, he just did what he wanted. The only reason he told Giovanni, and not the League, was that he didn't have any proof. If he told Diantha or Sycamore that Lysander and Malva were traitors, even if he had a good relationship with them, they'd ask, "How do you know?" And Stephen couldn't exactly answer, "Because I'm a transmigrator, so I know, right?" But with Giovanni, there was no such concern. As expected, Giovanni, after learning the truth, was shocked but didn't question Stephen's source. "Team Flare, I've never even heard of that organization." Stephen smiled. "Well, their boss Lysander is the Kalos League chairman, and Malva, the second-in-command, is also a TV news anchor in charge of Kalos's media. Normally, we've never heard of them." Giovanni's shock soon turned into amusement. "I thought Kanto was already bad enough, but Kalos is even worse." During Team Rocket's heyday, they controlled 5 of the 8 major gyms. But even Giovanni couldn't have made himself the Indigo League chairman. That would have been outrageous. By comparison, Kalos was even more pathetic. "So what's next, Stephen? That Malva got Xerneas, right? I remember you got along well with that deer." Giovanni asked, thinking of something. "No need to worry. Xerneas is one of the keys to activating the ultimate weapon. Team Flare wouldn't dare harm her. As long as I have the cocoon of destruction, they can't do anything." Stephen said indifferently, "Once you finish dealing with Team Rocket's internal problems and wipe out Team Flare, we'll rescue Xerneas and let her heal you." But traitors aren't the main problem. The key is finding Silver." Stephen didn't take Team Flare seriously, and Giovanni didn't care about Carr, Faba, or the others either. Suddenly, Stephen felt his phone vibrating nonstop. Giovanni grinned, Karen, or Lucamine, or. Stephen rolled his eyes. "Damn, I shouldn't have let Malva off so easily. Now I've got so much trouble to deal with." Originally, the launch of the Pokémon transfer device, a revolutionary product, should have dominated the headlines. But because of Malva's stunt, the transfer device dropped to second place in the trending topics. The internet was flooded with gossip about Stephen and Malva. Actually, to 99.9% of people, it wasn't even a rumor anymore, it was confirmed. Related trending comments. "Wanna squash champion Cynthia." "How should I put it? Dr. Stephen doing this doesn't surprise me. No need to trend, after all, his womanizing is public knowledge." "Wish Lorelei would stomp me." "That's Malva we're talking about. Other than my goddess Lorelei, I've never seen anyone with a hotter body in the league. Dr. Stephen's gotta be having the time of his life tonight. Have Stephen's Torchic use Thunder Fang, it's super effective. No one can match Dr. Stephen's contributions to humans and Pokémon. No one can match his shamelessness either. Want to use Megahorn while cosplaying Leon? Malva's just a green tea BTCH. I'm from Lumio City. Last month I saw her out shopping with another guy, already moved on. Wish Joker would use Hell Thrust on me. Guys are so pathetic now. Why stop a girl from finding someone better? Regificol the Grass Pillar. Didn't expect to see feminists here. Treetop's original Magnemite. If Malva seduced Dr. Steven while dating someone else, I'll hate her forever. Don't take such an overpowered ID. Actually, I think that famous lady professor from Alola has an amazing figure too, not worse than Malva. At Kanto's Indigo Plateau, Lorelei had just finished her bath and picked up her phone to see the group chat League family. Already had 99+ messages. Everyone was shouting, "Congratulations." Then the trending topic about Malva's suspected cheating popped up. Lorelei clicked in and saw the photo of Steven and Malva embracing. Her brow twitched. Seeing the reports that Malva had hooked up with Steven while already having a boyfriend, her face darkened even more. Bitch. The Prism Tower, a landmark in Lumio City, is seen by locals mainly as the gym and the TV station. But no one knew the top floor was Team Flare's lab. After Steven left, Malva immediately met with Lysander and the rest of Team Flare to report the results of her negotiation with Steven. Although I'd considered this possibility, I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Lysander frowned. Keeping Xerneas with Malva at least prevented the worst-case scenario. But Steven knowing was still a ticking time bomb. "This is troublesome, how do we fix this?" said Aliana, scratching her red hair. "Either get the cocoon of destruction or get our hands on Hoopa. Those are the only options, right?" Bryony shrugged. "Isn't it all the same?" Celosia scoffed. "No matter what, it means fighting Dr. Steven, right? Who's going, you, or Malva or Lysander?" The room fell silent. If they had Hoopa, maybe they could have stolen the cocoon while Steven was sleeping or in the bathroom. But with Hoopa in Steven's hands, what could they do? A confrontation seemed the only option. But that was suicide. "There's only one person in this world who can match Steven," Zeorazic interjected. "You mean the king of Team Rocket?" asked Lysander. Malva parted her lips to speak, but her phone rang. Aliana glanced over, raised her eyebrows and joked, "The simp's here." Malva scowled and walked to the corner to take the call. The other female admins wanted to watch the drama, but seeing Malva's expression wisely stayed put. "Hello, Beraz, what's up? I told you I have to work overtime and can't hang out. What's your relationship with Dr. Steven?" It was the first time Beraz had spoken to Malva so aggressively. Malva's already high blood pressure spiked even higher. With Team Flare's plans stalled and the internet full of people calling her a two-timer, she was already stressed. Now this idiot was bothering her too. She glanced at Lysander, who was giving her a look. Having worked together so long, Malva instantly understood. Calm him down. According to Team Flare's secret investigation, although Mary had moved to Alola, Steven hadn't officially caught Hoopa. He just borrowed her sometimes. So Hoopa technically still belonged to Mary. That meant Team Flare had an opportunity. Lysander planned to get Beraz to invite Mary back to Kalos with Hoopa, then ambush them and steal Hoopa. That's why Malva hadn't cut ties with Beraz. Malva suppressed her anger. She thought for a second and made up an excuse. "That was just a publicity stunt. I want to enter showbiz like Diantha, so I needed some hype." Honestly, this excuse was as flimsy as, "I just want a peaceful life." With her fame and looks, Malva didn't need this kind of drama to get into movies. But it didn't matter. A simp only needed a single word to defend his goddess. "Pathetic. But you're my girlfriend." But for once, the simp pushed back. "Do you know how I felt seeing people online say you and Steven are perfect together?" Beraz lost control, yelling into the phone. Even the other Team Flare admins overheard. Damn, the simp's got a temper. Beraz's feelings for Malva weren't as extreme as Tobai's for Rin, but as people say, a guy's first love is always the deepest, especially when he gets cuckolded. It's a devastating blow, as you can see from how many web novels have protagonists getting dumped or cheated on at the start to earn sympathy for their future womanizing. When were you ever my boyfriend? Malva cursed inwardly. For half a year, Malva had strung Beres along. They'd done a lot of couple-like things, but never made it official. How did she become his girlfriend? But with no way to get the cocoon or hoopa from Steven yet, Beres was Team Flair's only breakthrough. Malva had no choice but to soothe him. Sorry. She nearly gritted her teeth as she said it. Beres was overjoyed and pressed, so when will we go public? He wanted to strike back at all the people shipping Steven and Malva online. Damn. Malva almost popped a vein. Enough already. She replied, we'll see, and hung up, not caring if he answered. Lysander, how much longer must I put up with this idiot? Malva turned and said coldly. For once she didn't call him Boss Lysander, showing how angry she was. I have an idea, just wait a bit longer, Lysander replied, deciding not to provoke her further. The next morning around 9, Steven woke up in the Team Rocket base's executive room. Last night, he explained the Malva situation in the family group chat with Karen, Mary, Nessa, and the others. Like Giovanni, none of them asked where Steven got his information. They were just shocked at how lame the Kalos League was. They'd thought it was bad enough when former Indigo, Elite Four, member Aldous turned out to be a traitor. But Kalos, even the chairman was a traitor. After freshening up, Steven got ready to have Hoopa open a portal back to Alola. Previously, because little Hoopa couldn't pass through portals she made herself, Steven usually took planes even when traveling with her. But now that Celio had finished the transfer device, there was no such worry. He could have Hoopa open a portal to the destination, and then use the transfer device to bring Hoopa over. Perfect! While brushing his teeth, Steven idly checked his phone for anything amusing. Ignoring all the drama with Malva, he saw a message from Diantha. Diantha, Doctor, congratulations on your relationship with Malva. A junior cup is happening soon in Lumio City. Would you and Malva like to do a couples exhibition match? Steven was stunned for a moment, then remembered that in the anime, Cynthia had done something similar with her fangirl Caitlin. Diantha probably wanted to use the gossip to hype up the event. After all, Kalos League tournaments never had many participants, let alone the Junior Cup. In the anime, the Lumiose Conference had only 64 participants, the Indigo League had over 200. Steven planned to refuse Diantha. He had no interest in exhibition matches. Plus, continuing to be entangled with Malva, even if it didn't hurt him directly, would only bring more trouble later. As he was about to reply, he heard the voice of Archer, the Rocket 4 General's leader, outside the room. King, Boss Giovanni wants to see you. Steven raised an eyebrow, put his phone away, put on his jacket, and left. Uncle, what's up? In Giovanni's office, Steven sat down and asked. They'd finished talking yesterday, so if Giovanni was calling him again, something unexpected must have happened. Did they find Silver? You'll know soon. Giovanni signaled to Archer, then put on his signature fedora, pulling it low over his face. Archer took out a remote and turned on the projector. A shadowy figure appeared on screen, his face obscured, voice disguised. Hello, boss and king of Team Rocket. The shadow introduced himself. I am the leader of Team Flare, hoping to cooperate with you. Hearing Team Flare, Steven's expression was priceless. He'd just had a scandal with Team Flare's second-in-command yesterday, and today their leader was reaching out. Oh wait, the one with Malva was Steven, but the one Lysander was contacting was Joker. Team Flare, never heard of it, but if you're looking for Team Rocket, you must have some skills. Giovanni had on played dumb. We're Team Flare, operating in Kalos. Unlike your organization, which works in the open, we mostly act in the shadows. It was Lysander, probably using a Pokémon ability to cloak himself. All right, but I'm not that interested in you. Just say it, what do you want? Giovanni asked, clearly uninterested. After hearing about Team Flare's structure from Steven, he knew they weren't worth mentioning, just making noise in a small region like Kalos. We hope your organization will help us defeat Dr. Steven. Lysander dropped a bomb. Archer's expression changed, this was big news. Giovanni almost choked on his saliva, and he and Steven both struggled to keep a straight face. Luckily, Lysander didn't seem to notice their brief reactions and continued. If we succeed, Hoopa will go to Team Rocket. I'm sure your organization is interested in the power of that legendary Pokémon. Lysander wanted Hoopa to steal the cocoon. Once he had the cocoon, Hoopa would be useless. He could give it to Team Rocket. Well, Giovanni glanced at Joker. Deal, Joker said without hesitation. Chapter 218, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 218. In the end, after Team Rocket and Team Flare agreed to meet in Kalos next month to discuss concrete implementation plans, the call ended. What do you think? After finishing the call with Lysander, Giovanni turned to look at Joker. Isn't it just right? The two leaders of major criminal organizations meet, and due to a disagreement, one of them gets killed. Wouldn't that be great? Stephen's rhetorical question immediately made Giovanni understand what he meant. Lysander and Malva both serve as the chairman and elite four of the Kalos League, respectively. Without evidence, it would indeed be inappropriate for Stephen to take action against them under his public identity. After all, you don't have any evidence. But if he uses the Joker identity, it's not a problem. After all, he's already a wanted criminal, registered by the League. I was thinking, if they don't bother me, I could just leave them alone. But since they're coming, I might as well wipe them all out at once. Stephen said. He never really took Team Flare seriously. But since they're sticking their necks out, it'd be unreasonable for him not to cut them off. Joker's reputation is pretty good now, isn't it a problem? Giovanni brought up another point. Ever since the Lily of the Valley incident, Joker's reputation has improved even more. As early as last year's Indigo League battle, after Giovanni revealed the truth that Joker had joined Team Rocket, he attracted quite a few fans. Marnie is a typical example. Many new members who joined Team Rocket this year did so because of Joker. And the Lily of the Valley incident 6 months ago further boosted Joker's fame. If Joker killed Lysander, especially while Lysander's identity as Team Flare's boss had not been publicly revealed, Joker's reputation would surely take a hit. Uncle, do you think I'd care about that? Stephen smiled and asked back. In the manga, Red was nearly broken by Team Rocket because the three beasts forced him with, if you don't show yourself, we'll keep attacking the Sevii Islands. This made Red give in. So many citizens shifted their anger onto Red and Green, saying, if it weren't for you, the Sevii Islands wouldn't have suffered this. When Stephen read this plot in a previous life, he found it infuriating. Now, he just finds it funny. He doesn't want to be put on too high a pedestal. If I have no morals, no one can kidnap me with morality. Tilda, I must be out of my mind. Giovanni shook his head and laughed. Stephen took out his phone and replied to Diantha with a sure. He was going to Kalos anyway, so he might as well join the fun. Just letting you know, I already took a screenshot of your reply. Worried Stephen would back out, Diantha replied instantly. Stephen found it amusing and asked, who are the participants? Soon, Diantha sent over a document, the current contestant list for the Junior Cup. A bunch of names Stephen didn't recognize. 99% are filler characters. Just as Stephen was about to put his phone away, one name caught his eye, Elaine. Stephen. Could it be that Elaine, the one who used water-absorb Blastus? Stephen didn't remember how old that kid was, but he was taller than Ash, so he must be a few years older and probably already traveling. Stephen did not have a good impression of Elaine. But the reason wasn't water-absorb Blastase, but rather, why hasn't he been arrested? Regardless of whether he was misled by Lysander or blindly pursued power at first, in the end, he did a lot of bad things for Lysander. Later, Malva turned herself in to Officer Jenny, probably went to jail. So why didn't Elaine? Damn double standards, huh? Glancing at the list of filler names, Stephen quietly messaged Professor Oak. After leaving Celadon Game Corner, Stephen took out his phone to buy a plane ticket to Kalos. He often took little Hoopa around the world to leave teleport points everywhere. Because for Hoopa to open a portal, it's like the fly move in the games, it can only open portals to places it's already been. Like if you say go to Area 0, little Hoopa would just look confused and ask, "Where's Area 0?" After what happened with Malva 2 days ago, Hoopa had already left a teleport point in Kalos. But unless he was in a hurry, Steven still preferred walking or taking public transport for that sense of adventure. At this moment, little Hoopa, who was playing games online, came up and said, "Big brother Steven, Mew said it wants to come out and play with us." Steven was a bit surprised. The lazy cat who turned completely useless wanted to go out. Hoopa said it was because there hadn't been any good game releases recently, so Mew wanted to go out for a stroll. Steven, who sometimes played with Zorork, thought about it. True, there haven't been any big releases in the past 2 months. No wonder the lazy cat wanted to go out. All right, let it come. Steven couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Although every time he asked that lazy cat for help, it tried to get something out of him, they got along pretty well. Little Hoopa nodded and replied to Mew using Steven's Pokédex. Ouch! With a surprised cry from a young woman, a blur flashed in front of Steven. Steven instinctively reached out to steady Sonia, preventing her from falling. Where is this, Steven? Sonia, wearing a lab coat and black-rimmed glasses, was still a bit dazed. She had just finished her morning work, and as usual, was having lunch with Pikachu when suddenly... Pikachu, this is your doing again. Sonia poked the knockoff yellow mouse in her arms with a scallion. She already knew her Pikachu was good at teleporting, but didn't know its true identity. Pika Pikatilda. The knockoff mouse tilted its head and acted cute. I'm planning to go to Kalos, want to come? Steven invited her. He suddenly realized that after getting Hoopa, he hardly ever asked the lazy cat for help anymore, nor did he visit Sonia much. It was like treating her as a tool, use and discard. Oh, Tilda is the champion inviting me. When was the last time you asked me for a walk? Sonia teased with a smile. Sorry, I've been busy. Steven felt a bit guilty. Tisk, but you still have time to get into scandals with Kalos' Elite Four. Sonia rolled her eyes at Steven. Although she was Nessa's bestie, she wasn't in Steven's family group, so she didn't know Lysander and Malva's real identities, nor that Malva's previous actions prevent Steven from revealing the truth. Steven just shrugged and took the blame. He had benefited before anyway. The next day, Steven and Sonia flew to Lumios City in Kalos. Just after passing security at Lumios Airport, they were surrounded by reporters. Dr. Steven, 2 months ago you refused Unova champion Alder's invitation to the Junior Cup. Why did you accept champion Diantha's invitation now? Is it because you prefer Kalos? Is it because your opponent is Elite Four Malva? Are you two really that close? But rumors say that Malva has been seen dating another young man frequently in the past 6 months, which is similar to your situation, Dr. Steven. Are you two seeing other people? Upon hearing the last question, Sonia, walking behind Steven, was dumbfounded. Seeing other people? Is this how people date nowadays? Excuse me, are you Professor Sonia from the Alola Space Research Institute? Why are you with Dr. Steven in Kalos? Does your good friend Nessa know? The chief reporter from Lumios TV, Viola, noticed Sonia and pointed the mic at her. Since joining the Space Research Station, Sonia has gained some fame in Alola. Recently, she discovered the Ultra Beast codenamed UB02 expansion, Buzzwole and promptly informed B, helping her catch it. Steven rubbed his temples. Kalos reporters are as gossipy as ever. If they put this much effort into real work, Team Flare wouldn't have gone undiscovered for so long. Steven said, Sonia is a good friend of mine. She's been working hard lately, so I invited her to Kalos to relax. I hope everyone doesn't jump to conclusions. Kanto's champion Lance and Elite Four Lorelei are also close, but they're just good friends, right? Viola and the reporters froze. They didn't expect Steven to use Lance and Lorelei as examples. It's true, when Lance and Lorelei, childhood friends of similar age, first became famous in Kanto, many thought they were a couple. But after so many years, anyone with eyes can tell there's nothing there. But is Steven the same as Lance? If Lance dated, he'd instantly top the trending searches. If Steven dated several people at once, fans would barely blink. Get lost, Didn't you hear Brother Steven say they're just friends? Suddenly, a young boy's angry voice rang out. The reporters looked over to see a boy who looked about 7 or 8. Gary. Brother Steven. Gary waved enthusiastically. I thought it was your older brother. Steven was surprised. Yesterday, he'd messaged Professor Oak, saying if the kids from Pallet Town were free, they could come to Kalos for the Junior Cup to let the new generation spar and learn from each other. He thought Blue would come, but it was Gary instead. And it's not because he wanted to balance Elaine's strength. My brother's coming from Kanto, so he's slower. It's faster from Alola. Gary smiled. Everyone quickly left the airport, and Diantha's car was already waiting. Thank you for accepting our invitation, Dr. Steven. Diantha, sitting in the front seat, smiled and half-turned around. No problem. I also wanted to invite my good friend Sonia to relax. She's been working with Professor Burnett on Ultra Beasts in Alola and is exhausted. Steven chuckled. Nice to meet you, Miss Sonia. Diantha reached out to Sonia. Likewise, nice to meet you. Sonia shook her hand. Diantha looked at Sonia's outstretched hand and what was behind it. Diantha's expression soured. Big, really big. Diantha wanted to ask Sonia what she ate to get that big. Champion Diantha, is there anything else? Seeing Diantha not letting go, Sonia couldn't help but ask. Sorry. Diantha withdrew her hand, embarrassed. So sad. Steven couldn't help but feel for Diantha. Before the Junior Cup starts, I have a Tri-Crown satellite exhibition match tonight. Would you all like to come watch? To break the awkwardness, Diantha took out some tickets from her sachet and handed them to Steven. Tri-Crown, satellite match, what's that? Gary read the strange name aloud. It's a type of event only held in Kalos. Unlike traditional battles, it focuses more on performance. Steven explained. Like a contest? Gary asked instinctively. Recently, under Hone Champion Wallace's promotion, Kanto and Sinnoh started holding contests. His sister Daisy even went, and Gary had watched a few. Not quite. Contests have 2 parts. Pokémon showcases appeal with moves for a high score and battling. Satellite matches have different themes each time, sometimes like contests, sometimes dressing up your partner, making sweets with your Pokémon. Diantha, as a top performer in Kalos, explained. But Gary waved his hand dismissively. I'm not interested. I'll find somewhere to train Stufful and Swablu, gotta win my first badge before my real adventure. Wanna go watch? Steven looked at Sonia. Sonia bit her lip. Well, sure, let's go. Soon, they checked into the most famous Hotel Rickersheim in Lumio City. That evening, before going to watch the satellite match, Gary said, Brother Steven, my brother's here. I'll go pick him up. Seriously, what a coincidence. Steven didn't think much and invited Sonia out for dinner. Aren't you afraid of being photographed? Sonia joked. I already have enough scandals. What about you? Not afraid Leon will misunderstand. Steven joked back. Don't mention that idiot. Sonia's smile dropped instantly. It's been over a year since she left Galar, and that guy hadn't called her once. She wasn't going to chase after him like a lovesick puppy. Steven had no comment. Leon and Lance had different personalities, but were equally clueless about relationships. At the theater entrance, as expected, Steven and Sonia were swarmed by fans. Steven said helplessly, if we don't go in now, the match will start. Dr. Steven, according to reports, Professor Sonia was childhood friends with Galar's champion Leon, while Elite Four Malva has been seen with another young man frequently in the past 6 months. Do you prefer women who already have boyfriends? A male fan asked. Beware suddenly jumped out and shoved the fan aside. Its frightening aura made the crowd back off. Steven silently gave Beware a thumbs up. After Steven and Sonia sat down, Sonia suddenly asked, Do you like women who already have boyfriends? Steven's face grew darker. Soon, the satellite match began. The big screen behind the stage began showing footage of Diantha winning the Kalos Queen title in her youth, though she's still young. The lights dimmed. Gardevoir Moonblessed. Diantha's voice rang out. A pale pink orb appeared in the center of the stage, expanding into a full moon above. Diantha and Gardevoir appeared together. The crowd went wild. So beautiful. Sonia's eyes sparkled. The biggest difference from contests is that the trainer performs with their Pokémon. Steven analyzed. While the themes vary, sometimes cooking, making clothes, sometimes even quizzes, later rounds are all about showing off your Pokémon's charm with moves, just like the performance round in contests. The main difference is that in contests, trainers just give commands, but in performances, trainers participate too. That's why in the anime, Serena almost never wore the same outfit twice. After Diantha's exhibition, the rest of the matches weren't as impressive. Before the results were announced, Steven and Sonia left to avoid being mobbed by fans. Diantha and Gardevoir's performance was amazing, especially ending with a mega evolution. It was the perfect touch. Sonia was still entranced. Steven smiled. Why don't you try it? Me? Sonia pointed at herself in disbelief. Huh, that little girl's eating without paying. At that moment, an unhappy shout came from a dessert shop across the street. They looked over. A child in a black cloak, about a meter tall, was being scolded by a shopkeeper. People were starting to watch. Let's go check it out, Sonia said, crossing the street. Are you okay, kid? Sonia crouched down and gently patted the girl on the shoulder for comfort, glimpsing rare pale pink hair under the hood. Are you her mom? Good, your daughter ate a bunch of cookies in my shop and didn't pay. Time to settle the bill. The shopkeeper looked annoyed. Sonia raised an eyebrow. Do I look like someone who's had kids? She didn't argue, just pulled out her wallet to pay. Looking at the kid's outfit, she figured she was a homeless child, probably just hungry. He told me I could try as much as I want. At that moment, a little girl's voice rang out. But it didn't come from her mouth, it echoed in everyone's mind. Telepathy. Chapter 219. Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 219. As Steven was coming up, he heard the telepathic voice of a little girl echoing in his mind and immediately had a bad feeling. I've paid the money. Steven quickly pulled out a stack of bills from his wallet and placed them on the dessert shop counter. He patted Sonia on the shoulder and said to the girl in the black cloak, who looked like she just walked off the set of Assassin's Creed, "Let's go." The girl was startled, hesitated for a second, but then quickly followed the two of them out. Many people present had never heard a Pokémon speak telepathically before, so they didn't react right away. By the time they snapped out of it, Steven and Sonia had already disappeared with the girl. There's no shortage of cafes in Lumio City. After sitting down in a corner of a cafe called Richette Cafe, Steven reached out and pulled off the cloak covering the girl. To call it clothing would be generous, it was just a rag. In an instant, a humanoid Pokémon with a dazzling appearance appeared before the two. So pretty. Sonia's eyes turned into hearts as if she saw Boa Hancock. A huge pink round diamond on her head, with 4 diamond-shaped gems on the back of her head, forming a simple yet elegant crown. On either side, the long pillar-shaped diamonds looked like hair. Earlier, Sonia had mistaken these 2 diamonds for hair, which is why she thought this Pokémon was a human girl. Though her cute face and petite arms were very human-like, the bottom of her white dress revealed a dark gray mineral, as if to say she wasn't human, but a Pokémon. Hello, I'm Diancie. The girl-like voice telepathically echoed again. Noticing Sonia's intense gaze, the Diamond Princess looked a little scared. Diancie, this is my first time hearing of this Pokémon. By the way, you're so cute. Sonia clenched her fists on her knees, barely restraining herself from hugging Diancie. The knockoff yellow rodent on Sonia's shoulder looked a little unhappy. Hey, I'm cute too, you know. Diancie, a mutated carbink, usually serves as the princess of the carbink tribe and stays behind to guard their home. Steven briefly explained to Sonia. Wow, there are a lot of Pokémon in this world we've never seen before. Sonia blinked her beautiful big eyes and curiously asked. So Diancie, why did you get into a conflict with that shopkeeper? I didn't. Diancie said, a little aggrieved. I was a bit hungry and went over when I smelled something delicious. Then that person said, "Little one, if you like it, you can try some." so I ate a bit, and then he said I. Sonia couldn't help but smile, and started explaining a series of life concepts to Diancie, like in the human world, you have to pay for what you eat. By the way, Diancie, are you still hungry? If you don't mind, we can treat you to something. Sonia offered enthusiastically. Then, how much money should I give? Diancie tilted her head, looking even cuter. No need, no need. We're friends now. Friends don't have to pay when eating together. Sonia said with a bright smile. Diancie nodded in semi-understanding. While eating, Stephen and Sonia introduced themselves. Hello, Stephen and Sonia. I am Diancie, Princess of the Crystal Kingdom. I came to the human city to find Master Xerneas and ask her to grant me the power of eternity. Diancie, completely unguarded, explained why she left her home and came to the human city. Although her ministers had warned her before she left not to trust humans easily, this naive and innocent princess didn't take their words to heart. Just as the 3 legendary beasts are subordinated to Ho-Oh, and the 3 Regis are subordinated to Regigigas, Diancie is a follower of Xerneas. The Carbink tribe feeds on diamond energy, and as the tribe's princess, Diancie is granted the power of eternity by Xerneas, gaining the ability to create everlasting diamonds to support her people. For this, Diancie and all the Carbink worship Xerneas as their master. Whenever diamond resources run low, Diancie sets out on a journey to find Xerneas and ask for the power of eternity. In other words, she's hoping for help awakening her mega evolution. Perhaps worried that Stephen and Sonia wouldn't believe her, Diancie showed off a bit, conjuring a sparkling diamond out of thin air with her little hand. Although I can create diamonds, if Master Xerneas doesn't grant me power, the diamonds I make will disappear quickly. Sonia was stunned. Creating diamonds? Not a big deal in the battle world, but in finance, that's a game-breaking ability. Even if the diamonds disappeared, if Diancie was kidnapped by evil people, they'd exploit her powers. Sonia grew increasingly worried. They'd only just met, but from their conversation, Sonia already had a good idea of Diancie's personality. She's way too easy to trick. Stephen, meanwhile, realized a different problem. Diancie couldn't find Xerneas right now. That deer is sleeping in Malva's piquet ball at the moment. Seeing Sonia's worried expression and Diancie's oblivious little face, Stephen said, Actually, we're also looking for Xerneas. If you don't mind, Diancie, you can come with us. Hi. Little Hoopa was startled and asked curiously, Big brother, isn't Xerneas? Before Hoopa could finish, Stephen covered her mouth. After failing to summon Xerneas last time, Hoopa had heard the reason from Stephen. But Stephen hadn't explained all the twists and turns behind it. He didn't want Hoopa to overthink things. Her current lifestyle was good, and there was no need to get involved in the mess between Team Rocket and Team Flare. Catching Stephen's eye, Hoopa didn't say anything more. After traveling with Stephen for a while, they developed a good rapport. Stephen glanced at Sonia and gave her a look. Sonia immediately understood and nodded. Yeah, since we're all looking for Xerneas, we can look after each other on the way. What do you think, Diancie? Sonia figured Stephen had seen she was worried about Diancie, so he'd made up this lie. Honestly, this guy was considerate. No wonder he had so many girlfriends and never got into trouble. But actually, Stephen wasn't exactly lying. This time, he'd come to Kalos, and by the time he left, Team Flare would be gone for good. He'd also rescue the Xerneas in Malva's hands, which would count as helping Diancie find her big sister. What a coincidence. Then I permit Stephen and Sonia to accompany me. Diancie's words sounded a bit lofty, but her tone wasn't arrogant at all. It's just that all the Carbink around her treats her as their master, so Diancie grew up in that environment and can't help but sound a bit official. The next day, while having breakfast at the beautiful Grand Hotel, Stephen and Sonia arrived at the restaurant together and saw several familiar faces. I wonder if this Junior Cup will have 2 worthy opponents for me to go all out against. Otherwise, this trip will be a waste. That voice gave away who it was. Stephen looked up. It was indeed Blue. Don't get cocky, Blue. There are plenty of excellent trainers in this world. Professor Oak scolded. That's right. As far as I know, there's a Charizard trainer here in Kalos who's entering the competition. Their ability is Water Absorb. Your starter is Squirtle, right? That could be a problem for you. Steven walked over and grinned. Blue's eyes went wide. Charizard, Water Absorb. I've read a lot of books, Brother Steven, don't try to fool me. There aren't many people who can impress the always arrogant Blue, but Steven was one of them. Still, what Steven said left him speechless. Red, who owned a Charizard, also looked surprised. Water Absorb Charizard? Seriously? Oh, so this is the legendary Hoopa, who transferred hundreds of thousands of people from Sinnoh to Kalos half a year ago. Professor Oak suddenly rushed over, startling Hoopa so much she almost had to defend herself. Steven, where are we going next to help Diancie find Xerneas? Unaware of Hoopa's ability to summon legendary Pokémon, Sonia asked Steven quietly. To Sonia, although Steven had made up the "we're looking for Xerneas too" story to persuade Diancie to join them since they'd taken on the task, they couldn't back out now. Hello, and welcome to the Lumiose Morning News. Just then, a familiar voice came from the restaurant's public TV. Gary exclaimed, "Oh, it's Brother Steven's rumored girlfriend." On screen, Malva was reporting the news. At last night's Pokémon showcase at the Lumiose Theater, after champion Diantha's performance, the favorite to win, Palermo, unsurprisingly took first place. Champion Diantha personally presented her with the award and told reporters that Palermo is this year's most likely candidate for the Kalos Queen title. As Malva reported, the screen showed Diantha handing a ribbon-tied key to the performer named Palermo. Sonia watched the replay, quickly becoming absorbed. And at her feet, Diancie was equally entranced. Do you want to try entering the Pokémon showcase with Diancie? Steven asked out of the blue. Sonia snapped back to reality, pointing at herself in disbelief. It seemed Steven had asked her the same thing last night. Don't you think this competition suits you? Steven smiled. The Pokémon showcase might look similar to a contest at first glance. But actually, they're quite different. If Pokémon contests are 50% performance and 50% battle, the Pokémon showcase is 99% performance. Even though Pokémon contests focus on performance, the winner is still decided by battle. But the Pokémon showcase doesn't have any battles. It's all decided by audience votes and judges' scores. That's perfect for Sonia, who isn't good at battles. Plus, she had two big trump cards, Princess Diancie and her face. That's right, having Diancie enter a Pokémon contest or Pokémon showcase was overkill. And Sonia's advantages in the Pokémon showcase were just as great. Unlike coordinators, who only command, performers get on stage themselves with their partners. So the performers' looks matter too. In the anime, when Serena entered the Pokémon showcase, none of her opponents were unattractive. That says a lot. Since we don't know where Xerneas is, we'll have to wander around. In the meantime, why not have a go at the Pokémon showcase with Diancie? Nothing to lose. Steven suggested. If Sonia and Diancie entered the Pokémon showcase, Steven felt they'd be even stronger than Diantha and Gardevoir. Even in a regular Pokémon contest, if you only looked at the performance round, Wallace and Milotic wouldn't stand a chance. Then, I'll give it a try. After all Steven's praise, Sonia was a little embarrassed. 2 days later. In Calmarine City, Kalos, Sonia, who'd successfully registered, was about to make her debut as a Pokémon performer. She felt a little nervous, having not appeared on a public stage in years, and her partnership with Diancie was lacking in chemistry. Normally, this debut should have ended in failure, just like May's first Pokémon contest in the anime. But when the scores came in, and Sonia accepted the Princess Gold Key, the symbol of victory, from the judges, Steven couldn't help but sigh. No matter what world, looks matter. That's right, even though Sonia and Diancie had terrible chemistry, and their performance wasn't great. But when a beauty with a figure rivaling Malva's and a face comparable to Cynthia's teams up with a legendary Pokémon, whose looks outclass even Gardevoir and Milotic in such a performance-focused contest. For everyone else, it's just unfair. Before I move on to the higher rounds, I want to stop using Diancie. At dinner, Sonia's pretty face was all serious. Never mind the avalanche of negative news online, she felt her win was unearned. I think that if you have a legendary, you might as well use it. But getting too reliant on legendary Pokémon from the start isn't good. Steven thought for a while. Sonia and Diancie, entering the Pokémon showcase, was like playing a cheat code. It might be fun, but it's ultimately harmful to their growth. Steven agreed, putting Diancie on hold was the right choice. Plus, Diancie is the Carbink princess. She'll need to go home when we find Xerneas. I can't rely on her forever. Sonia smiled a little awkwardly. Diancie imagined the scene of their parting, and her face drooped. The parfait in her mouth instantly lost its flavor. Seeing the two so reluctant to part, Steven was thoughtful. 2 weeks later, with only a day left before the Junior Cup. Lumiose City. Congratulations. This time, those haters online will have to shut up. At the entrance of the Lumiose Opera House, Steven congratulated Sonia, who just won her second Princess Gold Key. Even without Diancie, Sonia and her knockoff yellow rodent partner managed to win the second round against all odds. After all, even without the Diamond Princess, Sonia's looks were still a major weapon. It's just the preliminaries. I still need one more to enter the master class. Sonia was modest, but her beaming smile told another story. Don't worry about that for now, let's celebrate. Hoopa, you go have fun with Sonia and Diancie. Steven smiled and said to Hoopa, Aren't you coming? Sonia was surprised. The Junior Cup is tomorrow. I've got a meeting with champion Diantha tonight to discuss the opening match. You all go have fun. Steven said, Oh, okay. Sonia frowned slightly when she heard Steven was meeting Diantha. Even if you have to see Diantha, do you need to send me away? Could it be that, besides Elite Four, Steven also has a thing with the champion? She wanted to ask, but then thought she didn't have any claim over Steven, so she hid her discontent and left with Hoopa and Diancie. After they left, Steven suddenly said, Let's go. 2 figures stepped out of the crowd. It was Karen and Will. Where's the meeting point, Steven? Will handed Steven a pair of sunglasses. Sunrise Cafe. Steven took off his black-rimmed glasses and put on the sunglasses, instantly switching from Steven to Joker. You've been in the gossip mags a lot lately. That woman has a really good figure, Tilda. Karen teased. Steven rolled his eyes. I told you, that's only because Malva wanted to hide. Before Steven could finish, Karen interrupted. Not that bitch Malva, I mean Leon's childhood friend. Steven, she came all the way from Galar to help in Alola. I had to return the favor, right? Karen rolled her eyes beautifully. She didn't believe a word Steven said. If Sonia weren't so pretty, would you be this interested in her business? Peony came over from Galar too, and you didn't care about him. Anyway, let's go take down Team Flare first. Steven quickly changed the topic. Karen usually turned a blind eye to this kind of thing, but she still liked to complain sometimes. Lysander Cafe, on the south side of Lumiose City. Steven remembered that in the games, Lysander had tried to share his ideals for a beautiful, eternal world with Diantha here, but Diantha had ignored him. Welcome, may I take your order? As soon as the 3 entered, the server behind the counter greeted them enthusiastically. A flare coffee, please. Steven repeated the code phrase they'd arranged. The waiter's expression changed slightly, but he kept smiling. Sorry, we don't have that item. Are you sure you're in the right place? No, I want a flare coffee. Joker took off his sunglasses. The waiter's smile vanished. He walked to the counter and pressed a button hidden behind a coffee can. The door closed automatically, and a cabinet opened to reveal a secret passage. Understood, 1 flare coffee. Please follow me, Team Rocket guests. The waiter, in reality, a Team Flare member, gestured toward the hidden passage. Team Flare is about to become history. Karen thought, full of disdain. Chapter 220, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 220. The trio passed through a long, dark tunnel and entered a conference room. The room was extremely dim, with only the faint light from the projection screen behind the main seat barely illuminating the figure sitting there. Welcome to Team Flare, King of Team Rocket, and the King's left and right hands. Wrapped tightly in a black robe, Lysander spoke in a low voice, gesturing for the three to sit down. The king's left and right hands. These were the new nicknames the black market had given Karen and Psychic Fatty. No need to sit, anyway you'll soon. It had been a while since Will found something fun, and he was quite excited. Seeing their target was within reach, he grinned wickedly and was about to summon his Pokémon to take Lysander's head. But just as Will reached for his belt, Joker raised a hand to press down on his shoulder, signaling him not to act rashly. Hi. Will's eyes under the mask were full of confusion as he looked at Joker. But he saw Joker had already sat down. Karen, though equally puzzled, found a seat to the left when she saw Joker sit, saying no more. What the heck? Will muttered under his breath and sat on the right. Weren't they supposed to attack Lysander on sight? This wasn't the plan at all. As previously agreed, after we succeed, the cocoon of destruction is ours and Hoopa goes to Team Rocket. No problem with that. Lysander spoke again, his face hidden under the robe. Hoopa's powers were certainly abnormal, but he didn't value it that much. What Lysander cared about were the two keys needed to activate the ultimate weapon, Xerneas and Yveltal. Now Xerneas had already been caught by Malva, but the troublesome cocoon of destruction was still with Dr. Steven. Agreed, what's the specific plan? Joker asked calmly. Tomorrow, Dr. Steven will participate as a guest in the Junior Cup exhibition match at Lumiose Arena. When the match ends and the winner is decided, Dr. Steven will go on stage as a special guest to present the award. At that time, he'll be separated from Hoopa. We, Team Flare, will seize the opportunity to snatch Hoopa, while you, Team Rocket, fend off Dr. Steven's pursuit. Lysander quickly laid out the plan. Joker raised an eyebrow. Dr. Steven could easily take Hoopa on stage with him. How can you guarantee they'll be separated? Usually, the Junior Cup champion was awarded by the local league champion, like in the anime where Alder awarded the Unova Junior Cup. But because Dr. Steven was so popular, Diantha wanted Steven to do the awarding instead. But Steven could just as easily take Hoopa with him. How would they separate them? We have our methods. Your organization doesn't need to worry about that. Lysander replied indifferently. Fine. Joker didn't press further, got up, and prepared to leave. Just leaving like that? Will looked baffled. Weren't they supposed to kill him? What, you want to stay for dinner? Joker patted him on the shoulder. Will scratched his head. Karen glared at him and mouthed, Steven will explain later. Seeing Karen's cue, Will released his Gardevoir, who used teleport to take the three of them out of Team Flare's underground base. When only Lysander was left in the conference room, a secret door on the left suddenly opened and a seductive figure stepped out. That chubby guy just now, he had killing intent. It was Malva. Lysander's voice was emotionless. I noticed. Though he wasn't as strong as Malva, he was at least past the champion threshold. His perception was decent. Still going through with this plan, cooperating with Team Rocket is like asking a tiger for its skin. Concern flickered in Malva's eyes behind her red sunglasses. If it comes to that, we'll use that. Lysander said gravely. Malva's expression changed sharply at his words. The distance a Pokémon can teleport depends on its strength. Legendary Pokémon like Mew or Dark Mutwo could teleport between regions. Will's Gardevoir wasn't that overpowered, but moving freely within a city was no problem. The three reappeared in a dark alley in Lumiose City. Steven, why didn't we attack just now? We were so close, I could have easily. Will couldn't wait to ask. That guy didn't have a human aura. Steven took off his sunglasses. You mean, he was disguised as a Pokémon, using Zoroark or Ditto? Karen instinctively thought of Steven's Zoroark, his usual stand-in. No, he didn't have any life aura at all. It was probably a hologram. Steven analyzed. His observation Hacky wasn't as extreme as Beware's, but at that range, he could tell that Lysander had no life signs. It must have been some kind of illusion or trick. After thinking for a moment, Steven suddenly recalled that besides Mega Evolution, the Lysander group had another major invention, holograms. While not as OP as Yu-Gi-Oh's Dual Monsters, it was good enough for video calls or tricking people. A hologram, huh? This guy's cautious. Karen squinted. When we entered the tunnel, and his men didn't ask us to remove our piquet balls, I already thought it was odd. He's the kind who's dealt with crime bosses and league chairmen. Having this level of caution isn't surprising. Stephen chuckled. We'll had a new concern, so we can only act tomorrow, but what if he uses another hologram? That's unlikely. Team Flair's only hope for success is Hoopa. At this point, Lysander wouldn't leave it to his subordinates. Besides, he doesn't have many capable people. Stephen patted his hands. All right, it's just letting that lionhead live one more day. Let's split up for now, go enjoy yourselves. Okay, I'm going to try Carlos's local specialty, paflay. I wonder if it's tastier than a Lola's malasada. Will cheered and dashed off. Will that guy ever lose weight in this lifetime? Watching Will's increasingly round figure, Stephen muttered. Though he was chubby as a kid, Stephen remembered that as an adult, when he became an Elite Four member, Will was quite slim. But the guy was already 14. Adulthood wasn't far off, yet he showed no signs of slimming down. Karen, let's go home. Stephen turned to her. Not going on a date with that big-boobed girl. Karen teased, her expression mischievous. Maybe because she'd clashed with Lorelei before, Karen didn't seem to like busty girls. Stephen. Half an hour later in Lumios Game Corner, Sonia, who was babysitting the Pokémon, saw Stephen approaching. Her face lit up with joy, but then she noticed Karen following and felt a pang of anxiety. Bringing these 3 little ones around must be tough, huh? Stephen smiled. No need to mention how much trouble the bootleg Pikachu caused. The newly internet-addicted Hoopa was no better. Mary had learned that the hard way. And while Diancie was much more well-behaved, she was so naive she could easily be abducted. Stephen felt that handling these 3 was even more tiring than a 6v6 battle. It's not so bad. Sonia forced a smile. Upset your time together was interrupted. Karen suddenly leaned on Stephen's back, chin on his shoulder, looking at Sonia. And no, we're just friends. Sonia's reply was a little too defensive. Karen glanced at the extraordinary Diancie at Sonia's feet. If they're just friends, would this playboy give you such a precious Pokémon? QQE and Stephen are just as close to Stephen, but he never gives them anything. With Karen there, Sonia was less at ease. Watching Stephen and Karen holding hands, Sonia couldn't help but feel like a third wheel. Noticing Sonia's awkwardness, Stephen asked Hoopa to call Nessa to join them. Then Sonia watched as Nessa and Karen each clung to one of Stephen's arms. Sonia rolled her eyes. How was this any different? Around 11 p.m., everyone returned to the hotel. As soon as Stephen entered his room, he saw Karen naked on the bed. In 3 quick strides, he was on her, their mouths crashing together in a desperate dance. Karen moaned wantonly into the kiss as his calloused hands explored her body, tracing fire along her sensitive skin. She fumbled with his buttons, yanking impatiently at his clothes until they joined hers on the floor. You're so hard for me already, she purred, wrapping her fingers around his thick shaft. She stroked him deliberately, relishing how he throbbed and twitched in her grasp. His fingers found her dripping center, making her arch and gasp as he circled her swollen clit. Please, she whimpered, spreading her thighs wider. I need you inside me. Stephen growled and captured her mouth again, positioning himself between her legs. Karen wrapped them around his waist as he slowly pushed into her tight heat, both of them moaning at the exquisite stretch. You feel incredible, he groaned, beginning to thrust. The bed creaked rhythmically as their pace increased, Karen's nails raking down his back while he drove into her deeply. Harder, she cried. Oh God, right there. Her walls clenched around him as pleasure built higher and higher. In the next room, Nessa and Sonia heard heavy breathing from next door. Sonia, I need to go out for a bit. After an awkward pause, Nessa dashed out. Nessa's heart fluttered as she entered the passionate scene, her eyes drinking in the sight of her lover's afterglow. Stephen rose to meet her, his muscled form still glistening with exertion as he pulled her into a deep, sensual kiss. His hands traced the curves of her body through her clothes, making her shiver with anticipation. Stephen Tilda, she breathed against his lips, any initial awkwardness melting away under his skilled touch. From the bed, Karen watched with hooded eyes, her satisfied smile encouraging as she observed their intimate dance. Stephen's fingers made quick work of Nessa's garments, revealing her ethereal beauty inch by inch. Her porcelain skin seemed to glow in the dim light, curves flowing like water, truly befitting her nickname of a mermaid princess. She gasped as cool air met heated flesh, nipples hardening into rosy peaks. Positioning himself on the bed's edge, Stephen guided Nessa onto his lap. She aligned their bodies, sinking down slowly with a breathless moan as he filled her completely. "Oh God, you feel amazing," she whimpered, adjusting to his size. His strong arms encircled her waist, holding her close as they began to move together. Their bodies found a natural rhythm, Nessa rolling her hips as Stephen lifted her with hands gripping her perfect rear. Each movement drew gasps and sighs of pleasure from them both. Karen recovered from her climax and pressed herself against Stephen's back, her soft breasts cushioning against his muscles as she lavished attention on his neck. The room filled with their combined sounds of ecstasy, Nessa's high, sweet moans, Stephen's deep groans, and Karen's sultry sighs. Their three bodies moved as one, lost in a dance of pure pleasure and connection. The heat between them built higher and higher as they chased their release together. Meanwhile, Sonia heard her friend's loud moaning. "Damn lovebirds." Sonia cursed under her breath, hugging her knees in bed. The next day, Lumios Arena. Originally, the Kalos League planned to use the Lumios gym for this year's Junior Cup. But after news spread that Stephen and Malva would be guest stars for the exhibition match, the audience numbers skyrocketed. The league had to change plans, choosing the much larger Lumios Arena as the venue. In the waiting room, Blue patted Red's shoulder and pointed to a similarly aged blue-haired boy on the right. "That's him." Red raised an eyebrow and, rare for him, spoke, "The one brother Stephen mentioned." Blue nodded. "Yeah, he has a Charizard with water absorb. If I face him, I'll use a Alakazam or Pidgeot." His current ace, Blastoise, excelled at standstill offense and counterattacks. It had a type advantage against Charizard, but if the Charizard had water absorb, Blastoise wouldn't work. Red fell silent, thinking. Stephen hadn't expected his offhand joke to make these two geniuses so concerned. But Elaine's Charizard was indeed quite water-resistant. Just then, cheers erupted from the TV in the waiting room. Everyone looked up. It was the exhibition match, guests Stephen and Malva making their entrance. As expected, Hoopa, Team Flair's main target, hovered beside Stephen like a sidekick, visible to countless viewers. The atmosphere reached fever pitch, and many local fans were even shouting things like, "Get together." Stephen glanced at the VIP box where the Kalos League chairman sat, probing with his observation hacky. This time it wasn't a hologram. Soon, the two walked onto the command platform. Looking forward to the match, Dr. Stephen Tilda. Malva did her best to sweet smile. Some fans and troublemakers in the crowd shouted, "Hey, that's not what you said last time on TV, Miss Malva. Shouldn't you be calling him honey? Did you already break up? Miss Malva, in the end, you chose that Bera's guy, didn't you?" Compared to the relatively unremarkable Junior Cup, everyone cared more about the drama between the two on stage. Meanwhile, in a Lysander Group helicopter, Beraz's face grew ever darker as he watched the live stream. Malva's expression at the scene wasn't any better. She wasn't that bothered by public opinion, but recently, rumors about her two-timing had gotten so bad that people even asked her about it on the street. It was enough to drive her crazy. Houndoom Mega Evolution. Malva quickly threw out her partner, deciding to use a big battle to vent her frustration. Houndoom wasn't even in her top 3, but it was her only Pokémon that could Mega Evolve. After all, Mega Evolution was the most spectacular known power-up. In exhibition matches, flashiness mattered more than winning or losing. Brilliant rainbow light shone from Malva's Keystone pendant and Houndoom's Mega Stone, merging together. In under 3 seconds, Mega Houndoom appeared in all its glory. "Then I'll leave it to you, Altaria." Seeing this, Stephen sent out his second stringer, Altaria. To be precise, Mega Altaria. The crowd cheered. After Kalos' elite Drasna obtained Mega Evolution, her Altaria replaced Noivern as her ace. So the public wasn't unfamiliar with Mega Altaria. but a permanently mega evolved Altaria, the only one in the world. Fire blast! Malva shouted. Mega Houndoom raised its head and unleashed a brutal pillar of fire, splitting into 5 streams to form the character, Chinese letter, as it shot forth. Going all out from the start, huh? In the waiting room, Gary was startled. Opening with a big move was rare in exhibition matches. Blue frowned. Is Miss Malva just the last of the Kalos elites? Huh, what do you mean blue? Gary turned to him. Red, always terse, said, that strength, more than just an elite. As Red finished, Stephen raised his right index finger. Mega Altaria gathered dazzling violet energy and fired a wave to meet the fire blast. Dragon Pulse. Instantly, 2 mighty shockwaves clashed, red and blue energies colliding. After 2 or 3 seconds of deadlock, Dragon Pulse began overpowering Fire Blast. But Mega Houndoom made a split-second decision, letting the returning Fire Blast hit itself, then used Flamethrower at the ground to rocket nearly 10 meters into the air. Boom! Dragon Pulse hit the ground, shaking the whole stadium. But in the air, Mega Houndoom attacked again. Sledge Bomb. Malva raised her right arm. High above, Mega Houndoom unleashed a barrage of deep purple toxic bombs. Not just red and blue, even Diantha and the other Kalos elites noticed. Malva seems way too strong right now. This Mega Houndoom might not be champion level, but it's right at the threshold. Normally, the Kalos elite ranking was Drasna, Wickstrom, Siebold, Malva. But, given what Malva showed, that ranking seemed off. And in Malva's lineup, Mega Houndoom wasn't even top 3. Did she improve without notice, or has she always hidden her strength? In the commentary booth, Diantha muttered, watching Malva with curiosity and suspicion. After the Indigo Plateau incident a year ago, League executives everywhere were paranoid about another traitor appearing. Are you serious? Stephen raised an eyebrow. But with the commotion from 2 champion-level Pokémon, even without lowering his voice, no one else could hear him. But soon, Stephen understood why Malva was going all out. Today was Team Flare's last chance to seize Hoopa. For Lysander, Malva, and the rest, it was do or die. Once Team Flare was exposed, Malva, as the second in command, did not need to hide her true strength. Plus, she had a personal reason. She'd been stressed lately and needed to blow off steam. Hyper voice. Facing the toxic bombs, Mega Altaria opened its beak and sang like a soprano. Within the sound waves, faint pink light shimmered. With Pixelate, the normal move became fairy type. The hyper voice blocked all the sledge bombs, even pushing them back. Shadow Ball. Before Mega Altaria could retaliate, Malva launched another quick attack. The falling Shadow Ball broke through the hyper voice and struck Mega Altaria's back. What a show an elite can take on a champion. Finally recovering, the top Lumiose TV reporter shouted from the commentary box. Until a moment ago, she was shocked that Malva could gain the upper hand against Stephen in the first round. Even Diantha couldn't do that. No wonder she could tame Yveltal. A smile tugged at Stephen's lips. He wasn't surprised that Malva could go to such lengths when serious. After all, in the manga, she had tamed the god of destruction. Maybe not on the level of Leon or Lance, but probably able to go toe-to-toe with Stephen or Cynthia. Chapter 221, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 221. Overheat. When Stephen's Mega Altaria was hit, Malva made a snap decision and commanded her Mega Houndoom to unleash its strongest move. Houndoom twisted its neck, its temperature burning to the extreme. Superheated flames, shifting from red to white, poured out. It felt as if she'd completely forgotten this was just an exhibition match. Cotton Guard. Stephen glanced at the firestorm descending from the sky. Even with Altaria's resistance to fire, taking a move like that wouldn't be pleasant. Looks like Team Flare came today with a desperate attitude. As the organization's top ace, Malva had no intention of holding back. Altaria's already fluffy feathers puffed up even further after Mega Evolution, trying to act as a shield to block out the high-temperature flames. The fire will burn through its feathers. Malva arched an eyebrow and shouted. Cotton Guard, a move that greatly boosts a Pokémon's physical defense. From the players' lounge, Gary was confused. Why is brother Steven using Cotton Guard now? Gary, who also has a Swablu, knows what Cotton Guard does, but Overheat is a special attack. Using Cotton Guard here is pointless. Sure enough, the flames kept burning through the fluffy feathers, charring them to ashes and pressing ever closer to Alteria's body. What about this then? Steven still wore his usual smile. Suddenly, the Mega Alteria's previously pink feathers became coated in a black film, blocking out Houndoom's scorching flames. That's armament hacky. Sonia, clutching her bootleg yellow-furred mouse in the stands, cried out in surprise. It's not over yet. Nessa's face beamed with a radiant smile, looking at the man in the arena as if he were her destined hero. For 3 or 4 seconds, the armament hacky feathers held off Overheat. Around Mega Alteria, the feathers kept swelling, getting larger and larger, until they nearly filled half the battlefield. In the end, the endlessly puffing fluff formed the outline of Alteria itself. That's Cynthia, who'd witnessed Joker's battle with the masked man on Lily of the Valley Island over half a year ago, instantly remembered Price's ice giant from back then. Amazing. Seeing an Alteria as massive as a Dynamaxed cotton giant, the live audience and TV viewers gasped in astonishment. Feather dance. Steven casually gave a new command. Endless pale pink fluff danced like snow. Mega Houndoom had nowhere to dodge. Its hellhound-like black body was instantly covered in fluff. Feather dance, a move that showers the opponent with feathers to sharply lower their attack. Overheat is already a high-powered move that lowers the user's special attack as a trade-off. Unless you're using a mixed attacker Pokémon, most trainers wouldn't risk this move unless they're sure it will finish the fight. Now, with its special attack already dropped from Overheat, and its attack further lowered by Feather Dance, Mega Houndoom was crippled. If this were an official match or a life-or-death battle, Malva could just recall Houndoom and let it rest. But this was a 1v1 exhibition match. In this state, Houndoom was done for. The outcome was clear. Beeped. Just then, a timer sounded from the big screen above the stands. The commentator shouted excitedly. Time's up. What a spectacular duel. Let's give a big round of applause to these 2 outstanding trainers. Steven and Malva's match was timed. This was to prevent either side from losing face if they were beaten. A draw is the ideal result for these exhibitions. The audience, being good sports, gave a round of applause. Meanwhile, in the players' lounge, a group of kids, none older than 15, wore the same dissatisfied look Steven once had in his previous life. It's over already. That was barely enough. Blue pouted. We have a winner, Red said quietly. Even if there wasn't an official result, even Ash could tell who was stronger. Yeah, but that Malva isn't weak at all, Blue sighed. Before coming, he'd looked up the Kalos Elite Four's ranking. Drasna, Wickstrom, Siebold, Malva. Blue wanted to ask, is the Kalos League blind? Coming here was the right call. I learned a new move. Gary said excitedly. He planned to have his Swablu practice that cotton giant move as soon as he got home. Next up, let's welcome the top trainers in this year's Kalos Junior Cup. At that moment, the announcer's voice came from the TV and radio. Let's go, it's time to enter the arena. Well, either way, I'll be the one to win in the end. Blue declared confidently. I'll become the strongest with my Charizard. Elaine clenched his fists in determination. After the exhibition match, Steven and Malva returned to the VIP box on the second floor to sit with Lysander and other Kalos League officials. By the time they sat down, the opening ceremony was nearly over, and the first 2 contestants, Elaine and Red, had entered the field. Hey Tilda. Steven couldn't help but laugh. That anime episode where Water Absorb beat Ashgreninja almost made him quit for good. The son of the writers, V's the Silver Mountain Prodigy. This should be interesting. Let's go Charizard. With a shout, Elaine threw out his Pokeball. The ball opened midair, and out came Water Absorb on the right side of the field. Noticing the lack of the anime's key stone on Charizard's neck, Steven raised an eyebrow and looked at Elaine's left wrist. He was wearing the key stone ring, so Lysander must have given him the key stone and the Charizardite for Mega Evolution. Why wasn't he using it? Lysander suddenly explained. Elaine doesn't seem to have fully mastered Mega Evolution yet. Recently, he'd noticed that Professor Sycamore's assistant had great potential and thought he could develop him as a right-hand man. So he gave Elaine the Keystone and Evolution Stone. But after less than a year of traveling, Elaine still couldn't control the power of Mega Evolution. Steven's eyes flickered. Right, he'd almost forgot that Pokémon can lose control after Mega Evolution. That happened with Corina's Lucario in the anime. Charmeleon. Red wasted no words and sent out his starter. Charmeleon was less evolved than Elaine's, which was a bit surprising. But then again, Elaine's Charizard had been with him since childhood, while Red had only had Charmeleon for about 3 months. It made sense that Elaine's was ahead. Why use Charmeleon? Wouldn't Pikachu be better here? Gary wondered. Blue analyzed. Maybe Red wants his Charmeleon to learn something from Elaine's Charizard, which Brother Steven praised so highly. Flamethrower. At Elaine's command, Charizard, wearing a slight disdainful smile, opened its mouth and fired a pillar of flame. The fire shot across the water in the center, turning the whole surface red. As a fully evolved Pokémon, it had a natural superiority complex. Dodge it. Red waved his hand. Charmeleon darted around the forest battlefield, using rocks and trees for cover. Flamethrower. As Charizard paused for a breath, Red finally gave a counterattack order. Charmeleon leaped from behind a boulder and fired a flame right at Charizard. Flamethrower. But just as Charmeleon's attack was about to land, Elaine's Charizard recovered, spitting its flame to block and push back Charmeleon's. Elaine's got the edge. After all, he and his Charizard have been together for years. That red kid probably just started his journey. Still, he's impressive. Professor Sycamore commented from his lab in Lumio City. Dig. Red gave a simple order. Charmeleon stopped attacking and quickly dug into the ground, toughing out the incoming flames. Though the opponent was a bit higher level, Charmeleon's fire typing resisted the attack enough to dive underground. Fly Charizard. Elaine pointed to the sky. Ground moves are useless against a flying Charizard. When he comes out, finish it with Dragon Claw. Elaine commanded. Roar. Charizard hovered 10 meters above ground, its claws glowing blue-green like steel talons. Cracked. Suddenly, a fissure appeared on the right side of the field. There. Elaine's eyes narrowed. Charizard dove down. But what burst out wasn't Charmeleon, but a star-shaped, golden bullet. It was swift. Reflexively, Charizard swiped at the swift, shredding it. Crack, crack, crack. Rifts opened all over the battlefield, swifts shooting out from every direction. With their homing ability, Charmeleon didn't even need to aim. The swifts found their target. These weak moves won't work on us. Charizard Heat Wave. Charizard twisted its neck and unleashed a fiery wind, incinerating the swifts in midair. Is hiding underground all you've got? That won't work on us. Elaine waved confidently. Let's finish this, Charizard Blast Burn. Blast Burn, the ultimate fire move only starter evolutions can learn, and one of the strongest in the games. Charizard wrapped itself in flames, like donning a fiery coat. Next, it focused all that power into its right fist and slammed it into the ground. Boom! The field shattered like a spiderweb, flames surging into every crack and engulfing the hidden foe. It's over, right? Champion Diantha whispered in the commentary booth. Everyone saw Charmeleon, belly up in the cracks, fainted. We won, Elaine shouted. The ref raised his flag to announce the result. But Blue smirked. Idiot, you underestimated him. Dragon Claw. Red spoke. A red blur appeared out of nowhere, claws glowing blue, and struck Charizard on the back of the head. Charizard staggered, dropping to one knee. Elaine and the crowd, including Diantha, were stunned. That was Charmeleon. Wasn't he underground? Where did he come from? The Charmeleon in the rift faded away. A substitute. Idiot, you burned a dummy. Blue explained. When Charmeleon was firing those swifts, he wasn't just attacking at random, He was changing positions every time, diverting your attention. When you dropped your guard, he'd already surfaced and was hiding behind you. You wasted your attack on an empty spot. Charizard, still dizzy from Blast Burn's side effects, couldn't move. Dragon Dance. Red ordered. Charmeleon crouched, surrounded by crimson-purple energy, boosting its power and speed. Ahi. Charizard, clutching its head, forced itself up for another attack. Elaine, flustered, shouted. Charizard quick. Thunder Punch. Red didn't give him a chance. Charmeleon's claws sparked with lightning and powered up by Dragon Dance. It landed blow after blow to Charizard's abdomen. Only idiots who rely on level advantage get crushed. Down you go. Blue sneered. On TV, Charmeleon delivered a final electrifying uppercut. Thud. Charizard swayed, then finally collapsed. Charizard is unable to battle. Charmeleon wins. Whoa! Cheers erupted. No one expected Charmeleon to beat an evolved Charizard. Didn't learn anything. Red muttered, returning Charmeleon to its Pokeball and heading for the tunnel. He'd thought, from what Steven had said, that Elaine was some amazing trainer, so he sent out Charmeleon hoping to learn something. But that was all Elaine had. Red's last words, and the disappointed look beneath his cap, cut deep into Elaine's pride. Round 2. From Alola, it's Gary V's Lumiose Gym leader's son, Clement. The announcer called the next match. Gary muttered, "Is brother Steven messing with us? That Elaine guy's not strong at all." Steven thought, "I only said his Charizard resists water, not that he's strong." After Gary defeated Clement, Blue handily beat a no-name trainer to advance. Soon, the three from Pallet Town faced off. Gary was crushed by his brother Blue, who pointed out that Gary had only learned the form, not the spirit, of Steven's battle style. In the finals, during the epic clash between Red and Blue, Red's Charmeleon evolved into Charizard at a critical moment, disrupting Blue's rhythm and clinching a narrow victory. At the handshake, Blue slapped away his rival's hand, grumbling. Evolving mid-battle was pure luck. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Steven laughed at that. It was luck this time. Before either became the Indigo League champion, their rivalry was neck and neck, with Blue usually having the edge. But after Red became champion and trained at MT, Silver, the gap only widened. Red soared to master level, while Blue stayed stuck at the champion's peak. Congratulations to Red from Kanto, the winner of this year's Kalos Junior Cup. Before the award ceremony, there's a special event. The champion will have a rare chance to challenge our Kalos League champion, Diantha. Red, will you accept? The announcer called out. Red nodded. A champion, huh? Perfect. Let's see how far I am from the league's top powerhouses. In the VIP box, Steven smiled as he watched Diantha step onto the field and shake hands with Red. I recall in the anime, Diantha nearly lost to Ash, right? Now it's his older brother instead. Another interesting match. Just then, Lysander said, Dr. Steven, this match shouldn't last long. You should prepare for the award ceremony. Steven glanced over. Oh, here it comes. All right, Hoopa, let's go. He pretended not to notice anything unusual. He was curious to see how they planned to take Hoopa from him. Okay. Hoopa floated in the air, ready to leave with Steven. Just then, the VIP box door opened, and a surprised voice called out. Hoopa, I can't believe I'd meet you here. Beres. Hoopa cried out in surprise. She usually hung out with Mary, but was also close to Beres. How's Alola? Is Mary okay? Barza asked. Yup, she's great. Hoopa nodded enthusiastically. Steven watched Beres chatting warmly with Hoopa, pretending not to see him, and blinked. I almost forgot about him. Dr. Steven, it's time to get ready for the awards. Lysander reminded him. Steven glanced at the lion's head. A simple trick, but pretty effective. Just like how throwing money works for picking up girls. Hoopa, stay here and chat with Mr. Beres. I'll be right back. Steven called. Okay, I'll find you soon, big brother. Hoopa waved cheerily, still clueless about what was happening. Steven strolled out, noticing Malva standing with arms crossed at the door. She'd come with Beres. Stephen flashed her a bright, sunny smile. Malva frowned. She had a bad feeling. Beres, why don't you talk to Big Brother Stephen? Hoopa asked. I'm not that close to Dr. Stephen. Beres replied perfunctorily. He didn't want to get too friendly with that playboy. After all, photos of Stephen with Nessa and Karen, arms around both, had gone viral yesterday. Beres was usually pretty composed, but even he'd curse it in his heart when he saw them. Two such beautiful girlfriends, and he still wants to steal Malva too. Chapter 222. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 222. Much like the situation where Trip, who won the Pokémon World Tournament Junior Cup, gained the right to challenge Alder. Red, who just won the Kalos Youth Cup, also faced off against Diantha. To most people, these kinds of matches are seen as a way for the local champion to fulfill a youngster's wish to battle the champion. However, once the match started, everyone quickly realized that something was off. Facing Red's Charizard, Diantha's Gardevoir couldn't take it down right away and was instead put on the defensive by Red's tactics. I told you, that kid is going to be something else in the future. In the Loving and Harmonious League, chat group created by Goodshow LT, Surge sent a message. Flamethrower. Before anyone in the group could reply, Red had already seized on a flaw Diantha's Gardevoir exposed, and, unusually excited, shouted out. Stephen was a bit surprised. Although he knew that Red's future peak strength would far surpass Diantha's, he didn't expect that Charizard would be able to push a champion to this point right after evolving. He must have exploded with potential this time. After all, in the original story, he did beat Giovanni at Silphco once. But back then Giovanni was busy retreating, so he probably wasn't fighting at full strength. No way is Miss Diantha going to lose. Corina, who was about Ash's age and sitting in the audience, jumped up in shock. If their champion lost to a rookie trainer, where would the Kalos League's reputation be? Gardevoir, Mega Evolution. Diantha didn't have time to think. She touched the keystone pendant at her collarbone with her right hand. A dazzling rainbow light spread out like a shield, blocking the flamethrower. Psychic. Before the light of evolution even faded, a wave of pale purple psychic energy poured out. Charizard, who had just evolved half an hour ago, spread its wings and tried to fly up to dodge. But it was a step too late. The psychic wave caught it and compressed it as if by invisible hands, then slammed it heavily into the ground. Boom! After the loud crash, Red's Charizard could no longer get up. The rainbow light, symbolizing Mega Evolution, faded as well, revealing Mega Gardevoir on TV screens everywhere. Charizard is unable to battle. Gardevoir wins. The referee, regaining his composure, announced the result. For a moment, the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. But the cheers weren't for the local champion who won, but for Red, the challenger who lost. That kid is going places. Of course, he even forced Diantha to use Mega Evolution. Is he a rookie who only started traveling this year? Is the next Leon about to be born? That blue kid isn't simple either. Reaching Leon's level is tough though. Leon became champion in his first year, a total monster. Leon got lucky. If you check the records, you'll see that when Rose became chairman of Galar, Peony didn't want to be champion anymore. When Leon challenged for champion, Peony let him win. By the way, don't you guys think Diantha seems a little weak? To be honest, even if Malva had battled instead, she wouldn't have been pushed this hard. Diantha took a shallow breath and signaled Gardevoir to return. The Psychic Queen left Mega form and returned to normal, turning into a red light and entering Diantha's Piquet ball. You're excellent, Red. Interested in coming to Kalos? Diantha walked forward and extended her hand. Just lucky. For now, I only want to challenge the Indigo League. Red adjusted his hat and replied quietly. He admitted that he'd pulled out all the stops this time. If they battled again, the result could be very different. But Diantha shook her head, indicating Red didn't need to be humble. No matter how much Red pulled out his potential, the fact that a champion was forced to use Mega Evolution by a rookie was already humiliating enough. It was like the national soccer team being forced into a penalty shootout by a county-level team. By the way, Hoopa, I found your power. In the VIP lounge, Beres remembered something and took out a strangely shaped jar from his backpack, colored the same purple-gray as Hoopa. The prison bottle. Hoopa exclaimed. What's that? Malva asked curiously. 100 years ago, my great-grandfather. Beres quickly told Malva the story of how his great-grandfather Hiatus used the prison bottle to seal most of a rampaging Hoopa's power in this jar a century ago. There's something like that. Malva looked shocked. During their earlier dates, she'd heard Beres talk about how powerful Hoopa was 100 years ago. She'd always wondered, if this little thing was so strong, how did it end up like this in just a century? Turns out, most of its power was sealed in this jar. Hoopa, with this, you should be able to return to your old self. Beres handed the prison bottle to Hoopa. Though he was being a bit of a simp right now, he truly saw Hoopa as family. That's why, once he learned about the prison bottle, he went deep into the desert to retrieve it for Hoopa. Hoopa looked at the jar that matched its colors, fell silent for a while, and then said, No need, Beres. Hoopa likes things the way they are now. Recalling its experiences from 100 years ago, Hoopa suddenly felt scared. If it regained its old power, would it still be itself? It was very satisfied with its current life. Mary was by its side, Big Brother Steven, Beres, Sonia, they were all good to it. Usually, it played games with Mew and Zorork. It felt like it didn't need that much power anymore. Well, all right then. Beres didn't force Hoopa. Next, let's welcome the league's strongest champion, Dr. Steven, to present the award to the final winner of the Kalos Youth Cup, Red. At this moment, the announcer's passionate voice rang out. Everyone in the room looked out the window. They saw Steven carrying the trophy toward Red. Beres, I'm going to play with everyone. Seeing Steven handing the trophy to Red and about to return, Hoopa prepared to fly over. Before Hoopa could fly half a meter, Malva suddenly threw a piquet ball. Her Delphox appeared, blocking Hoopa's path. Hoopa nearly crashed, startled. W, what are you doing? Malva, you. Beres looked at her confused. But when he met Malva's emotionless gaze, the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. At that moment, she felt like a stranger. No, he realized he'd never really known the real her. The super genie of auras who can summon legends without limit. I found out about this nickname after much research. Lysander had also called out his Pyroar, which moved close to Beres, baring its sharp fangs. If you don't want him to get hurt, use your power to help us summon the cocoon of destruction. You've been with Dr. Steven for so long, you should know where it is. Chairman Lysander, you. Beres's mind was spinning. Not only was gentle Malva acting like this, but even the usually approachable Lysander now seemed like a stranger. Hurry, before that man comes back, bring me the cocoon of destruction. Seeing Steven finishing the award ceremony and walking over, Lysander became anxious. Roar! Pyroar cooperated, slashing Beres's arm with its fangs. Ah! Beres cried out, dropping to one knee, clutching his bleeding arm and gasping. Next time, I won't be so gentle. Lysander had dropped all pretense. Today, Team Flare's plan had to succeed. Pyroar bared its fangs again, this time seemingly about to swallow Beres's whole arm. Hoopa, terrified, finally snapped out of its daze, its big eyes filled with conflict. With a pained shout, it said, I'm sorry, Big Brother. The next second, Hoopa took off the golden ring hanging from its right horn and tossed it high. At this moment, the award ceremony had finished, and the audience was leaving in an orderly fashion under the staff's guidance. Oh, what's that? Corina, who had come to watch with her grandfather, suddenly noticed something unusual. Not just Corina. Sonia, Nessa, Blue, Gary, more and more people in the audience. All saw a golden ring appear next to Steven. That's Hoopa's. Diancie, next to Sonia, blinked her gem-like eyes. Is brother Steven leaving? Wait, that's not right. Nessa originally thought Steven was using Hoopa's power to leave, but quickly realized something was wrong. The moment the golden ring appeared, Hoopa's little hand reached out and snatched a piquet ball from Steven's belt. What's that troublemaker doing? Sonia's eyes widened. The thousands of departing spectators all paused. They didn't know exactly what was happening, but sensed that something was wrong. Hiatus. At that moment, Lysander's wild laughter rang out from the VIP box. See, Chairman. Diantha was bewildered. What was going on? On the stands, Lysander held the piquet ball containing the cocoon of destruction, laughing maniacally. Finally, it was his. Both keys to activate the ultimate weapon were now in his hands. You've got what you wanted, now let Beres go, okay? Hoopa asked cautiously. Having been protected by Mary and Stephen all this time, this was almost her first encounter with such human malice, and she was terrified. We still need you to do one more thing for us. Lysander sneered. Come with us, I don't want Dr. Stephen using your power to chase after us. Though both keys were in his hands, Lysander had to take Hoopa. At least she couldn't be left with Stephen. Otherwise, Stephen could immediately use her power to catch up. That's not possible. Hoopa panicked. Oh, don't you care about this guy's life? Lysander pointed at the sweating Beres, threateningly. And no, it's just that Hoopa can't go through her ring. Hoopa waved her hands. What? Lysander and Malva's faces fell. That's right, you're not going anywhere. Suddenly, Stephen's voice rang out. Lysander and the others turned sharply. Stephen was already sitting on a mega Altaria, smiling at them. Lysander's heart skipped a beat and he shouted, Team Rocket, it's your turn. Team Rocket. The tens of thousands of spectators and countless TV viewers were all shocked. Even regional champions and elites were stunned. After the Indigo Plateau battle, Team Rocket's infamy was enough to scare children into silence. But for TV viewers like Cynthia and Alder, that wasn't the shocking part. What shocked them was that these words came from Lysander, the chairman of the Kalos League. That's not something a good guy should say. Slowbro, Hydro Pump. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Two figures hidden in the crowd sent out their Pokémon. Water and Fire, two opposite ranged attacks, shot toward the VIP box. Stephen. Nessa, Sonia, and others shouted in worry. However, Cynthia, watching on TV, was calm. The next second, as Cynthia predicted, the Hydro Pump and Flamethrower zoomed just past Stephen's shoulders. The real target was Lysander. Delphox. Malva's eyes widened, making a snap decision. Delphox waved its wand, instantly creating a barrier to block the two attacks. Lysander's face darkened further as he glared at the two prominent figures in the audience. What are you doing? Oh, nothing at all. Mask on, Will stood up amid the stunned crowd, spreading his hands and grinning. Joker said, compared to Dr. Stephen, it's better to take you out first. Lysander growled, so compared to Hoopa, he values his brothers more. He wasn't surprised. After all, the chubby kid had shown killing intent toward him yesterday. Not really, it's just that Joker dislikes you more than Dr. Stephen. Will recited last night's rehearsed line, we'll take care of you first, then him. She pointed at Lysander, then at Stephen. What's going on? I'm confused. Sonia scratched her head, feeling her brain wasn't enough for this. Nessa narrowed her eyes. That Lysander wants to hurt Stephen and even teamed up with Team Rocket. But in the end, Team Rocket decided to take out Lysander first, is that it? Although she didn't know Stephen was Joker. As his woman, Nessa knew that Lysander, the Kalos League chairman, was secretly the leader of Team Flare. From their earlier exchange, she'd pieced together most of what happened. Hearing this, Diantha was still in shock. No, but why would Lysander want to hurt Stephen? Blastace, Swampert. Nessa sent out her two strongest partners. Anyone who dares hurt Stephen will have to go through me. Big brother, I didn't mean to, Tilda. Hoopa sobbed in grievance. It's okay, don't worry about it. Stephen jumped onto the stands, waving with a smile. Come back first. Hoopa nodded, wanting to fly into Stephen's arms. But Delphox blocked her again. Malva knew she couldn't let Hoopa return to Stephen. The little one wasn't strong herself, but as support, she was invincible. Malva, what are you doing? Stephen's smile became even more exaggerated, but this time it wasn't the gentle one he showed Hoopa, it was murderous. Bang! A piquet ball on Stephen's belt opened by itself. Tapu Bulu appeared behind Steven like Star Platinum. As the true core of Malva's team, even her ace Delphox didn't dare meet Tapu Bulu's eyes, retreating in fear. I've known for a long time that Team Rocket can't be relied on, and now my judgment is proven right. Lysander suddenly spoke. Oh, so what? Steven's smile became even more pronounced. He admitted that Lysander, as a criminal mastermind who infiltrated the league and became chairman, was smart. But if your strength doesn't match your smarts, what's the point? The next second, the sound of helicopter blades chopping the air came from above the arena. On the side of the helicopter was the Lysander Labs logo. The next second, a giant box was dropped from the cargo bay, crashing heavily to the ground. What's that? Sonia, Nessa, Red, and others narrowed their eyes at the box. Through its translucent sides, they could see a small, jellyfish-like Pokémon restrained inside. That is. Having experienced the Yveltal incident in Vannyville town last year, Diantha, Dresna, and others were shocked. They recognized it was Zygarde, the god of order. But at the moment, Zygarde's expression was filled with pain. Damn humans. Just then, an angry young boy's voice echoed in everyone's mind. That voice, it was Zygarde. Do it. Lysander gave a low command. In the transport helicopter above, Team Flare's chief scientist pressed a button on the control panel. Instantly, the blue core in front of Zygarde in its self form began to glow ominously. Its expression grew even more pained and twisted. It hurt so much. Humans must be destroyed. The childish voice, filled with explosive anger, made every person present feel a deep sense of dread. Chapter 223, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 223. What is this? Kahlo's league higher-ups like Diantha and Drasna, who had personally experienced last year's Yveltal resurrection incident, all stared up at the sky in shock. Above the heavens, beams of green light from all directions in Kahlo's seemed to sense a summons, descending from the sky, passing through the iron cage, and continuously merging into the blazing blue core, Zygarde burning with fury. Diantha and the others immediately realized this was the god of order reclaiming its true power. Bathed in light green radiance, the blue core Zygarde inside the cage kept swelling, eventually bursting the iron cage from within. Rumble. But it wasn't over yet. The newly freed blue core Zygarde unleashed its power again. The arena, no, half of Lumio City, shook violently. Deep, bottomless cracks split open in the ground, and massive, black-red withered tree vines crawled out, spreading like the birth of a dark world. Boom, booms, boom. The dark tree rampaged, devouring everything around it, and in an instant, it had already climbed up the spectator stands. Charizard, Flamethrower. Pidgeot, Air Slash. Red and Blue simultaneously sent out their main Pokémon, trying to stop the blackened vines. But these two prodigies were still too inexperienced. Though they briefly held back the vine's advance, they were overpowered in less than 2 seconds. Houndoom, Mega Evolve. Slowbro, Mega Evolve. From the stands, rainbow lights flashed, just like the Mega Houndoom and Gardevoir earlier with Malva and Diantha. Mega Houndoom and Slowbro fired flamethrowers and hydro pumps from the sides, splitting the vines and attacking the civilians in two. Team Rocket. Gary looked at the two figures behind the Mega Pokémon, shocked. He recognized them, Joker's subordinates, Karen and the Psychic Fatty. Hurry up and scram, you lot are just dragging us down, Karen said coldly. G. Blue, with his rebellious nature, curled his lip at this. But he wasn't stupid. He knew that at their level, neither himself nor Red had any business joining this battle. He grabbed his little brother by the collar and evacuated with the others through the emergency exit. Just wait, it won't be long before I make all of you look at me differently. Gardevoir, cover everyone's retreat. Because she had just used Mega Evolution against Red, Diantha's key stone was out of energy and couldn't Mega Evolve again. But even so, the Kahlo's champion did her best to contribute. Awa humans. The blue core, Zygarde in its 50% form roared telepathically, the sound echoing in the hearts of tens of thousands at the scene. Dark red energy flared from its body, a dangerous aura bursting forth. Something's wrong with Zygarde, Drasna said, frowning as she helped several children. Last year, in Vannyville town, they'd already seen that the God of Order was not friendly to humans. Maybe it wasn't as vicious as Yveltal, but it wasn't far off. But still, it shouldn't be going on such a rampage. No sooner had Drasna finished speaking than the withered vines bursting from the cracks expanded further, crushing the stands and arena walls, and spreading toward the city. This is bad. Diantha and the Elite Four's faces darkened. The area was too big, they couldn't stop it. Dr. Steven. Diantha turned and called out Steven's name. Even though it was embarrassing for a champion to call on another region's champion for help, she couldn't care about that now. Many people looked over at the VIP stand where Steven was. Bang! A deafening sonic boom resounded. Faced with the giant vines, Beware clenched its fist and swung. The vines, which even champion-level Pokémon struggled to stop, were as brittle as cookies under Beware's punch. Still as powerful as ever, Blue, dragging Gary as they escaped, couldn't help but marvel at the bear's strength. Gary looked down at his own piquet ball, the shiny Stufful his Uncle Grandpa had given him, and said, "Stufful, if you can ever reach even half, no, a third of your godmother's strength, I'll have the confidence to become champion. We have to work hard." Just as Gary finished, Red suddenly spoke, "No good, the area's too wide." The Pallet Town trio saw that Beware had blocked the vines heading for Steven. But even more, vines crashed into the first floor below the VIP stand. With the base gone, the second-floor VIP stand began to collapse. Mega Altaria rushed forward, wrapping Steven in her wings, the pale pink feathers swelling into a massive cotton ball, shielding her trainer. "Hoopa!" Steven called out. Little Hoopa heard and was about to slip into Altaria's feathery shield, while Malva and Lysander were distracted. But just as she floated half a meter, she remembered something and shouted, "Beraz, come quick." No sooner had she reached out her little hands than the floor collapsed. Malva, Lysander, and Beraz all fell with the splitting floor. But Altaria's feathers had already enveloped Hoopa as well. Chairman Lysander, Elite Four Malva. Clement, one of Ash's future companions, called out in shock. "Chairman, my ass, that lion-headed guy is definitely up to something," Gary cursed as he escaped. Roar! A giant Pokémon's cry echoed from the ruins. The next moment, dark purple energy blasted out. It was Hyper Beam. A red Gyarados crawled out, body coiling in a circle. Soon after, Lysander emerged. At the last second, he'd called out his ace, this red Gyarados, to block the falling debris. Malva had her Delphox protect Beraz, keeping him from being crushed. "Ma Malva, you." Beraz, blood streaming from his right arm, looked at his so-called girlfriend, not knowing what to say. Malva's expression was complicated. Finally, she gestured to Delphox. Delphox used Psychic to float Beraz over to Steven. "I forgot about you. Did you sleep with that woman? What the?" Seeing Beraz float back, Steven was about to tease him, but his face changed. As Beraz floated back, his right arm was injured, and his body was hunched. As he rose, the prison bottle in his arm slipped, about to hit the ground. It was like grabbing a backpack from the bottom, and everything falling out. There weren't many things that could surprise Steven, but the prison bottle was one of them. Beware was about to grab the bottle, but Malva saw the flash of shock on Steven's face. And Delphox was closer to Beraz. Delphox used Psychic to catch the bottle before it hit the ground and handed it to Malva. To make the strongest champion show that expression, "This thing must be more than it seems," Malva said, holding the bottle. Steven glanced at the still rampaging Zygarde, then at the Kalos champion and Elite Four, who couldn't stop the God of Order. "Hoopa-chan, call for backup." Little Hoopa quickly took off her ring. Okay, who should I call?" "These three." Steven showed her 3 photos on his phone. Hoopa nodded, tossing out 3 gold rings. "Come on out." At that moment, in Kanto's Celadon Game Corner, Sinnoh's Celestic Town, and Galar's Rose Tower, 3 gold rings appeared. "Heh, really now, Steven?" Giovanni smiled. "Is it all right, boss, if Lysander calls you?" Serd frowned. Giovanni replied, "Don't worry, the badge as Viridian's gym leader is still useful." In Celestic Town, Cynthia stared at the ring in silence. "Big sis, what's that?" her little sister asked. "Don't touch," Cynthia snapped, making the little sister pout. "What are you waiting for? Someone's asking for help," their grandmother urged. Cynthia rolled her eyes and walked into the ring. In Rose Tower, Leon waved to Secretary Olana. "Tell Chairman Rose I'm stepping out." Very soon. The strongest gym leader Giovanni, Sinnoh champion Cynthia, and Galar champion Leon all stepped out of the rings. "That berserker down there, deal with it," Stephen said, turning. "Oh, leave it to me, Dr. Stephen," Leon grinned. Giovanni spun a piquet ball on his finger. "The god of order, a ground type? Interesting." Cynthia pursed her lips, lost in thought. "Reinforcements are here. We're saved." "Go for it, Giovanni," champion Leon. "Hoopa's power is amazing," she called 3 champions at once. The Lumio citizens cheered excitedly at the scene. Even Chairman Goodshow was smiling with relief at HQ. Just as he'd expected, with Hoopa's power, no disaster was insurmountable. They could call reinforcements anywhere, anytime. Sigh, but the real problem now is that Chairman Lysander is definitely up to something. "How should we deal with this?" Standing beside Goodshow, Lance looked unhappy. What did Stephen mean by this? Why call Giovanni and Leon, but not him? Did he think Lance was weaker than them? Stephen didn't care much after calling for backup, nor did he pay attention to the fight below. With so many champions, if they couldn't stop a berserk Zygarde, they might as well jump off a building. The key was the prison bottle. Stephen sighed and pointed at the strange bottle in Malva's hand. "Miss Malva, if that thing goes wrong, more than half the city's population could die. You don't want that, do you? Give it to me." The Ragnarok battle in the original movie barely killed anyone. Frankly, Stephen found that laughable. Sure, in the end, full-power Hoopa helped evacuate civilians, but the early chaos. Who'd believe nobody died? Probably because it's aimed at kids, they never show people dying. Malva's expression changed under her red glasses, her eyes full of struggle. In the original story, Malva only joined Team Flare because of her feelings for Lysander. But in both the games and anime, she was always someone with a conscience. That's why Stephen tried, persuading her instead of brute force. And also, the prison bottle was too fragile. If it broke, they'd be in big trouble. "You think I'm tricking you. With our difference in strength, do I need to lie?" Stephen added, seeing Malva still hesitate. Malva bit her lip, hesitated a few seconds, and finally let go of the bottle. But just then, Lysander grabbed the prison bottle away. "Lysander, you," Malva stared in disbelief. "If this bottle can make Dr. Stephen wary, then we absolutely can't give it to you," Lysander said with a cold smile. Even though he had the cocoon of destruction and the tree of life, he still needed to go to Geosenge Town to activate the ultimate weapon. Without Hoopa's help, getting from Lumiose to Geosenge under Stephen's nose was impossible. He thought he was doomed, but the bottle's power surprised even Dr. Stephen. "Hoopa, teleport the citizens away," Stephen said, speechless. He'd given up on reasoning with Lysander. Now, the only thing he could do was minimize casualties. "In short, I can't be bothered with you. You're not worth it." "Okay," Hoopa nodded, tossing a ring to send Beras away, then flew toward the crowd. "Let me out, let me out, let me out." Just then, the prison bottle in Lysander's hand started leaking dark purple-black energy, and a violent voice echoed from within. Hoopa, who was about to open a portal, froze and looked back at Stephen. "Don't worry about it, Go. I'll handle this," Stephen called. Hoopa bit her lip and sped toward the crowd. The champions fighting Zygarde all glanced warily at Stephen and Lysander. "Cynthia, what was that? That creepy feeling just now." "Leon, it's just like the Shadow Lugia back then." "Giovanni, hey, everyone be careful." In the split second, while the champions were distracted, Zygarde's 5 tail feathers stood upright, red light bursting from them into thousands of glowing arrows. It was Zygarde's signature move, 1,000 arrows. Houndoom, Heat Wave. Slowbro, Psychic. A massive firestorm burst forth, followed by a wave of psychic energy, blocking the bloody arrows. Boom! The attacks clashed for 3 or 4 seconds, but 1,000 arrows gained the upper hand, pushing forward. But for champions, those few seconds were enough. Garchomp Draco Meteor. Charizard Air/Support. Cynthia and Leon's aces attacked from the side, knocking Zygarde flying over 20 meters. It wasn't enough to defeat a legendary, but it broke its assault. Useless League, getting distracted at a time like this, Karen sneered. Cynthia and the others were silent. She wasn't wrong. If I let you out, can you help me escape? Lysander asked, head lowered, eyeing the bottle. He could guess what was inside. Right now, his only hope was the thing in the bottle. Let me out, the evil god inside roared. Lysander's face darkened. He had no other choice. He reached for the bottle's stopper. Lysander, don't, Malva tried to stop him. She'd already realized Steven wasn't lying. Even a hint of killing intent from that thing had terrified her. To let it out, she couldn't imagine what would happen. Whoosh! As soon as the stopper came off, endless darkness poured out. In seconds, the sunny skies over Lumiose were turned black. Hoopa, about to open a portal, turned to look. Amidst millions of Lumiose citizens' horror, the blackness above twisted into a humanoid form. At last, 2 crimson lights opened in the darkness. Were those eyes? There was no time to think. The dark power finished gathering, 6 huge arms spread, displaying its true form to the world. Unbound Hoopa. No. Evil Hoopa. Hoopa's eyes bulged in shock. That was what she looked like a century ago. And while the world stared at evil Hoopa, no one noticed Steven quietly dropping several piquet balls to the ground. Now let's go to Geosenge Town, Lysander shouted to Malva. Before Malva could reply, Lysander whipped out his phone. Zeorazic, come pick. Thud. Before he could finish, a sharp claw burst from Lysander's chest. He stared in shock at the claw through his chest. With the last of his strength, he turned to look. It was Beraz. And standing behind him, who else but Joker? Chapter 224, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 224. Joker! Beraz cried out the name of the trainer, behind Primarina in shock. You bastard! Now realizing what was happening, Malva glared furiously at Joker. With a wave of her hand, the Delphox in front of her was ready to unleash its move. However, before Delphox could even swing its wooden staff, Primarina had already pulled its left claw, still impaled in Lysander's chest, out and twisted around, grabbing Delphox by the throat and hurling it away with Dragon Claw. Boom! Delphox was sent flying right past Malva, crashing into the rubble diagonally behind her. Ahi! On the other side, the heavily wounded Lysander knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the gaping, bowl-sized hole in his chest. At this point, unless top-tier healing legendaries like Ho-Oh or Xerneas showed up, there was absolutely no saving him. Malva couldn't care about anything else right now, and hurriedly threw out her Master Ball. What appeared was none other than Xerneas, the embodiment of the Eternal Tree. Hey, wake up, hurry and save him. Malva kept shouting desperately at the sleeping god of eternity. Karma does exist, huh? Steven glanced at Malva, who was yelling at the Eternal Tree. Team Flare had captured Xerneas to activate the ultimate weapon. And now, to save their boss, they had to beg Xerneas for help. Normally, with Xerneas' saintly personality, there was a good chance she'd repay evil with kindness and save Lysander. But the problem was, Xerneas was sleeping and couldn't hear. And it was Team Flare's fault too, since Xerneas refused to cooperate with them, so they forced her back into her original form. If these punks hadn't been such jerks, maybe Lysander would still have a chance. Is that, Master Xerneas, why is she there? Diancie, who was following Sonia, was already stunned. The big sister she had been searching for over a month had already been captured by humans. Huh, you guys didn't know. Nessa looked at Sonia and Diancie in confusion. You know, Sonia asked her best friend, equally puzzled. Nessa slapped her forehead. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot you haven't joined our family group chat yet, Sonia. Sonia. So I'm an outsider, huh? Miss Malva. Seeing the frantic Malva, Beraz opened his mouth slightly, wanting to step forward and comfort her. Joker came up with Primarina. Wait, please don't. Seeing this, Beres, despite his pain, spread his arms out to shield Malva. Miss Malva was just deceived by Lysander. Please spare her. Both Joker and Primarina were left speechless. Dude, at a time like this, you still have the energy to care about her. Dr. Stephen, look at that. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Diantha, who had originally relaxed a bit due to the arrival of Cynthia, Leon, and the others, suddenly changed expression, pointing at the darkness swirling in the sky. Everyone turned their heads. They saw the evil Hoopa, having broken free from the prison bottle, fully revealing its true form, locking eyes fiercely on the smaller Hoopa. Disappear. Evil Hoopa opened its huge maw and fired a dark pulse at the smaller Hoopa. If you asked who he wanted to destroy most after being sealed for 100 years, it would be the ancestor who sealed him, Beres and Mare's great-grandfather, Hiatus. But now Hiatus was dead, and his hatred had shifted to his descendants and the little Hoopa. After all, they were both Hoopas, so why should one get to roam the world while he was trapped in a dark, tiny bottle? Wada! The little Hoopa screamed in fear as the dark pulse closed in. At the critical moment, a blinding white light shot in from the side. It smashed straight into Evil Hoopa's face. With one blow, Evil Hoopa's face twisted from the impact. The dark pulse's trajectory also shifted, barely grazing little Hoopa's left horn. Boom, boom. Two thunderous explosions rang out almost simultaneously. One was the dark pulse that missed, blasting a distant office building. The other was Evil Hoopa being knocked away, crashing into the ground at the edge of the stadium and creating a crater dozens of meters wide. Whoa, that's Beware for you. Gary cheered excitedly, clenching his fist. The one who just punched Evil Hoopa was none other than Beware. Big brother. Little Hoopa called out gratefully. Don't mind this guy, just keep evacuating everyone here. Stephen waved, signaling little Hoopa to keep working. The moment he finished speaking, Evil Hoopa had already climbed back up. Its crimson, evil eyes glared at Beware. The next second, Evil Hoopa's 6 severed arms spread out. The 6 gold rings on its wrists flew out, and amidst its demonic roar, chaotic energy waves appeared in the center of the rings. A tremendous pressure instantly enveloped all of Lumio City. Even Cynthia, who had been through the great battles of the Indigo Plateau and Sinnoh's Lily of the Valley Conference, felt her heart race and her mind go blank. That guy, don't tell me. Karen, knowing Hoopa's special abilities, felt a strong sense of foreboding. Summon, it won't help, right? Will forced to smile, but was so nervous he was tongue-tied. Even if you summon them, they might not help. They all knew little Hoopa's rings could summon legendary Pokémon. But summoning was one thing, whether they'd help was another. If you called Xerneas or Ho-Oh, they might help if you had a good reason. But if you called them to fight, that was another matter. Legendary Pokémon rarely got along. Most wouldn't listen to each other. Grr roar. At that moment, a deep roar came from the top left golden ring. A gigantic dragon, silver-white and highly asymmetrical, with wings shaped like plugs and an intimidating aura, flew out first. HAREM. The Unova League chairman and Iris, who was a year younger than Ash, shouted its name in unison. At the same time, atop the Dragon Spiral Tower in northeastern Unova, a green-haired young man, about the same age as Stephen or Wallace, climbed to the summit. Tell me, what is your ideal? A hollow voice echoed in the young man's mind. With an emotionless, androgynous face, he responded without hesitation, arms wide. To free humans and Pokémon from the constraints of Pokéballs, to separate and liberate them as in black and white. Yes, I want to be the bridge between Pokémon and humans. That is my ideal. The towering summit fell silent for a moment. After a while, a dark gem appeared before the youth. Just as Yveltal and Xerneas take on cocoon and tree forms while dormant, Unova's legendary dragons become stones while sleeping. This was Zekrom's dormant state, the Dark Stone. The Dark Stone glowed blue, and under the youth's solemn gaze, gradually transformed into a mighty dragon. Roar! The majestic dragon's cry shook the heavens. At the base of the tower, Getsis, standing at the head of the plasma team, grinned ecstatically. Success, success. The puppet king he had raised was recognized by the dragon god. And this power would be his. Your resolve reveals your ideals. The fully awakened Zekrom's voice echoed in N's ears. This meant a new hero of ideals had been born. Meanwhile, HAREM, still in Lightstone form, watched silently. So Black Dragon has already chosen. I'd better start looking for my true hero too. Let's work together, Zek. N smiled sincerely, about to call out his new partner's name. But before he could finish, a huge golden ring appeared behind Zekrom. Before the new duo could react, a massive force dragged Zekrom into it. Lightstone from HAREM was stunned. What the hell? I've seen that thing before. That psycho is back. And N was dumbfounded. Wait, where's my black dragon? Lumio Stadium. Zekrom flew out from Evil Hoopa's left-hand ring, once again shocking countless UNOVA viewers. This time it's Zekrom. Does that mean the next one is? However, the anticipated third of the Tau trio did not appear. Instead, one of Sinnoh's creation trio, the god of time, Dialga, showed up. Cynthia, who had just seen Dialga last year, turned pale. Right behind, the god of space, Palkia, glowing pink, followed. Below, origin form Giratina, looking like a giant centipede, slithered through the ring. Finally, from the last ring, a massive crimson leg stomped down, rapidly restoring the battered battlefield. The god of land, Groudon. 6 top legendaries, each with a unique presence, circled the demon-like guardian deities, their roars echoing epically. Hoopa can do that. The Sinnoh Elite Four, who had experienced Little Hoopa's teleportation, shouted in unison. The eldest, Bertha, was the first to recover. She murmured, "It does make sense. That little Hoopa can teleport humans, so why not Pokémon? Still, this is way over the top. This is unwinnable, right?" Drasna swallowed, her Mega Altera trembling. "We'll be fine, right?" Cynthia tried to reassure herself. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina don't get along. They shouldn't. She'd heard from Sheena that the Sinnoh trio had terrible relationships. Whenever they met, they'd start fighting. Even if that evil Hoopa summoned all 3, Arceus's children would never work together. They might even start infighting or turn on evil Hoopa. Far away in Unova, the 7-year-old future champion Iris looked at Drayden, eyes wide. "Gee, Grandpa, is this bad?" Drayden pursed his lips, then calmly said, "No, not necessarily. Kyurem has never gotten along with Black and White, so fighting together is unlikely." Compared to Cynthia, whose Sinnoh knowledge came secondhand, Drayden knew the Unova dragons well. Kyurem despised working with Black or White. This meant that of the 6 legendaries evil Hoopa summoned, 5 weren't united. If they could exploit that, maybe there was still hope. To be honest, Drayden and Cynthia weren't wrong, but the problem was, they didn't know about evil Hoopa's other ability. Suddenly, Palkia moved first. The god of space's right arm glowed pink, and with a swing, a crescent-shaped spatial rend shot toward Beware. Palkia's signature move, Spatial Rend. Beware's pupils shrank. Boom! The Conqueror's haki surged, almost shattering the dark sky. Thud, thud, thud. Various police arcanines and Manktrix, any non-champion level Pokémon, fell one after another, eyes rolling back. The next instant, Beware stepped forward and raised its right hand, striking Saitama's signature pose. Advanced Conqueror's haki, Mega Punch. Boom! A thunderous boom. Red and pink energy clashed for a few seconds, and then the pink side couldn't keep up and was shattered by the red fist wind. The intense light made everyone close their eyes, but the shockwave swept over anyway. "Everyone be careful." The assembled league trainers barely had time to react, commanding their aces to use Protect, Reflect, and other defensive moves. Though Mega Punch's power was reduced after breaking through Spatial Rend, it still carried enough force to KO any regular champion-level Pokémon, flying straight at the 7 gods. Zahi. The second deity struck. It was Dialga. The god of time opened its mouth, blue and white energy forming a sphere that became a massive laser beam, radiating destructive power skyward. Mega Punch's shockwave was instantly pierced. And it wasn't over. Evil Hoopa's right hand, suddenly reached into a golden ring. At the same time, a golden ring appeared behind Beware. A giant hand reached out, grabbing Beware by the neck. Normally, Beware had 100 ways to break free. But now there was no time. Dialga's roar of time was right in front of them. "Steven!" At that moment, Nessa, Sonia, Diancie, and countless viewers shouted in unison. Just as Beware and Steven were about to be swallowed by roar of time. Suddenly, a half-transparent, dark shield flew in from the side. It blocked Beware from the roar of time. The world seemed to tilt at that moment. Time's power crashed into the dark barrier, exploding with a force equal to the earlier shockwave. "Hoopa!" Steven called out. Little Hoopa, who was moving the civilians, immediately waved its golden rings, teleporting all the champion trainers and their partners behind Steven. A second later, the spot Cynthia and the others had just been standing in was swallowed by the shockwave. A few seconds later, the wave faded. The entire Lumio Stadium was in ruins. "That black shield is that." Leon's eyes widened. The black shield faded away. Even though the champions had guessed, they couldn't help but gasp. "Shadow Luja." "Joker." Malva gritted her teeth, glaring in rage at the figure standing atop Shadow Luja's head. Before she could react, Diantha rushed up and grabbed Malva's wrist from behind. "Everyone help out." Diantha barked. Drasna, Siebold, and Wickstrom hurried up, restraining Malva. But Malva didn't care about her situation, only glaring hatefully at Joker. "How could this be?" Cynthia said in disbelief. "Dialga and Palkia, how are they working together?" "They're probably being controlled." Giovanni barely resisted sending out his dark mutwo, pointing at the gods who hadn't rebelled. Everyone squinted and looked closely, noticing all 6 legends had faint crimson glows in their eyes, just like evil Hoopa. Not only can he summon legends, but control them too. Leon's mouth dropped open. He'd thought Hoopa's portal ability was outrageous enough. But this big one was even crazier. Not only could it summon legends, but it could control them. "Die!" A boyish voice, completely at odds with the form, rang out, but no one was laughing now. Zygarde's blue core, still under Team Flare's control, had been hit by the shockwave, but as a first-tier god, it couldn't be defeated so easily. After Giovanni and the others were teleported away by little Hoopa, Zygarde immediately targeted the evacuating civilians using Hoopa's rings. "Oh right, I almost forgot there's still a Berserk one." Giovanni raised an eyebrow. "Steven, leave that one to me." It was a ground type, after all, so ground Giovanni would handle it. "I'll leave it to you, old man." With that, Steven stepped forward. "Dr. Steven Joker." Diantha looked worried. At a time like this, he shouldn't be in the mood to fight me. Steven walked to the center of the wasteland with Beware. Joker still stood atop Shadow Luja. The two faced off below and above against the 7 gods. "Just this once, let's cooperate." Steven smiled slightly. Above, Joker curled his lip in disdain. His acting is getting better and better. Chapter 225, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 225. "Dr. Steven, you can do it. Take them down." The pride of our Pokémon League. "Joker-sama, I love you." As Steven and Beware, that classic duo, walked up to the 7 gods, even the millions of Lumio City residents being evacuated, on the brink of life and death, erupted in an indescribable frenzy. Amidst the cheers, you could also vaguely hear voices worshipping Joker. Ever since the Indigo battle, when the Team Rocket boss revealed Joker's reasons for joining Team Rocket, the King of Rocket's reputation had improved significantly. And among girls like Marnie, he was more popular than ever. After all, what girl could resist a powerful, mysterious antihero with a story? "Suddenly, I feel like we're kind of redundant here," joked Siebold, who had rushed with his colleagues to help evacuate people after his Mega Blastoise was knocked out by Beware's intimidating presence. "You should take a good look at yourself and ask why you're just an Elite Four member," Blue replied, just as he was about to step into the golden ring. "Siebold, what the heck does just an Elite Four mean? Does he know the Elite Four are already out of reach for 99.9% of people. Blue, are we just leaving like this? I still want to watch, said Gary, reluctant to leave. That punch beware used to counter the God of Space's ultimate move was just too cool. Gary thought, if his own stufful could watch a bit more, maybe it could learn a thing or two. Idiot, you want to get caught up in that, Blue snapped. Even with so many champions present, just now when Dialga and Palkia made their moves, the resulting shockwaves left the champions powerless to resist. They barely escaped with Hoopa's help. If the remaining gods all attacked at once, Blue did not doubt that more than half the city would be leveled in an instant. Roar! The god of Earth acted first, Groudon letting out a mighty roar. Beams of intense light pierced through the darkness covering the sky, shining on Groudon's back. Drought activated. In the next instant, burning red energy erupted from Groudon's back and shot into the clouds. 2 seconds later, a rain of endless flaming meteors came crashing down towards central Lumio City. That range is insane, Gary exclaimed, eyes wide. Shut up and get in there, Blue kicked Gary into the golden ring. Gary, landing face first, looked up to see himself surrounded by crowds evacuated from Lumios. Huh, isn't this Melamel Island? Did Hoopa just teleport everyone to Alola? Hoopa, bring those two here, Steven called out to the distant little Hoopa, who was busy evacuating the citizens. By now, they were familiar enough that even without names, Hoopa knew who Steven meant by those two. Hoopa knows. Little Hoopa retracted 2 golden rings, charged them with new energy, and tossed them high. Come out. From the 2 expanding rings, 2 large, carnivorous Pokémon leaped out. The twin kings of Sword and Shield. Zacian. Zamazenta. Wifey, what the heck? Zamazenta, seeing Beware, was at first happy, but then his face changed when he saw the meteor firestorm falling from the sky. He'd already been teleported by Hoopa before. He thought this would just be another quick errand to help his wife deal with some needs. Not this. Zamazenta, defend. At Steven's command, Zamazenta put on the rusted shield and shifted into his shield form. A brilliant blue light burst from Zamazenta, rapidly forming into the outline of a giant shield, covering the city center 100 meters above. Boom, booms, boom. Meteor after a flaming meteor crashed down with deafening blasts, but none could break through the Shield King's defense. You, without primal reversion, are no match for Zamazenta, Steven muttered to himself. Suddenly, a low dragon roar echoed out. Brilliant blue lightning crackled around Zekrom, forming a massive sphere of thunder, charging straight at them. Zekrom's signature move, Bolt Strike. Hey Tilda. Steven smirked. Even though Zekrom was legendary, compared to the other monsters here, it was like a toy robot being compared to giants. It just didn't measure up. Joker atop Shadow Lugia also smiled. The king of Team Rocket raised his right hand, pointing at the attacking Zekrom. Shadow Lugia charged up with a surge of black energy, charging like a dark phoenix straight at Zekrom. Dark charge. The evil clouds conjured by evil Hoopa scattered before this immense darkness. If Palkia's spatial rend could at least hold off Beware for a few moments, Zekrom stood no chance against Shadow Lugia's dark charge. The thunder attack was crushed instantly. Zekrom, no way. In front of the TV, Iris cried out in disbelief. Though she should be happy that Shadow Lugia won, since Joker was on the League's side now, as a native Unovan, seeing their region's dragon god so easily defeated left her feeling complicated. Especially since the winner was a criminal. Huh, Granny, what's wrong? Iris turned to her grandmother, noticing she'd been silent for a while. The Unova League chairman frowned, speaking seriously. The twin dragons of Unova usually slumber. Now that Zekrom has been summoned, it means. Iris immediately understood. The hero of ideals has awakened. Boom! In the explosion, the defeated Zekrom was flung out, but not completely knocked out. Joker flicked his finger, and Shadow Lugia spread its wings, chasing after Zekrom before it hit the ground. In the next instant, Shadow Lugia stomped on Zekrom's chest. A devastating body slam drove it into the earth. The city center shook, and the foundations of the surrounding buildings rumbled, ready to collapse. Roar! Zekrom howled in pain. Even controlled, he could still feel agony. Zekrom, N, who had just come down from Dragon Spiral Tower, was now watching the Lumiose battle via his foster father's phone. Hearing his partner's wails, the Plasma King could no longer maintain his usual calm and mysterious air. With Shadow Luja pinning Zekrom and Joker taking out an Ultra Ball, N suddenly felt betrayed. Stop him! On Indigo Plateau, Lance roared instinctively, nearly deafening Goodshow beside him. But Lance seemed to forget that the on-field champions, Leon, Cynthia, etc., couldn't hear him. Even though Joker was helping fight the evil god right now, at the sight of him pulling out a piquet ball, everyone around the world held their breath. After Shadow Luja, was Joker about to capture another legendary? Would this end up like the Indigo League battle, with Team Rocket as the big winner again? On the other side, fighting Berserk Zygarde, Giovanni allowed himself a faint smile. Go for it, Steven. He glanced at the rampaging god of order before him. Well, this ground-type god of order would be his present for Silver. Yet, while the on-site champions couldn't hear Lance's yell, someone else stopped Joker. Suddenly, above Joker and Shadow Luja, space twisted, and a dragon head poked through. That was Origin Form Giratina. Stop! Before Karen could finish her shout, Giratina, moving like a ghost, burst forth. Shadow Sneak. Zacian, Steven's shout rang out. Blade energy ripped the earth, slashing with devastating power from the side. Giratina had to change targets. It turned to face Zacian. In an instant, two overwhelming energies collided. The ground shook and winds howled. At this close range, Joker was directly blown away by the shockwave, not even having time to throw the piquet ball. Joker! Marnie, still training in Alola, cried out in alarm. Shadow Luja let go of Zekrom and soared to catch Joker. Even I didn't sense that. That ability to freely move between the real world and the reverse world is a real pain, Steven muttered, protected by Beware and bracing against the wind. Sacred Sword and Shadow Sneak collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward, shattering the surrounding skyscrapers. If Hoopa hadn't already evacuated the citizens, who knows how many would have died. After the shockwave, Giratina was forced back. In terms of destructive power, Giratina couldn't match Zacian, but as it retreated, Giratina's body twisted and vanished into another dimension. It had entered the reverse world. Zacian, tag out, beware your turn, Steven commanded. Though in the movie, the Sinnoh trio looked pathetic against Arceus, Giratina's reverse world powers were still tricky. Ordinary senses couldn't detect it. It would take Beware, who could briefly see the future, to handle this. Beware closed its eyes, flashes of future scenes passing in its mind. Within 2 seconds, it opened its eyes and charged at Zamazenta. WIFI. Zamazenta was terrified. Did I not do well enough last time? Is she coming for me? But as Zamazenta braced for a hit, Beware shot past and unleashed a thunderous uppercut. At that exact moment, Giratina's dragon head poked through the rift. Seeing Beware's iron fist coming straight for it, even a controlled Giratina was startled. Crap! How did it know I'd come out there? Bam! With a heavy blow, Giratina's face froze, and it spat out a mouthful of, well, something. Zamazenta, now behind Beware, opened his eyes. Huh, that didn't hurt. Finish it while it's down, Zamazenta, Steven called. Zamazenta quickly gathered his strength, charging at the still-dazed Giratina. Play rough. A surge of pink energy burst from Zamazenta, slamming into Giratina's face. The god of the reverse world stumbled and fell, coughing up red liquid. This time, it was clear what Giratina coughed up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, wild winds swept the area as countless fiery whips filled the sky, falling more ferociously than Groudon's eruption earlier. That was White Kyurem. And its signature move, Fusion Flare. With a shout, Zamazenta's shield gathered immense steel energy, forming a giant energy ball leaping toward White Kyurem. Behemoth Bash. The flames couldn't stop Behemoth Bash, but at least weakened it, exactly Kyurem's aim. In the next instant, White Kyurem was engulfed in blue lightning, transforming again. Now Black Kyurem. Crackling with electricity, Black Curum charged up a massive thunder orb, ready to face Zamazenta. Fusion bolt. Shield King and the strongest dragon collided. For a moment, all the legendaries were in a chaotic battle. With the center at what used to be the Lumiose Arena, the earth was riven with fissures. Not a single stone was left whole, and the city's iconic skyscrapers were gone. The citizens are almost all evacuated. Let's get out too, Drasna called, watching over Malva with her Altaria and shouting to the others. Diantha hesitated. Honestly, as champion, fleeing and leaving others in danger was disgraceful. But Diantha knew that unless you were on Giovanni or Leon's level, there was no point staying. Boom! Suddenly, Zamazenta was knocked down by Black Curum and hit the ground. Beware rushed in to follow up with a punch. The impact made the earth cave in, pits spreading towards Cynthia, Diantha, and the others. Everyone, we're not safe here. Get farther back, Leon shouted from atop his Charizard. Diantha, let's go, Cynthia shouted. Though she wanted to witness this battle that surpassed the Lily of the Valley conference, if they stayed. Come here. The evil Hoopa's shout sent goosebumps over all the champions. Instinctively, they turned toward the voice. A giant golden ring had appeared overhead, and the evil Hoopa emerged from it, slamming down a mighty fist. Though aimed at little Hoopa, who had just finished evacuating the city, the destruction would have killed everyone below. Bastard, Stephen cursed, having just wounded Giratina only to let evil Hoopa escape. That thing's real target was always little Hoopa. Your turn. He knew he'd pay for this later, but there was no choice. Pika. The yellow rodent, previously nestled in Sonia's cleavage, blinked. It leaped up, positioning itself between little Hoopa and the oncoming fist. Pikachu. Sonia's face changed. The champions were stunned mouths agape. That Pikachu had to be nuts. Pikachu's body glowed with pale blue light, forming a protective barrier. But no one believed a Pikachu's Protect could withstand such a monstrous attack. Even evil Hoopa was briefly surprised, then sneered. Fine, you can die together. This world doesn't need two Hoopas. Die. Evil Hoopa grinned cruelly, slamming down its fist. Dark energy exploded, as the fist crashed into Pikachu's little shield like a dump truck hitting a baby. A spark of light flashed at the point of impact. To everyone's shock, the blow didn't go through. It blocked it. Even seasoned champions were stunned. Sonia, Pikachu's trainer, was just as shocked. She knew her Pikachu was special, good at teleporting, able to transport her instantly from Galar to Kanto. But she never expected its defense to be so strong. Boom! But it was too soon to celebrate. The collision of Abyssal Assault and Protect created a shockwave that spread instantly toward Cynthia, Sonia, and the others. We made it, Stephen's voice suddenly sounded at their side. Hoopa-chan. At Stephen's call, little Hoopa's fear instantly turned to courage. Leave it to Hoopa. Immediately, 3 golden rings expanded, sucking up Diantha, Siebold, Drasna, the restrained Malva, and the helpers Leon, Cynthia, and others. Thank you for your help, we'll take it from here, Stephen waved to the group. He had never expected the League champions to help much in battle. Helping evacuate civilians was enough. Chapter 226, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 226. Wait, Dr. Stephen, about Mr. Giovanni. Just as they were about to leave, Leon suddenly remembered something. Giovanni had just asked everyone to help evacuate the citizens, choosing to stay behind alone to hold off the rampaging Zygarde. No one knew what his current situation was. Don't worry, I'll send him away in a bit, Stephen replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking. Behind them, the clash between Abyssal Thrust and Protective Duel reached its peak. A devastating shockwave, mixed with flying debris, swept toward them. Hoopa-chan, Stephen shouted decisively. Little Hoopa immediately sent one of its rings flying in front of the group, enlarging it to its maximum. The incoming shockwave was sucked into the portal, vanishing from sight. So you can use it like that, Diantha's lips parted in awe. Even so, everyone's ears still rang from the impact. When the noise finally faded, Hoopa retracted the portal. As the scene before them came into view, not only Diantha, but also Cynthia, Leon, Drasna, and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Everything in sight, let alone the once bustling Lumiose city with its skyscrapers, even the tiniest bump or object was now gone without a trace. The power of that bottle, it's this strong, Malva muttered, stunned. She'd already sensed the terrifying bloodlust when Lysander tried to open the prison bottle earlier, but she hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. "Wait, that Pikachu," Cynthia shouted, pointing ahead. Everyone turned to look at the Pikachu, facing off against evil Hoopa. The bizarre, floating, knockoff yellow rodent was glowing with alternating blue and white light, reminiscent of an evolution's radiance. Its true form was gradually revealed. Mu, the elder Drasna blurted out its real name. Sonia, its actual trainer, practically had her eyes pop out. The little one she'd raised for over 2 years, the one who lounged on the couch playing games all day and even had to be hand-fed, was actually. "Wow, when did you find out?" Sonia turned to Steven. He just asked Pikachu, no Mew, to help Hoopa block a punch. He'd known all along. Steven's expression was unchanged. From the start. Sonia's eyes grew even wider. "Then why didn't you tell me?" "Why should I? You two got along just fine, didn't you? Whether it's Mew or Pikachu, you'd still take care of it, right?" Steven replied with a grin. Sonia was left speechless. "Don't worry so much. Hurry on back. I promise I'll bring these troublemakers home safe and sound." Steven gave Sonia a thumbs up and a reassuring gesture. Sonia pursed her lips and shouted back, "You too." With that, she dashed into the portal, glancing back every few steps. Diantha and the others looked at Leon with mixed feelings. Why are you all looking at me? Go on, get moving," Leon reminded them. Siebold, Wickstrom, and the others rolled their eyes before following into the portal, thinking that they'd met far too many victims lately. When only Cynthia was left, Steven smiled, "So you've decided to keep it secret for life." Cynthia shot him an annoyed look and entered the portal with her Garchomp. Rumble. In the distance, the God of Order's tail slammed into the ground. The earth responded to this force, surging like a wave and sweeping toward its target. One of Zygarde's signature moves, 1,000 Waves. "Uncle, no need to hide anymore," Steven called out. Hearing this from afar, Giovanni smiled faintly. He recalled his exhausted Nidoking and Nidoqueen with his left hand, and with no hesitation, threw out a new Pokeball with his right. Beedrill sprang forth, lifting its trainer high into the sky to dodge the devastating attack at the last possible moment. To the onlookers, if Giovanni had been even half a second slower, he'd have been crushed. But the strongest gym leader wore his usual calm expression, trusting his Beedrill to get him out of danger. Then, a moment later, Zygarde's blue core form crouched low. A barrage of crimson arrows shot out, 1,000 arrows, a ground-type move that can even hit flying targets. "It's your turn," Giovanni's smirk deepened as he tossed out a Master Ball. Before the Pokémon inside could even appear, a vast wave of purple energy surged out, absorbing the incoming arrows as if they'd sunk into cotton, slowing to a halt and stopping entirely. The white glow faded, revealing Dark Mutwo. "Everyone regroup," Steven called out. In an instant, Shadow Lugia swooped back from its clash with Dialga and Palkia. The Joker illusion flickered and reverted to Zoroark. Tilde," Shadow Lugia grumbled in protest. Without Steven's command, it couldn't fight at full strength. Steven patted its belly. "Don't worry, we don't need to hold back now." Will and Karen released their Galarian Articuno and Galarian Moltres. "How unfortunate, a battle like this and the whole world can't see it," Will sighed. Lumiose City had been leveled, and the cameras set up for the match were destroyed. The outside world had no clue what was happening, so Steven dared to have Giovanni send out Dark Mutwo. "Even if they could see, nobody would care about you," Karen teased. Will protested. At that moment, evil Hoopa let out a furious roar. 2 golden rings appeared behind the battered Giratina and Zekrom, slowly pulling them in. "That guy, is he switching out?" Karen's expression darkened. It was obvious what Hoopa wanted, to replace the injured Giratina and Dialga. "Don't even think about it." Zacian, eyes flashing, unleashed a blade of energy from the sword in its mouth. behemoth blade. The sword energy swept forward, threatening to split the world in two, aiming at evil Hoopa. Take down the ringleader first. But evil Hoopa was prepared. Another ring appeared, blocking the attack and absorbing the energy. Zacian midair, eyes narrowed. Sister! Zamazenta shouted a warning. Sensing danger, Zacian turned to see another ring behind her, and her own behemoth blade energy shot out toward her. At the last second, Beware leaped out of a smaller ring, grabbed Zacian, and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! The attack barely missed, tearing open a massive rift in the night sky. Evil Hoopa ignored Zacian, focusing on pulling Zekrom and Giratina fully into the rings. Useless, Hoopa spat contemptuously. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow flew out from the ring, Shadow Luja. What? Evil Hoopa's pupils contracted. Just as I thought, Steven, atop Shadow Luja, chuckled. As soon as Beware saved Zacian, Steven and Shadow Luja entered the ring used for Behemoth Blade, knowing that the rings were linked. Using this, they closed in on Evil Hoopa. Every move is a double-edged sword, even Hoopa's. Luja Shadow Cyclone, Steven commanded. Shadow Luja twisted its neck and unleashed a terrifying black vortex at close range. Evil Hoopa, distracted by pulling in the two legends, couldn't defend. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose, and the ruined Lumio city shook violently, cracks spreading across the ground. Giratina and Zekrom, half swallowed by the rings, were thrown out by the blast. Karen will keep an eye on them, Steven called. Being able to summon and control top legends was already broken, but Evil Hoopa could even switch them out on the fly. As long as defeated legends stayed on site, Evil Hoopa couldn't summon new ones. So far, the current lineup was manageable, but if Evil Hoopa called out Rayquaza or Eternatus, things would be bad. Though Evil Hoopa's only been around a century or so, probably doesn't know Eternatus. The two gods flew off in opposite directions from the impact. Giratina managed to stabilize itself at the last moment, flapping its wings. That guy's still up. Guess that's what makes a legendary, Will gasped from atop Galarian Articuno. Let's finish it, Karen called, releasing a new Pokémon. Moltres Raging Fury, Urshifu Wicked Blow. Moltres spewed dark flames as Urshifu's fist glowed. The two attacked in sync. Giratina, spent, couldn't withstand the blows and collapsed. All right, that's one down, Will cheered and hurried to Zekrom's side. Seeing Zekrom unmoving, he made a face. Already knocked out, lame Tilda. Idiot, look up, Karen called from afar. Huh, holy crap. Will spun around as Groudon crashed down above it. Zamazenta descended from the sky. Zamazenta landed, thinking that Groudon was tough. Hey, dog on your right, Will shouted. Zamazenta's eyes flicked right, white flames surged in from the side. Fusion Flare. It was White Kyurem. Zamazenta's shield glowed brightly, forming a barrier against the scorching flames. He'd used this move earlier to protect the citizens. But having just beaten Groudon, he was exhausted. Within 5 seconds, the pain forced him to squint, his fur burning. The defense was about to break. Beware stomped in midair, leaving a deep footprint, demonstrating her incredible moonstep. Even so, before Beware could arrive, the shield broke. Fusion Flare struck, and Zamazenta howled in pain, his fur scorched black. White Kyurem, even under control, couldn't help but smile. But then he felt a chill on his back. Turning around, he saw Beware in midair, about to strike with a devastating flying kick, Giga Impact kick. Kyurem dodged, barely avoiding the blow. But as he looked down, Beware landed, grabbed Kyurem's tail, and smashed him into the ground repeatedly. Bastard! Dazed, Kyurem was about to retaliate when two giant figures appeared, Dialga and Palkia. Dialga's arm glowed pink, forming a crescent blade. Palkia opened its maw, firing a deep laser. Spatial Rend. Roar of Time. Beware yanked Kyurem down as the attack struck. Boom, the sky fell. Boom, the earth caved. Did it work? Even Evil Hoopa looked over. He didn't want to admit it, but that bear was too troublesome. The ground shook violently. After a while, the dust cleared. Everyone stared. Kyurem lay on his back, tongue out, eyes rolled up, totally code. The half-dead dragon shot a resentful glare at the twin gods above and let out a feeble roar. He says, "You two idiots, mu translated." Then everyone saw, right below HAREM, Beware held him overhead like Goku with a spirit bomb. That was how Beware blocked Roar of Time and Spatial Rend. So strong, Will gulped. Maybe he should be glad he's on the same side as Steven. "Beware go," Steven's voice echoed. "Duana," Beware bellowed, tossing HAREM at Palkia. Palkia caught the incoming dragon and swatted him away like a fly. But then Palkia's eyes widened. Below HAREM, Steven and Beware had suddenly appeared. That human, how? Steven, Mew on his head, was carried by Beware. He pressed his hand to her neck, emitting a healing green glow. Viridian Force. Beware close combat. With little Hoopa around his neck and Mew on his head, Steven healed Beware, leaped back, and pointed at Palkia above. Pure fighting energy burst from Beware's arm. With Palkia too weak to retaliate, it could only throw up a protect shield. But as soon as the barrier appeared, Beware's punch slammed into it, shattering it. The next instant, the punch struck Palkia's arm, cracks spread, and pink dust sparkled in the air. So strong. Zacian, just returning, couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, Beware's status was on par with Rayquaza in the original Gods War. Chapter 227, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 227. On the other side, Melamel Island in the Alola region. Hoopa had teleported millions of people from Lumio City here. Although the island is not small, bringing so many people here at once almost made it burst at the seams. There was no other choice. The situation had been too urgent, and Hoopa didn't have time to think, so she picked the island where she and Mary usually lived. Upon learning of the situation, the Alola League immediately dispatched gym leaders, Officer Jenny, and other officials to evacuate the people. Refugees were transferred to the other 3 islands. Although the disaster was contained within an acceptable range, many citizens were still affected and injured, and are now being treated by Nurse Joy and her medical team. "Brother." While Beres was having his stitches done by a Chansey, he heard a familiar call and turned his head in surprise and delight. He saw that the one running over was his little sister Mary, whom he hadn't seen in over half a year. "Mary, I missed." However, as Beres opened his uninjured left arm, hoping for a hug from his sister, Mary stopped 2 meters away from him, looking disgusted. "I told you being a simp never ends well. Just look at you now, tusk tusk." Beres's smile froze, and tears began to stream down his face. My first love. Hey, what's the situation now?" Elsewhere, Leon was answering a call from Goodshow, but the voice on the other end turned out to be an enraged Lance. Leon held the phone away from his ear a bit and replied, "Except for gym leader Giovanni, everyone else has already been teleported to Alola by Dr. Stevens Hoopa. The number of casualties is still being counted, the injured." "That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking about the battlefield." Lance interrupted before Leon could finish. "Do you realize how dangerous it is to cooperate with Joker? There are so many legendary Pokémon on the scene. If that guy catches even one, Team Rocket will be even harder to handle." "Damn, can't reach Dr. Steven. Can you contact Giovanni? Tell him to ask Dr. Steven to let me come over. I'll distract Joker." Although, ever since his ace became devolved, Lance now ranks Team Rocket's boss above Joker on his death list. But the scene on TV just now, where Joker nearly caught Zekrom, still left Lance and the League's top brass at the Indigo Plateau in a cold sweat. From the TV broadcast, it was clear that Zekrom performed worse than the other gods. But it's still a Tier 1 legendary. If Joker gets it, it can only harm the League. Leon frowned in silence. Although Lance made sense, he didn't like his attitude. Shouldn't we care about the people we protect, rather than just focusing on eliminating enemies? Lysander is dead, now we can only ask you." Elsewhere, Diantha snatched the Pokéballs containing the gods of eternity and destruction from Malva's hands, looking down at the handcuffed Malva. She had many questions for Malva. However, Malva seemed not to hear Diantha's questions. Staring down, her beautiful eyes burning with anger, she muttered to herself, "I'm going to kill you, Joker. Is it going to be okay?" Sonia asked worriedly. Giovanni is watching over Zygarde, Zacian, and Zamazenta, plus Beware and Mew, and Joker with his Shadow Lugia. We shouldn't worry too much. Nessa tried to reassure her. Even she had been startled. As Sonia's best friend, Nessa had seen that yellow mouse hugging a game console and drinking cola all day long. She never expected that lazy glutton would turn out to be the legendary Pokémon Mew, the most famous of all. Cynthia silently watched Steven's companions, Nessa, Mary, DJ Mary, and the others gathered together. She felt a wave of powerlessness. Many people here didn't know the truth, but she did. Counting up Steven's top fighters. The special Umbreon who can freely transform into a legend, Beware, Zamazenta, Zacian, who, although not as obedient as her little brother when summoned in Lumiose, still chose to fight alongside Steven, and also Shadow Lugia. Once again, Steven has saved millions of people, and if nothing unexpected happens, he'll be a hero again. But she was still worried. After all, Team Rocket is not a good organization. If Steven ever turns evil, Cynthia can't even imagine the consequences. Buzz buzz. At that moment, Cynthia's phone rang. Her friend Sheena messaged her, saying that she could no longer hear the hearts of Giratina and Palkia through her aura. Only one conclusion: both have been defeated. This should have been cause for celebration. But Cynthia couldn't feel happy. The stronger Steven gets, the more dangerous it will be for the League if he ever goes rogue. Just then, Cynthia saw Professor Kukui comforting a crying child whose parents had been lost in the disaster. She suddenly remembered something. After the death of Safu, gym leader of Pony Island, Kukui had been acting as interim leader. Should she go to Alola herself to keep an eye on Steven? Lumio City battlefield. Huff, thud. The god of space, his left shoulder severely injured, lost balance in the sky and crashed hard to the ground. Dialga, realizing what was happening, aimed at Steven, who had just jumped off Beware's back and was falling rapidly. Roar of time. Mew instantly used her power. At the last moment before Dialga's metallic laser struck, Steven vanished and reappeared above Shadow Lugia, who was facing off against evil Hoopa 2 miles away. The mist roar of time struck a barren land, erupting in a deafening explosion, cracks spreading outward at an amazing speed, nearly endless. But no matter how big the commotion, it's meaningless if it misses. I'll leave it to you, Zacian. Steven's observation Hacky wasn't as strong as Beware's, but he could still act as a megaphone. The time god, sensing danger, looked down. He saw a sword-wielding dog leaping up, the blade glowing with fighting energy, growing rapidly in his vision. Sacred sword. Dialga panicked, rapidly retreating and firing another roar of time. He wanted to use his finishing move, Time Roar, but at this range, there was no time to charge. In the next instant, under the stunned gaze of the time god, Zacian's sword cut clean through the metallic laser, splitting the roar of time in two. Dialga's pupils contracted, but before he could react, the sacred sword, like a god's strike, was upon him. With a deafening boom, Zacian's blade slashed across Dialga's neck. As Zacian landed, Dialga let out a cry, his head lolling to the side as he collapsed. The Sinnoh trio of gods defeated. All right, now only that monster is left. As long as we keep the other legendary where they are, he can't summon more. Giovanni looked over with his hands in his pockets, waving, "Hey, Karen, Will, keep an eye on these guys. Don't let Hoopa recall them." Behind Giovanni lay the blue core Zygarde, collapsed and unable to fight. Not everyone can break their limits like a Super Saiyan when angry. Most lose rationality and become weaker. The blue core Zygarde was like this. "Shut up, you have no right to order me." Karen snapped. "TCH tilde, what a disobedient girl. Whatever." Giovanni shrugged, and then his expression changed suddenly. "Hey, Steven, watch out." His shout drew the attention of Karen, Will, and the others. Buzz, 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 buzz. A dazzling golden light flashed before Steven's eyes, transforming into 6 golden rings surrounding him from all directions. Front, back, left, right, up, down, with no blind spots. At the same time, evil Hoopa burst out of a mushroom cloud, his 6 severed arms gone without a trace. "This looks bad." Will's eyes widened. Karen opened her mouth to shout. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For a moment, the space seemed to shake. 6 demonic arms, radiating boundless dark energy, struck out from the golden rings, unstoppable. A move that ignores all defenses, even hitting enemies hiding in alternate dimensions. Hoopa Unbound's signature move, Hyperspace Fury. Mew instantly used teleport, taking Steven and the others hundreds of meters away. But the 6 golden rings followed. As Steven and his team teleported, the rings moved with them, perfectly tracking their positions. Not even Giratina could escape to the reverse world. Don't bully Big Brother. Seeing the demonic arms draw closer, little Hoopa shouted and threw out 3 golden rings, absorbing 3 of the arms. But 3 remained. Shadow Luja put up a dark shield. But the golden rings suddenly appeared inside the shield, the demonic arms bursting out like cruise missiles. With no choice, Shadow Luja threw Steven off and shielded his trainer with his wings. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy blows echoed in Steven and Hoopa's ears. No doubt about it, Hyperspace Fury hit the mark. Dark Bird, are you okay? Little Hoopa called out worriedly. Beware's hammer arm. Steven didn't waste time asking about Shadow Luja's condition. Against an opponent like Evil Hoopa, every second counts. Roar! Hearing Beware's battle cry, Evil Hoopa felt a surge of dread and looked over. Beware was standing atop Zacian's sword, the Sword King flicking her head, launching a behemoth blade. Beware rode the sword's wild energy, charging at Evil Hoopa faster than time itself. Mid-flight, Beware's right arm bent at a 90-degree angle. Conqueror's haki compressed to the limit in less than 1,000th of a second. Then the ultimate punch was launched. An indescribable punch compressed the air into a solid cylinder, merging with behemoth blade, and struck at Evil Hoopa. The ultimate punch and ultimate sword. Even an Arceus avatar wouldn't dare underestimate this. Evil Hoopa's face changed. He immediately called back all his rings, forming a defensive shield in front of him. But the next moment, boom! The golden rings, not yet able to teleport, were obliterated by the sword and punch. Boom! It was as if the world shattered under the blow, with shockwaves blasting skyward, dust filling the air, obscuring the scene. Countless fallen legendary Pokémon were blown into the air like dust, then crashed down hard. After the impact, Zekrom, Kyurem, and other legendary Pokémon opened their eyes. Now, the evil gleam from when they were controlled was gone from their eyes. As the smoke cleared, they could barely move from the pain but saw Beware and Zacian lying on the barren land. Beware's right arm twitched, clearly overstrained. Zacian's sword dropped to the ground, reverting from king form to a battered, worn sword. Over 200 meters away, Evil Hoopa lay on the ground, his 6 arms scattered, eyes rolled back, unable to get up. Oh, we won, right? We won, didn't we? Will charged over, yelling excitedly. He immediately attracted the attention of Steven, Mew, Zacian, and the other legendary Pokémon. Why is this chubby human so happy? Did you do anything in this battle? Karen didn't yell like Will. She just ran into Steven's arms and stood on tiptoe, kissing him affectionately. Let's reap the rewards, Steven Kun. Giovanni smiled, taking out an ultra ball to throw at Zygarde. Stop, human. Just as Giovanni was about to throw the ball, a boy's voice sounded in his ear. Giovanni froze. He could never mistake that voice. It was Zygarde, the god of order. But he looked at the giant blue-green Zygarde at his feet, unconscious and confused. Where was the voice coming from? Here's here. Hearing the voice in his right ear, Giovanni turned. He saw, somehow, another giant green-black Zygarde had appeared beside him. 2 Zygardes. Not only Giovanni, but even Will and Karen were shocked. They looked at the Zygarde on the ground, and then at the new one. There are 2 Zygardes. Steven didn't explain further, since the Red Core Zygarde would explain. Sure enough, as expected, the Red Core Zygarde spoke telepathically. When I sensed something wrong with my other half, I rushed over. I didn't expect this to happen. Strong human, give up. He has his duties and won't follow humans. Besides, Right now he is utterly disappointed in humanity. With that, the red core Zygarde looked at the blue core, lying on the ground. Though they couldn't read his emotions, it was clear he was heartbroken. He had always believed humans could be trusted. His partner thought the opposite, and after this, it would surely get worse. Might there be another Yveltal born? He. At that moment, evil Hoopa groaned in the distance, his scarlet eyes opening again. This guy still has energy. Mew jumped in fright, thinking back to Beware and Zacian's combo attack. To take that and wake up so quickly. Don't worry, he can't fight anymore. Steven smiled to reassure them. Sure enough, as evil Hoopa tried to stand, he just collapsed again. What should we do with him? Mew wiped the sweat from her brow with her little hand. Finish him. A sudden roar sounded telepathically, scaring everyone. And it was a duet. One was Zacian, the other, Kyurem. Despite being paralyzed by Roar of Time plus Spatial Rend, Kyurem, now sane again, wanted nothing more than to finish off evil Hoopa. Hoopa, what do you think? Steven looked at the little Hoopa, floating out of his arms. He remembered in the original story, little Hoopa used a lot of talking to persuade evil Hoopa to merge, awakening the unbound form. How could such deep hatred be resolved with a few words? Maybe it's just that Pokémon are simple-hearted. Woo-woo-woo, Hoopa doesn't know. Little Hoopa fell into confusion. She felt a lot of guilt and sympathy for her other half. After all, for a century, she had been free, while the other was trapped in darkness. No one would feel okay about that. Since you're both Hoopa, why not get along? Steven hugged little Hoopa and walked toward evil Hoopa. Don't use your power to control Pokémon anymore, and don't seek revenge on Hoopa or those who sealed you back then. If you promise, we'll let you go. What do you say? Chapter 228, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 228, R18. Do you want to die? Steven asked a soul-piercing question. Although this power was split off from little Hoopa since childhood, it now had self-awareness and also possessed little Hoopa's memories. Naturally, evil Hoopa also knew how wonderful this world was. To ask him to reconcile with little Hoopa, honestly, at this moment, it was impossible for him. But if you want him to die, he truly can't bear it. That fleeting hesitation in evil Hoopa's eyes was precisely caught by Steven. Everyone present, I know all of you wish you could get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Steven looked around at the gods in attendance and said leisurely, but if we use this power properly, wouldn't it also benefit the development of this world in the future? For example, the 3 of Sinnoh, when your father wakes up, with this guy on our side, wouldn't you feel a lot more confident? Of course, Steven was referring to the incident 1,000 years ago when Arceus was deceived by Sheena's ancestor and wanted to destroy the world. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, who had regained their sanity, were stunned. They certainly knew about their father's mess. Although the 3 didn't get along on ordinary days, on this matter, their views were aligned. If their father tried to destroy the world, the 3 of them would unite for the first time to stop him. But to be honest, even together, they weren't confident they could stop their father, but if they had this guy. Kyurem and Groudon, don't you think this makes sense? Seeing the Sinnoh trio were tempted, Steven turned to the other 2 gods. Groudon was silent. His temper wasn't great, but he also knew that without his former peak power, he was no match for the monster before him. And now that this monster of a human was determined to protect that guy, what else could he do? He could only accept his misfortune. What a joke. Compared to the passive Groudon, the cranky old dragon Kyurem wasn't so easily brushed off. Being controlled by someone like this was a huge humiliation for the strongest dragon. He had to take him down. Fine. Steven shrugged. You're welcome to come for revenge anytime. But Black Dragon Zekrom was left confused. Wait, why aren't you asking me? Steven indicated that the opinion of this weakling didn't matter. He couldn't be bothered to ask. So, apart from Kyurem, I assume the rest agree. I'll keep an eye on this guy from now on. Steven didn't care that much about evil Hoopa. The reason he took him in was just as he'd told the Sinnoh trio, he needed insurance against Arceus. In fact, according to the original plot, Arceus, or rather, this world's avatar of Arceus, was reasonable. If Sheena had given Arceus the real jewel of life when he first appeared, Arceus might have let bygones be bygones and spared the world. But Sheena didn't expect that the jewel of life she'd guarded for half her life was a fake, which completely enraged Arceus and sent things out of control. Now, thanks to his butterfly effect, Sheena's jewel of life was genuine. That should be enough to make Arceus let go of his plan to destroy the world. But who can say what the future holds? Hoopa, send everyone back. Steven glanced at Evil Hoopa, giving his first command. Evil Hoopa raised an eyebrow. With top-level legendary power, he didn't want to take orders from a mere human. Smack! In less than 2 seconds of Evil Hoopa's hesitation, Beware suddenly stepped up and slapped him across the face. Evil Hoopa stared in bewilderment at the bear. You dare hit me? Beware's face was cold. I'll hit you whenever I want. Do I need to check the calendar? Maybe it's better to just kill him. Karen said coldly. As soon as she spoke, Beware, Shadow Lugia, Umbreon, and other Pokémon all showed fierce, murderous glares. Evil Hoopa ground his teeth in pain. In the end, he gave in to his survival instinct and obediently opened a portal to send the summoned 6 gods back one by one. No need, I'll return myself. Giratina spoke coldly via telepathy, tearing open a portal to the distortion world like an Arankar opening a Garganta in Bleach and entering. Dialga and Palkia, with mutual disdain, each opened their own time and space portals and left. Of the 3, Dialga was in the worst mood. Damn, in less than a year, he'd been randomly summoned and beaten up twice. Even my father never hit me. I don't need help from my enemies. Kyurem's aged voice, like a hermit, rang out. You can't even move now, so don't push yourself. Steven said cheerfully. A golden ring appeared behind the ice dragon, sucking him in. Don't think I'll let him off because of this. With most of his body absorbed, only his head left outside, Kyurem protested stubbornly. Steven just smiled. If Kyurem wanted to challenge Evil Hoopa, he didn't mind, so long as they didn't fight in the city. But knowing Kyurem's personality, that shouldn't happen. Despite Unova's rumors that Kyurem eats people, among the top-tier legends, the ice dragon's temper is quite good. Unlike Groudon or Kyogre, who would instantly attack any humans intruding on their territory, Kyurem would use telepathy to warn you to get lost first. When Dialga and Palkia fought in the movie, they didn't care at all about the lives of Celestic Town's residents. But when Kyurem fights, he does his best to avoid harming innocents. If you stray into his territory, he'll warn you rather than attack. Hey, who did you choose as your hero? Steven suddenly remembered something and asked Zekrom. Half of the ideal dragon's body had already entered the portal. He paused, then replied, his name is Zen. As soon as he finished, the black dragon was swallowed up by the golden ring and returned to Unova. Steven, who is Zen? Giovanni came over and asked. Not a particularly difficult opponent. Steven replied indifferently. Leaving out Team Rainbow Rocket as a bug, if you rank the evil organizations, it'd be Team Rocket greater or equal to Team Plasma all others. Rocket and Plasma were evenly matched overall, since both bosses had legendary Pokémon in the original. But purely as a trainer, N wasn't as strong as Giovanni. And now Giovanni's Mutwo had been upgraded to Dark Mutwo. Even if you include Steven, Will, and Karen, Team Plasma was no longer a threat to Team Rocket. Steven, are you going to use this big guy yourself, or let Joker use him? Will suddenly thought of something, pointing at Evil Hoopa. Oh, this one. 10 minutes later, under Little Hoopa's portal, Steven and Giovanni returned to Melamel Island. As soon as Steven returned, Diantha, Nessa, and the others rushed up to him. Seeing Steven come back, everyone knew the great battle was over. For those like Clement, Bonnie, and other Lumio City residents who had been transferred and saved, their gaze toward Steven was just like Momo Hinamari looking at Aizen. Hero! 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 As Steven shouted Sengoku's famous, "The war is over." From the Marineford War, the tens of thousands at the scene erupted in a deafening cheer, which quickly spread worldwide via the internet. Sonia, hugging her now unmasked lazy cat, stared in a daze at that figure in the crowd. basking in adulation. QQE handed over a microphone, and Steven said, "Thank you, everyone, but although the battle is over, there's still a lot of work to do. First, we need to help you rebuild your homes." Hearing this, the 100,000-plus citizens on Melamel Island were stunned. Before being transferred, they'd seen Lumio City mostly destroyed with their own eyes. Even without knowing the full extent of the war, anyone could imagine what had happened. Rebuilding such a modern metropolis, even with Pokémon's help, would normally take a decade. Casually, Steven had little Hoopa open a portal and asked Cynthia to bring Sheena over. Then he opened a portal to Lumio City. He sent Diantha and the others, along with the 100,000-plus citizens including Clement and Bonnie, back to Lumio City. Staring at the desert-like wasteland before them, everyone was stunned. They could vaguely imagine the terrifying battle that had taken place here. "Miss Sheena, please summon Dialga," Steven said with a smile to Sheena. Sheena nodded, hands clasped at her chest. In just 10 seconds, the god of time responded and appeared from the time dimension. When he saw Steven's face, the entire dragon's mood soured. "Damn, I just went to sleep and you're bothering me again. Sorry, I forgot about this earlier. Please clean up this mess, or millions of people will have nowhere to live." Steven pretended not to notice Dialga's cold glare, smiling as he spoke. Dialga noticed the fierce bear and dog in Steven's Pokeballs. Dialga suppressed his murderous urge and used his power over time to restore Lumio City to its state before the battle began. Since Dialga wasn't badly injured in the earlier battle, and after a nap had recovered some energy, restoring a city wasn't a problem. In an instant, as the god of time raised his head, a huge wave of energy spread from his feet, rippling outward until it reached the horizon. A few seconds later, the barren wasteland sprouted asphalt roads and paving stones. After 10 seconds, foundations of houses, restaurants, malls, and other buildings regenerated. Half a minute later, cars, tables, chairs, and plants on the streets began to reappear. 2 minutes passed. An international metropolis able to house millions reappeared before everyone's eyes. The iconic Prism Tower stood tall in the city center, as if it had never vanished. Hero. 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 At this moment, the atmosphere reached its peak. After restoring the city, Dialga returned to his time dimension without looking back. Staying any longer, he feared he'd destroy the world himself before his father even woke up. Although Lumio City had been rebuilt with Dialga's help, over 1 million citizens didn't immediately leave Alola. They all insisted on showing their gratitude to Steven. That night, all of Alola was filled with excitement. People from Kalos and Alola put their arms around each other, the air thick with the smoke of fireworks. Visibility in all of Alola dropped several levels. Diantha and the other Kalos League officials had wanted to ask Steven what happened on the battlefield after they were sent away, but soon got swept up in the celebration, thinking they could always ask tomorrow, right? Night, Steven's room. The moonlight cast a sultry glow through the window as Steven and Lucamine's bodies intertwined on the silk sheets, their passionate moans filling the dimly lit room. His strong hands explored every curve of her voluptuous MILF body, paying special attention to her massive, perfectly round breasts. Steven, she cried out as he roughly kneaded and squeezed them, her sensitive nipples hardening under his touch. Lucamine's delicate fingers wrapped around his throbbing member, stroking up and down his impressive length with practiced skill. "Your cock is so big," she purred seductively, her other hand tracing the defined muscles of his abs. Their tongues danced together as they made out passionately, the wet sounds of their kissing mixing with their lustful moans. Steven laid back as Lucamine moved down, wrapping her soft tits around his rock-hard shaft. "Watch me pleasure you with my big mommy milkers," she cooed, beginning to slide them up and down while taking his tip into her warm, wet mouth. "MMMPH? Slurp, you taste so good." The erotic sight of this gorgeous mature woman worshipping his cock with her mouth and breasts drove him wild. When she finally mounted him, Lucamine's tight pussy stretched deliciously around his thick member. "Oh, Tilda," she screamed as she sank, taking him deep inside her soaking wet hole. Stephen gripped her wide hips and began thrusting up into her roughly, making her huge tits bounce with each powerful stroke. Yes, yes, pound me harder, Tilda, Lusamine begged, grinding her hips in circles as she rode him like a champion. The wet sounds of their fucking echoed through the room along with the slapping of flesh on flesh. Her walls clenched around him as she came hard, her whole body shuddering in ecstasy. Stephen grabbed her hair and pulled her down for a deep kiss as he increased his pace, jackhammering up into her spasming pussy. With a final grunt, he exploded inside her, painting her walls white with his hot seed. The feeling of being bred sent Lusamine over the edge again, her eyes rolling back as she made the most lewd ahegao face, drool running down her chin. Fill me up, knock me up, I want to have your babies, she moaned deliriously as his cum leaked out around his still throbbing cock. They collapsed together in a sweaty, satisfied heap, already eager for round 2. But then the door opened. Room for 2 more? Nessa purred as she and Karen entered, their eyes drinking in the erotic scene before them. The dark-skinned gym leader was already slipping out of her tight swimsuit, revealing her toned, athletic body and perky breasts. Karen sauntered in behind her, the Elite Four member's voluptuous curves barely contained by her revealing outfit. Looks like you started without us, Karen teased, crawling onto the bed and pressing her massive tits against Stephen's chest. Her hand joined Lusamine's, both women stroking his already hardening cock back to full mast. Don't worry, ladies, there's plenty to go around, Stephen growled, pulling Nessa down for a deep kiss while his other hand squeezed Karen's ass. His enhanced stamina meant he could fuck for hours, and he intended to thoroughly satisfy all 3 of these gorgeous women. Nessa and Karen took turns sucking his cock, their tongues dancing together around his shaft. Karen mounted him next, crying out as his thick member stretched her tight pussy. Nessa straddled his chest, grinding against him while Lusamine played with her small but sensitive breasts. Your cock feels amazing, Karen screamed, bouncing wildly on his shaft. Stephen took turns with each of them, making sure to fill all their holes with his hot cum. Their moans and screams of pleasure echoed through the room as he fucked them in various positions, Karen riding him reverse cowgirl, Lusamine getting pounded doggy-style while watching her family photo, Nessa bouncing on his cock while the other 2 women worshipped Stephen's body. Hours later, all 3 women lay satisfied and thoroughly bred, cum leaking from their well-used pusses. But Stephen was still hard and ready for more. Meanwhile, Mary, who joined later, only received a kiss and head pats. The next day, when Stephen woke up, Karen, Mary, and Nessa were still sleeping. Stephen went to shower. Let's eat. When he went to Lusamine's room, the beautiful woman had already prepared breakfast and waved him over. You're okay. Stephen was a bit surprised. Last night he'd gone 1v1 with Lusamine in the first half, then 1v3 with Karen and the others in the second half. Well, technically 1v2, since Mary's age only allowed kisses and hugs. Lusamine rolled her eyes at Stephen. This man always wanted her to watch family photos before doing it from behind. Every time she saw her late husband's photo, Lusamine didn't even know why, but she always finished faster. If Stephen didn't have 3 more to deal with, Lusamine worried she might die of dehydration. She wondered if his stuff, besides providing protein, also helped strengthen the body. Chairman Goodshow is going to call a league summit. I told them you're too tired and asked to move the conference from Kanto to Alola so you don't have to travel far. Lusamine said considerately. Stephen gave a thumbs up. Even though with little Hoopa and Mew, he didn't need to fly for a dozen hours. Having the chairman come personally was a status symbol. Seeing Stephen in a good mood, Lusamine relaxed. Since Stephen had chosen to stay in Alola, her days had been very happy. But as Team Rocket got stronger, Lusamine couldn't help but worry. After all, she was one of the few who knew Team Rocket's boss's true face. If she ever lost Stephen's protection, her whole family would be doomed. So even though she was already the president of Etha Foundation and could meet the Alola League chairman, she was still working hard to improve herself. Even if her body aged, she could still help Stephen in other ways. Back in his room, as Stephen opened the door, he saw Nessa, already dressed and about to leave. Heading out so early? Stephen asked, surprised. Nessa replied angrily, "You're all bullying me, HMPH. Nessa was relatively physically weaker than Karen. There was no helping it, Karen had more time doing it with Steven. After 3 rounds, she was already drained. "Weren't you pretty happy too?" Steven said with an awkward smile. Nessa glared at him and left quickly, thinking she needed to find someone to back her up. That afternoon, Steven and Lusamine, as reigning Alola League champion and chairman, arrived at the Alola HQ conference room at Mount Lanakilla to prepare for a meeting to handle the aftermath of the Lumio City incident with Goodshow and others. Diantha, Cynthia, Leon, and the others who'd been transferred the day before were already seated. Steven nodded and smiled at them as he sat down. "Dr. Steven, there's something Kalos would like to discuss with you." Diantha was the first to speak. "Chairman Goodshow isn't here yet, is it urgent?" Steven replied. Diantha shook her head. "No, these 2 things don't need the Chairman Goodshow's approval. As long as you're willing to help, that's enough." Steven was interested. "Oh, I'm listening." First, many Lumio City citizens don't want to return to Kalos. After yesterday, they feel Kalos isn't safe and would rather stay in Alola. We hope you'll persuade them. Diantha hung her head in shame. This was truly embarrassing. Although before, the Indigo League's Aldous and Altair brothers being exposed as moles was a big blow to HQ. They'd only reached Elite Four and gym leader positions. But with Lysander and Malva, especially the former becoming chairman, it was just too much. Plus, during the battle yesterday, Diantha and the Kalos trainers didn't do anything. No wonder the people felt Kalos wasn't safe. If only Diantha could have subdued the rampaging Blue Corps Zygarde like Giovanni, the people wouldn't have lost faith. That, I'll try to persuade everyone. With Yveltal subdued and Team Flare gone, Steven felt Kalos should be safe for now. "Thank you. The other matter is that Miss Malva hopes to take over the late Safu's position as Pony Island's gym leader." Diantha thanked him and added, "Ahem." If Diantha's first request was within Steven's expectations, the second was completely unexpected. The same was true for Cynthia, sitting diagonally across from Diantha. Several seconds passed before Cynthia recovered, glancing at a document she'd intended to give Lusamine. It was a transfer application. Yes, Cynthia had planned to use this meeting to transfer from Sinnoh to Alola and take over as Pony Island's new gym leader. Chapter 229, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 229. According to Diantha, after deliberation among the Kalos League higher-ups, they decided to let Malva continue as a member of the Kalos Elite Four. Although yesterday the whole world saw Lysander's crimes, releasing the evil Hoopa, broadcast live, Malva herself didn't do anything extreme in the footage. She even saved Beraz's life. So, the public is still unaware that Malva was working with Lysander, someone strong enough to control a Tier 1 legendary Pokémon. After thinking it over, the Kalos League felt it would be a waste to just throw away such talent by locking her up. So they talked to Malva and hoped she'd continue as an Elite Four member. Steven recalled the events and found them to be accurate. Back at the Lumiose Arena, the one who opened the prison bottle was Lysander, and Malva hadn't done anything particularly outrageous, other than attacking Joker, but Joker was a criminal too. An Elite Four member attacking a criminal isn't out of the ordinary, right? So the public still doesn't know Malva was part of Team Flare. Steven was a little taken aback, but not surprised. After all, in the games, even after Malva's identity was exposed, she still served as an Elite Four member. In the manga, Lance and Price are even better examples. They did far worse and still returned as champion and gym leader, respectively. You could say that, when it comes to talent, the league is pretty forgiving. But why switch over to Alola? Steven asked. She said she wants revenge on Joker, and Kalos can't help her fulfill that wish, Diantha replied helplessly. Steven, damn. He remembered, just like in the game, Malva, like her anime counterpart, helped the protagonist stop Team Flare. But she still held a deep grudge against the protagonist for defeating Lysander. If Serena got that much hate just for beating Lysander, then Joker, who killed Lysander, must be someone Malva wishes she could tear to pieces. She wants me to help her get revenge? Not interested, Steven said, amused. But honestly, sending her to Alola isn't a bad idea. Truthfully, the Kalos League can't keep her in check. Diantha admitted this honestly, if a bit shamefacedly. They understood Malva's true strength now. She was far above Diantha herself as champion, and the relatively weak Kalos League had nobody who could keep her in line. But Alola was different. Not even counting Steven, just Karen, already set to become an Alola Elite Four, and Peony, former Galar champion, weren't afraid of Malva at all. What a joke, letting a criminal back as an Elite Four member. A cold, scolding voice came from outside the door. Everyone turned to see Goodshow entering, with Lance in tow. To Lance, who abhors evil, the idea that Malva, Team Flare's number 2, could return to a high position in the league after so many disgraceful acts was utterly humiliating. Steven tried not to laugh. You're slapping your future self in the face with those words, Lance. When you rebelled and got defeated, the league still called you back to be champion. Didn't see you refuse then. Mr. Lance, Team Rocket is really strong right now, Diantha said, frowning. We need to unite every force we can. The league's forgiveness of Malva's past wasn't just because they didn't want to waste a high-level champion-tier trainer in jail. There was another important reason. At the festival yesterday, Diantha heard from Steven that Evil Hoopa had been captured by Joker. That news made Diantha, Leon, and the others break out in a cold sweat. If Joker now had 7 Tier 1 legendary Pokémon, plus Shadow Lugia, that's a total of 8. Even if you combined all the leagues, they might not be able to fight that. Although Steven said yesterday that Giratina, Kyurem, and the other legendaries likely wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, he also didn't plan to use Evil Hoopa's ability unless necessary. After yesterday, Evil Hoopa had already offended 6 legendaries. Control them anymore, and you'd make enemies of all the legends. Best to use that power sparingly. Still, even with just Shadow Lugia and Evil Hoopa, Joker's team was terrifying. Not to mention his Umbreon, Houndoom, and others, they weren't pushovers. And don't forget, with Evil Hoopa, Team Rocket could open portals anywhere. Joker could stab you in the back anytime. For all these reasons, Diantha and the Kalos executives felt they should try to keep Malva. Mr. Lance, I think Champion Diantha has a point, Leon chimed in. Lance's face darkened as he began to argue, but Goodshow interrupted first. All right, let's all sit down. Once everyone is here, we'll vote. Before long, the Unova League Chairman and Champion Alder, Sinnoh League Chairman Cyrus, Hone League Chairman and Champion Wallace, and others arrived. Cynthia, you've worked hard, said Cyrus, looking a bit too young compared to the other chairmans. His face didn't look like someone who was 26. Steven struggled not to smirk. Just took out an undercover chairman yesterday, and another one shows up today. Why do all these criminal bosses like being league chairmen so much? Once everyone was seated, the meeting quickly began. Steven recapped what happened after the champions were teleported away yesterday. The main points. Lysander's real identity. The leader of Kalos' biggest crime syndicate, aiming to use Xerneas and Yveltal to activate the ultimate weapon and destroy all humans and Pokémon except Team Flare, creating a new, perfect, eternal world. While they won the battle yesterday, Evil Hoopa was captured and taken away by Joker. After being controlled, Zygarde, the god of order, was deeply distrusted by humans. The Kalos League needs to pay close attention to this going forward. Blue Core Zygarde didn't trust humans much to begin with, and after being manipulated by Lysander, he must be furious. Maybe not as kill-on-sight as Yveltal, but close. So Steven felt the need to remind Diantha and the others. Diantha listened gravely, but could only try to do damage control for Lysander. Then she said, everyone's heard about Malva, right? The Kalos League hopes she can continue as an Elite Four member. I know not everyone will accept this, but with Team Rocket getting stronger, we need to unite every force we can. If we transfer Malva to Alola, Dr. Steven and Miss Morgan will be able to keep an eye on her. Any thoughts? After learning that Joker had captured the all-powerful Hoopa, the atmosphere in the conference room was somber. Everyone looked at each other, except for Lance, all agreed. Lance, face dark, said, so just to deal with Team Rocket, you're willing to throw away your dignity. Rose sneered, If you're so confident, why don't you go defeat Joker yourself? Looks like you can't even beat Team Rocket's boss, let alone Joker. Calm down. Wallace and Alder rushed to reassure Lance, as his face grew even gloomier. There's one other thing. Yesterday, Evil Hoopa summoned Black Curum, which means the hero of ideals of this generation has already appeared, said the Unova League chairman, changing the subject. But I haven't found out who it is yet. Every few decades or centuries, Reshuram and Zekrom choose a partner and start their cycle of rivalry again. It's common in Unova. Every trainer there dreams of being chosen by the twin dragons. If we could get these two heroes to help us with the dragons, the league would be much stronger, Goodshow said hopefully. That's unlikely. If we can get either one to help, we're lucky, said the chairman Dragon Granny. Since 2,500 years ago, the partners chosen by Zekrom and Reshuram have always been rivals. Do the twin dragons only choose Unova people? Lance suddenly asked. At least so far, they've always chosen Unova trainers, said the old granny. Lance fell silent, deep in thought. Chairman Cyrus, this is my transfer request. Please take a look, Cynthia said, handing over a document. Everyone was stunned to see that Cynthia wanted to transfer from Sinnoh to Alola. Why, she was doing fine as champion, why leave? Cyrus paused, then smiled. I don't know why you're doing this, Cynthia, but I support your decision. Good, the fewer strong trainers in Sinnoh, the easier it would be for Team Galactic to operate. Cynthia, why are you suddenly transferring to Alola? Diantha asked, incredulous. Cynthia didn't answer, she just glanced at Steven. Of course, it was to keep an eye on him. But Diantha caught the look. The Kalos champion immediately misunderstood. After the meeting, Diantha and the others brought Malva to see Steven. Team Flare is gone, Lysander is dead, so now your whole life's goal is to kill Joker. Steven asked, resting his chin on his hand, as he looked at the fiery woman in front of him. To be honest, seeing your face, so much like his, makes it hard to suppress my burning anger, Malva replied, no longer bothering to hide her true self. Steven just looked bored. The Alola League has no reason to refuse a champion-level trainer, but I'm not interested in your grudge against Joker. Steven was still aligned with Lusamine and the Alola League. If a champion-level trainer wanted to join, he wouldn't refuse. But if Malva ever did go after Joker, he wouldn't show mercy. No problem, as long as you let me stay in Alola, Malva said. After Lysander's death, she'd thought a lot. She was no match for Joker on her own, so her only hope was to work with Steven, the only person who could stand up to that monster. Who gets the open gym position? Karen asked Steven over dinner. Isn't there an Elite Four spot open? Let Cynthia take it as a reserve, Steven replied calmly. I remember Unova's Caitlin is Cynthia's fangirl. She'll probably give you trouble when she hears about this, Will said, grinning with a mouth full of sauce. Up until last year, wherever Cynthia went, she took Caitlin along. Caitlin's psychic powers were once extremely unstable, often going berserk when emotionally upset, especially after losing battles, sometimes nearly killing opponents and their Pokémon. So her family had Cynthia act as her tutor, teaching her to control her emotions and powers. Since then, Caitlin had been Cynthia's #1 fangirl, even openly admitting her admiration in interviews. Many Yuri fans shipped them. Honestly, if Cynthia were a guy, Caitlin would have already jumped into her arms. If you end up sleeping with Cynthia, that little Yuri girl will probably fall apart, Will teased. No sooner had he finished speaking than Karen dumped a plate of food in his face. What the hell's wrong with you now, crazy woman? Will screamed as the hot food burned him. Despite both being Steven's oldest companions, Karen and Will never got along. While Karen scolded Will, Lusamine shared her worries with Steven. It was obvious Cynthia was here to keep an eye on him. Even though there was a huge power gap, Lusamine still felt you could never be too careful. She considered bringing Cynthia's only 2 relatives, her grandmother, Sinnoh's history professor Dr. Carolina, and her 5-year-old sister, to Alola as a subtle warning. Don't try anything, your family's here. Although thoughtful, Steven ultimately waved it off. After dinner, Steven went alone to the Hano Grand Resort on Akala Island, where Cynthia was staying. When she opened the door and saw Steven, her expression was priceless, but she quickly regained her composure. In my hometown, it's customary to bring a gift when visiting. Here, take this, Stephen said, handing her an ultra ball meant for catching ultra beasts. What do you want? Cynthia asked, lips pursed. Shouldn't I be asking you that? You came all the way from Sinnoh to my turf, Stephen replied, amused, but I already know why. You probably think that by staying in Alola, you can monitor me and report to the league if I act up. But with Hoopa, I can just open a portal and leave anytime. By the time you know, it'll be too late. Stephen made himself at home, stretching out. Cynthia bit her lip. She knew Stephen was right, but being close was still better than being far away. If things went south, at least being in Alola gave her a chance to do something, better than sitting in Sinnoh doing nothing. Forget it, let's have a heart-to-heart talk, Stephen said, pulling out a chair for Cynthia. She hesitated, then sat down. But Stephen's first words almost made her jump up. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Don't worry, I'm not carrying any Pokémon, no Beware, no little Hoopa. Cynthia's blue eyes nearly popped out from under her blonde bangs. Stephen even took off his jacket and showed his empty belt, no Pokéballs in sight. What do you mean? Cynthia was lost. Even her Pokémon, Garchomp and Lucario, were stunned. I just want to talk you out of it. Don't overthink things, Stephen said, tapping Cynthia's forehead with his finger, Itachi style. You probably won't believe this, but I like you. I can't bear to watch you self-destruct like this. If you keep spiraling, you'll go crazy. You can either expose my true identity and get the whole league to deal with me, or just let it go back to Sinnoh, live your life, and stop worrying about me. Even if you killed me now, what would it change? My Pokémon and Karen, Will, and the others would just take revenge on the league and the world. This is beyond your power to stop. Just go home and relax. Chapter 230, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 230. Stephen talked to Cynthia not only because he didn't want a stalker following him around, even if she couldn't threaten him, but also because, as a Pokémon fan in his previous lives, he liked Cynthia. After meeting her, he realized if he didn't talk her out of it, she might have a mental breakdown. I'll arrange a jet to send you back to Sinnoh tomorrow. Don't overthink it, Stephen said, patting her shoulder before leaving. Cynthia stood frozen, only recovering after hearing the door close behind her. What am I really? The next day, Stephen got a message from Cynthia, not leaving. He gave her the confused face emoji. So all his talking last night was for nothing, or did she think she could do something if he tried anything? Stephen thought for a moment, then replied, let's just get along. Noticing Lucamine's gaze, he pulled her into the bathroom to have some fun. The exposure of Team Flare, Lysander being revealed as its leader, Evil Hoopa summoning 6 top legendary Pokémon, Stephen and Joker teaming up for a Ragnarok-level battle. In less than 3 days, there was too much to report. Even the news of Malva transferring from Kalos to Alola barely made it to page 2, let alone Diantha's Pokémon battle with Red. Hones Verdanturf TV. At a critical moment, Dr. Stephen used his Hoopa to teleport over 1 million people out of Lumiose City, minimizing losses and proving he has not only unrivaled power, but a caring heart. But Kalos' league situation is worrying. Chairman Lysander was the leader of a criminal organization, and neither Champion Diantha nor the other league trainers played a useful role in the crisis. This makes us doubt Kalos' future. Galar Swindon Daily. At the crucial moment, Dr. Stephen's Hoopa called for our Galar champion Leon, not Kanto's Lance, showing he trusts Leon's strength and values his friendship with Galar. Sinnoh's Jubilife TV. Rumors confirmed, Sinnoh champion Cynthia has officially requested to transfer to Alola. Chairman Cyrus says he regrets her departure but supports her pursuit of her feelings. Kalos Lumiose News. Both Kalos and Alola leagues have officially announced Malva's transfer to Alola as Pony Island gym leader. Malva said she just couldn't get used to Kalos' peaceful lifestyle. Unova's Mistralton Evening News. The Lumiose battle proves Zekrom has chosen this generation's hero of ideals. The identity is still under investigation, and HAREM has yet to appear. Chairman Dragon Granny hopes both heroes can unite, as now is not the time for ideals versus truth, but for everyone to unite against Team Rocket. Among these, the bombshell news that Joker had captured Evil Hoopa was suppressed by the League. Evil Hoopa's terror was witnessed by the entire world. If word got out, there'd be global panic. Even high-level League members were on edge, terrified that Team Rocket could show up in their bedroom via a portal at any time. Many League officials and big business magnates who had bad relations with Team Rocket started hiring powerful trainers for protection, but behind the scenes, they also tried to curry favor with Team Rocket. That's the power of Evil Hoopa's fear factor. In Alola, Steven arranged a proper residence for Cynthia, in a villa on Manilow Island, the League's headquarters. After all, Steven had already reserved her a future Elite Four spot. The other three would likely go to Karen, Will, and one more to be determined. "Why did you decide to stay after all?" Steven asked Cynthia as he saw her off. "I want to know what kind of person you are," Cynthia said seriously. Huh? Steven was caught off guard. He didn't know what she meant. Cynthia explained. Even if Steven wanted to do something to harm the League or the world, she couldn't stop him. But she still wanted to stay in Alola to truly understand him. Steven was speechless at her answer. "Even if you understand, you still can't do anything. Whatever, as long as she doesn't go full Kyurem, it's fine." 2 weeks later, Sinnoh's Jubilife TV reported. After discussion led by Chairman Saris, the Sinnoh Pokémon League will hold a special champion tournament. The Frontier Brains, led by Palmer, will battle the Sinnoh Elite Four in a grand contest for the new Sinnoh champion. Steven didn't immediately remember who Palmer was, but after checking, realized he was one of Sinnoh's Battle Frontier Brains and the dad of Bari, the energetic blonde from the anime. Palmer had little screen time in the original works, but every appearance made an impression. He even battled Cynthia before and was likely champion level. A week later, Steven and his friends watched the Sinnoh Champion Tournament on TV. As expected, Palmer, using Milotic, Dragonite, Dracovish, and Rhyperior, defeated Fire Elite Four Flint's full team and became the new Sinnoh champion. Steven felt one of his Piquet balls, the one containing the Eternal Tree, trembling. This ball, naturally, was obtained from Malva after she joined Alola. The whole chain of events had started because Steven wanted Xerneas to heal Giovanni, leading to everything that followed. Giovanni's illness hadn't gotten worse yet, so Steven immediately thought of Diancie, who had been traveling with Sonia for a while. After the Lumio City battle, Sonia and Diancie didn't return to Kalos for the Pokémon showcase, but instead went home to pursue top coordinator status. Steven and Nessa both supported her choice. After all, the contest spectaculars were more prestigious than the Pokémon showcase. Sonia had already earned 2 ribbons, and Diancie had become her signature Pokémon. "Hoopa, open a portal," Steven called. Hoopa popped out and tossed a golden ring. In the Hone region, at the Verdanturf contest hall, during the first stage, Diancie moonblessed. Under the eyes of 1,000 spectators and countless cameras, Sonia raised her hand high. Diancie appeared, raised her delicate hands, and a dazzling pink orb swelled above the stage, like a miniature moon. "So beautiful, truly worthy of being called the Diamond Princess," host Vivian exclaimed. All eyes were on Diancie. Even when a gold ring appeared at the entrance, nobody noticed. "Power gem." Sonia smiled. Multicolored gems shot out and crashed into the moon above, and the broken pearls rained down on the stage and the audience, sparkling everywhere. For the finale, Sonia and Diancie curtsied together like a princess's bow. Instantly, all 3 judges held up 10s, a perfect 30. The Diamond Princess's flawless performance, plus Sonia's own beauty, made the judges feel even 30 points was too low. "Awesome, Diancie." "Amazing, glad I traveled to watch." "Sonia is so pretty too." The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. "It's so pretty, so beautiful, Diancie, ah." Steven found the voice familiar. He turned and saw Steven Stone waving glow sticks and fanboying out, shouting Diancie's name. "Steven!" With Sonia and Diancie's act setting the bar impossibly high, the later performers seemed dull by comparison. Sonia easily advanced to the battle round. Even though Diancie isn't the most battle-oriented of the second-tier legends, Steven doubted anyone could beat her. But Sonia's opponent caught Steven's attention, a flamboyant, androgynous guy dressed like a cactus. Harley. Go Cacturn Bullet Seed. Diancie, dazzling gleam. Diancie swept her hands out, scattering Bullet Seed and blasting Cacturn off the stage. Cacturn is unable to battle. Diancie wins. Sonya advances. Vivian announced. It was pure stat crushing, like Tobias with Darkrai at the Lily of the Valley conference. Hey, that's not fair, Harley protested. She's using a legendary Pokémon. The audience was in an uproar. But then a mocking voice said, so what, you want her to use Mew instead? Everyone turned, faces pale. Even Harley shut up. The contest ended. Sonya won her third ribbon without suspense. You came to see my contest? Sonya asked, a little flustered outside the venue. Yeah, I guess. But this isn't the best place to talk. Come with me, Steven said, ready to have Hoopa open a portal back to Alola, but realized Sonya wasn't part of the family group and didn't know about evil Hoopa. Just then, Steven came over. Dr. Steven, Miss Sonya, haven't left yet. Want to have dinner together? Invite Diancie too. For some reason, he emphasized the last part. Steven blinked, perfect timing. In the lobby of Devon Corporation, Steven cleared the area. Steven tossed out his piquet ball. Xerneas appeared, and Diancie gazed at her in admiration, bowing. Lord Xerneas, please grant me the power of eternity. Wow, this is the second time I've seen this, Steven sighed. Xerneas's expression didn't change. Every generation, a Diancie begged her for mega evolution or eternal power. She was used to it. But wait, this wasn't Kalos, was it? Where was that red-haired human? Why are these people here again? Still, Xerneas granted Diancie the power as usual. Her antlers glowed with rainbow light, bathing Diancie in holy radiance, just like when she granted mega power to Steven and Steven a year ago. Are we going to be separated? Sonya asked, voice trembling as she tried not to cry. Diancie, as Diamond Domain's princess, had to protect her tribe. This trip had been to find Xerneas, and now, with her goal achieved, it was time to go back. Sonya, Diancie, newly empowered, was also reluctant to part. But she had her duty to her people. Why not just move them all to Alola? Steven suddenly said. Everyone stared at him. If it's only hundreds or thousands of Carbink, just tell me the location and I'll have Hoopa move them all to Alola. As long as you give the order, Diancie, they'll follow. If not, Xerneas can help persuade them. Xerneas, what does this have to do with me? Sonya's mouth fell open. You can do that. Why not? Alola's not that big, but it can handle a bunch of Carbink. Sonya and Diancie's situation was like May and Manaphy in the movie. May and Manaphy formed a strong bond, but as Prince of the Sea, Manaphy had to return and guard the ocean. But Diancie only needed to protect her tribe, not that hard if they all moved to Alola. And with Hoopa, it was a breeze. Is that okay, Diancie? Sonya asked nervously. I'll try. Diancie replied, both nervous and happy. Great, that's wonderful. Sonya cried with joy, hugging Diancie. Watching the two embrace, Steven and Xerneas smiled. After a while, Sonya let go. Steven joked, aren't you going to thank me? I came up with the idea. As soon as he said it, Sonya threw herself into his arms. At that moment, two soft mountains came to Steven's mind. That night, Steven and Sonya stayed in a guest room arranged by Steven. Remembering Sonya's softness from earlier made sleep elusive. Just as he considered having Hoopa open a portal, his phone buzzed. Thank you, with a Pikachu heart meme attached. But after 5 seconds, she deleted it. Before he could reply, Sonya sent another message. Just expressing thanks, don't get the wrong idea. Steven pondered. 2 minutes later, a golden ring appeared in Sonya's room and expanded. Steven tiptoed through, the night breeze brushing over the not yet 20, but already mature girl. He crept up and hugged Sonya from behind. Sonya, lying on her side waiting for a reply, was almost scared to death. Steven covered her mouth. SHH, SHH, SHH. What are you doing? Sonya said, shocked but with a flash of joy in her eyes that Steven caught. Inviting a new member into the family, Tilda, Steven teased, chin on her forehead. Steven caressed Sonya's face, making her blush. Seeing her beautiful, adorable expression, Steven leaned forward and kissed her. Sonia was stunned at first, then reciprocated, marveling at her first kissing experience. Steven's kiss was gentle at first, then it became a French kiss as he sucked and intertwined his tongue with Sonia's, making her moan. Steven's hands ghosted over Sonia's trembling form, her breath catching as his fingers traced the delicate curve of her neck. Her body quivered beneath his touch, nipples hardening into stiff peaks that pressed against the thin fabric of her nightgown. "Please," she whimpered, arching into his caress as his hands cupped her heavy breasts. Even through the silk, he could feel their perfect fullness, her hardened buds begging for attention. I've never. SHHH, Steven murmured against her ear, his hot breath making her shiver. "I'll take care of you." His tongue flicked out to taste her earlobe as his fingers worked the buttons of her nightgown, exposing inch after inch of creamy flesh. Sonia gasped as the cool air hit her bare breasts, her D-cups bouncing free. Steven growled appreciatively, palming their weight. "So perfect," he groaned, thumbs circling her rosy nipples until she was writhing. Her virgin pussy clenched around nothing, already dripping wet. He captured a stiff peak between his lips, sucking hard while his other hand slid down her quivering stomach. Sonia cried out as his fingers found her soaked folds, gently parting them to circle her swollen clit. "Oh God, Steven." Her hips bucked wildly as he slipped a finger inside her tight channel, stretching her carefully. She was so wet, her juices coating his hand as he added a second digit. Sonia's walls clamped down as her first orgasm hit, her sweet cries music to his ears. Steven didn't give her time to recover before positioning his thick cock at her entrance. "Ready?" She nodded frantically, spreading her thighs wider. Steven pushed forward slowly, groaning as her virgin tightness gripped him. Sonia whimpered at the burning stretch, tears leaking from her eyes as he broke through her barrier. "So tight," Steven panted, holding still to let her adjust. He captured her lips in a deep kiss, swallowing her moans as he began to move. Her legs wrapped around his waist as he picked up the pace, driving deeper with each thrust. The wet sounds of their coupling filled the room along with their shared pleasure. Steven's hand found her clit again, rubbing tight circles until she was screaming his name. Sonia's back arched as another orgasm crashed through her, triggering Steven's release. He buried himself to the hilt, flooding her virgin channel with his hot seed. They collapsed together in a sweaty tangle of limbs, trading lazy kisses as their breathing slowed. Steven gathered her close, pressing tender kisses to her face. The next morning, Steven woke up. Sonia and Nessa were still asleep, hugging each other. It was Sonia's first time, and her was limited, so for the second round, Steven called Nessa over from Alola using Hoopa. Chapter 231, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice, 231. Finally, the day has come. At the start of a new year, standing atop the restored Indigo Plateau, 11-year-old Red gazed at the newly built, grand stadium and for once, spoke. It had been several months since the Battle of the Gods. Red and Blue, the two so-called freaks from Pallet Town, had been on their journey for nearly a year now. Today, they would participate in the Indigo League conference they had dreamed of since childhood. Go, Big Brother Red, win the championship and wipe that smug look off Blue's face. Trailing behind, fist raised and a yellow mouse clinging to his shoulder, the almost 10-year-old Pallet Town prodigy, Ash, cheered, just under 2 years shy of the minimum age for new trainers. It's quite a coincidence. This is also the first Indigo League conference since the Indigo War. Walking with Delia and Ash, Professor Oak explained to the two. It had been over 2 years since the Indigo Plateau War was started by Team Shadow, and now the Indigo League headquarters and stadium had finally been rebuilt. This conference will be the first held at the new Indigo Stadium. That is something. Wearing a shoulder bag, Blue walked up, sneering. I heard the league invited a lot of celebrities from other regions as special guests for this tournament. Don't embarrass Pallet Town in front of the whole world, okay? Red replied to Blue with silence. Knowing his rival well, Blue didn't say more, just shrugged and started to walk away. The best way to crack that poker face is through battle. Oh my Tilda, how lively everyone's here. A lively girl's voice came from the other direction. Everyone from Pallet Town instinctively turned to look. Around Red and Blue's age, a lively girl carrying a satchel was observing the pair with her chin in her hand. You two are still the same, arguing the moment you meet. Green. Ash shouted her name joyfully. Oh, Ash is here too. Green waved at him with a smile. Didn't you say you weren't interested in the league tournaments? Blue asked with a sidelong glance. Green shrugged. I just happened to collect badges during my travels, and before I knew it, I had 8. Since you're all here, I thought I'd check it out. Plus, someone I want to see is coming. After escaping from Price and regaining her freedom, Green treasured everything she had now. Unlike Red and Blue, who barely went home all year, Green returned to visit her parents whenever she could. But she hadn't stopped traveling. She still journeyed throughout Kanto, searching for traces of Team Rocket, hoping for a chance to sneak in and thank Joker. Is it your boyfriend? Delia asked with a smile, though a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She liked this lively girl, thinking Green and her quiet eldest son were a good match, opposites attract after all. But a boyfriend would complicate things. No, just a little brother I met before. Green waved her hands. The Elite Four are here. Someone shouted from the crowd. The Rainbow Squad trio all looked over at once. Hundreds of people gathered on the avenue parted to the sides, clearing the path. Champion Lance, Agatha, Bruno, and Lorelei walked side by side toward the main entrance. Champion Lance. Lorelei is still so beautiful. Agatha is as deep as ever. Contestants and spectators on both sides sighed in admiration. So that's the Elite Four, what a presence. Ash and Pikachu's mouths dropped open in an O. They're not that special. A familiar voice Ash would never mistake sounded. Gary. Seeing his face, Ash pouted instinctively. If you'd been at the Lumio City battle 3 months ago, you'd know this is nothing. Gary scoffed, then sighed. Too bad some people overslept and missed their flight. I'm embarrassed for them. What did you say? Ash angrily rolled up his sleeves. When Red went to Lumio City for the Junior Cup, Ash had planned to go cheer for his big brother. But just like when he got his first Pokémon in the original story, he overslept and missed the flight. Then the gods' battle happened, and Ash cried under his covers the whole night. Oh, wanna try me? Gary pulled a piquet ball from his belt. Inside was his starter, a shiny stufful. All right, that's enough, you two. Green couldn't help but play peacemaker again. Ash and Gary's relationship was a less powerful version of Red and Blue's. But Red and Blue mostly just exchanged snark and silence. Nothing much happened. These two, though, would throw hands at the drop of a hat. Green. At that moment, a red-haired boy ran up, waving. Ash and Gary looked over. The boy reached Green. Long time no see, Silver. You've gotten taller. Green affectionately ruffled Silver's hair. Don't do that, Green. There's so many people here. Silver retreated, embarrassed. Tisk tisk, grown up and already pulling away from your sister. So sad. Green clasped her hands over her heart and pretended to cry. Cut it out, Greens. Silver was exasperated. She used to trick him with this all the time when he was little. Was she underestimating him now? Kids just get less cute as they grow up. Green pouted, then introduced Silver to the others, explaining he was a little brother she met when she was kidnapped. Professor Oak and the others knew Green was kidnapped for 3 years, though Green hid the fact that Price was the one who did it. Whoa, Tilda, this lady's got a great figure, Tilda. A boy wearing a backward cap and riding a skateboard swaggered over to Green. What are you trying to do to my sister? Silver reacted instantly, pummeling the newcomer. The two quickly started wrestling. Afterward, Silver explained that this guy was Gold, a jerk he met while traveling in Johto. Green blinked, glancing back and forth between Silver and Gold, then at Red and Blue, Ash and Gary. Sigh, not a single worry-free pair among them. Heading to the registration desk, Green and Silver, both with their little secrets, walked behind the group, exchanging information. Green, while traveling in Kanto, had helped Silver search for info on families whose children were kidnapped 6 years ago, hoping to find his real parents. Silver, while traveling in Johto, would keep an eye out for any Team Rocket news for Green. After all, Kanto and Johto were Team Rocket's main territories. Everyone knew that. Meanwhile, the Indigo Elite Four, after entering the stadium, immediately met with high-ranking league officials from other regions. Seeing Steven, Lance, Leon, Wallace, Diantha, and other young champions, the reporters' cameras flashed nonstop. Except for Lance, Steven and the others weren't shy about smiling for the cameras. Alder sighed and smiled wryly. "We're all champions, but every time I see these young folks, I just feel old." Beside him, the new Sinnoh champion, Palmer, felt targeted and protested. "Hey Tilda, these days, 65 is just a young old man. I'm not even 40, I'm still a youth." Alder replied, "Youth my foot. I heard people in Sinnoh are upset about you replacing Cynthia, saying you're old and ugly and hurting Sinnoh's image." Caitlin, both resentful and curious, quietly asked Alola's incoming Elite Four member, Cynthia, "Miss Cynthia, why are you going to Alola?" "I just wanted a change of scenery," Cynthia answered, hiding the real reason. She'd been in Alola for a few months now. During that time, she'd caught wind of Team Rocket's activities. After Team Flare's collapse, Team Rocket started taking over Kahlo's underground scene. But Steven had stayed in Alola during this time, not getting involved. It seemed Steven hadn't participated in those dirty deeds. That made Cynthia feel relieved, but no matter how she tried to persuade him, Steven had no intention of cutting ties with Team Rocket. This troubled her deeply. "It's not because of Dr. Steven, Miss Cynthia, that's hell ahead." Caitlin subtly pointed at Steven. At that moment, Steven had his left arm around Sonia and his right around Nessa, posing for pictures. A few months ago, reporters had caught Steven holding hands and shopping with both women. The family group chat had a new member. Apart from envy, men everywhere had gotten used to it. Many netizens speculated that it wouldn't be long before Malva and Cynthia, two champions who had switched regions, would join the harem too. Some even joked they hoped Steven would leave some for the rest since he was having his fill. Caitlin nearly lost control of her psychic powers when she saw those remarks, wanting to pull those netizens from their screens and strangle them. "No, you're overthinking it," Cynthia tried to reassure her. "How does he do it?" Wallace sidled up to Steven at the first chance, watching Sonia's Diancie intently. Steven was caught off guard. "Do what?" Wallace raised his brows at Steven's left and right. "Dr. Steven, his girlfriends are almost too many to count. Yet they all get along." "Get along?" Steven blinked. Back in Hone, he'd overheard Sonia and Nessa talking. Nessa had happily told Sonia, "Great, now that you're here, I'm not afraid of Morgan and her little sidekick anymore." Steven thought Steven's women must be at odds, forming cliques and fighting. But at least in public, they seemed harmonious. "Well, he is outstanding." Steven answered perfunctorily. "I'm not bad, so why can't I get even one?" Wallace complained. Winona still hadn't agreed to get back together. "If you could give your girlfriend a legendary, maybe you'd manage it too." Steven replied. If Steven gave him a Diancie, Steven wouldn't mind sleeping with him either. By the way, Steven's recent paper argued that Pokémon and human genomes and physiology are very similar. Especially humanoid Pokémon like Gardevoir, Machamp, and Cinderace. And Diancie looks pretty human too. Is she a humanoid type as well? Bro, touch some grass. Hello, trainers and Pokémon fans around the world. Welcome to this year's Indigo Conference, a grand event for trainers who love Pokémon from all over the world. The sacred flame, Ho-Oh's fire, protects us. Trainers over the next 2 weeks fight fair and without regrets. On the second day, at the opening ceremony of the Indigo Conference, Chairman Goodshow stood center stage, giving a speech. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Not just for the highly respected Goodshow, but also out of anticipation for the first Indigo Conference in almost 3 years. Sitting among the champions in the VIP seats, Steven's eyes locked precisely on the Rainbow Squad trio from Pallet Town, a secret smile on his face. He had come here to see these three perform with his own eyes. After the opening ceremony, the audience and contestants dispersed. Unlike the Galar Star Tournament, which began at the main stadium with just a few dozen entrants and 6v6 battles, the Indigo Conference, like Johto's Silver Conference or Hone's Evergrande Conference, had hundreds of entrants. First, they'd whittle down 80% of competitors using 2v2 or even 1v1 battles at smaller arenas around the main stadium. Only those who made it to the top 32 would qualify for battles in the main Indigo Stadium. Stephen didn't watch the matches in person, but returned to his hotel room to watch with his group on TV. The broadcast was showing Field 4, the rock field, Red versus a nameless challenger. Go Big Brother Red. As the match was about to begin, the camera swept over the audience, and an obvious figure leaped up, cupping his hands around his mouth and shouting. On his shoulder, Pikachu echoed, "Pika Pika." Stephen couldn't help but smile, more and more looking forward to this kid's journey in a year and a half. But with so many geniuses in this world, even if Ash played smart, standing out from the freaks would be no easy task. Stephen frowned. "What's wrong?" Karen asked. "Rewind that shot in slow motion." Stephen pointed at the screen. Though it was live, Mary obediently dragged the playback bar back. She set it to 0.5x speed. The camera slowly panned over the crowd. Ash, Delia, Professor Oak, and Green, whom he met last year, at only 11 but already more curvaceous than Diantha. "Pause!" Stephen shouted. Mary hit the button. The image froze on a red-haired boy about Ash's age, maybe 8 or 9, sitting next to Green. Well, Stephen muttered to himself. Hadn't expected to run into him here. Elsewhere, in Johto's cliff cave. How long are we supposed to keep hiding Faba? Carr shouted at his ally, furious. Half a year ago, after Giovanni ordered the entire organization to search for his son, Carr defected from Team Rocket. Apart from a few dozen loyal subordinates, only Faber among the executives joined him. Over months, Carr recruited more men, but only grew the group to a little over 100. Everyone in the underworld knew Team Rocket was the #1 force now. As a Team Rocket defector, how many dared follow Carr? Don't be hasty, Carr. With our current strength, do you think we can take on Team Rocket, our only chance? Faba pulled a photo from his pocket, voice rising. "I was this kid." The photo showed a younger Giovanni holding a red-haired toddler, about 2 or 3, with his back to the camera. "Giovanni's son." Faba declared, "Getting our hands on Giovanni's son is our only chance." For years, Faba had been dissatisfied with his status in Team Rocket. He had been the second in command at Etha Foundation, but in Team Rocket, he was barely even in the top 20. After Carr defected, Faba hesitated for a long time before joining him. But Faba wasn't stupid. Unless Joker intervened, Giovanni's power was far beyond what their tiny force could handle. Their only hope was to kidnap Giovanni's most valued son and use him as leverage. Carr gritted his teeth, calming down. But the problem is, no one knows where the kid is. "Boss Carr, we have new information," reported one of Carr's men. Chapter 232. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 232. Stephen's family continued watching the match. Facing a trainer on the opposite side whom Stephen, the transmigrator, didn't recognize at all, Red unsurprisingly took the victory in the first battle. Although it only took 2 moves to decide the outcome, Red's displayed strength made Karen and the others immediately see that this kid's power was already on par with the Elite Four. To reach such heights after just a year of traveling, the last person to achieve this was Leon. After Red, the other 2 Rainbow Trio members from Pallet Town, Green and Blue, also began to shine. A week passed, and by the time they reached the 4th round of 3v3 battles, no one had managed to defeat even a single Pokémon belonging to any of the Rainbow Squad trio. Kanto is about to rise again. On the 3rd field, the grass battlefield, when Blue's Arcanine crushed the opponent's 3 Pokémon with overwhelming force, Olana's usually tired face showed a rare seriousness as she watched the VIP Lounge's live broadcast. Rose's expression wasn't good. Previously, thanks to cooperation with Stephen, Galler had also gained talents like Reggie and Valerie. But their performance wasn't as good, not even close, to these 3. The potential shown by Red and Blue reminded Rose of the time he discovered Leon. Although Green was a bit inferior to the other two, Rose felt that given time, this girl would also become a champion-level trainer. Ha ha ha, thanks for letting us win. Goodshow was grinning from ear to ear. He had been paying attention to these three kids for a while. Their backgrounds were very clean. Goodshow planned that once the league champion emerged from among them, the winner would fill the vacant spot among the Elite Four. Listening to Goodshow's humble bragging, the other regional chairmen and champions looked displeased. Even if not everyone was as rebellious as Rose or Jita, seeing Kanto's monsters popping up one after another, like bamboo shoots after the rain, made them jealous. Why does Kanto get all the good stuff? Huh, isn't that the boy who appeared in the Kalos Junior Cup before? Just not a match. Stephen noticed a familiar face, Elaine. He had also participated in the Junior Cup in Lumio City, Kalos. Stephen still remembered, his Charizard was defeated by Red's Charmeleon. Truly humiliating. And now his opponent was Green. Is that a Mega Evolution Stone? Wallace noticed the Evolution Stone necklace around Elaine's Charizard's neck. Respond to my heart, Keystone. Go beyond evolution, Mega Evolution. Elaine, sounding a bit overdramatic, shouted a phrase reminiscent of a Zampecuto release line. The key stone on his right hand, and the Mega Stone on Charizard shone with dazzling rainbow light. Charizard X. Mega Charizard X, a fire dragon-type Pokémon with the Tough Claws ability, its body brimming with extraordinary power, and its black body able to burn with intense blue flames. Sitting in the stands, Gary gave an explanation while holding the second-generation Pokédex. Huh, isn't its ability supposed to be water-absorb? Gary was stunned. He remembered Stephen had told them that Elaine's Charizard had water-absorb as its ability. But with the dragon typing, Charizard's not afraid of water anymore. Green's Blastoise won't have much of an advantage. Ash, sitting next to him, chimed in. TCH tilde, you actually memorized the type chart, Ash. That's a huge breakthrough for you. Gary exaggerated. You want to fight? Ash instantly bristled. HMPH, that guy only has one Pokémon left. Green will handle it easily. Silver snorted coldly. The crowd's attention was still on the match. But what they didn't know was that the eyes of all the major underground organizations were firmly fixed on the red-haired boy sitting with the main cast. That's right, it's definitely Silver. Inside Team Rocket's secret base, Giovanni's hand, resting on Meowth's head, trembled as he looked at the screenshot of the boy in the stands. Boss Giovanni, we've investigated. Mattori picked up a data tablet and reported, young Master Silver regained his freedom last year after elderly Price passed away. After that, to confirm whether Price's death was real, he and that girl named Green smuggled into Sinnoh. There, they confirmed Price's death, and their source of information was Lance. That guy. Hearing this name, Giovanni's face darkened. Noticing the change in Giovanni's expression, Mattori nervously swallowed and continued. After learning that Silver had nowhere to go, Lance took him in, and Green returned to Pallet Town. That's all. Sitting nearby, Stephen raised his hand and said, when Green was taken away, she was already 5 years old, so it's normal she remembers her parents' faces and address. But Silver was only 2. He probably doesn't remember much about you, Uncle. Still, I didn't expect him to be adopted by Lance. So, Uncle, what do you plan to do? Stephen switched the topic. Of course, I'm going to bring Silver back immediately. Giovanni rarely looked so grim. I can't stand the thought of him being by that guy's side for even a second. Bringing young Master Silver back is easy. Whether we assemble Team Rocket to grab him openly or have the king use Hoopa's power to teleport him back, it's not a problem. Surd smiled. The key is what identity you want to use to reunite with Silver, as the Viridian gym leader or as Team Rocket's boss. Giovanni fell silent for a while, realizing this was a real problem. Surd continued. I'd suggest using your gym leader identity. I've secretly observed Silver these days. He's the cold outside, warm inside, justice-driven type. If you started with you're the son of Team Rocket's boss, it'd be too big a shock. In the original story, by the time Giovanni found Silver, his true identity was already public knowledge, so there was no other way. But now that it hasn't been revealed yet, there's a chance to use it well. Then I'll go to Indigo Plateau tomorrow and find a chance to talk to Silver. Giovanni truly couldn't wait. But there's another problem, Uncle. Stephen continued. If the League asks why you never reported your son's kidnapping back then, what will you say? At this, Giovanni, Serd, and the others froze. Damn, they'd forgotten about that. Back then, Giovanni hadn't even told his closest subordinates about having a son, let alone the League. It was to prevent enemies from exploiting it. But after all these years, suddenly a son pops up. How do you explain that? Stephen, do you have any good ideas? Giovanni racked his brain for several minutes but got nowhere, so he turned to Stephen. Well, you'll just have to act. Let Silver see your love as a father. Stephen stroked his chin. What do you mean? Giovanni asked, puzzled. Stephen smiled. When you invaded Alola, didn't you use this act for me at the Etha Paradise? Giovanni immediately understood and laughed. Guess I was too close to see the answer. The next day arrived. The current Indigo Conference finally reached the top 32 6v6 battles. The venue was upgraded from a small battlefield to the newly built Grand Indigo Arena. For once, the headlines weren't all about Stephen and his girlfriends. The Rainbow Squad from Pallet Town stole the show. Kanto's Viridian TV. 8 years ago, Galar's Leon debuted and became champion in a year, a feat only seen once in Galar's history. Now, Kanto has produced 3 such talents in a single year. But whether red, green, or blue, none can challenge champion Lance for his throne, but the winner among them will fill the current Elite Four vacancy. Johto's Goldenrod TV. The prodigy girl named Jasmine from Olivine City has been confirmed as the new gym leader. Sadly, after Price's death, the Mahogany Gym remains vacant. We think one of Pallet's trio would be suitable. Paldia's Desk Times. Unfortunately, Prodigy Nimona couldn't participate in this Indigo Conference due to school, but her strength is no less than red, green, and blue. Kalos Lumios Times. Dr. Stevens' new girlfriend Sonia is rumored to be pregnant. VIP stand area. Mr. Giovanni, it's a surprise to see you here in person, said Bruno, surprised. Though Giovanni was the strongest gym leader in the Indigo League, he was also the most reclusive, rarely making public appearances. Even gym challenges were usually handled by his subordinates. Giovanni tried not to look at the right side of the stands below, smiling. Well, Kanto has produced a few geniuses, hasn't it? I was too curious not to come watch. After everyone sat, Diantha asked, do you think those 3 can become league champions in a year, like Leon? Impossible, said Nessa, seated next to Stephen. She was from Galar, had traveled with Sonia, Leon, and Rayhan, and witnessed Leon's growth. Leon only beat champion Peony because Peony didn't try. When Leon debuted, Rose was already the Galar League chairman, and his brother Peony, the then champion, didn't get along with him or want the position. After seeing Leon's talent, Peony just went with the flow and handed over the title. Saying he gave it might be an exaggeration, but Peony truly didn't fight seriously back then. But Lance wouldn't go easy on anyone. If any of the 3 made it to him, he'd show no mercy. While everyone debated, Giovanni glanced at Stephen, who smiled and shook his head, indicating Giovanni didn't need to hurry. Last night, Stephen and Giovanni had discussed who would play the villain. Stephen said not to worry, the villain would reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Cynthia, who hadn't taken her eyes off Stephen, found a chance to whisper, "What are you up to?" "I'm just helping repair a parent-child relationship," Stephen grinned. Cynthia was left confused. 2 days later, the semifinals. The Rainbow Squad finally met in battle. In a full 6v6, Blue defeated Green with 4 Pokémon remaining. After recalling her Jigglypuff, Green let out a long sigh. Even though she'd always said she didn't care about the outcome, actually losing at this point still stung. Green is already excellent, it's just that those 2 boys are even more outrageous, commented Professor Oak. At her age, I may not have been as good as her, Cynthia said. After just a year, Green's strength was touching the Elite Four level, a genius in any region. Unfortunately, she ran into 2 even more monstrous trainers who reached, and even surpassed, Elite 4 level in just a year. Referring to the Special Adventures manga, where Red and Blue reached Elite 4 after a year. In the games, beating the league in a year is a stretch, but in the manga, it makes sense. Steven, is Car coming or not? Giovanni wasn't interested in the Rainbow Trio squad, whispering to Steven. Relax, if not today then tomorrow, Steven replied. Car and Faba, those two idiots, only had one move left to kidnap Silver. Their only chance was during the Pact Indigo conference. If Silver was taken away by Lance, they'd have no cards left. Car. Cynthia, seated next to Steven, was confused at first, then remembered, wasn't he a Team Rocket fugitive? Oh, right, he defected. Just as Cynthia was about to ask why Steven was bringing up Car, Steven's eyes suddenly narrowed. He said seriously, they're here. Giovanni and Cynthia followed his finger. Near where Silver, Ash, and Gary sat, a heavily wrapped spectator got up and walked past them, apparently leaving. Oddly, it was right before Red's semi-final battle. Why leave now? Strangely, as he passed Professor Oak, he tossed something into the corner of the seats. What's going on? Cynthia was confused. There's another, Shirna-chan, it's your turn, Steven said, pulling Cynthia's hand toward the left. There, the wife and son of Petalburg gym leader Norman were sitting. Another wrapped-up spectator passed by and tossed something. It wasn't over. As Green and Blue shook hands, someone in the front row threw something at them. A piquet ball. Probably a bomb, Steven whispered in Cynthia's ear. Her face changed. Instantly, Cynthia called out Garchomp, leaped onto its back, and flew towards Norman's wife and son. The audience, who were clapping for Green and Blue, were bewildered. Uncle, don't forget to get hurt, Steven said. Leave it to me, Giovanni smiled, sent out his B-drill and stabbed his shoulder, charging toward the battlefield. All the league chairmans and champions in the VIP stand were stunned. Cynthia leaped down. Why was Giovanni following? And since when did Giovanni have a B-drill? Lance's face changed dramatically. He recognized that B-drill. Steven stood and shouted, "Everyone get down, there's a terrorist attack." When the continent's top trainer and idol speaks, everyone believes him. All 100,000 spectators immediately ducked for cover. On the battlefield, Green and Blue also saw the piquet ball thrown in. It opened by itself. Out jumped Fortress. And at this moment, the Pokémon was glowing a fiery red. Explosion. Blastoise, Blue instinctively wanted to call his ace, but then realized his Blastoise was already knocked out. Damn. Too late. Buzz. At the last moment, a golden ring appeared, blocking Green and Blue and sucking the about-to-explode Fortress inside. Elsewhere in the stands, more rings appeared, absorbing the Fortresses about to detonate. TV viewers immediately recognized. It was Hoopa's golden rings. But near Silver, Professor Oak, Ash, and Gary, another Fortress was about to explode. But this time, no golden ring appeared. All 6 had been used up. No, Silver. At this moment, Giovanni charged over, roaring. In the chaos, Silver turned to look. Before he could think, Giovanni fell from above, hugging him tightly with his back to the Fortress. Altaria, Steven quickly sent out Altaria. Its fluffy wings wrapped Professor Oak, Delia, Ash, Gary, and the others. But it was too late to protect Giovanni and Silver. Boom! The right side of the stands exploded, debris flying everywhere. Giovanni, holding Silver, was blasted into the arena. Silver, completely unharmed, was stunned. That person was Giovanni, the Viridian gym leader. Did he know Silver? And why did he save him? Silver. At this moment, Giovanni, his back bloody and mangled, struggled to reach for Silver, calling his name with all his might. Steven blinked. Whoa, that was an amazing effect. After all, it was a real injury. Chapter 233. Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 233. Giovanni's shout seemed to carry a magical force, the bloodied, mangled man on the ground repeatedly calling out his name. Silver, stunned and dumbfounded, stumbled toward him. What's happening? In the VIP stands, Goodshow jumped down from the main seat, anxiously scanning the area. Chairman, be careful, that's Hoopa's power. Bruno, Lorelei, and the others immediately shielded Goodshow. Inside the arena, 6 golden rings appeared simultaneously. Just from this, they could already guess who was coming. Ha ha ha, what a surprise. I only planned to catch that brat, but I got to seriously injure you too, Giovanni. Just as Silver jumped over the railing onto the battlefield, a short figure not even as tall as 8-year-old Silver suddenly threw off his cloak, revealing his true identity. At the same time, he sent out a Skarmory, pressing its razor-sharp blade-like wing against the back of Silver's neck. It was Car, once one of Team Rocket's 3 beasts. Elsewhere, over 100 people in the crowd shed their disguises, revealing Team Rocket R uniforms. Team Rocket, but Steven felt a bad premonition. Lance, meanwhile, locked eyes with Giovanni's Beedrill. Before the champions could figure out what was happening, the entire Indigo Plateau erupted in chaos. Hundreds of Team Rocket members immediately released their Pokémon, attacking indiscriminately. In an instant, screams, crying, and explosions blended into utter mayhem. Let him go, you damn shorty. Green, snapping out of it, pointed at Car and shouted angrily. Hey, Tilda. Car just grinned, ignoring Green, his gaze fixed on Giovanni. Originally, Car only planned to create chaos with explosions, then use the confusion to nab Silver. He didn't expect a bonus. Giovanni cared so much about his son that he risked his life to shield him from the blast. The cold, ruthless Team Rocket boss is a caring dad, but thanks to that, I struck your biggest weakness. His words were like dropping a torpedo into already troubled waters. The boss of Team Rocket, his son, Dad. Silver is Giovanni's son. Wait, does that mean Giovanni's real identity is? Green was shaken too. She'd spent over a year helping her little brother Silver investigate his origins, but never imagined he was the strongest gym leader, Giovanni's child, and that Giovanni's true identity was. Not just Green, even the fleeing crowd was wide-eyed, unable to believe their ears. After all, it hadn't been that many years since the betrayal of Indigo Elite Four's Aldous. Now there's another traitor. Hey, Car, don't waste time, let's go. There are too many strong trainers here. From the stands, Faba stroked his mustache and shouted. Their plan, Car would catch Silver, and Faba would create chaos in the audience as a distraction. Things were going even better than expected. Not only did they get Silver, but they seriously injured Giovanni. Perfect. But they still couldn't let their guard down. This was the league's turf, with so many powerful trainers present. More importantly, Faba squinted at the golden rings appearing around the venue. 6. Anyone who'd been online this year knew what that meant. In the next second, 2 figures stepped out of the golden rings in the arena. Instantly, the attention of tens of thousands was drawn to them. It was the other 2 of the 3 beasts, Surd and Orm, who used to work with Car. They knelt on one knee at either side of the golden ring, heads slightly bowed. 2 seconds later, a black boot stepped out. Joker! Gold, standing with Ash and the others, gritted his teeth and shouted. That bastard who stole my goddess. You! Green stared, stunned, at the figure she had chased for a year, now emerging from the golden ring in front of her. Car's arrogance instantly turned into wariness and dread. He gritted his teeth. I heard you weren't going to get involved in this. If Joker chose Giovanni's side, Car wouldn't dare rebel even if you gave him 1,000 guts. But Surd had said, the king isn't interested in this matter, so he'd bet everything on this plan. But if Surd wasn't lying, why was the king here now? Relax, Car. This is nothing important enough for the king to intervene. Surd smiled and spoke for the king. But today's battle will decide the next Team Rocket boss, so the king decided to come and watch. As she finished, the portal Joker had stepped from widened further, and evil Hoopa flew out. No restriction on entering his portals. Seeing the god who had summoned 6 legendary Pokémon half a year ago, countless viewers at the scene and watching on TV felt their hearts leap to their throats. The next instant, one of Hoopa's dismembered arms floated behind Joker. Joker leaned back, crossed his legs, and sat on it, adopting a just-watching posture. Everyone run. At that moment, Steven's shout rang out. 3 new golden rings appeared around the venue. No doubt, this was the work of Steven's Hoopa. Just like half a year ago in Lumio City. Ash, hurry, go. Professor Oak pushed Ash toward a nearby portal. No, Silver is still. But Ash refused to leave, staring at the battlefield. Not just Ash, Red, Blue, Gold, and the others all stood their ground, unable to abandon Silver while someone held a knife to his throat. Stephen Kun, what do we do now? Goodshow slapped his forehead, asking Stephen. The last time Flare messed things up at the Lumiose Youth Cup, it wasn't even over. Now Team Rocket's doing it at the Indigo Conference. Do all you criminal groups plan your attacks to coincide with League events, or what? And both times, there's a traitor. Does the League have no dignity left? This is an internal Team Rocket matter. Leave it for now, the priority is evacuating the crowd. Stephen replied. Dr. Stephen is right. Leon, Stephen, and other nice guy champions all nodded in agreement. However, how could we let this golden opportunity slip by? Lance shouted coldly. While Team Rocket's fighting itself, this is our best chance to wipe them out, especially since Giovanni's betrayal has irreparably stained the League's honor. We should execute him on the spot. With that, Lance released a Dragonite, leaped onto its back, and flew toward the field. Champion Lance. Wallace raised his hand to stop him, but it was too late. In the arena. Seeing Joker's just watching posture, Carr secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He regained his earlier arrogance. With Skarmory's razor-sharp wing pressed to Silver's neck, Silver, having just learned his origins, was completely shell-shocked, murmuring to himself. Giovanni, Team Rocket boss, is my father, I. Cough, cough. Opposite him, the badly injured Giovanni coughed up blood, shocking Silver back to reality. Don't move. Under Carr's orders, Skarmory's wing pressed closer, drawing a trickle of blood. Hey, whatever grudge you Team Rockets have, Silver's not involved. Green cried anxiously. Oh, he's very involved, brat. Carr shouted, then glared at Giovanni. Giovanni, I worked for you all these years because you said the next Team Rocket boss would be chosen from among the executives. But you plan to pass it to your son? Are you kidding me? Now everyone understood why Carr was rebelling. Cough, cough, cough. Giovanni coughed violently, clutching his chest as he struggled to his feet. After several deep breaths, he said with difficulty, What? Do you want? We can talk. Just let Silver go. As he spoke, his eyes never left Silver, full of fatherly love. It wasn't an act. Announce to the world that I'll be the next Team Rocket boss, and then kill yourself. Carr spat out his demand. The Indigo Conference was being broadcast worldwide, perfect for his plan. I'll die if you want, but making you boss is impossible. To me, the organization and my child are equally important. Giovanni said solemnly. Giovanni-sama. Back at base, Archer was already in tears after hearing this. A man among men, as expected. It's fine, get it over with. Carr thought for a moment, then agreed. Even if Giovanni didn't name him as his successor, as long as Giovanni died, who would dare challenge him? That Silver brat. HMPH, once your old man's dead, I'll send you to join him soon enough. Silver Team Rocket is the life's work of me and your grandmother. After I die, you must inherit it, work with Joker. Cough, cough. Giovanni spoke earnestly, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Me, no, I can't. Silver, a trainer with a strong sense of justice, couldn't imagine himself as Team Rocket boss. But the man before him was dying. He couldn't say no. Follow your heart, Silver. At that moment, a certain flying-type elite rode in on Dragonite and shouted, Don't let that dying man manipulate your beliefs. Lance's words snapped Silver out of his trance. Giovanni, no father. Silver's gaze hardened. I won't inherit Team Rocket. I'll become a trainer, a detective. Even if Team Rocket is your and Grandma's legacy, one day, I'll destroy it myself. Stephen. This kid was influenced by Lance after being adopted for a year. In the manga, Silver also vowed to bring Giovanni and Team Rocket to justice, but never said destroy or wanted to be a detective. Still, at least he didn't become a carbon copy of Lance. Seeing Silver call him father again after 6 years, Giovanni should have been happy. Originally, he and Steven planned to use Car and Faba's chaos as a cover, letting Giovanni save Silver and ideally get injured in the process to play the fatherly love card. Just like in those cliché stories where the blonde guy hires thugs to harass the heroine, then swoops in to save her. If he got injured, even better. But Giovanni's plan was 90% successful. Silver recognized him as his father. Next, Giovanni was ready to fake die dramatically, hoping Silver would accept the inheritance. But clearly, he underestimated Lance's influence. In the year Silver spent with Lance, he was deeply affected. If Giovanni had truly died, Silver might have gone along with it. But Lance's shout ruined everything. Even if he does die, Silver might visit his grave but inherit Team Rocket. No way. No way out now. Steven shrugged as he helped evacuate the crowd. Is this what you've been plotting? Cynthia, having just sent May and his mother away, asked as she walked over. Well, at least their father-son relationship is fixed. Not bad, right? Steven smiled. You are a master manipulator. No wonder you never mess up with women. Cynthia pouted. Steven wasn't upset. Compared to when she first learned his identity, Cynthia wasn't as conflicted and could even joke now. That was her true self. But I doubt Uncle Giovanni is happy. Steven mused. I'll kill you. Sure enough, Giovanni's roar echoed across the Indigo Plateau the next second. He looked terrifying, face covered in blood, twisted with rage, perfect for a Pokémon Hollywood villain. Beedrill's right arm swung, its stinger oozing purple poison, and in a yellow flash, it was in front of Dragonite. The sharp toxic stinger whistled through the air, like fangs lunging at its prey. Giovanni was truly furious. He was so close to success. He could have handed Team Rocket to Silver and ushered in a new era with Steven and Silver. Then retired and secretly assisted them in conquering the world. Perfect. But Lance's shout ruined everything. He had to kill that brat. This is bad, Lance is in trouble. Steven pursed his lips. After knowing Giovanni for so long, he could tell this time Giovanni was truly enraged. Is it okay, should we stop them? Cynthia asked, actually thinking Lance wasn't wrong. Giovanni trying to use his death to emotionally blackmail his son was immoral. Don't get involved, you're mine now. Steven reminded her. Who's yours? Cynthia fumed. Steven shrugged. I'm a Lola champion, you're a Lola elite, you're my subordinate, so you're my person. What were you thinking something else? Cynthia glared, turning away in a huff. So annoying, how did Nessa and Sonia put up with this guy? Boom. On the battlefield, facing Beedrill's attack. A piquet ball on Lance's waist suddenly popped open. It was a red Gyarados. Hi. Even Steven was surprised. In the original, Lance's red Gyarados was thought to be shiny, but it was a mutation from Team Rocket's forced evolution experiments. But in this timeline, Team Rocket never did that, so where did Lance get his red Gyarados? From Lysander. Seeing Steven's confusion, Cynthia explained. After Lysander died, some of his Pokémon starved themselves in mourning, but others were adopted. Lance took Lysander's ace, the red Gyarados. Gyarados Flamethrower. The red Gyarados Mega evolved, unleashing a massive pillar of fire, too wide for Beedrill to dodge. But Beedrill didn't try to dodge. Next instant, a dazzling rainbow light burst from its body. Mega Beedrill struck. The flamethrower was sliced in two, as if it were paper. Kill him. Giovanni spat coldly. He meant to kill Lance. Seeing the fight, Car was dumbfounded. Wait, did you guys forget I'm still here? Chapter 234. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 234. Take him down, Beedrill. Giovanni's mangled back was no act, but his rage made him forget the pain. Mega Beedrill's twin stingers, sharper than blades, whirled with wind as it attacked. Each strike, like a martial arts master's finger strike, targeted Mega Red Gyarados' weakest spots. Hey you guys, are you ignoring me? Get lost. Car, feeling ignored, yelled. But before he finished, Green, who'd lost all her Pokémon in her fight with Blue, leaped forward. She delivered a flying kick right to the shorty's face. Blue, debating whether to help Lance or ambush Giovanni, was stunned. When did Green get so fierce? Skarmory, seeing its master sent flying, snapped out of its daze. It slashed at Green, with its wing blade like a guillotine. Green! Silver shouted. In his eyes, the blade closed in on Green's head. F-whoosh! A swirling flame shot past Green's nose, engulfing Skarmory. Skarmory screamed, its silver body turning black, then collapsed. Flame wheel! Green turned toward the source. Next to Joker, 3 Houndoms had appeared, disdainfully watching Skarmory faint. Green's eyes darted. She grabbed Silver's hand and rushed behind Joker. Green, you! Silver started, but Green pressed a finger to her lips. Don't talk, this is the safest place in the world right now. Bang! A crash echoed from the field. Looking up, the mega red Gyarados had been smashed into the stands, crushing countless seats. Lysander's red Gyarados were impressive and even stronger under Lance, maybe even surpassing his blue Gyarados. But against Giovanni's Beedrill, it wasn't enough. You're next. Gyarados down, Giovanni showed no mercy. Mega Beedrill's speed peaked, about to pierce Lance's throat. Don't! Silver shouted instinctively. He'd only known Giovanni as his father for half an hour, but he didn't want Lance to die. To Silver, Lance, who'd raised him for a year, meant even more than Giovanni. Stephen Kun, help! Giovanni called out. But to everyone's surprise, as Beedrill closed in, Lance just smirked and threw a Master Ball. It opened midair, releasing a blinding light that filled the battlefield. Even champions like Cynthia were shocked. Isn't that a bit much? Gold gaped. As he spoke, a giant silhouette appeared overhead. It was Dragonite. A Dragonite over 30 meters tall, like a Dynamaxed Pokémon. Even Galar champion Leon was stunned. Did he just use a Dynamax band? Steven blinked. That Dragonite must be, can't believe Lance caught it. In the anime, there was a giant Dragonite, theorized to be an ancient survivor or the leader of Dragonite Island. Doesn't matter, Lance had it now. Everyone get away. Lance pointed at Beedrill. Draco Meteor Dive. Blue flames surged from the giant Dragonite, engulfing the entire plateau. The pressure was suffocating even for viewers at home, let alone those present. Ash, Gold, and the others stared upward in shock. Even having witnessed the gods' battle in Lumiose, this left them stunned. In you go. Steven's shout came. A golden ring appeared beside the main cast, Hoopa's tiny hand beckoning. Red pulled his little brother in without hesitation. Blue booted his annoying sibling in, then followed. Green, let's go. Silver didn't know who to help, but the priority was to escape. But just as he finished, Green shoved him into the ring. Silver, falling, stared at her in disbelief. Green stuck out her tongue playfully. You go first, Silver, I'm staying here. Before the shocked Silver could reply, the portal swallowed him. Can you stop protecting me, King Tilda? Green winked at Joker. Before Joker could reply. Above, apocalyptic power crashed down, like the clash of Conqueror's Haki. The attack hadn't even landed, but the pressure was crushing the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Dragonite's full-power Draco Meteor Dive obliterated the recently rebuilt Indigo Stadium. Every TV watching the Kanto broadcast turned to static. No need to guess. The new Ace's attack just destroyed all the broadcast equipment. This feels familiar. Blue, teleported to Alola by Hoopa, muttered. Half a year ago in Lumiose, when Team Flare attacked, they were sent away the same way. Hoopa's powers were truly useful, at least innocent lives were spared. Dr. Steven and Champion Cynthia. Wait, Cynthia didn't come back. Leon scanned the scene, spotting 2 missing people. Agatha calmly said, Joker's still there. If he joins the fight, it'll be trouble. Steven probably stayed for that reason. Didn't expect Lance to have such a terrifying trump card. Giovanni's doomed now. Gold laughed. Blue elbowed him, gesturing at Silver. Gold quickly shut up. For Silver, either side dying would be bad. Giovanni probably won't die, Joker's still there. Agatha narrowed her eyes. The real problem is how to explain this to the people. Chairman, don't forget the Team Flare incident was just months ago. Goodshow sighed. Lysander's rebellion as Kahlo's league chairman was just half a year ago. Now the strongest gym leader's gone rogue. Goodshow looked at the other chairmans, champions, and elites. He even suspected there were more traitors among them. Agatha, any suggestions? Goodshow asked, exhausted. Let's go back. If possible, while Lance is on top, let's take Giovanni down. Agatha said bluntly. The situation was complicated, but with Giovanni's identity exposed, the best move was to act quickly. All the league higher-ups nodded. Trainer of Hoopa, is it Mary? Could you help us? Amid the smoky ruins, a wall in the stands slumped. Cough, cough. Cynthia's dry cough rang out. She looked up at Beware, standing like a giant to shield her. Thank you, Beware, you're so reliable. Cynthia nodded in gratitude. Hey, what about me? Stephen's teasing voice came. Thanks to you too, all right. Cynthia replied, exasperated. She turned to the chaotic ruins, then her eyes widened in shock. There was that car, one of Team Rocket's 3 beasts. Nearby, Green exclaimed, wow, that's one huge dragonite. Is Giovanni okay? If he dies, Silver will be devastated. Then she looked at Joker, raising her fingers in a greeting. Oh, Tilda, nice to meet you, King of Team Rocket. I'm Green, your fan. Joker didn't answer, just stared in surprise at the girl. Green giggled. It's normal you don't know me, but to me, you're my benefactor. I've always wanted to thank you in person. Well, Tilda, you just saved me again, so I owe even more. Green put her hands behind her back, smiling sweetly. Can I join Team Rocket? I'm pretty strong, you know. Joker struggled internally. Zorurk, this sounded like trouble. Better let Master handle it. Outside the stadium ruins, a golden ring rapidly expanded. Agatha, Leon, Stephen, and other top league fighters stepped out. Amid the smoke, barely any seats were left, but it was still recognizable as Indigo Stadium. In the center of the debris, the giant dragonite stood like a god of destruction. The stadium was just rebuilt a few months ago. You went overboard, Lance. Bruno griped. HMPH, buildings can be rebuilt, but if the rats escape, catching them again won't be so easy. Standing atop the dragonite, Lance scoffed. Is Giovanni dead? Lorelei looked at her friend. How could that be? Silver, who'd just come out with the others, was stunned. Lance waved, use Hurricane. Though he doubted Giovanni survived, just in case, he had Dragonite clear the battlefield. But before he finished the word, Hurricane. Thud. A dull thud sounded. Dragonite's eyes shrank, pain on its face as it staggered back. The sudden change shocked everyone. Just because you caught a rare dragonite, you got careless. Giovanni's voice rang out, full of contempt. You're not the only one growing stronger. The smoke cleared. Everyone could see clearly. A Pokémon, body black and purple, humanoid yet with feline features, punched Dragonite's belly with dark energy. That was Shadow Rush. But more importantly, that aura. Shadow Lugia. Stephen gritted out the name. It felt just like when Shadow Lugia almost destroyed his Metagross. Luckily, Xerneas had healed it. Let me introduce my new ace, Shadow Mutwo. Giovanni turned to the league. The king's masterpiece after Shadow Lugia, the second Shadow Pokémon. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. Everyone turned. At the back, Sird, one of the 3 beasts clapped. Ah, Tilda, congratulations. Now that car's dead, Giovanni remains the boss. But as long as the king's here, I don't care who's boss, Tilda. Joker stood, seemingly ready to leave. To everyone's shock, Green followed. Green, what are you? Ash cried. Sorry guys, I've decided to join him. Green stuck out her tongue. Don't, child, Team Rocket is. Not only Ash and the others, but the league heads changed color. Green's potential was championship level. She could have been the next Cynthia or Diantha. Such talent joining Team Rocket would be a major loss. Grandpa Goodshow. Green interrupted. I was one of the kids kidnapped by the masked man 6 years ago, who was actually Price. The league may not have announced it, but you know. Many league members were shocked. Green was one of those kidnapped children. Green continued, when we were in danger, it wasn't the league that saved us, it was him. She glanced at Joker. I know Team Rocket is a criminal group, but I want to walk my path. Part of Green's reason for joining was gratitude. But there was another reason she kept to herself. Goodshow was speechless. Because Green was right. Green. Silver hesitated. After 5 years of partnership, he sensed Green had another reason for joining. Live well in your world. Green waved, putting up a carefree front and winking. Don't miss your big sis too much, Tilda. Boss, time to withdraw. Orm reminded. No, I'm killing him. Giovanni glared at Lance. He was determined to kill him today. Bring it on. Lance shouted. Shadow Mutewo's power surprised him. But even so, he wouldn't back down. You want to kill me today. I want you dead too. Hyper Beam. With Lance's roar, Dragonite unleashed a black-purple ray, obliterating everything, aiming at Shadow Mutewo. Shadow Mutewo vanished instantly. Teleport. But as Shadow Mutewo reappeared, Hyper Beam kept tracking. Its stamina far exceeded normal Pokémon. Aura Sphere. Giovanni ordered coldly. Shadow Mutewo pressed its fingers together and pushed its palm forward. A wave sphere formed instantly. The next moment, it was engulfed by Hyper Beam, but instead of being destroyed, it expanded, blocking the attack. Take him down. Giovanni ordered again. Shadow Mutewo increased its force. The growing aura sphere gradually overpowered the Hyper Beam. Chapter 235, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 235. Hey Tilda, don't do anything rash, Boss Giovanni. Serd pointed at Giovanni's back, where the wound was already scabbing over, and reminded him, if you don't get your injuries treated in time, it'll be a big problem. For Silver to experience Giovanni's deep fatherly love, Giovanni was putting his life on the line this time. A while ago, when Fortress used Explosion under Car's command, if Steven hadn't controlled his strength well enough, Giovanni really would have died on the spot. Although the goal was achieved, Giovanni's current situation wasn't much better. From his excessive blood loss and his face as pale as a vampire, it was clear. Hey Tilda, it won't take much time. Giovanni forced a smile through the pain. So arrogant, extreme speed. Lance immediately ordered his giant Dragonite to launch a fierce attack. With extreme speed, the massive Dragonite fell from the sky like a meteor. Seeing this, Dark Mutewo pressed one hand to the ground. A light purple shield appeared out of nowhere, rapidly expanding to the size of a house. The giant Dragonite's extreme speed slammed into it, but the recoil forced it back. Earlier, Giovanni had used this move to block Dragon Ascent. Earthquake. Upon hearing this, the giant Dragonite stomped heavily with both feet. In an instant, the entire arena's ground split and became uneven. Dark Mutewo also staggered, and the shield began to wobble. Lance's eyes narrowed, he raised his right index finger, locking precisely on the weakest part of the shield. There, take him down in one go, Dragon Ascent. Wild blue flames erupted again, and the visual effect was no less than Dark Luge's Dark Charge. Dragon Ascent crashed down with tremendous force. In a flash, it shattered the barrier and was now less than 2 meters from Dark Mutewo. Trying to use teleport to escape, then your master will die. Lance muttered confidently. Dark Mutewo's teleport was indeed fast, but Lance hadn't locked onto the barrier's weak point. He could also precisely target Giovanni's trajectory. If Mutewo dodged with teleport, Giovanni behind him would be finished. Idiot! Just as Dragon Ascent was within half a meter of Dark Mutewo, Giovanni showed an even more ruthless smile than Lance. Lance, be careful. From afar, Goodshow and others shouted in alarm. Even without their warning, Lance heard a whistling sound above his head, like a meteor falling. He looked up. A pale pink glow appeared in the sky, rapidly expanding in his view, beautiful but terrifying. It was a huge psychic cannon. Even while still over 100 meters above the ground, the earth was already being compressed, and chunks of ground were being lifted from the pressure. Its power was obvious. That's future sight. When did that happen? Cynthia exclaimed in shock. Lucian, as a Psychic-type Elite Four, had used this move in her champion challenge. But Future Sight, though powerful, had too long a wind-up. Lucian used it twice and then stopped. But Dark Mutewo was different. Cynthia, who was present the whole time, never noticed when Mutewo set up the move. It was at the very beginning, when Lance ordered the giant Dragonite to use Dragon Ascent, Stephen explained. Psychic type's powerful ultimate move, Future Sight. Its side effect is even greater than Hyper Beam's post-move recoil. It requires gathering energy toward the sky over a long period before releasing. Its charge time is even longer than Solar Beam. The giant Dragonite, still in Dragon Ascent mode, suddenly changed expression. In the final moment, just 5 centimeters from Dark Mutewo, it flipped in midair, shielding Lance in its embrace. Then a hurricane aura enveloped its body, barely dodging Future Sight at the last second. Trying to use extreme speed to escape, not that easy. Giovanni's voice sounded like a judge from hell. As he spoke, Dark Mutewo's right hand reached out. Concentrated black psychic energy, condensed into a giant spoon. Dark Sistrike. Giovanni called out Dark Mutewo's exclusive skill. In an instant, Dark Mutewo flashed in front of the giant Dragonite with teleport. The giant spoon radiating dark energy was raised high, and under Dragonite's fearful gaze, came crashing down. Boom! A deafening crash sounded. Everyone below saw Dragonite's face twist up. A dark shockwave accompanied the impact, and black meteor showers rained down from the sky. Terrifying! Green cried out. Joker in front of her raised a hand. Hoopa threw a golden ring, swallowing up all the falling dark shockwaves. High in the air, the giant Dragonite, crashing down, splayed its limbs in exhaustion, exposing the previously protected Lance. Staggering, Giovanni was already waiting directly below. The massive Dragonite hit the ground first, sending up clouds of dust. But protected by Dark Mutewo, Giovanni remained motionless at the original spot. Watching Lance fall rapidly toward him, Giovanni crooked his finger, took the spoon from Dark Mutewo, assumed a baseball-hitting stance, and sneered. "I'll personally send you to the afterlife." No. Goodshow, Bruno, and other old colleagues of Lance's were horrified. There was no time to stop Giovanni as he prepared to swing. At this critical moment, a black blur flashed through the air. Though it was hard to catch with the naked eye, Giovanni still recognized the shadow. It was Weavile. Weavile. Catching Lance midair and gently putting him down, Weavile looked at Giovanni, full of guilt. They knew each other. Giovanni's expression was complicated. This Weavile, more accurately, he'd known it since it was still a Sneasel, as it was the starter Pokémon he'd given his son. 2 seconds later, just as Giovanni expected, Silver came running from far behind, pleading with Giovanni, "Father, don't kill him." Giovanni nearly ground his teeth to dust, but seeing his son's expression after 6 years apart, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't say no. Go. All the words in Giovanni's heart condensed into one. Compared to the pain in his back, what hurt more was the wound in his heart. Giovanni entered the teleport portal made by Evil Hoopa first, followed by Joker, Surd, and Orm. After waving goodbye to the League members, Green quickly followed. After a long silence, Stephen broke it. "Let's heal Champion Lance and his Dragonite first." Alola Melamel Island, Holly City Pokémon Center. After Nurse Joy confirmed that Lance and his Dragonite were fine, everyone was relieved. But before they could celebrate Joy's words, Chairman Goodshow, "Is Mr. Giovanni the Team Rocket boss?" brought everyone back to reality. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. It had been less than half a year since the Lysander incident, and now there was another mole. And the champion of the League headquarters, Indigo League, was defeated. So embarrassing. "President Lusamine, may I use the conference room? While everyone's here, I want to discuss solutions," Goodshow said with a headache. Although the damage to the Indigo Plateau wasn't as bad as 2 years ago during the Shadow incident, it was still unusable. Lusamine naturally had no objection and shot a glance at Stephen. Stephen had Hoopa open a portal and transported everyone to Etha Paradise. "Dr. Stephen, after the meeting, can you spare some time to come to Galar?" Rose quietly asked Stephen. Stephen nodded, already guessing what Rose wanted. The league chairmans and champions sat in Alola HQ's conference room. Goodshow didn't waste words and asked for solutions to the league's current crisis. The first issue was how to restore the league's public image. The former strongest Indigo gym leader was the boss of the largest criminal organization. The shocking truth had spread worldwide. Worse, it happened less than 6 months after the Team Flare incident. Absolutely humiliating. Even just this first problem stumped all the top trainers present. There had been similar incidents before, usually handled by diverting the public's attention. But this time, it was too big. "Chairman, there's no way," Stephen said, shrugging. "Instead of saving face, why not use this opportunity to clean out the league's moles?" Goodshow, exhausted, blinked. "How do we do that?" "Call in all active league personnel above gym leader rank. Have Pokémon use hypnosis to read their minds and see if there are any other spies." Stephen thought this was a great chance to get rid of Cyrus. If it were other villains like Price, Stephen wouldn't care to expose them. After all, whatever they did, it wouldn't affect him. But Cyrus was different. His ultimate goal was to use Dialga and Palkia to create a new world. Stephen didn't believe the twin gods of time and space alone could do that. And if it happened, Giratina and the other legendaries wouldn't intervene. But since he had the chance to deal with Cyrus, he'd naturally take it. And finding moles was simple. Just bring them in, use hypnosis, and ask. This is a bit inhumane. Goodshow hesitated. He knew it would be easy with Pokémon, but league law forbids it, just as trainers aren't allowed to order Pokémon to attack humans directly. "Chairman, now's not the time to worry about that," Lorelei said harshly. She respected the old man, but couldn't stand his excessive kindness. "All right, Agatha, notify everyone in the group. Bring in all active personnel at gym leader and above. Stephen, please have Hoopa help with teleporting." Goodshow finally agreed. He also felt the league couldn't survive another betrayal. Goodshow felt uneasy looking at those present, fearing another undercover criminal was among them. "Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself?" Cynthia whispered to Stephen. She was dumbfounded when he suggested catching moles. "The biggest mole wants to catch moles." "Are you kidding?" Stephen smiled, then said, "For the Pokémon using hypnosis, let's have Mew do it. It'll take a lot of energy to read so many minds." Cynthia rolled her eyes. No wonder he was so confident. He was both a contestant and judge. Soon, with Hoopa's help, the Cerulean sisters, Brock, Sabrina, Hone League's Norman Watson, Juan Winona, Sinnoh League's Volkner Wake, Gardenia Aaron. All the gym leaders and Elite Fours gathered in Etha Paradise's plaza. Lily, one of the sensational sisters, watched as more trainers came through Hoopa's rings and asked, "Are we gathering all active, registered league trainers? For what?" Galler's new gym leader, Valerie, answered, "What happened after Indigo Plateau? Is Giovanni the Team Rocket boss? Oh my, I fought Team Rocket in Johto, but never thought Mr. Giovanni." More league elites arrived from all over. They soon learned the reason for the gathering from their respective champions. Using hypnosis on people, that violates league law, right? "But well, in this situation, never mind," said Hassel, the upright Paldea Elite Four, shaking his head. He knew it was necessary. After Giovanni's identity was exposed, the league's reputation was fragile. If betrayed again, Hassel couldn't imagine the league's future. Hey, is this okay? So many people, it's hard to even run," LT, Serge whispered to Sabrina. Sabrina replied calmly, "Didn't boss Giovanni say it's fine? Don't act nervous, or you'll give yourself away before Mew even starts." "Is everyone here?" Lorelei called out coldly. She would not allow any more moles. Cynthia frowned slightly as she counted. Chairman Cyrus doesn't seem to be here. Originally, Cynthia thought that after Stephen, Aldous, Team Flare, and Giovanni, there couldn't be any more moles. But when she realized Sinnoh's chairman was missing, her heart dropped. Nearly 100 league elites all turned to Sinnoh's Volkner and Gardenia. "Wow, the lie detector event hasn't even started, and someone's already showing their true colors," Karen joked. Cynthia glared at her. "You, the real mole, have no room to talk." "Maybe something came up. I'll go look for Chairman Cyrus," Cynthia volunteered. Normally, as an Alola Elite Four candidate, she shouldn't interfere in other regions' affairs. But Cynthia couldn't bear to see her home region embarrassed. Even if something happened, Sinnoh's issues should be handled by the Sinnoh people. Stephen couldn't help but laugh. These crime bosses had sharp instincts, just like Lysander before. All right, we'll leave it to Cynthia. The rest, please line up for the lie detector. For Mew's lie detector test. Stephen clapped his hands. Cynthia rolled her eyes at him and quickly entered the portal to Sinnoh. Isn't Cynthia going to be tested? Asked Violet, one of the sensational sisters. Caitlin, Cynthia's #1 fangirl, retorted, Are you doubting Cynthia? Why not say Dr. Stevens the mole? Cynthia nearly tripped as she entered the portal. Stephen Kun, does this mean Cyrus is? Goodshow asked with a dark expression. Stephen shrugged. Chairman, don't you already know in your heart? Goodshow almost cried. Either way, thank you. He never thought Stephen's suggestion would work so quickly. Hadn't even started and already found a mole. I'll go first. Rose stepped up to Mew. Under Mew's hypnosis, Rose's eyes glazed over. Chairman Rose, are you a criminal spy in the League? Sonia asked. No, I just want the Indigo League gone, not the Pokémon League. By the way, it's a pity Lance didn't die at Giovanni's hands, Rose said emotionlessly. The champions and gym leaders were speechless. It was no secret that Rose wanted to replace the Indigo League. But hearing him say it so bluntly was awkward. Still, he wasn't a traitor. With the League in crisis, Rose decided to side with Indigo. If the League fell, it would hurt Galar too. 10 minutes later, as Sonia was about to question Stephen under hypnosis, Will suddenly asked, Do you have a woman you like? Stephen, eyes dull, replied, No, my heart belongs to Sonia's Diancie. Time seemed to freeze. The previously noisy plaza fell silent. Only the Hone people breathed a sigh of relief. When they heard Stephen say, Sonia, they were shocked. If Stephen's crush was Sonia herself, they felt they wouldn't survive today. Thank goodness it was Diancie. Stephen was speechless. Will was still upset about Stephen nicknaming him Psychic Fatty. Chapter 236. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 236. That scared me. I was worried if Daisy or Violet was a mole, what would we do? After the 2-hour lie detector ended, Lily, the eldest sensational sister, patted her chest in relief. How mean, Lily, you suspected us. I suspect you're the mole. The 3 sisters started squabbling. Misty, following her sisters and feeling out of place, muttered, What criminal group would pick you 3 idiots as moles? After 2 hours of testing, the gym leaders, Elite Fours, and champions who had their minds read by Mew were confirmed not to be spies. Despite some hiccups, the results finally let Goodshow relax. At least now, the League had no more moles. Among the crowd, Koga and LT. Serge exchanged glances, even Sabrina looked confused. When Mew used hypnosis on her, she hadn't been controlled. What did that mean? Chairman, we still haven't found Chairman Cyrus. Haven't found any trace of Cyrus. Sinnoh's new champion, Palmer, reported. Although it was embarrassing for Sinnoh's last mole to be exposed, according to Cynthia's report, she had turned the Sinnoh League building upside down and found no sign of Cyrus. There was no way to contact him. In this situation, even if Sinnoh's people didn't want to admit it, they had to face reality. Issue a wanted order for Cyrus, Lorelei asked, though her tone was firm. Another chairman mole, how could they let him go? No, investigate secretly, Goodshow said decisively. But Lorelei was about to speak, but Stephen interrupted. No choice, Lorelei. First Lysander, then Giovanni less than 6 months later. If people now hear Sinnoh's chairman is also a mole, the League will be completely discredited. Even Stephen felt unsure as he said this. In the original story, Lance and the others were also planning a rebellion. Luckily, their rebellion was on a deserted island, so no one found out. But now, thanks to his butterfly effect, the life paths of more than half the people present have been changed. Who knew what direction the world would take now? Even he, as a transmigrator, couldn't predict it. Now that everyone here is confirmed clean, let's all head back. The chairman will notify us if anything comes up, Stephen said, signaling for Hoopa to open the portals. Rose gave Stephen a look, and led Leon and the Galar group away first. After sending the Galar, Kanto, and Johto people back, Steven had Hoopa open portals to Sinnoh, Hone, Kalos, and other regions. Originally, Hoopa couldn't teleport to many places she hadn't visited, but over the past 6 months, Steven had taken her everywhere, which now paid off. Back home, Steven went to the living room and asked Wick, "Where are they?" "Sonia went to Hone for the contest, and Nessa went to see her off," Wick replied. Steven breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine to play once in a while, but every day was too much. As he sat down to eat what might have been breakfast or lunch, Steven picked up the remote and turned on the TV. Alola's Manilow TV anchor DJ Mary was reporting. Yesterday, a shocking incident occurred in the semifinals of the Indigo Conference. The most shocking part was that Giovanni, known as the Earth's Giovanni and Indigo League's strongest gym leader, was the Team Rocket boss. The news has spread worldwide, and many are expressing dissatisfaction with the Indigo League online. Many say that when the audience was in danger, it was up to champion Steven to step in, and if not for Joker, who knows how many would have died in Car's explosion plot. Countless netizens have voiced their displeasure on the League's official site, saying the Indigo League is no longer fit to serve as League HQ. Steven blinked at Mary's report, then switched channels to Galar's Winden TV, where Rose was being interviewed. "I don't remember how many times the League has been in crisis and needed Dr. Steven to save us. Everyone knows Dr. Steven is a good friend of Galar and incredibly strong, but we've never troubled him. That's tough. Soon, Leon will break through and show his true talent to the world. Stay tuned." As expected, Rose always took the chance to badmouth the Indigo League. But it reminded Steven he still needed to visit Galar. He looked at the other newspapers Wick brought. Paldea's desk late news. "This is one of the biggest scandals in League history, but Dr. Steven prevented the worst-case scenario." Hone's Moville TV. Champion Wallace stated Hone League is united and won't allow any criminal group a chance. Sinnoh's Jubilife Times. Chairman Cyrus reportedly seriously ill, with Lucian temporarily acting as chairman. Kanto's Financial News. Chairman Goodshow plans to select a new Viridian gym leader from the promising newcomers Red and Blue. Unova's Floxacy News. Silphco branch in Floxacy City attacked by Black Dragon Zekrom. Granny President is shocked, the hero of ideals is a criminal. Reading about Unova, Steven paused. He learned the real Zekrom attacked Silphco's Unova branch. The world's top piquet ball manufacturer was out of luck. In the original, Team Rocket had taken over, but with Steven's interference, Giovanni hadn't done it. But the branch was still attacked. No surprise, since N always went on about, if Pokémon are kept in piquet balls, they can't be perfect, so I must free them. As the biggest piquet ball manufacturer, Silph was an enemy to N. Even if N didn't use Zekrom, Steven could guess who was responsible. For Unova, having the hero of ideals be a criminal was a big deal. No wonder it stole Giovanni's headlines. After eating, Steven was going to Galar. But at that moment, Surd messaged, asking Steven to come discuss Team Rocket's future. Previously, Steven would have just replied, "Let Uncle Giovanni decide," and brushed it off. But now, he remembered, Green was in Team Rocket too. So he decided to have Rose wait and went to Team Rocket first. Not long after, in Team Rocket's underground base in Celadon City. "Ah, Joker, you're here." Giovanni, sitting at the head, tried to stand. "Uncle, you're still hurt. Rest," Steven signaled Giovanni not to push himself. The large conference room had many empty seats, but only Steven and Giovanni sat. If they didn't speak, no one else dared sit. Steven noticed Green, now wearing a Team Rocket uniform, giving him a playful look. Steven signaled the executives to sit, then said, "Looks like you can't retire soon, Uncle." Giovanni growled, "All because of that damn lance." If that mutt hadn't shouted yesterday, Silver would probably have agreed and even donned a Team Rocket uniform like Green. "Well, Tilda, calm down, Uncle. Your 40s are your prime, no need to rush retirement." Steven smiled, trying to comfort him. He'd always thought Giovanni's emotional gambit wouldn't work. Silver wanted no part of Team Rocket. Even if you tied him with family bonds, how long could it last? "Looks like I can't kill Lance in the future." Giovanni was troubled. He could tell yesterday. Silver cared about that red-haired lunatic. If he killed him, the son he just started bonding with might turn against him. Seeing the topic drifting, Archer took the chance to interject. Boss, King, now that the rebellion is over, Team Rocket's plan to conquer the underworld can begin. Details, Steven said. Yes. Archer opened a screen, showing a world map. 2 years ago, Kanto and Johto's underworld were fully under Team Rocket's control. 6 months ago, under the King's wise leadership, we wiped out Team Flare, taking Kalos as well. Archer pointed at various regions. In the past, these regions were too far apart to manage, but with the King's evil Hoopa, that's not a problem. Not only Kanto, Johto, and Kalos, but we'll take every region, Sinnoh, Hone, Galar, Paldea, everything. Archer clenched his fists in excitement, eyebrows twisting together. The conference room fell silent. Green, a first-day recruit, swallowed hard. Distance has always been a management problem. Indigo League could control both Kanto and Johto, because they were only separated by the plateau. HQ was right there, so it was 2 places, 1 rule. Other regions couldn't do that. If anything happened, you couldn't send reinforcements in time. But with Hoopa, it was different. Coming here was the right choice, Green muttered. She had joined Team Rocket publicly in part out of gratitude, but also to emulate Cynthia. She wanted to see what Joker and Team Rocket were planning. As Green mused, Archer continued. Groups like Team Flare, entrenched in their regions, are obstacles to Team Rocket and must be eliminated. Boss Giovanni, our spies report that Hone has Magma and Aqua teams operating secretly, and Unova's Plasma team is very active. The rest are under investigation, Proton added. Steven's gaze shifted. Team Galactic hadn't been found, probably because, like with Lysander's Team Flare, their boss protected them well. Ariana added, our sources confirm that the Black Dragon Zekrom's attack on Silphco and Unova was Plasma Team's doing. There was an uproar. The news was right, the hero of ideals was a criminal. Feels like the world's doomed, Green muttered. What's with that dragon? Picking a criminal as a hero. Dark Mutwo, clearly dangerous, chose Giovanni as master, and that was that. But Zekrom, a Unova dragon god, chose a criminal. No wonder it lost so badly in the War of the Gods. Just a black dragon, no threat, Giovanni said disdainfully. After the Lumio City battle, Zekrom was so weak that he could beat it with a normal team, let alone with Dark Mutwo or Steven's Shadow Lugia. If Plasma Team could get all 3 dragons, maybe it'd be different. So do we hit Unova first? Before, Steven would have used a distant alliances, attack those close strategy. But with Hoopa, no need. No rush, moving too fast is bad. After Silver's issue, I'm tired, Giovanni waved. Silver not wanting to join, and not being able to kill Lance were exhausting. Needed a rest. Surd switch topics. Boss, with Car is dead, one of the 3 beasts' positions is open. Should we promote someone from the elites? Ahem. Giovanni thought briefly. He glanced at the eager elites, hoping for promotion. His gaze lingered an extra second on Green, not quite 12, but already showing promise. But only for a second. As a good boss, Giovanni knew not to promote too quickly, even if Green was at the Elite 4 level. Otherwise, the old staff would be unhappy. No rush, let's expand Team Rocket's manpower. Kalos is short-handed, and soon more excellent recruits will come. Giovanni had heard from Steven about a girl in Alola who idolized Joker and specialized in dark types, hoping to join Team Rocket, a champion-level prodigy. As the meeting ended, Steven's phone rang. It was Wick. Steven was about to hang up and call back later, but noticing, Giovanni said, "Meeting's over, everyone out." When only Steven and Giovanni were left, Steven answered. What Wick said stunned him. Dr. Steven, that girl has woken up. Chapter 237, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 237. When Wick said this, Steven was momentarily stunned. He didn't immediately realize who she meant by girl. It was only when Wick asked, "Can you release her from the medical pod?" that Steven remembered who it was. The lorekeeper asked her. "I'll head back for a bit." Stephen immediately had Hoopa open a portal. Green was about to speak. "We'll talk later." Stephen patted her on the head and quickly entered the portal. Green pouted and left the meeting room. Stephen returned to the underground research department of Etha Paradise, calling Karen and Will on the way. While riding the elevator with Stephen, Will couldn't help but complain, "I almost forgot about her. How many years has she been asleep?" Karen thought for a few seconds and replied, 5, or was it 6 years? I thought she'd never wake up in this lifetime. Back then, Aster had controlled Rayquaza and caused chaos with the Hone League, which left a deep impression on her. But more unforgettable than the sight of Aster, a mortal commanding a legendary Pokémon, was the League's ruthlessness. She wondered if Goodshow knew that Mr. Stone had killed someone during his actions. Stephen didn't interject. For someone whose body was gravely injured, waking up after 5 or 6 years was already lucky. He remembered someone in a past life, an F1 champion, who slept for 10 years before waking up. If his wife hadn't sold off their assets to pay for the expensive treatment, he might never have woken up. Another reminder of the importance of finding a good partner. Entering the medical room, Lucamine and Wick were already there. On the bed in front of them sat a girl wrapped in a bedsheet, about the same age as Stephen and the others. She hung her head low, looking lost and confused. As Stephen and his companions entered, she looked at them curiously, like a newborn child. Lucamine explained, "There weren't any suitable clothes, so this is the best we could do for now." Looking closely, they'd noticed Aster's body under the sheet was oddly mismatched. Her right side was identical to that of a dragon-type Pokémon, covered in dense, dark blue scales and ending in sharp claws. It looked like the dragonified dragon slayers from Fairy Tale, or perhaps Nero from Devil May Cry. This was because, when Stephen saved her, he had transplanted dragon-type Pokémon organs into her. "How is she doing?" Stephen asked. "She's recovered. She's even stronger than when she was brought here. Physically, she's more like a Pokémon than a human, but..." Here, Wick sighed, "She's lost her memory." Amnesia. All three were taken aback. "Do you remember where your hometown is?" Stephen squatted down, looking Aster in the eyes. Aster shook her head in confusion. Stephen pinched his brow. This was a bit troublesome. He knew Aster was from Meteor Village, but he didn't know its exact location. "For now, let's have her stay with us. Wick, teach her some basic life skills." Stephen decided. Wick was best at taking care of children. After Lucamine's husband went missing, she focused all her energy on researching ultra wormholes, so Lily and Gladian spent half their childhood with Wick. "Oh right, don't let the press spot her," Stephen reminded. If the Hone League, especially Mr. Stone, found out, it would cause unnecessary trouble. After all, in their eyes, Aster was supposed to be dead. "Aster, your name is Aster." Stephen gave her a friendly smile and held out his hand. "I'm Stephen, nice to meet you." Aster blinked and finally shook his hand with her dragon's right hand. "Should we have her act as a Team Rocket member from now on?" Karen asked after leaving the lab. She'd had the same thought as Stephen. To the League, Aster was dead and shouldn't appear in public. In this situation, the best way for her to live would be to wear a mask and, as the three of them did before, act as a Team Rocket member. No rush, let her get used to the world and her new body first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before Stephen could finish, his phone vibrated again. It was Serd calling. King, Cynthia found Cyrus. Karen and Will, being nearby, could hear Serd's voice. But both looked confused. Nothing was surprising about Cynthia finding Cyrus. She'd left Alola yesterday to look for him. But how did Serd know? Sinnoh region, Celestic town. Boom! An explosion erupted outside the Celestic ruins, the town's landmark. Through the smoke, Cynthia and her Spiritomb rushed out. On the other side, the smoke cleared to reveal Cyrus. The Sinnoh League chairman no longer looked amiable. His expression was cold, as if he was a different person. "Cyrus, you deceived the Sinnoh League. Even if I'm no longer Sinnoh champion, as a Sinnoh native, it's my responsibility to stop you." Cynthia raised her left arm, pointing at Cyrus and shouting righteously, Right here, right now, I'll defeat you. Cyrus didn't reply, instead looking around. After a few seconds, a slight smirk appeared on his face. You came alone. Was it too urgent to gather more strength? Or do you want to avoid making a big scene so the public doesn't find out who I am? After Giovanni's identity was exposed, the League lost its reputation. At such a sensitive time, if the public also discovered the Sinnoh League chairman was a traitor, the League might as well all commit suicide. Shut up. Cynthia rarely lost her composure and ordered Spiritomb to attack. Go, Weevil. Cyrus called out calmly. A Weevil sprang from its Pokeball blocking Spiritomb's attack with its claws. Spiritomb unleashed a dark pulse, but Weevil dodged with a sidestep and struck with a claw. Sucker punch. But it didn't do much damage to Spiritomb. A unique dark ghost combination like Spiritomb has no weaknesses, Cyrus narrated as Weevil and Spiritomb fought. Will-o-wisp. Cynthia commanded. Spiritomb released a wave of flames in all directions. But Cyrus continued, in that case, I'll just have to use a level advantage. Instantly, Weevil's right claw became coated in a layer of ice, charging at Spiritomb. When they collided, Weevil's ice claw sliced through Spiritomb's will-o-wisp as easily as a knife through paper, landing a vicious blow to Spiritomb's face. How can this be? Cynthia's beautiful face filled with shock. She looked again to see her defeated Spiritomb covered in a thin layer of ice. When a Pokémon is frozen, its special attack is lowered. You didn't notice when I did it, that just means you're not strong enough. Cyrus had no interest in explaining his moves to Cynthia. Cynthia gritted her teeth, recalled Spiritomb with her left hand, and sent out another Pokémon with her right. Go, Lucario. Her team's second in command, Lucario. Meanwhile, outside Celestic Town, Stephen walked through a portal, arriving in Cynthia's hometown. With him was Surd. As soon as they arrived, they heard the sounds of battle from the ruins. Surd explained, the Celestic ruins document the Sinnoh Lake Guardians. The god of knowledge lives at Lake Acuity, the god of emotion at Lake Verity, and the god of willpower at Lake Valor. Whatever, Surd said. By the way, Surd, how did you know Cynthia and Cyrus are fighting here? Surd didn't answer immediately, instead kneeling and bowing. Please forgive me, my true identity is a member of Team Galactic. Surd quickly explained her background to Stephen. She was a spy Cyrus had placed in Team Rocket. After finishing, Surd looked up to meet Stephen's gaze again. You don't seem surprised by this. Not really, Stephen said. Cyrus infiltrated the League himself, so sending spies to other organizations isn't strange. But aren't you afraid telling me this is a betrayal of Team Galactic? Stephen sat on a rock, interested. Cyrus is indecisive and not a true leader, Surd said. You, King, are the real master of this world. After years in Team Rocket, Surd found Cyrus's dream of destroying the imperfect world and creating a perfect new one more and more ridiculous. What nonsense! Not even Giovanni could compare to Stephen. You just think Cyrus is boring, right? Stephen said with a laugh. It was clear Surd had no allegiance to Team Galactic. But he didn't think she was especially loyal to Team Rocket either. To Stephen, Surd's betrayal was simple. Team Rocket was more interesting than Team Galactic. That's all. Simple and real. Bullet punch. At that moment, Cynthia's cold shout came from the ruins. A striking sound followed. Even without seeing, Stephen guessed Lucario had defeated Weevil. But it wasn't over. Not 2 seconds after Weevil fell, a Gyarados appeared with a furious roar. It seemed villains loved using Gyarados and Tyranitar. King, Gyarados is Cyrus's ace. In my opinion, Cynthia's Pokémon can't compete with it, Surd said, giving up all of Cyrus's info. So what do you think we should do? Stephen asked with interest. I think you should wait until Cynthia's completely defeated before acting. That way, the suspension bridge effect will make her fully loyal to you, Surd suggested. No, I've already used that trick at the Indigo Plateau. She'll notice, Stephen said with a laugh. Well, if you don't want to act, I'll handle it. Surd had brought Stephen here, intending to use Cyrus's defeat as her pledge of loyalty. In the past, Cyrus was stronger than her, but now that she had Darkrai, she was confident. Plus, with Steven here, he wouldn't just stand by if she was in danger. Right. Steven was about to reply, when a dragon's roar erupted above Celestic Town. Though it was almost summer, snowflakes began to fall, and within 10 seconds a blizzard raged. What's happening? Townsfolk in t-shirts shivered, looking around in fright. Cynthia's ace, Garchomp, also shook its shoulders uncomfortably. When did Gyarados use hail? The troubled Cynthia instinctively suspected Cyrus. But Cyrus was just as confused. It's coming now. Steven looked up at the dragon silhouette, rapidly approaching in his eyes. Cert asked, a bit unexpected, what should we do? Steven thought for a second and decided, just don't let Cynthia die. He recalled Hoopa floating by his side and threw out a master ball. A surge of evil energy instantly drew Cynthia and Cyrus's attention. Evil Hoopa. Why is Team Rocket here? Seeing the demon god, Cyrus couldn't keep his trademark poker face. Cynthia glanced at the demon god and muttered, is he worried about me? Or just here to join the fun? Before they could act, Steven, now in Joker form, leaped onto Hoopa's severed arm and flew into the air to confront the descending dragon. It's here, this place is too small, let's move elsewhere. Joker shrugged helplessly. The icy aura belonged to none other than Kyurem, who Steven had met in Lumio City 6 months ago. No other legendary could create a blizzard so quickly. Back when evil Hoopa summoned a bunch of legendaries, only this grumpy old dragon swore revenge. He wouldn't let Hoopa off after recovering. So Joker wasn't surprised Kyurem showed up. Evil Hoopa, at Joker's signal, flew away from Celestic Town. Die you! The old, gruff voice roared telepathically. A dazzling red and white light enveloped Kyurem, then faded after 2 seconds. White Kyurem. The next instant, White Kyurem chased after evil Hoopa, tubes and tail glowing a terrifying red and white. The air howled as countless snake-like white bolts shot toward Hoopa's back. Right into Fusion Flare. Don't use that ability. Use your power, it should be fine, right? Joker said. Who do you think I am? Evil Hoopa snorted, raising another arm to throw out a gold ring, which instantly expanded to over 100 meters, swallowing all the white flames. At the same time, another gold ring appeared behind White Kyurem, striking it precisely. Such a broken ability, Joker sighed. Even he, a master trainer, had to admit Hoopa's powers were overpowered. Petty tricks. The old voice roared again. Black Kyurem burst from the flames, its body crackling with thunder, firing a giant ball of lightning. As a fire dragon type, White Kyurem resisted fire attacks fourfold. Even Fusion Flare barely hurt it. Take this chance and beat it fair and square, don't use your ability, Joker changed his orders. Block it. As he finished speaking, Black Kyurem charged. Hoopa opened all 6 arms, letting Black Kyurem crash into its embrace. Boom! The 2 beasts collided with a deafening roar. Hoopa retracted its arms, sending Joker falling. But before he could drop 2 meters, Shadow Lugia caught him. Foul play. As soon as Joker gave the order, Hoopa gathered terrifying evil energy in all 6 arms. Foul play, an attack that grows stronger the more powerful the opponent. Black Kyurem, like a meteor, was slammed into the ground outside town, shaking the earth. Hoopa's powers were broken, but its raw strength was also top tier. At least for Hoopa. How's it going over there? Joker looked back at the ruins. The already destroyed ruins. What a powerful attack. I almost lost. Cyrus staggered out from Gyarados' protection. Both Gyarados and its trainer were covered in wounds, but still standing. On the other hand, Cynthia's Garchomp was crawling, unable to move. Draco Meteor, like Hyper Beam, is powerful but leaves the user weak. You must use it at the perfect moment, or you'll lose all your advantage instantly, Cyrus sneered. Is it because I deceived the Sinnoh League? You're too angry, so angry you used such a risky move at the wrong time. That's why I say human hearts are imperfect. Under Cynthia's wary, even fearful gaze, Akagi slowly raised his hand, mercilessly declaring, "Goodbye, former champion." Wait, you can't kill her. She's Dr. Stevens' woman. At this moment, Serd stepped forward and shouted, Chapter 238, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 238. She is Dr. Stephen's woman. Already masked, Surd stood at the edge of the ruins battlefield and reminded, "Do you know what the consequences will be if you kill her, Boss Cyrus? Do you think our Team Galactic can bear it?" Upon hearing this, Cyrus raised his hand the next moment to stop Gyarados from delivering the final blow. As for why Cynthia left Sinnoh to join Alola, Akagi didn't know the specifics. But having a troublesome figure leave Sinnoh was beneficial for Team Galactic. So back then, even as chairman of the Sinnoh League, despite his subordinate's strong objections, he signed Cynthia's transfer application without hesitation. Thinking back now, HMPH, no wonder she wanted to go to Alola at that time. Turns out, the two of them were already together back then. Cynthia, slightly hunched and gasping, instinctively wanted to refute, but wisely kept her mouth shut. If she dared to say more now, her life would end right here. "Forget it, we've already obtained the intel we wanted. All that's left is to take action." Cyrus withdrew Gyarados and strode away. Surd said nothing further and followed closely behind, leaving Cynthia with only their backs. On the other side, Joker looked at the collapsed Kyurem and muttered, "So, will this make that grumpy old dragon submit?" However, the unconscious Kyurem obviously couldn't answer him. Joker waved his hand, signaling Hoopa to send Kyurem back to Unova and then return to the ruins. "You lost." Seeing Cynthia, dirty all over and covered with wounds but nothing fatal, Stephen, now in casual clothes, blinked and asked. Cynthia glanced at him and then slumped against the ruins wall, muttering, "So embarrassing." She survived because of the reason. She is Stephen's woman. Seeing how dejected she looked, Stephen grabbed her hand and carried her in a princess hold. "What are you doing?" Cynthia was startled, her earlobes instantly turning red. "Let's go home and discuss things slowly." Stephen smiled and carried her through the teleportation gate. Hearing the commotion, Sinnoh's paparazzi came running. And they just happened to witness this scene. The next day, because there was a need to discuss Team Galactic, Cynthia rarely came to Etha Paradise to have breakfast with Stephen, Karen, and Will. "Is Team Galactic strong?" Karen took a sip of coffee and asked. Like Team Flare in Kalos, which had Lysander as cover, Team Galactic had always been well hidden thanks to its leader. It was only discovered by the League yesterday. Of course, it hadn't made the news yet. After all, the League still needed to save face. They couldn't afford another criminal leader scandal after Giovanni's identity was exposed. In terms of overall strength, they're a notch above Team Flare. But now that Surd has defected, the only one to watch out for is Cyrus, who's high-level champion class. Stephen compared the two organizations in his head. Both Team Galactic and Team Flare have two champion-level members. Galactic, Cyrus and Surd. Flare, Lysander and Malva. But Lysander is just barely champion level, while the other three are high-level champions. That's a significant gap. But with Surd's defection, the situation is completely different. So aren't they all just trash? With his mouth full of jam, Will said disdainfully, "Giovanni's men alone should be enough to deal with them, right? I'll handle him." Finally finding a chance to chime in, Cynthia said. Sinnoh's problems should be solved by Sinnoh people. She wanted to judge the traitor herself. Yesterday's defeat only strengthened Cynthia's resolve. Seeing Cynthia's determined expression, Stephen thought for a moment and said, "Then let Aster go with you. She needs some training for her recovery, and Team Galactic is a good fit." Is Team Galactic just a pushover? Cynthia didn't know what to say. But considering Stephen's lineup, it wasn't surprising for him to say that. By the way, who is this lady? Cynthia noticed the girl sitting diagonally across from her, wearing a cloak that covered everything below her neck, looking socially anxious and having not spoken a word since breakfast. Aster. A new member of Team Rocket. Shirna, you'll need to start training again, so practice with her. After breakfast, everyone headed to the Etha Paradise Artificial Island Plaza. Soar through the sky, Garchomp. Cynthia immediately called out her ace Pokémon. She didn't know Aster's origins, but in her experience, only Will and Karen were qualified to dine with Su Sheng, so this person must be on their level. She'd have to go all out from the start. As Cynthia wondered what kind of Pokémon Aster would send out, Aster instead stepped onto the battlefield herself. Hi. Cynthia was stunned. This scene seemed familiar. The next second, Aster suddenly whipped off her cloak, revealing her body. When Cynthia saw the scales covering Aster's right side, the sharp claws, and dragon legs identical to a Pokémon, her eyes widened. Even Garchomp was incredulous. What the heck is that? Well then, please take care of me. As Cynthia and her Pokémon stared in shock, Aster opened her mouth. In an instant, she rushed in front of Garchomp, her right arm dragon claw glowing a sharp green, forming a triple blade. Dragon Claw. Though shocked, Garchomp's champion-level battle instincts kicked in. Without thinking, Garchomp's right claw blazed orange as it met the attack with Brick Break. The two close-range moves clashed for less than 2 seconds before Garchomp overpowered Aster. As expected, when it comes to raw power, true Pokémon still have the upper hand. Karen commented, Cynthia's Garchomp is champion level after all, and this is Aster's first battle. Before Steven could finish, Aster twisted, maneuvered to Garchomp's side, grabbed its shoulder with her human-like left arm, and nimbly leaped onto its back. So agile. Will exclaimed. But what happened next was even more shocking. Aster, now riding Garchomp's shoulders, opened her small mouth and fired a blue-green laser wave, striking Garchomp on the back of the head. Dragon Pulse. That girl, what exactly is she? Cynthia was completely stunned. By the way, is this okay, Steven? Karen suddenly remembered. Team Galactic has already started moving, right? There shouldn't be much time left for these two to train. After all, reality isn't a game. Even with prodigies like Red and Blue, a year of travel would only get them to the Elite Four level at best. No way they could reach peak champion strength like in the games. And now that Cyrus knows how to control Dialga and Palkia, there isn't much time left for Aster and Cynthia to train. In that case. Steven pondered. While Steven was busy, other factions weren't idle either. Unova, Village of Dragons. This place in Unova is like Dragon's Den in Johto, a sacred land for countless dragon-type trainers, home to many dragon-type Pokémon. The current highest authority here is the Unova League's chairwoman, the Granny. At this moment, the Granny was meeting with Indigo League champion Lance. Both the Unova Village of Dragons and Johto's Dragon's Den are home to many dragon types, so the two places naturally interact. The current Oplucid gym leader, Iris, caught her shiny Druddigan in the Village of Dragons. Want to become a true hero? Hearing Lance's purpose, the Granny frowned. Yes, Granny. Lance held a deep respect for this elder, who was about the same age as Goodshow, but his eyes were filled with a hunger for power. I've heard, the Dragon of Ideals, Zekrom, has chosen the leader of the criminal team Plasma as its hero. Lance had barely finished when the girl next to the elder, Iris, corrected him. Not leader, it's king. The leader is Getsis, just like Giovanni and Joker in Team Rocket. Don't mix them up, Mr. Lance. Originally, Team Plasma acted more covertly. But after N obtained Zekrom, Getsis stopped pretending and began promoting his Free the Pokémon ideology in Unova's big cities. Local gym leaders tried to stop him. But how could they match N, who had Zekrom? Still, Getsis's high profile made it easier for the Unova League to gather intel, including info on King N, Leader Getsis, the Seven Sages, the Shadow Triad, etc. Lance was a little annoyed, wanting to say, adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt. But since he needed their help, he swallowed his irritation and said disdainfully, they're just a knockoff Team Rocket. That's right, in Lance's eyes, and most people's, Team Plasma is just a cheap imitation of Team Rocket. They have a king too. Aren't they afraid Team Rocket will sue them for copyright? Knockoff or not, the important thing is stopping Team Plasma. The elder cut them off. As Team Plasma became more high-profile, the Unova League's investigation into its scale became clearer. But the more they learned, the more alarmed the elder and Alder became. Because the organization's strength far exceeded their expectations. Not only does N have Zekrom, but Getsis and the Seven Sages are all powerful. Getsus himself is said to be champion level, and among the other 6, one is elite 4 level. Getsus's henchmen, the Shadow Triad when fighting together, can match champion level power. This lineup is already on par with a whole league's fighting force. The Elder even worried if the Unova League could defeat Team Plasma in an all-out war. Lance said again, the Dragon of Ideals, Zekrom, chose a criminal as its hero. Isn't it natural that the Dragon of Truth, HAREM, should choose me, an official League investigator? Don't you agree, Elder? With enemies all around, the League needs greater power. The Elder looked Lance up and down again. Fine, she admitted he had a point. She felt Lance had changed compared to before. But for now, he was indeed the best candidate for the White Dragon. As Unova League chairwoman, she'd prefer HAREM to pick a Unova trainer. But Zekrom had been out for a while, and HAREM had shown no signs, meaning no Unova trainer had caught its eye. Sigh, I'll tell you where HAREM lives. The Elder sighed. She felt Iris would be a good hero, but at only 7 years old, she was too young. If she were older, maybe one of the dragons would have chosen her. Thank you, Elder. Lance's eyes flashed with fanaticism. The Elder warned, I'm only telling you HAREM's location. Whether it accepts you is your own business. I'm confident. Kanto's top poser replied smugly. The Black and White Dragons have been rivals for 2,500 years. Now, the Black Dragon chose a criminal. Isn't it reasonable for the White Dragon to choose righteous me? And I'm so strong. After losing to Giovanni at the Indigo Plateau, Lance believed his team still had room for improvement. Then, the day he woke up, he saw the news that Zekrom attacked the Sylph Co branch in Unova. He realized the Dragon of Truth still hadn't picked a hero. Isn't this dragon tailor-made for me? Meanwhile, in Unova's giant chasm, many Cryogonal and Vanilux cowered in fear from their angry boss. Curse it, if my power hadn't been dispersed, I wouldn't have lost to that freak. Having just been returned by evil Hoopa, Kirim roared. The strongest dragon wasn't convinced. Kirim believed it lost because its power was divided. Yes, meaning the Black and White Dragons. Many Unova historians know the Tau Trio was originally one dragon. Later, the Unova royal family split it into 3 using the Light Stone. Truth and Ideals became HAREM and Zekrom. The body retaining most power became Kirim. In Kirim's view, it only lost to evil Hoopa because its power was split. If only it could reabsorb the Black and White Dragons. But Kirim soon met a problem. They'd once been split by the Light Stone, so to fuse again, it needed the stone. But after 2,500 years, where was that Light Stone now? 2 days later, at Alola's Manalo Arena. Time and space duo Dialga and Palkia hovered over the arena, not fighting for once. This time, the two were summoned by Steven using Hoopa's power. Someone wants to control you too, so to avoid that I called you here. As a favor, help me with something. The dragons suspected Steven was conning them, but seeing Beware sleeping peacefully by his side, they grudgingly went along. Seeing Cynthia and Aster enter, Steven stood up and called, "Don't set the difficulty too high at first. Palkia, triple gravity, please. Dialga, slow time to 1/10 normal speed." Though the duo looked sullen, they complied. In an instant, Aster and Cynthia felt their bodies become unbelievably heavy, staggering to their knees. The surrounding space also changed, looking nothing like the sunny sky outside. A simplified hyperbolic time chamber was completed. Aster's understandable, but why help that woman too? Karen sat beside Steven, dissatisfied. She knows your secret. To be honest, we're already generous not killing her. Why help her train? Oh, don't be so petty. We're all part of Alola now, and after learning about Aster's past yesterday, don't you think Cynthia's loyalty is leaning more our way? Steven laughed. At dinner yesterday, Steven told Cynthia about Aster's origins. Cynthia, who'd never seen much darkness, was shocked. Mr. Stone, the continent's most famous nice person, actually stole others' Pokémon, and even killed people. She's not a kid, why put so much effort into her? Don't tell me. Before Karen could finish, Steven mischievously interrupted. Why talk about kids all of a sudden? Want a child? Karen, whose every spot had been explored by Steven, blushed furiously. What are you saying? Don't change the subject. Stephen rubbed his chin and mused. How about naming our child Melanie? Even knowing Stephen was changing the subject, Karen panicked. But on hearing that name, she couldn't help but smile happily. If Karen's the mother, the kid would starve. We'd need a wet nurse, maybe Lorelei. Will walked in from the stands, joining the conversation. Damn you, do you have a death wish? While Cynthia and Aster started training, the spectators started fighting too. Chapter 239. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 239. A week passed. Northeast Unova, west of Humalau City. The sound of footsteps echoed through the canyon, known as Giant Chasm. The outsider making these footsteps was none other than Lance, who had traveled all the way from Kanto to Unova last week in search of becoming a true hero. It was strange for him to appear in Giant Chasm, located in northeastern Unova. After all, the old matriarch had told him that the resting place of the black and white dragons, the Dragon Spiral Tower, was in northeast Unova. But this was the exact opposite direction. The reason was simple. 3 days ago, Lance had already visited Dragon Spiral Tower and made a passionate speech at the top. He declared his lofty ideals of wanting to create a new world where Pokémon could live happily. However, all that responded to him was the howling wind at the top of the tower. Lance's face had looked terrible at the time. Even with his lack of social skills, he could guess that HAREM hadn't chosen him. Lance was furious. He couldn't understand why the Dragon of Truth wouldn't choose him. He was the world's strongest dragon-type trainer and aspired to create a world where all Pokémon could live happily. Shouldn't he be the ideal partner for the true hero? So why didn't HAREM choose him? Lance, losing his composure, shouted his questions. Still, the only response was the endless clouds and roaring wind. The outcome was set. Even if Lance was unwilling, he had to accept it. But as soon as he left Dragon Spiral Tower, Lance remembered. There are 3 dragons in Unova. He had one last option. So, after being rejected by HAREM, Lance returned to the village of dragons. The old matriarch told him that the strongest of the 3 dragons, HAREM, resided in the Giant Chasm next to Humalau City in the northeast. However, even after giving Lance this intel, the old matriarch didn't think HAREM would follow him. Everyone in Unova knew HAREM lived in Giant Chasm. But why did no one dare to approach it? Simple, HAREM was too powerful, impossible to capture. A few fools had attempted to capture HAREM in the past. None ever returned. Rumors even spread that HAREM eats people. Over time, for nearly a century, no one dared enter Giant Chasm. As Lance was about to reach the deepest part of the canyon, a freezing wind surged out, making the dragons in his Pokéballs shudder and sending his red hair and cape flying. Countless native Unovan ice-type Pokémon like Cryogonal and Vanillux burst out, crowding the sky above Lance. Their vigilant eyes clearly said, "Don't move." "I have business with your master," Lance said fearlessly to the ice types. "Get lost." An aged voice echoed in Lance and his dragon's ears. Looking up, a massive and asymmetrical ice dragon strode out from the cave deep within the canyon, HAREM. Lance swallowed hard. This overwhelming pressure, this was the strongest dragon he sought. He spread his arms wide. Across a distance of over 100 meters, his eyes burned with passion. "HAREM, I have come for you. I am the world's strongest dragon-type trainer and your most suitable partner." "Get lost." Still agitated after losing to Evil Hoopa, HAREM stomped the ground. Ice more intense than Aokiji's Ice Age instantly turned the ground silver, rapidly spreading towards Lance. In a flash, his massive Dragonite leaped out of its Pokéball. A fire punch smashed into the ground, and a wall of flames briefly halted the freezing breath. "If you have a wish, tell me. I'll do whatever I can to help you fulfill it," Lance shouted, taking advantage of the gap his Dragonite created. HAREM's typing countered Lance's dragon team. Even Lance doubted he could win in a head-on fight. Even with brute force, if HAREM didn't truly submit, it couldn't be a match for Giovanni. Lance needed not just HAREM's obedience, but his loyalty. HAREM's eyes flickered strangely. Normally, he'd already have transformed to deal with Lance. But right now, he truly did have a wish. A month later, after being tormented half to death by a makeshift hyperbolic time chamber, Cynthia and Estes sat in the arena's dining area, wolfing down food in silence. Stephen turned on the TV and saw the Unova channel reporting on Team Plasma. Over the past few years, Team Plasma has promoted the idea of liberating Pokémon. In other words, urging people to abandon Pokéballs or release their Pokémon. Supposedly, this would separate humans and Pokémon, returning true freedom to Pokémon. But in reality, it was about making people give up Pokémon's power, leaving it only for Team Plasma's use. Surprisingly, many in Unova believed it. Luckily, the Unova League had some smart people. Once Team Plasma's actions became uncontrollable, they promptly sent top forces to arrest them. But in the League's current weakened state, who could defeat N with Zekrom? Will the Unova League call for reinforcements? Will, with a black eye, asked. A region won't ask for outside help unless it's in a desperate crisis. Otherwise, it looks incompetent, Stephen shook his head. In that case, the Unova League can only hope for the Dragon of Truth, Karen recalled the region's legend. The black and white dragons had always been rivals. Now that Zekrom had chosen a criminal, surely HAREM would side with the League. Stephen subconsciously thought of the two Unova girls he'd met at Professor Oak's lab 2 years ago. If the original story played out, HAREM should choose one of them. But now, the plot was completely changed by Stephen's butterfly effect. Across the original storylines, the region's leagues performed the worst in Kalos, and Unova when facing criminal organizations. In both, the League was overrun, relying on the protagonist to save the day. For Kalos, it was because the League was too weak. For Unova, the enemy was too strong. If Stephen were to rank the criminal organizations, Team Rocket and Team Plasma would be top tier. Galactic Team, with Cyrus, and Team Flare with Lysander, would be the second tier. The rest weren't worth mentioning. Team Plasma had 3 champion-level members, N, Getsis, and Kalres. And 2 of them had legendary Pokémon. With the Unova League in a weak era, losing was normal. But Rosa and Hilda were only about 9 years old this year. They didn't meet the minimum age to be official trainers. Would HAREM choose them? Stephen chewed his steamed egg, not dwelling on the matter. No point thinking about it. If the League really couldn't hold out, he'd have Hoopa open a portal and help. He wiped his mouth and got a call from Professor Oak. Oak said that because the Indigo League was interrupted by Carr and others, Red and Blue hadn't settled their rivalry, so they planned to travel to a new region and settle it at the next tournament. Today, they'd set their second-year journey in Alola. Simple reason. With their current Elite 4-level strength, no other region posed a challenge. Alola was different. There were several champion-level kahunas. Now that was interesting. Oak's words reminded Stephen that the first Alola League Manalo conference was about to begin. A week later, disaster struck Unova. Stephen and his family were having dinner watching TV when the news suddenly interrupted. The beautiful anchor on TV looked frightened. Breaking news. League champion Alder was defeated at Twist Mountain by S-Class Fugitive and Team Plasma's King N. Cynthia's spoon froze in midair. After she, the former Sinnoh champion, lost, now the current Unova champion lost too. Were criminal organizations this rampant now? Let's go help. Cynthia, the only champion of justice at the table, stood up angrily. Should we go as League officials or Team Rocket? Karen looked at Stephen. Cynthia's righteous expression froze. She'd forgotten these people were criminals. Stephen thought for a moment. Let's go openly and have Uncle Giovanni investigate Team Plasma secretly. I heard there's a wanted criminal in Unova's underworld called the Dark Scientist, perfect to fill the gap left by Blaine and Fuji since Ziarazik is dead. The Dark Scientist, Kalres, is an S-Class fugitive on the League's list. Anyone researching forbidden weapons or illegally modifying Pokémon is a serious criminal. He is champion level. In the games, Kalres joins Team Plasma after N leaves. Stephen wasn't sure if he'd joined at this point. But with Team Rocket aiming to control all the underworld, they needed people. They couldn't let such talent go. Cynthia's eyes widened. Did she just hear something crazy? Blaine, the Indigo League's #2 gym leader. No, since Giovanni's identity was exposed, Blaine was now the top gym leader. He was with Team Rocket too. Cynthia nearly stumbled, but Mary caught her. "I'll contact Mary," said Mary, taking out her phone. Hoopa was still Mary's Pokémon. Steven just borrowed her sometimes. Since they were going openly, they couldn't have evil Hoopa open a portal, so they needed the regular Hoopa. Mary lived in Hawley City on Melamel Island, so it would take her at least half an hour to get there. But HMPH. 2 minutes later, evil Hoopa snorted, and Mary and Hoopa stepped out of a giant gold ring. "You can do that," Cynthia was stunned. After a year in Alola, she knew Hoopa couldn't use its rings to travel. But it could travel through evil Hoopa's rings. What a loophole. "All right, let's go," Steven called as Hoopa opened a portal to Unova. But as Steven stepped into the ring, the TV anchor exclaimed excitedly. "Viewers, just now, a new update from Twist Mountain. Indigo League champion Lance has arrived to help and defeated N." This time, even Steven was stunned. Lance was stronger than N, sure. But N had Zekrom. Well, now Lance had his giant Dragonite, so maybe it wasn't surprising. But wasn't this too fast? Just 10 minutes ago, the news said Alder lost. Now they're saying Lance won. So Lance defeated N and Zekrom in under 10 minutes. 5 minutes later, atop Twist Mountain in Unova. Steven's family walked through the portal. They saw N handcuffed by Officer Jenny's squad. But even more eye-catching was the mountaintop. "Is that HAREM?" Cynthia immediately recognized the dragon beside Lance. She was well connected with Unova's female trainers and had heard the legends. Not to mention, she had witnessed the legendary battle in Lumiose a year ago when evil Hoopa summoned HAREM. As for Zekrom, it was lying like a dead dog at HAREM's feet, clearly defeated. Oh, so that's what happened. With HAREM, no wonder it was an easy win, Steven realized. Lance was already a stronger trainer than N, and HAREM could easily smash Zekrom. In a double loss, how could N win? No, wait, why would HAREM follow him? Will asked. He'd participated in last year's Battle of the Gods. Though just a supporter, he knew how cranky that old dragon was. Did it follow a human? Because of that, right? Karen pointed at Lance. Lance, with a cold expression, walked up to the unconscious Zekrom, holding a triangular diamond-shaped syringe. No, no. For the first time, N, usually calm, screamed in panic, trying to stop Lance. But N's battle skills were mediocre. 2 Officer Jennies holding his shoulders kept him still. "Become HAREM's food," Lance shouted, stabbing the DNA splicer into Zekrom's neck. Immediately, tubes on HAREM's body shot out like plugs, connecting into Zekrom in a terrifying display. The 2 dragons shone like mega evolution stones, fusing in a dazzling light. When the glow faded, Zekrom was gone. Only Lance and Black HAREM, or rather, true Black HAREM, remained. Roar! The furious roar shook all of Twist Mountain. N, restrained, fell to his knees in deep regret. That HAREM's aura is even stronger than before. Even Mary, an amateur, could tell. So that's why HAREM was willing to follow Lance, Steven said, unfazed. He recognized the spike in Lance's hand, the DNA splicer. It was the key item that split the Tau dragon into 3 2,500 years ago. It could also fuse the dragons back together. Over millennia, the Dark Stone was modified into the DNA splicer, retaining its power. In modern times, the Unova League chairman gave it to Drayden, the Oplucid gym leader, for safekeeping. In the games, Team Plasma attacks Oplucid City for this item. Unexpectedly, Lance got it early. Given Lance's status, he probably obtained it peacefully. For HAREM, regaining its full power was a huge temptation. So the cranky dragon partnered with Lance. "You're next, Reshuram." At that moment, Lance shouted from the mountaintop. He still held a grudge about Reshuram, not choosing him before. "Once you ignored me, now you can't hope to reach me." Seeing Lance's crazed declaration, everyone below frowned. That guy, something's off. Karen raised an eyebrow. Not just Karen, even Cynthia and Mary sensed that Lance's personality seemed different. Zekrom was Ens, a criminal's Pokémon. Kyurem absorbing it made some sense, but Reshiram had done nothing wrong. Let's go home, Stephen said, uninterested. But if Kyurem regained its peak power from 2,500 years ago, it deserved close attention. Stephen got a call from Rose, asking when he could come. Stephen, a bit embarrassed, had completely forgotten about it. He guessed what Rose wanted, and after hanging up, sent a message to his family group. Something is interesting happening in Galar. Want to come to see? Chapter 240, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 240. The next afternoon, Stephen arrived at Rose Tower in Winden Galar with his group in tow. Karen, Cynthia, Will, Aster, and others. Dr. Stephen, I thought you'd forgotten our agreement. Rose greeted them with a smile. Of course not, of course not. It's just that I've been busy these past few days, Stephen lied without the slightest embarrassment. Rose didn't call him out, instead inviting Stephen's group to his favorite restaurant in Winden for a meal and a chat. Hey, Stephen, look, it's Lance. Halfway through the meal in the reserved restaurant, Will pointed at the TV and shouted. Turn it up, please, Rose called to the bar. On TV, Goodshow was beaming like Santa Claus, standing in front of Lance and a sleeping Kyurem, facing the camera. We can't give all the credit for defeating N to Lance. Before Lance arrived, Alder had already worn down the opponent a lot, which made it easy for Lance to secure victory. Of course, we can't deny Lance's improvement. He's now fully capable of being the world's second best, and could even compete with Stephen Kun for the top spot in the world. Next, we'll be launching a full-scale operation against Team Plasma, and this will be broadcast live. They've been reporting on them nonstop these days, Aster blinked. Due to her amnesia, Aster's way of understanding the world now relied on Stephen and the others' explanations and television. Broadcasting a crackdown on criminals? I've never heard of that before, Mary whispered. After all, the League has had too many embarrassing incidents these past 2 years. They desperately need to do something big to restore their reputation with the public, Cynthia said. Team Plasma may be strong, but with Champion Lance now possessing Kyurem, he's as overpowered as Stephen. The League naturally wants to seize this opportunity to show its strength. Better not screw this up, Karen raised an eyebrow. She'd witnessed the power of the enhanced Dark Kyurem yesterday, indeed formidable and more than enough to deal with Team Plasma. But in this era, Lance isn't the only strong one. Not to mention, Giovanni has always been looking for a chance to deal with him. Chairman Rose, we're almost done eating. Let's get to business, Stephen cut in. When Goodshow was being interviewed, Rose had been gripping his knife and fork so tightly his veins were bulging. Of course, please follow me. Rose immediately regained his smile. On the way out, Rose told everyone that their destination was another major city in Galar, Hammerlock. Since Little Hoopa had never been there, they had to take a flying taxi. When they arrived in the medieval-styled city, they found Leon already waiting. Long time no see, Dr. Stephen. Leon greeted them with a dazzling smile and a wave. Cynthia, Karen, and the others looked complicated. How can someone still smile after having his childhood sweetheart stolen? Do you all know the legend that's been passed down in Galar for 3,000 years? Rose asked as he led everyone toward the city center. The legend of the two kings, the sword and shield. Though humans took all the credit, thanks to Stephen, the truth finally came out. Karen quickly recalled the two legendary dogs. Correct, we in Galar are also grateful to Dr. Stephen. But Miss Morgan, do you know why the two kings are revered as heroes by the people of Galar? Rose asked again. Karen was stunned. Cynthia, a history buff, answered, because of the darkest day, right? It said that 3,000 years ago, a calamity called the Darkest Day ravaged Galar and was finally stopped by the Sword and Shield Kings. Champion Cynthia, you are indeed knowledgeable. Oh, but I can't call you champion anymore, Rose smiled and continued. But the Darkest Day wasn't just a natural disaster, it was a Pokémon named Eternatus. As Rose said the name, Eternatus, they had unwittingly arrived at the power plant in the center of Hammerlock. After the security guard nodded to Rose and let them in, they took the elevator to the lower floors. Rose entered a code, and as the huge steel doors began to open, an ominous crimson glow made everyone frown. At the bottom of a bottomless abyss at the end of the drawbridge, a giant skeletal dragon lay sleeping in the red light. Mary, who was timid, staggered and needed Karen's support. Chairman, this is. Even Leon had trouble keeping his composure. Rose remained calm. This is Eternatus. Whoa, the guy who got beaten by those two dogs 3,000 years ago. Will blurt it out. It seemed the phrase, those two dogs, triggered a reaction. Eternatus in the abyss released a menacing aura, scaring Will so much he fell on his butt. But Eternatus also severely wounded Zacian and Zamazenta, Stephen said. That battle 3,000 years ago ended with both sides badly hurt. Eternatus's Eternamax form is its true state, but the two dogs beat it down to this shrunken state. The Sword and Shield King's forms are also their true selves, but after that battle, both were left in their current, damaged forms. Chairman Rose, you wanted to see me for this guy, right? Stephen asked bluntly. Rose nodded, not wasting words. Yes, I hope you can help Leon capture Eternatus. Everyone was shocked but quickly regained their composure. After all, with a little thought, it wasn't that strange. Ever since Leon debuted, Rose had poured all his resources into him, making him the perfect champion. Now that Lance had Kyurem, Rose, who always looked down on the Indigo League, couldn't stand to fall behind. You have Kyurem? Fine, I'll give Leon Eternatus. This guy's playing for keeps, Will muttered. Cynthia suddenly thought of something. Chairman Rose, you've been preparing for this ever since Stephen first came to Galar, haven't you? Cynthia also remembered how Rose had fawned over Stephen back then. Many even suspected Rose had a crush on him. Rose replied calmly, if Dr. Stephen had joined Galar, Eternatus would have been his, but alas, of course, it's not too late now. As he finished, the calm in Rose's eyes turned to fanaticism. Stephen waved it off with a smile. No need, Chairman Rose. Eternatus, as the creator of Dynamax, requires its trainer to remain in Galar. Dynamax is too important to Galar. That's why, after catching Eternatus, Go handed it over to Leon. He couldn't take it away, or Rose would send assassins after him. Besides, Stephen was sort of family with Zacian. In the games, Pokémon are just data, but here, it's reality. Zacian's personality would never let her team up with Eternatus. It'd be a miracle if they didn't fight on sight. Chairman Leon hesitated. Lance already got Kyurem, how can you afford to fall behind? For once, Rose spoke sternly. Everyone fell silent, thinking, Chairman Rose is risking his life to oppose the Indigo League. Let's begin, Chairman Rose, Stephen said, his life philosophy being to repay kindness and revenge alike. He'd received countless benefits from Rose over the years. It was time to return the favor. Rose nodded, took out his phone, and made a call. Olana, prepare to awaken Eternatus. Cynthia suddenly asked, by the way, this is a city. Is it okay to wake up such a big guy here? Releasing a top legendary in an urban area, especially one with a bad temper, reminded her of the Dialga incident on Lily of the Valley 2 years ago. If Stephen hadn't teleported the civilians away with Hoopa, who knows how many would have died. No need to worry. Since we came from outside the city, how many civilians did you see? Stephen asked. Cynthia was momentarily stunned, but then realized, no wonder things felt off when they arrived. Rose had already made preparations. After Rose gave the order, mechanisms in the walls activated. Several mechanical arms shot beams of red light, wishing star energy, into Eternatus. This was the very essence Eternatus needed. The reason it had been sleeping for 3,000 years was because it had been too gravely injured and lacked energy. Its body had been broken by Zacian and Zamazenta, and the fragments became wishing stars scattered across Galar. Replenishing its power would reawaken it. Instantly, the sockets in the skeletal dragon's skull lit up with ominous white dots, its eyes. A deep, hoarse dragon's roar echoed through the plant as its body visibly stirred. It was waking up. A crimson pillar of light shot through the ceiling and into the sky. Outside, the sky around Hammerlock darkened and spiraled outward from the pillar. People in several nearby towns noticed the anomaly. Hurry, Leon. If the Darkest Day's influence spreads, we're in big trouble, Stephen warned. The Darkest Day could forcibly trigger Dynamax in ordinary Pokémon and drive them berserk. If rampaging monsters started appearing all over Galar, who knew what might happen? Let's go, Charizard, Dragapult. Leon, the ace of the league, sensed the gravity of the situation and sent out his two strongest Pokémon. Steven didn't rush to help. Catching a Pokémon was something a trainer had to do themselves, otherwise the Pokémon might not accept them. Leon's strength needed no explanation. In the original story, he could barely contain Eternatus in its normal form, but stood no chance against Eternamax Eternatus. Can he finish this before it Eternamaxes? Steven wondered. Elsewhere, Hone, Slateport City. Amid cheers, Sonia raised the contest ribbon trophy high. She hadn't joined the others in Galar because she was competing in the contest. Steven had originally planned to stand rows up another day, but Sonia kindly insisted he didn't need to. After the award ceremony, Champion Wallace handed Sonia the ribbon and joked, "In a couple of years, I might not be the world's top coordinator anymore." Sonia just smiled and didn't reply directly. As Sonia left the arena with her trophy, reporters swarmed her with questions. "Miss Sonia, how does it feel to win your first contest? Why isn't Dr. Steven here? Is there trouble in your relationship? Some contestants protested you using a Pokémon as strong as Diancie and said legendaries should be banned. What's your take? We're from Lumiose TV and Kalos. We compared your body shape over the past year. Are you pregnant? You didn't use Mew at all. Do you think the opponents weren't worthy? There are rumors and photos of Dr. Steven and former champion Cynthia. What do you think of Miss Cynthia?" Out of the way. Before Sonia could answer, Nessa pushed through the reporters to pull her best friend out, but the crowd was too thick. Helpless, Nessa sent out her Toxapex, who cleared a path, letting Sonia escape. "Let's go." Nessa grabbed her, and suddenly a golden ring appeared, Hoopa's portal. The two quickly entered. The reporters panicked but didn't dare follow. Everyone knew only two people could summon that ring, and they could guess who was on the other side. If anyone barged in and found Steven lying in bed waiting for the two women but saw someone else, that person wouldn't live to see another day. Many men present left with heavy hearts, convinced this would be the last time they saw those perfect faces and Nessa's and Sonia's incredible figures. Back in Hammerlock, Galar. "Long time no see, little Hoopa." Sonia waved to the waiting Hoopa. But before Hoopa could respond, a distant pillar of red light thickened and a deep dragon's roar echoed, making Sonia and Nessa catch their breath at the oppressive power. At the city center, seeing Eternatus, now fully enveloped in wishing star energy, Steven looked up and sighed. Still didn't make it in time. Beware and the Pokeball looked conflicted. Her sister-in-law would be angry. Hundreds of miles away, in the slumbering Weald. Sensing something, Zacian suddenly looked up, eyes flashing like blades toward the north, then vanished in a blue streak. "Sorry, I couldn't stop him in time," Leon apologized, scratching his head awkwardly. "No worries. Chairman Rose called me here for this," Steven replied. As he spoke, everyone felt the immense aura coming from the dark sky. A vast chakra surged from the crimson pillar. In a breath, a massive claw burst through the pillar. "No, that's a head." Cynthia's beautiful eyes widened in shock. At first glance, it looked like a giant demon's claw, but in fact, it was a five-headed dragon. 100-meter-tall, gigantic five-headed demon dragon. Under the darkest day's shadow, it was like the hand of a demon god bringing calamity to the world. Eternamax Eternatus. This was its true form. Even Karen and Cynthia, who had witnessed the battles of the gods, were stunned. Sonia and Nessa, who were less powerful, were even more shaken. Mew with earphones, however, was excited. Oh. New fun discovered. The next moment, the demon dragon raised its head, and in an instant, the world tilted. From the palm, the chest of the dragon, points of red light rapidly condensed. A beam of destruction rained down, world-ending in its power. The ground rumbled even before it hit. Eternabam. Starting with a finishing move. "Go," Steven commanded, and a Pokeball on his belt burst open. An uncapturable figure shot out at lightning speed, all its strength focused into a single punch, meeting Eternatus's Eternabam head-on. Boom! The earth-shaking impact made the ground tremble. In the distance, Sonia and Nessa saw a blinding white light shoot into the sky, while skyscrapers in Hammerlock toppled like dominoes. Whoa, Mew help, Hoopa yelped. Mew instantly teleported, not to escape, but to get closer to the center of the battle. At the center, Eternamax Eternatus narrowed its eyes, bearing the massive impact. Opposite, Beware with blue shield energy, Zamazenta's power was holding her own. Giga Impact, Stephen commanded. Chapter 241, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 241. Woo! After a grueling half-hour battle, the mournful roars of 5 giant dragons echoed above Hammerlock City. Falling from the sky, the 100-meter-tall Eternatus's skeletal form faded away. By the time it hit the ground, it had reverted to its normal size, just around 20 meters. Thud! Beware landed right beside Stephen, stumbling as she touched down. Luckily, her strict husband, Zamazenta, quickly stepped forward to catch her, acting as a cushion. That was something, Stephen said as he helped Beware sit down. Looking at her injuries, he couldn't even remember the last time she'd been hurt this badly. Previously, Stephen had claimed there were fewer than 3 legendary Pokémon who could beat Zacian, the King of Swords. As for those who could be sure to beat Eternamax Eternatus, it'd probably be just that one. Even his own Beware needed help from both Sword and Shield Kings to take Eternatus down. Whoosh! As Stephen waved to little Hoopa to summon a healer for Beware, Zacian suddenly brandished its sword and charged at the fallen Eternatus. Rose and Leon, who were near Eternatus, jumped in shock. There was no time to intervene. They could only watch as the sword's cold, sharp edge drew closer to Eternatus's throat. At the last moment, a golden ring appeared out of nowhere between the dragon and the dog. Zacian, unable to stop in time, was sucked in, only to pop out a moment later through the golden ring above little Hoopa's head, between Sonia and Nessa. What are you doing? Landing with a thud, the King of Swords looked like a bristling cat, angrily scolding the 2 girls via telepathy. Zacian's combat power was top 5 among legendaries, so its anger made Sonia and Nessa both stumble back in fright. Little Hoopa buried its face in Sonia's arms. Mew gave an archbrow look. Trying to steal my spot on the bed, are you? Calm down, Zacian, Stephen said, smiling as he walked over, taking Sonia and Nessa's hands in each of his own to help them calm down. Eternatus can't Eternamax again for a while. Besides, it isn't truly evil, it just eats a lot. Zacian reflexively wanted to argue. But Stephen continued, now that Eternatus's appetite has shrunk, as long as it doesn't Eternamax, it probably only eats as much as a few Snorlax. Chairman Rose and Leon can easily feed it, so let's give it a break. There weren't many legendary Pokémon actively hostile to humans, strong ones even fewer. Yveltal, Eternatus, Necrozma. But only Yveltal was truly, inherently malevolent. The other 2 were pretty reasonable. Necrozma was originally the guardian of light, only going berserk because humans stole its power and left it in pain. As for Eternatus, it just had a gigantic appetite. It nearly consumed all of Galar's energy 3,000 years ago, forcing Zacian and Zamazenta to step in. After that battle, Eternatus was left in a damaged state, severely weakened and much smaller. But in a way, that was a blessing in disguise. Its appetite shrank, so it didn't need to crazily drain energy to satisfy its hunger anymore. Even though it's still 20 meters long, as Stephen said, its current appetite is at most a few Snorlax combined. Ordinary trainers couldn't afford it, but with Rose and Leon as a support team, how could Eternatus ever go hungry? Sister, Stephen does have a point, Zamazenta chimed in. Zacian shot him a cold glare, making Zamazenta quickly lower his head. Stephen added, and Eternatus can't Eternamax again for a while, so it's no match for you. If anything happens, you can just take it down again. What Stephen said was true. In a one-on-one, Eternamax Eternatus could overpower Zacian, but in its current state, Zacian could beat the poison dragon easily. Just look at their type matchups. Eternatus, lying on the ground with its beady white eyes open, wanted to rebut, but its survival instincts made it keep quiet. She agreed. Stephen turned to Rose and Leon. He'd known Zacian for years and understood its personality. If it didn't talk back, that meant it agreed. Thank you so much, Rose bowed slightly in gratitude. All those years of fawning finally paid off. Congrats, man. Rayhan, who'd been helping evacuate civilians, came running over to slap his buddy on the shoulder with a grin. With Hiatus, Leon now had a legitimate claim to being the world's third-best trainer. But the next second, Rayhan noticed something was off. Because Leon was just standing there, dazed. Following his gaze, Rayhan saw he was staring straight at Sonya, whose hand Steven was holding. Leon, Rayhan, Sonya, and Nessa. They'd all traveled together as kids and were quite familiar with each other. If this were a typical slice-of-life anime, as adults, Leon would end up with Sonya and Rayhan with Nessa. But the reality was nothing like that. Leon only cared about battles, Rayhan only cared about Leon, and as for the two girls, everyone knew how Sonya felt. Nessa and Rayhan, meanwhile, weren't even close. In canon, Nessa saw Melanie as her rival, not Rayhan. As for the reason, well, let's spare the girl some dignity. After nearly 2 years seeing Sonya again, Rayhan was a bit stunned. Since getting together with Steven, Sonya had become fuller-figured and dressed more maturely. Her beige coat and tightly fitted pencil pants hugged her long, curvy legs, giving her a sophisticated, womanly charm. Even the pastel sweater underneath couldn't hide her formidable assets, enough to rival Lorelei. Woe is this Sonya. No wonder the Lumiose Times always suspected she was pregnant. Go, Rose, now alert, gave Leon a swift kick. Rose was usually indulgent with Leon, but this time was different. What are you looking at? Is that something you're allowed to see? Dr. Steven, will you be joining Chairman Goodshow's operation against Team Plasma? Rose quickly changed the subject. Steven smiled. I don't need to, do I? With Mr. Lance and HAREM and Leon with Hiatus, Team Plasma doesn't stand a chance. Rose nodded in agreement. Chairman Goodshow has announced that the entire operation will be broadcast live, obviously to show off Lance and his HAREM's power. HMPH, do they think Galler has no strong trainers? It's the perfect chance to show off Leon's new strength. Steven, Chairman Rose does have to compete with the Indigo League on everything. Not far away, Leon had already caught Hiatus with a master ball. Chairman Rose will head out now, Steven said as he glanced at the chaos in Hammerlock. Forget it, he'd have Beware healed in Alola instead, too messy here. Rose nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and watched Steven's group step into a portal. Watching the golden ring fade and finally disappear, Leon stood there silent for a long time, his face showing none of the joy of catching a top-tier legend. Rayhan nudged his friend, what's up, regretting it? I know I'm not, Leon snapped out of it, waving his hands. Rose, uncharacteristically stern, said, Leon, you need to understand. A missed chance is missed forever. Yes, Chairman, I understand, Leon forced a smile. Back in Alola, Steven's whole group started dinner. To celebrate Sonya's first win at the Pokémon contest, everyone held a grand party in the plaza of Etha Paradise. Besides Sonya's victory, Chairman Goodshow's upcoming operation against Team Plasma was also a hot topic. Team Plasma is pretty strong, but N is already locked up and Zekrom's been absorbed. With Lance and Leon each having a top legend, I can't see how the league could lose. No wonder Chairman Goodshow wants to broadcast this, clearly to show off the league's strength, Green said, raising a glass of red wine. But before she could take a sip, Cynthia snatched it away. You're 10 years too young to drink this. Green pouted, time to give Cynthia a hard time. Joker-sama, what's Team Rocket's move? Steven had found a chance to tell Green about his secret identity. She'd been terrified at first, but had gradually gotten used to it. Sure enough, Cynthia's face changed immediately at Green's words. A major battle between the League and a criminal syndicate, while Team Rocket sits back to profit. Wasn't this the same as what happened at Indigo Plateau a few years ago? Giovanni plans to pick up the pieces. After all, there's a lot of talent in Team Plasma, and many aren't even united, Steven replied. Team Plasma's situation was unique. The members could broadly be divided into 2 groups. Those loyal to N, or who shared his ideals, believing Pokémon and humans should be separated. Those loyal to Getsis, or rather, who supported his ambitions. They only used liberating Pokémon as a front, but were just villains chasing profit, like Team Rocket. The second group, Giovanni thought, could be recruited. After all, they were after money, power, and strength. If Team Plasma could offer that, so could Team Rocket better. And the mad scientist Kalres was definitely in this group. He had zero loyalty to Team Plasma. He just worked with them for research funding and materials. Giovanni figured he could poach this guy. If we don't go, Team Rocket probably can't beat the league, but Silver's dad hates Lance, so if he goes to Unova, there's bound to be a fight, Green said. I'll go too. Whether it's Giovanni or Lance, if either dies, Silver will be heartbroken. Poor kid. That topic piqued everyone's interest. Right now, Silver, Giovanni, and Lance are in a delicate situation. At the Indigo conference, Giovanni had planned to kill Lance, but Silver stopped him. In the past 6 months, Giovanni had had plenty of chances to take him out, but knew that if he did, his newly mended relationship with his son would shatter again. Lance also wanted to kill Giovanni, but probably wouldn't care too much about Silver's feelings. The most pitiful, of course, was Silver, caught in the middle. If both league powerhouses go off to Unova, what if other criminal teams act up? Like Team Galactic, Cynthia sighed. I'll just protect my homeland as best I can. After the battle at Sinnoh's ruins, Cyrus declared, everything's ready. He'd probably act soon. And with the league focusing on Team Plasma, it was a golden opportunity for Team Galactic. Will chimed in, no need to worry about Team Galactic, right? With your strength, Cynthia, if you lost to Cyrus, you might as well retire and raise kids. At least your kids wouldn't starve. Cynthia rolled her eyes, gripping her plate to resist smacking Will. Now she understood why Karen was always chasing Will around to punch him. His mouth was just too annoying. Before Cynthia could act, Karen had already kicked Will in the butt from behind. The party lasted past 10 at night. A rather tipsy, Will lay in his Jinx's arms. Hey, should we strip this guy and toss him on the road? Karen asked Cynthia, possibly the first time she'd started a conversation with her. That's not a good idea, said Cynthia kindly. With so many Alola tourists, if any had certain fetishes, she was afraid Will would end up trending in tomorrow's headlines. Naked, cross-eyed, and making peace signs. Then let's find somewhere else, Karen grinned mischievously. The next day, Steven didn't get up until almost noon. That jerk Karen dumped me at a Hone moving company. The whole place was full of Machoke and Machamp. Will yelled, storming into the living room. He'd woken up to find himself naked, surrounded by Machoke and Machamp, a memory that would haunt him forever. Steven just laughed and picked up the newspaper. To his surprise, Kanto's Goldenrod Daily had Leon on the front page, headline, The League's 3 Powerhouses. The article read, after Indigo League champion Lance gained the recognition of the mightiest dragon Kyurem, we have now learned that Galar's champion Leon has also caught the legendary Eternatus, a Pokémon from 3,000 years ago. Together with Dr. Steven, these 3 top league powerhouses are leading the league into a new era. Chairman Goodshow has officially declared that a full assault on Team Plasma will take place in 1 week, with champions Lance and Leon personally leading the charge. The operation will be broadcast live, so everyone in the Pokémon world can witness this historic moment. Chapter 242, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice, 242. Seeing the report, Steven wasn't surprised at all. Kanto and Galar used to argue with each other in the media all the time. But now, with the league's reputation at rock bottom, it wasn't the time for infighting. Steven picked up his phone to check online comments. With Goodshow's power of hope, and both top league champions now owning a legendary Pokémon, the public was much calmer. At least, comparing the two sides' lineups, the league once again had the upper hand over Team Rocket. Steven, any plans for today? Just as Steven sat down, Will bounced back to life. Steven glanced at him. I need to discuss the first Alola League conference with Lusamine, no time to play. Will pouted in protest. A moment later, Giovanni called, saying he planned to intervene in the league's raid on Team Plasma next week. He had already found out Kalris recently joined Team Plasma, but N got arrested right after. Giovanni speculated that at this time, Kalris wasn't loyal to Plasma yet, making it the perfect time to poach him. Steven couldn't help but laugh. Even in the original story's later parts, Kalres was never loyal to Team Plasma. He didn't hesitate at all when taking down Getsis. Stephen frowned. Going to Unova is risky, uncle. Lance now has Kyurem, an enhanced version. If it was just Lance plus Kyurem versus Giovanni plus Dark Mutuo, the latter would probably win. Normal Mutuo might lose to Kyurem. Popularity doesn't equal power, but Dark Mutuo needn't fear Kyurem at all. But now, Kyurem had been powered up as well. Although Stephen hadn't seen Kyurem absorb Zekrom in person, he was sure the fusion of the two dragons wasn't a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Not to mention, Lance had probably already gone looking for Reshiram by now. Stephen seriously suspected that after learning Leon had a Hiatus, Goodshow hadn't launched a blitz on Team Plasma right away just to give Lance time to seek out Reshiram. Don't worry, I'm just there to poach Kalres, not fight that mad dog. Even if he comes after me, if I can't win, I can always run away, right? Unlike the almost pathologically proud Lance, Giovanni never found running away shameful. With Dark Mutuo's teleport, among all Pokémon, maybe only Mew could match him. Even if Kyurem in its complete white-black form is too strong, I'll just teleport from Unova back to Kanto. You can't stop me. All right, I was worried you'd lose your mind on seeing Lance, but guess I was overthinking. Stephen smiled. The urge to kill him's still there, but I won't lose my mind. Giovanni grinned, then remembered something. But Stephen, don't you think Lance is acting kinda different lately? At this, Stephen fell silent for a second. Yeah, a bit. Who knows, maybe one day he'll want to wipe out humanity and create a world of only Pokémon. He joked, referencing Lance's rumored manga ambitions. Oh, how so? Giovanni was intrigued. Stephen put his phone on speaker and explained. A few days ago at Twist Mountain in Unova, Stephen had been stunned by Lance's actions. In his impression, Lance was proud but loved Pokémon, not the type to say things like, "Become Kyurem's food," and "You're next, Reshiram." Stephen had heard Reshiram refused Lance, too. If Lance hated the Truth Dragon for that, Stephen had no words for him. It's not wrong to pursue someone, but it's also not wrong for them to refuse you. Feels like Lance is going a bit psycho, just like when Shirna first found out my identity last year, Stephen sighed. Cynthia, returning with Aster for lunch, heard this and her chest heaved in indignation. You're the psycho. Stephen shot her a teasing look. Honestly, with the way Cynthia had been spiraling then, if he hadn't helped her, she'd have sunk into depression. Lance's current situation was a bit different, but not by much. He was struggling internally. Will, watching the drama, quipped, Lance has been fighting you since 7 or 8 years ago, right? He's never beaten you, and then from 3 years ago at Indigo Plateau, he started fighting Uncle Giovanni too. Never won once. Guess I get why he turned out like this. Cynthia and Aster sat down, joining the conversation. Soon, Karen, Sonia, and the others came downstairs after changing clothes. The difference is, when Shirna was spiraling, someone helped her. With Lance, even if someone tried, who knows if he'd listen. Stephen mused, he's just one step away from turning evil. This time, Cynthia didn't argue. Remembering how painful it was when she'd learned Stephen's secret 2 years ago. If he hadn't helped her. Interesting, if he does turn, that'll be fun. Even without seeing his face, Giovanni's voice through the phone spoke volumes. So, Stephen, want to play along? I think Team Galactic might act while the League's focused on Plasma. I'm worried Shirna can't handle them alone. I want to keep an eye on Sinnoh. Stephen scratched his head. He didn't dislike Lance like Giovanni did, he just didn't care much. Messing with him seemed a bit much. What, you slept with the Sinnoh champion? Giovanni raised an eyebrow. Cynthia's face instantly turned red. Such a pervert. I used to respect you, what was I thinking? No, I haven't. Stephen gave a wry smile, regretting putting the call on speaker. Even if Karen and the others turned a blind eye to his harem shenanigans, he couldn't just say it outright. Then go ahead and do it. Don't let her take advantage of you for nothing. Giovanni said, Galactic shouldn't take up much of your time. Once you're done, come join me. A complete Kyurem is tough enough, add a Hiatus and even I'll feel the pressure. With that, Giovanni hung up. The living room fell into an awkward silence. I'm going to train. Cynthia jumped up and ran out, skipping lunch. Surprisingly pure, Miss Cynthia, Mary blinked. Someone must be happy. The cabbage he's raised for a year is almost ready to eat, Karen teased. Don't say that, I'm not thinking that at all, Stephen quickly denied. Karen stuck her tongue out playfully. Ah. Suddenly, Cynthia's startled cry came from outside. It's not even night yet, what's she yelling for? Karen glanced out the window, and her pupils shrank. Above Cynthia's head, a dazzling white figure plummeted from the blue sky. Elegant, beautiful, regal. But marred by black scorch marks all over its snowy feathers. HAREM. Cynthia, just outside, called out the noble white dragon's name. With her knowledge of Unova's history, she naturally recognized the most famous of the region's legendary dragons. As HAREM landed, still 10 meters above the ground, its delicate brow twisted in pain. The next moment, its body lost all strength, and it crashed onto the Etha Paradise Plaza with a thud. What's going on? Stephen and the others rushed out from inside. Why would Unova's dragon god come to Alola? Mary wondered. White dragon HAREM. It refused Lance as the hero of truth, right? It's still Lance and Kyurem's target, Karen reasoned, propping her chin on her hand. Hey. Will pointed skyward in disbelief, but everyone had already felt the terrifying pressure from above. Dark Kyurem. Cynthia looked up, naming the second dragon charging their way. 2 seconds later, she saw the defiant man standing on its neck, Mr. Lance. Who is, sent Stephen. Just then, a feminine, ethereal voice echoed in everyone's mind. Everyone instinctively looked at HAREM, who was half dead on the ground. You know, mate? Stephen asked. HAREM struggled to crawl to him, using the last of its strength. Why, your courage will become truth. Stephen, I've seen a lot of movies, don't try to fool me. Shouldn't you first ask, what is your truth? Zekrom and HAREM always ask prospective partners, what is your ideal, and what is your truth? Then choose based on the answer. Stephen wondered what Kyurem would ask if it chose a hero. Maybe, what is your dream? HAREM, that's enough. Above, Lance, standing on Dark Kyurem's back, shouted coldly. Dark Kyurem's massive arms glowed fiercely, and slashed down as if to cleave the sea and tear the sky. Dragon Claw. Hurry, partner, save me. HAREM's desperate voice echoed telepathically. Stephen. Now I see why HAREM chose me. Beware. Stephen called out. A piquet ball on his belt shook. Beware leaped out, its right fist crackling with dark red lightning, colliding with the incoming dragon claw. Crack. The shockwave split the Etha Paradise's white floor, and the surrounding sea cracked open, sending love discs, Whiscash, Wishy-Washy, and other water types fleeing. Damn, it blocked Boer's punch. Will exclaimed. In last year's god battle in Lumio City, Kyurem couldn't withstand Boer's punches at all. So this is the power it gained from absorbing Zekrom. Karen murmured, remembering that battle. Suddenly, the two clashing forces rebounded violently. Beware did a somersault to dodge the backlash, while Dark Kyurem tried to fly away, but realizing it was too late, raised an arm to block. It's you. Dark Kyurem, after parrying, recognized Beware standing in the air. Lance frowned, but before he could act, he realized the whole area was surrounded. Not just Beware in front, but Galarian Moltres to the left, Galarian Articuno to the right, and below, Mew studying him curiously. A whole crew of legends, boxing in him and Kyurem. Coming to someone else's turf to cause trouble, got a lot of nerve, Lance, Karen said coldly. After a moment, Lance retorted, I came for HAREM. I was so focused, I didn't realize I'd entered Alola. Just get lost, you're not welcome here. Karen, after thinking, chose not to start a fight, especially with the League's big plan tomorrow. Lance's gaze fell on HAREM, now cowering behind Stephen. He couldn't help but think HAREM looked a bit smug, peeking out from behind Stephen. The white dragon is mine. For the first time in a year, Kyurem's ancient voice echoed as it tried to force a landing to grab HAREM. You think we're here for decoration. Karen flicked her finger, Moltres' dark pulse. Will, Articuno freeze dry. Sonya, Mew, do your best. She froze. She'd never actually battled with Mew before. After all, even using Diancie in the contest felt unfair to regular trainers. Using Mew would just be mean. Mew tilde. Mew glowed pale pink, unleashing a wave of psychic power that looked gentle but was overwhelmingly forceful. With 3 attacks pressing in, even the powered-up Dark Kyurem had to fall back. Reshiram, hiding behind Steven, perked up. Whoa, awesome. Zekrom, Reshiram, and Kyurem were all once one. So they could sense each other anywhere. Last week, when Zekrom was absorbed by Kyurem, Reshiram knew immediately. Kyurem found the light stone. Normally, Kyurem didn't get along with the other two, but didn't bother them. Even if they met, Kyurem might just beat them up, no big deal. But with the stone, Kyurem could absorb them completely. Reshiram guessed she'd be next after Zekrom. But she also knew running was pointless. Kyurem would always find her. So there was only one answer: find someone strong to cling to. She couldn't lower herself to beg other legends for help. And she couldn't think of any Pokémon stronger than Kyurem, with Zekrom absorbed. So she looked to strong humans. She hadn't chosen a hero of truth yet, after all. Living in the Dragon Spiral Tower for so long, she knew Unova hadn't produced any worthy trainers in recent years. So, for the first time in 2 millennia, she looked worldwide. After some research, Reshiram found there were 2 strongest trainers alive, Steven and Joker. She chose Steven because he lived in Alola. As for Joker, no one knew where he was. Decision made, Reshiram raced to Alola. Lance and Kyurem, of course, chased her the whole way. Reshiram thought she was doomed, but in the end, she made it. Mr. Lance, Reshiram is already Steven's Pokémon. Seeing things get tense, Sonya, the family's top peacemaker, spoke up. The Truth Dragon is surprisingly cunning, Lance mused, eyes narrowed. No way he could catch her now. Giving up. He looked at Dark Kyurem. He was asking for Kyurem's opinion, but he knew Reshiram was out of reach. Don't let me catch you next time. Dark Kyurem, like a villain from a fantasy novel, left a threat and stormed off. He wasn't stupid. In last year's battle, aside from that damn evil Hoopa, the thing that impressed Kyurem most was this bear. Now, with even more troublesome Pokémon around, it was hopeless. Reshiram ignored Kyurem's threat, puffing out her chest in pride. Like you'll ever get the chance. From now on, I'm staying right by this guy's side. This one looks familiar. As Kyurem left, Hoopa popped out, holding its broken arm, studying Reshiram. Reshiram nearly fainted in shock. She remembered, 100 years ago, this little guy used a weird ring to pull her somewhere strange and beat her up. Chapter 243. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice, 243. Everyone except for Steven and Cynthia will participate in next week's operation to eliminate Team Plasma, while they remain in Sinnoh to guard against Team Galactic. That's the decision. Any objections? In the conference room of the Indigo League headquarters, Goodshow looked around at the various league chairmen seated at the round table. Just moments ago, the chairmen of each region had been summoned here to discuss the upcoming campaign against Team Plasma. After nearly an hour of exchanging opinions, everyone finally came to a decision. Steven and Cynthia would stay behind in Sinnoh to prevent Team Galactic from causing trouble while the league's attention was elsewhere. The champions of all other leagues would head to Unova to deal with Team Plasma. The existence of Team Galactic hadn't been made public due to the sensitive nature of Cyrus's identity. But Goodshow was indeed worried that, with the league focused on Team Plasma, Cyrus the traitor would seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. So they kept 2 trump cards in reserve. To send so much force against a Plasma team that's lost both N and Zekrom, you're being overly cautious, Chairman. Rose remarked with a hint of mockery, his expression unreadable. He'd heard of Team Plasma's strength. At their peak, they had 3 champion-level members, as well as many elite trainers at the level of the Elite Four and gym leaders, strong enough to challenge an entire regional league head-on. But now Plasma had lost both N and the legendary Zekrom. Meanwhile, on the league side, Lance had acquired a powered-up Kyurem, and Leon now had a Hiatus. Rose thought just those two would be more than enough. Yet Goodshow chose to mobilize all the champions, except for Steven and Cynthia. In Rose's view, the chairman was just overly scared. What if Team Rocket gets involved? Goodshow countered calmly, unfazed. Rose fell silent. Giovanni, with his Dark Mutwo and Mega Beedrill, had a team that was half a step into the master rank. And then there was Joker, who possessed Shadow Lugia, Evil Hoopa, and a shape-shifting Umbreon. These two were not to be underestimated. Not to mention their subordinates. Karen, the Psychic Fatty, and Surd, all champion-level trainers with legendary Pokémon. If Team Plasma could challenge one regional league, then Team Rocket could crush three. Indeed, there's a lesson to be learned from Team Rocket benefiting from the infighting of others. Didn't they do exactly that 3 years ago at Indigo Plateau? Professor Carolina, Cynthia's grandmother and acting Sinnoh League chairman, interjected. Team Rocket's strength had suddenly become uncontrollable 3 years ago, precisely because they swooped in like the Blackbeard pirates during the League's fight with Shadow, profiting from the chaos. A note of explanation: Carolina was only acting chairman because the League claimed Cyrus was gravely ill, not dead. After all, if he reappeared, the League would look ridiculous. They planned to say he was sick, then announce his passing after dealing with him. The Hone chairman, sporting an explosive afro, said, "If Team Rocket gets involved, it will indeed be dangerous." Lance suddenly snorted. "If I let Kyurem absorb Reshiram, we'd have nothing to worry about." The room fell silent at those words. They were glad the champions weren't present. Lance's comment could easily have caused a scene. They all knew Reshiram had chosen Steven. For Lance to say this now, it was divisive. The chairmans glanced at Lusamine, chairman of Alola, whose expression was predictably sour. "Lance, don't say things that undermine unity." Goodshow reprimanded softly. Lance looked away and retreated to a corner of the room in silence. "Lusamine, could you help me pass this to Steven?" Goodshow signaled to his assistant, who placed a gift box before Lusamine. Lusamine untied the ribbon, revealing a statue of Arceus made of gold. "Chairman Goodshow, this." Lusamine's annoyance turned to confusion. Goodshow cleared his throat. "We hope to borrow Hoopa, or perhaps have Steven lend us Reshiram for 2 days." Bam! Lusamine slammed the table and stood up, her face dark. The other chairman looked equally shocked. "Borrow Hoopa, fine, but Reshiram." Lance's Kyurem absorbing Black Zekrom was still front-page news. "If you handed over White Reshiram, what do you think would happen?" Goodshow hurried to explain. "After the operation, we'll separate and return Reshiram." Lusamine narrowed her eyes. "You of all people should know, Chairman Goodshow, that it's easy to grow accustomed to luxury, but hard to return to frugality. Once Lance acquired such power, would he give it up?" Lusamine didn't think a prestigious Indigo champion would go back on his word, but temptation could break anyone's character. Not to mention, Steven had recently talked to her about Lance's personality changes. The DNA splicers can be held by Steven, and, after this operation, I think I'll be able to retire. Goodshow dropped a bombshell. Not just Carolina and the other elderly chairmen, but even Rose was shocked. Political veterans all, they understood his implication. "If you agree, not only will Reshiram be returned, but the chairman's position will be yours. Please give me some time." Lusamine finally replied, recovering from her shock. This was too big a decision for her to make alone. With Hoopa's ability, Lusamine returned from Indigo Plateau to Etha Paradise in under 2 minutes. After hearing her story, the whole family in the living room fell silent. After a moment, Cynthia remarked, "So much has happened in the League these years, no wonder the chairman wants to retire. Thanks to someone in particular." She glanced sidelong at a certain someone, Steven. Under the table, Steven pinched Cynthia's butt, making the Valkyrie blush and almost lose her temper, but she managed to hold it in for the sake of the group. If the League wins big this time, it would be an imperfect but still fitting end to the old chairman's career. A good time to retire. Karen said, arms crossed. She was right. Even Cynthia, the former champion, couldn't remember the last time the League had a real victory. This operation was the largest since the Indigo Plateau battle 3 years ago. To restore the League's reputation, Goodshow had even announced they would livestream the entire war. If they won and Goodshow retired at the peak, his career, though flawed, would still be a success. Once Goodshow retires, Aunt Lusamine will be the new Pokémon League chairman. Not bad. Stephen excitedly said. He didn't notice Lusamine's face, pouted at being called Auntie. The older a woman, the more sensitive she is about age. Especially since she now called Stephen Daddy every night. Bang! In the middle of the lively discussion, HAREM couldn't take it anymore. She burst out of her piquet ball, staring tearfully at Stephen with her beautiful sapphire eyes as if to say, "You traitor. We just got together and you're already selling me out." Ahem. Stephen coughed awkwardly, then said, "HAREM, now that HAREM has the DNA splicers, I can protect you for now, but have you thought about what happens in 100 years? HAREM was stunned and asked telepathically, "What do you mean?" Stephen replied, "I think this is a chance to resolve your grudge with HAREM once and for all." 5 minutes later, in the Indigo League conference room. With HAREM behind Stephen and HAREM behind Lance, the two stood facing each other. Stephen looked at HAREM and said, "After the battle with Evil Hoopa, win or lose, I want you to separate HAREM from your body, and from now on, never harass her or try to absorb her with the DNA splicers again. Deal." Indeed, Stephen could protect HAREM for his lifetime, but what about after? For legends with near-infinite lifespans, a century is nothing. Now that HAREM had the DNA splicers when Stephen was gone, he could just come for her again. Better to settle it at the source. All right. HAREM thought for several minutes and finally agreed. In 2,500 years, this was the first time he'd been so humiliated. But for now, dealing with Evil Hoopa took priority. Without absorbing HAREM, he wasn't certain he could win. Good, it's a deal. Stephen nodded. He didn't bother with a written contract. HAREM, for all his grumpiness, was trustworthy. If it were a certain lazy cat, Stephen would have reconsidered. Before leaving, Stephen comforted HAREM and took the DNA splicers from Lance. Just think of it as going to sleep. Stephen stroked HAREM's feathers with his left hand and gently pressed the DNA splicers into her chest with his right. Instantly, HAREM was enveloped in a holy red light, and the tubes on HAREM's body shot out and plugged into her as if into an outlet. A powerful shock wave erupted, the blinding light making everyone instinctively shut their eyes. In less than 5 seconds, they could feel the overwhelming power ahead. Boom! A torrent of energy shot skyward, like a pillar of the gods piercing the Indigo Plateau. What is that? Nearby townsfolk, blue in Viridian City, ash in Pallet Town, and red, looked up at the godly pillar of light. Incredible! Lusamine stared, shielding her face, at HAREM, whose appearance hadn't changed but whose aura was overwhelming. In this state, only one person could beat him. Stephen admitted. Lance's eyes burned with fanaticism. They would win. Even Goodshow, usually solemn, showed rare joy. We can win. With this, we can win. Stephen said no more, taking the DNA splicers and leaving. Rose seized the chance to whisper, "Dr. Stephen, are you sure he won't go back on his word?" Stephen smiled. "HAREM can be trusted, don't worry." Rose didn't want Lance, or the Indigo League, to become too strong. Even if Rose never became Pokémon League chairman, he wouldn't let Indigo surpass Galar. Stephen wondered if the Indigo League had stolen Rose's first love for him to harbor such a grudge. That night, Stephen sat on his living room couch, Giovanni's face projected on the screen. They were video chatting. "Sorry, Uncle, I made things harder for you," Stephen said. Lance plus complete HAREM. That was quite the combination. No matter, that project is finished, isn't it? Complete HAREM is worth testing against. Giovanni smirked. If Lance loses with such a strong Pokémon, he'll have no more excuses. I'll humiliate him in front of the whole world. Stephen understood. Giovanni's motive wasn't just to poach Team Plasma's people, only about 30%. The other 70% was revenge on Lance. Even so, I think your odds are only about 30%. Stephen said, tapping his finger on his Umbreon. Suddenly, Giovanni remembered. I heard you're training that former Sinnoh champion. Mind if I join? There's still time. He wasn't going to miss such a great chance to defeat Peak Lance in front of the world. 5 days later, the day of the League's assault on Team Plasma. Everyone worldwide turned on their TVs. Truthfully, this wasn't wise for a military operation. The enemy could also watch and learn your plans. But now, the power gap was so great that a little info leak made no difference. If N and Zekrom were still around, Goodshow would never dare. This is Oplucid City. In Viridian Gym, Red muttered to himself, realizing the city on screen was the Unova League's headquarters. Volcarona Heat Wave. Unova champion Alder led the charge, his ace Volcarona unleashing a sea of fire at the uniformed plasma grunts. Behind those grunts stood a row of giant castles. That's N's castle, Team Plasma's base, explained Blue, who had replaced Giovanni as gym leader. It was built in secret under Oplucid City, only recently discovered by the League. Red was speechless. The villain's base was in the same city as the League headquarters. Unova League was a mess. Blue was embarrassed too, but as a League member, he tried to defend them. As long as we win this, we can restore the League's reputation. Cryogonal Blizzard. A white-bearded elder in thick clothes stepped forward, sending out Cryogonal for a powerful blizzard. Flames and ice clashed, the roaring never ending. Elite 4, no, nearly champion level. Red muttered. Blue squinted. Ryoku, second only to Getsus among the 7 sages, said to be the strongest of the elites, almost champion level, the organization's number 4. Seems true. In Hone, Stephen analyzed. Alder's Volcarona isn't as strong as his old one. The Volcarona Alder used now was one he'd raised in recent years. His original ace had died years ago. Charizard Flamethrower. Leon swooped in on Charizard, a flamethrower overpowering the blizzard and instantly knocking Cryogonal out. Damn Hydreigon Dark Pulse. Getsus, leaning on his cane, called out his ace without hesitation. Trix Dragon Dive. High above, Lance called out his own Dragonite. The two sides clashed fiercely in the air. The League and Team Plasma armies collided, the sounds of battle shaking the heavens, reminding everyone of the Great War at the Indigo Plateau 3 years ago. But this time, the League had the upper hand. Damn it, where did Kalres go? Getsus, being overwhelmed by Lance, cursed. Kalres was the only one in Team Plasma with a legendary Pokémon. On the outskirts of the battlefield, unnoticed. This way, please. Kalres, whose good looks were spoiled by his satellite dish hairstyle, gestured toward the battlefield. This opponent should satisfy you, Giovanni said, half turning to the shadowy figure behind the golden rings. Out floated Dark Mutwo, clad in armor similar to the anime's power-suppressing suit. Inside the chest plate, a pure black Mega Evolution stone glowed ominously in the sunlight. Chapter 244, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 244. Goodshow, who already regarded this great battle as his last duty as chairman of the Pokémon League, was stationed at the far rear of the battlefield, overseeing operations. But it seemed commanding was hardly necessary. From the very start, the League side was overwhelmingly crushing Team Plasma. This scene was hardly different from champion trainers bullying rookie villages. Yet even so, Goodshow's tightly furrowed brow did not relax, because he noticed a blind spot. Strange, didn't they say the dark scientist Kalres joined Team Plasma? Why hasn't he shown up? Dark scientist Kalres, an S-rank criminal wanted by the League. He was guilty of severe crimes for illegally modifying Pokémon. The international police described him as not an inherently evil person, but too pure and naively innocent. He had champion-level strength, and after N's capture, was one of the only 2 remaining champion-level members of Team Plasma. He was supposed to be a primary target for this League operation. But at this moment, he was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Could it be that they're hiding some secret weapon? The old granny next to him frowned in speculation. Goodshow's white brows furrowed even more. The League had suffered too many setbacks in recent years. Even now, with overwhelming advantage, he could not feel at ease. Lance Leon, don't use your trump cards for now. The enemy may still be hiding something. Goodshow's voice came through the radios in the ears of the two top champions on the battlefield. Understood, Chairman. Leon responded as he faced off against Ryoku. With a flash, Ryoku recalled his defeated Cryogonal, and a Weevil slashed through the air at high speed with Night Slash. But Charizard's Dragon Tail met it, sending the ambushing Weevil flying. HMPH, trash like this isn't worthy of my trump card. On another side of the battlefield, Lance sneered arrogantly. The area where he and Ghetsis fought had been cleared by both armies, leaving a large open space. Clashes between champion-level trainers could easily sweep up the innocent. Lance shouted. The red Gyarados intercepted from Lysander replaced his usual Dragonite as he sent it out. Almost the moment it landed, Lance raised his right index finger and tapped the keystone hanging at his chest. Gyarados Mega EVOLVD. The gigantic red Mega Gyarados let out a roar, energy bursting from its body, immediately unleashing a hyper beam. Ghetsis gasped for breath, his Hydreigon knocked aside by the overwhelming force of Mega Gyarados. At the critical moment, 3 Bisharps suddenly appeared, opening their arms to deploy triple shields, forcibly blocking the hyper beam from the Mega Gyarados, even though it was dozens of times their size. Lance raised his eyebrows. In an instant, 3 men in tight black outfits with masks, looking like ninjas, appeared at Ghetsis' front, left, and right. Is that the Shadow Triad? Palmer, who was fighting other plasma grunts, glanced over. Shadow Triad. Wallace was taken aback. Rumored to be Ghetsis' personal bodyguards. Individually, they're not much, but together, they can unleash power comparable to a champion, Palmer explained. Team Plasma really has talent. Wallace sighed. If you added N, now captured, and Zekrom, now absorbed, Wallace couldn't imagine any regional league winning against Team Plasma without banding together. Only the Indigo League at headquarters might have stood a chance. Mr. Wallace, look out. As Wallace lamented, Galatia suddenly cried out in warning. Wallace felt a strong sense of danger. A thunderbolt came from the side, targeting his Milotic. The attackers, a Gardevoir and a Gothitelle. Behind them stood 2 plainly dressed but attractive young women, Anthea and Concordia. Like N, they were Ghetsis' adopted children. They had similar abilities to communicate with Pokémon telepathically, though not as strong as N. If the Shadow Triad were Ghetsis' confidants, these 2 were N's closest allies. Typically, they took care of N's daily needs, but with N captured, they had to come to the front lines for his rescue. Eternatus! Leon shouted. The Master Ball at his waist opened on its own, the blinding white light spreading wide enough to cover Wallace and his Milotic. The double Thunderbolt attacks hadn't even landed before a huge shadow under the white light released a powerful shockwave, shattering the Thunderbolts into stray arcs. What is that? Wallace stared wide-eyed at the massive skeletal figure protecting him and Milotic, unable to react for a long while. Everyone on the battlefield couldn't help but look over. The reason was simple, the thing was enormous. Even in its normal state, Eternatus was over 20 meters long. So that's the legendary Eternatus. Even just watching on TV, you can feel its terrifying pressure. Blue and Viridian Jim exclaimed. Even though he'd seen it in newspapers, when Leon brought out his trump card, billions of viewers at home felt their hearts pound out of control. Lance glanced back, sensing the toxic dragon's incredible presence. As the league's top dragon tamer, he thought to himself, what a dragon, but outwardly sneered. That idiot, I told him not to reveal his trump card too early. Truth be told, they hadn't considered Team Plasma a real threat. But if Joker and Giovanni's Team Rocket intervened, things would get serious. That's why Goodshow had instructed the 2 champions before the battle. Against Team Plasma, use only your regular Pokémon. The goal was to keep the 2 top legendaries in reserve until Team Rocket appeared. But Leon's personality was too kind. Seeing a comrade in danger, his body moved before his brain. Well, nothing to be done, let's just finish this quickly. Goodshow rubbed his brow and decided. Since Leon had already revealed his trump card, They needed to end the battle with Team Plasma as fast as possible. They absolutely could not repeat the mistake from Indigo Plateau years ago, when Team Rocket swooped in and stole the victory. "Thank you, Chairman." Leon responded, waving his hand, "Cross poison." At his command, Eternatus raised its massive tail, venom spraying like a fountain from the blade-like tip, slamming down hard. "Dodge!" Gorm, one of the 7 sages, shouted in panic. As a high-ranking plasma member, he'd seen their King Zekrom's power before. But compared to the monster before them, that was nothing. The earth trembled under the mighty attack. Mountains for miles around shook, boulders tumbled, wild Pokémon fled in panic. Amazing! That's the legendary Pokémon that nearly destroyed Galar 3,000 years ago. Palmer, flying in midair atop his Dragonite, stared in awe. "Recall your Pokémon, don't make pointless resistance." Leon didn't order a second attack. Even his first cross poison had avoided the densest clusters of plasma members. Lance up ahead looked down on this, such soft-heartedness toward criminals. "Master Getsis, please leave now, we'll cover you." One of the Shadow Triads spoke. The 3 positioned themselves in a triangle around Getsis, hands forming seals reminiscent of hand signs from Naruto. If Steven were here, he'd find this scene very familiar, like the 4th Great Ninja War, where minor characters used Flying Thunder God to teleport Mei Terumi to Madara. The Shadow Triad was preparing to do the same, 3 people together, able to perform instantaneous teleportation. Lance, who had been watching the 3, shouted, "Take them down, Dragonite." His giant Dragonite, even larger than Eternatus, leaped from his master ball. Blue draconic flames burst from its body, and a massive dragon dive crashed down like a meteoric strike. The Shadow Triad and Getsis were in dire peril. Lance vividly remembered Giovanni's Dark Mutwo from the Indigo Plateau tournament, a lesson not soon forgot. He would not fall for the same trick twice. Boom! A deafening explosion. The battlefield shook violently. A massive crater, over 100 meters in diameter, was blasted into the center of the field. Cracks radiated out, spreading wildly. One of the Shadow Triad dropped to his knees, coughed up blood, and collapsed face first. Behind him, the other 2 supported Getsis, but they weren't much better off. Getsis was blood-stained, but not all the blood was his own. The 2 remaining members were hunched over, gasping for breath. The Bisharp who had blocked Mega Gyarados' attack was gone, but the red metal shards at their feet told the story of their fate. As trainers, the 2 remaining Shadow Triad members were battered, bleeding from battered arms onto scorched earth. "Children, don't look." In Pallet Town, Delia quickly covered her son's eyes. Steven, watching from home, blinked twice. Was it even allowed to broadcast such a bloody scene? "HMPH, only got one, but now you can't teleport anymore, can you?" Lance let out a cruel sneer. "All right, time for you and your master to go together." As he spoke, not only Leon, Wallace, and the other champions, but also professors and good-hearted people all over the world watching, and even Green and Surd, who were secretly monitoring the battle, were startled. Wait, was that something a league champion should say? Is all you can do is bully the weak with powerful Pokémon. Even after getting Kyurem, you're still petty and small-minded. An icy, mocking voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man in a black cloak, with a white scarf hanging from his neck, had appeared in the left corner of the battlefield. Silver, temporarily staying at Gold's house in New Barktown, felt his heart jump at the sound. "Giovanni." Lance turned with a cold look, spitting out Giovanni's name through clenched teeth. But within 2 seconds, his anger became a sneer. "Didn't expect you dare show up to die." Giovanni ignored Lance's taunt, sweeping his gaze across the field, focusing on the despairing, defeated Team Plasma members. Those who won't give up, stand and fight on, as members of Team Rocket. Giovanni's simple words hit the battlefield like a thunderclap. Here we go again. At the rear, Goodshow frowned deeply. Giovanni's move was no surprise. It was the same trick he'd used 3 years ago. As expected, the previously hopeless plasma grunts started stirring. Given the chance, who wanted to go to jail? "Bastard!" Getsis glared at Giovanni with fury. stealing my people right in front of me. But Giovanni ignored him, walking over to the fallen shadow triad member and checking his pulse. Him not dead too long. He stood, looking at the two who still supported Getsis. You two have strength. Abandon this useless master and join me. Of course, I'll revive your friend too. Team Rocket's boss has that power. Shut up. At that moment, Getsis and Lance were in rare agreement. Getsis's Drapion and Lance's giant Dragonite attacked Giovanni together. At the last second, several afterimages appeared. Shields materialized above Giovanni's head. Drapion and Dragonite's attacks slammed into the shields, but the shields didn't budge. Instead, both attacking Pokémon were thrown back by the rebound. Lance's giant Dragonite got repelled. Bruno, watching from Kanto, was stunned. What kind of Pokémon are those? Agatha's wrinkles bunched up as she squinted. The floating, disc-like Pokémon in midair, she'd never seen them before. Genesect. Getsis spat out their names, his eye twitching in fury. A man in a modified white lab coat entered from the other side of the battlefield. It was the dark scientist, Kalres. But now, his coat bore a prominent R emblem on the left chest. That emblem said everything. Kalres, you bastard, you betrayed me. Getsis roared. Genesect, mythical Pokémon revived by Kalres from 300-million-year-old fossils, illegally modified and fitted with high-powered laser cannons. The funding and support for Kalres's research had come from Team Plasma. Now Getsis felt utterly betrayed. Kalres had used his money to revive legendary Pokémon, only to turn them against him. Don't act like I owe you anything, Getsis. Kalres pushed up his half-rim glasses, coolly replying, If I hadn't been secretly controlling the minds of those listeners, would your boring plan for Pokémon liberation have gone so smoothly? We're just using each other. Don't pretend I was ever on your side. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Alder frowned. What do you mean? Kalres explained calmly. The League is short on talent. Did you think Getsis's release your Pokémon, liberate them from Pokéball speeches could convince so many people to give up their partners? It was because, during his speeches, I used my Behemoth to influence their minds. Everyone on the League side was wide-eyed. After N got Zekrom, Getsis had toured, spreading his bizarre philosophy, and somehow lots of people actually followed him, releasing their Pokémon, causing major problems for Unova police. The League had thought it was just the charisma of Getsis's speeches. So this was the truth. They're all trash, just wipe them out already. Lance, usually not this chatty, had had enough. After losing to Giovanni twice in a row, this time he was determined to put him behind bars. His giant Dragonite's right fist burst into flames. He didn't know Genesect's abilities, but judging by appearance, it was likely a bug type. So fire it is. Boom! The flaming punch came crashing down. The four Genesect, sensing the heat, scattered quickly. A huge explosion sent flames skyward. But neither Giovanni nor the Genesect squad was hit. Teleportation again? How boring. Is that all you can do? Lance turned to see Giovanni, calmly adjusting his fedora, standing not far away and sneering, If a move works, use it. Fools who chase after flashiness will never become true masters, like the idiot standing before me. Behind Giovanni stood a humanoid Pokémon, covered in heavy armor, but Lance recognized it instantly. Dark Mutuo. Meanwhile, in Alola, Steven received a message from Surd. King Cyrus is about to make his move. Chapter 245. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 245. We're about to set off. Receiving a message from Surd, Steven's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, his tone showing no surprise at all. It was entirely expected that Team Galactic would make their move, while the League's attention was focused on Team Plasma. Come on, you lazy cat, time to work. Mew, who was lounging on the sofa playing games, reluctantly put down her controller and floated up to lie on Steven's head. In the blink of an eye, the group's figures became afterimages as they teleported with Mew to Manilow Stadium, just a few nautical miles from the Etha artificial island. At this moment, Dialga and Palkia, summoned forcibly by Little Hoopa last week, were still sleeping here. As Stephen and the others arrived via Muse teleport, two twisted chaotic portals suddenly appeared above the heads of the time-space duo, forcibly sucking them in. Roar! Dialga and Palkia, who never saw eye to eye, now both looked utterly incredulous. They instinctively wanted to resist, but within a second realized. This power, much like how wood release suppresses tailed beasts, had an innate restraining effect. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't resist the pull. What is that? Cynthia's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Stephen explained calmly, the power of the adamant orb and lustrous orb. With Stephen's reminder, Cynthia suddenly realized, so Team Galactic stole the relics for this. According to intelligence from the Sinnoh League, Sinnoh's 3 relics, the adamant orb, lustrous orb, and the spear key, had all been taken by Team Galactic. These 3 items are exactly what's needed to forcibly summon the time-space duo. Originally, Cyrus wanted to capture Sheena directly, but after the League suffered 2 setbacks in this regard, they had bodyguards on Sheena at all times. Even when she went to the bathroom, there had to be at least an elite 4-level guard outside the door. So, Cyrus had to resort to the old methods from the anime. With the adamant orb, lustrous orb, and the spear key, the time-space duo can be forcibly summoned at Spear Pillar, no matter where they are in the world, Stephen explained to the group. As he finished, the time-space duo was completely devoured by the chaotic portals, as if they'd never existed. But even if Cyrus summons them, he can't control them, right? Karen raised another issue. It's like how little Hoopa's power works. Hoopa can forcibly summon legendary Pokémon, but only dares to summon Latias, Latios, or Celebi, those with good tempers who are willing to help. These weaker legends aren't much of a threat, but powerful legends with bad tempers rarely cooperate. Dialga and Palkia fall into that category, unless you have the power to control their minds, like with evil Hoopa. You'll see when we get there, Stephen said, patting the lazy cat on his head and taking Cynthia's right hand. Cynthia, Aster, Karen, and the others linked hands. Once again, the group vanished. The world spun wildly. Cynthia, a native of Sinnoh, realized she was now at the summit of MT. Coronet at the Spear Pillar Ruins, the legendary site where Arceus created Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Is that? Cynthia's face changed again. Above the ruins, Dialga and Palkia hung in midair, their faces twisted in agony. It was as if they'd been immobilized by a pressure point. Embedded in their waists were pure red, cross-shaped shackles eerily similar to those of Arceus. After a brief struggle, the 2 legendary Pokémon calmed down, but their eyes were lifeless, just like soulless puppets. Cyrus, what did you do to them? Cynthia stepped forward furiously, shouting at Cyrus, who stood below the legendaries with his Team Galactic members. All the Team Galactic members, except for Cyrus, turned to stare at Cynthia. But Cyrus kept his back turned, striking a dramatic pose. Now, everything will end, and everything will begin anew. The legendary Pokémon that controls time, Dialga, and the one that governs space, Palkia, will destroy everything and reshape the world into the ultimate world I desire. Cyrus raised his hands high, his voice reaching a fever pitch. Then, I will become the god of that world. Hearing this over-the-top declaration, Sonia tugged on Stephen's sleeve, whispering, "What's he talking about?" "Don't try to understand the mind of a lunatic," Stephen replied, half tempted to ask, "Who even gets what you're saying?" Villains wanting to remake the world because they're dissatisfied with the current one are a dime a dozen in Pokémon. Lysander, Archie, and Maxie each had their reasons, as ridiculous as they might be. But Cyrus's, the human heart is imperfect, so we must destroy this world and create a perfect new one, was something Stephen just couldn't comprehend. I know the words, but together they make no sense, he thought. Anyway, let's just take him down quickly, Stephen said, finding a flat rock to sit on at the ruins and pulling out his phone to watch the battle over in Unova. Looks like Chairman Goodshow is putting everything on this fight, he mused. So, Dr. Stephen showed up after all. Cyrus finally turned around at Stephen's words. I don't need to beat you. I just need to stall until Dialga and Palkia destroy this world. Cyrus had noticed that Stephen and Cynthia weren't at the Unova battlefield, so he guessed they'd come for him. but with Dialga and Palkia under his control, he felt confident. After all, his goal wasn't to defeat Steven, just to hold out until the time-space duo shattered the fabric of reality. Cyrus suddenly looked up and yelled, "Palkia, hydro pump!" Above him, the lifeless-eyed Palkia, bound by the red shackles, jerked its neck and unleashed a hydro pump at Steven. Steven, still looking down at his phone, didn't even flinch. At the last second, a dragon hand appeared in front of Steven, blocking the attack. "Who's that woman?" Saturn shouted, seeing Aster shield Steven. Aster gritted her teeth as the powerful hydro pump drove her feet deep into the ground. "Hiya!" With a shout, Aster forcibly redirected the attack, sending it whizzing past Steven's ear and blasting the top off a distant hill. Aster panted heavily. All of Team Galactic looked like they'd seen a ghost. Who was this wild girl with dragon arms and legs? Did she just block Palkia's attack? Garchomp Draco Dive. Cynthia followed up, sending out her ace. Garchomp leaped from its piquet ball, blue flames of killing intent erupting from its body to become a roaring azure dragon charging at Cyrus. Cyrus was surprised. Garchomp's attack was on a whole new level since their last fight at the Sinnoh ruins. But then again, his own Pokémon weren't the same either. Dialga Protect. A huge, translucent barrier enveloped the entire Spear Pillar ruins. No matter how much Garchomp had improved, it couldn't break through a top-tier legendary's shield move. Dragon Pulse. A cold glint flashed in Dialga's lifeless eyes as a deep blue spiral wave shot from its throat, chasing after Garchomp just as the rebound from the barrier flung it back. Flamethrower. Surprisingly, Cynthia called for Garchomp, a physical attacker, to use the special move Flamethrower. The flames met Dragon Pulse, and for a brief moment, Flamethrower spread out, buying just enough time for Garchomp to land on a broken pillar, crouch like a spring, and leap aside at the last second. They really can go toe-to-toe with two top legendaries now. Cynthia and Aster have grown so much, Sonia exclaimed, then worried. But they still can't find a good chance to counterattack. Shouldn't we help Steven? Despite holding off Dialga and Palkia's attacks, Cynthia and Aster couldn't find an opening. "Idiot, can't you see Dialga and Palkia's weakness?" Karen shot Sonia a look, eyebrows twitching as she noticed how even Sonia's thick sweater couldn't hide her curves. "Weakness." A question mark popped up over Sonia's head. Aster darted through the ruins, dodging Palkia's exclusive dragon and water-type moves that kept missing. When she got beneath Palkia, the space god's movements were stiff as it tried to turn. Aster seized the chance, leaping up and slashing Palkia's chest with a glowing dragon claw, leaving 4 distinct marks. Meanwhile, Cynthia, who had been about to mega-evolve her Garchomp with her lipstick key stone, stopped, instead ordering Garchomp to dodge Dialga's attack and land a brick break on Dialga's left foreleg. Dialga and Palkia are moving so sluggishly. Sonia and Nessa both noticed the problem. "That's the red chain," Steven finally looked up. "Team Galactic made it from the DNA of the Lake Guardians. With that, they can control Dialga and Palkia's minds, but it also restricts their movements." Cyrus's method was the low-tier version of what happened with Evil Hoopa: forcibly summon, then forcibly control. But unlike Hoopa, the red chain also severely weakened the legendaries. They could only use about 30% of their true power. Compared to this almost farcical fight, Steven was more interested in what was happening in Unova. "Unova, Oplucid City battlefield. No one's allowed to interfere. I'll send this guy to jail myself and end all these grudges." Lance shouted, pulling a pitch-black piquet ball from his belt. "That's a Terra Orb." At Paldia's Naranja Academy, Lily, Gladion, and many trainers watching TV all cried out in surprise. Lance's Terra Orb burst with starlight. He leaped up, slamming it onto his giant Dragonite's back. The monstrous Pokémon became coated in crystalline armor, with a huge diamond atop its head. Normal Terra type, huh? Paldia's gym leader, and Elite Four Larry narrowed his eyes. Extreme speed. Dragonite roared and dove at the armored, sinister Pokémon. All the top trainers watching on TV in Paldia changed their expressions. Normal Terra plus extreme speed. That's a deadly combo. Outrage. Giovanni commanded his armored Dark Mutwo to strike back. Dark energy erupted from Mutwo's right arm as it punched, smashing into the much larger Dragonite. The resulting shockwave shredded the earth and grass, and even from afar, people could see Mutwo's armor rapidly cracking. Perched on his bulky Pokémon, Lance sneered, "That armor's just for show. No matter how much it boosts power, it doesn't work against me." "Impressive, champion Lance," Wallace commented. He didn't like Lance's personality, but they still needed him and Leon to win this war. No, something's wrong, Leon suddenly realized. Not just Leon, other champions and elite trainers watching noticed. The more the armor cracked, the stronger Dark Mutwo's moves became. Boom! The battlefield shook as Dragonite staggered, nearly falling. In the 2 seconds it took to recover, the armor on Mutwo had almost completely shattered, leaving only a chest plate. Suddenly, Mutwo flashed in front of Dragonite. Psychic break. Giovanni commanded again. Dark Mutwo conjured a giant spoon with psychic power and smashed it into Dragonite's face, sending the huge Pokémon crashing down. As billions watched in disbelief, Giovanni walked out from the smoke, smirking. "You think that armor was meant to enhance Mutwo's power? Ridiculous. It was to restrain his power. By suppressing it in training, he becomes far stronger. When the armor is gone, that's when he shows his true strength." Leon's brow furrowed with a sense of dread. But before he could act, Lance shouted, "I said no one is to interfere." Leon froze. Giovanni's grin only grew. He had known Lance would insist on a one-on-one duel otherwise. Why would he come alone, even without many subordinates, to such a dangerous battlefield? "It's coming," Blue licked his lips. "What?" Red asked. "Just watch. This might be the strongest Pokémon in the world," Blue whispered, taking a deep breath. Red turned his attention back to the TV. Lance, having withdrawn his injured Dragonite, raised a hand and shouted, "Come forth, Kyurem." With that cry, even through the screen, people across the world could feel that ultimate, destructive power. In an instant, summer in Oplucid City, and half of Unova turned to snowy white. From the white sky, a silver-white ice dragon descended, landing above Lance. Those ferocious golden eyes made anyone feel despair at a glance. Perfect Kyurem. Or rather, the original dragon. The next moment, silver-white Kyurem and dark-armored Mutwo faced off, their colors total opposites. Kyurem's eyes flickered. Suddenly, faster than the human eye could follow, a massive ice pillar crashed down in front of Giovanni, trapping Dark Mutwo inside. "What?" Ash jumped up from the sofa. Even his older brother was shocked. "When did that happen?" "Did the camera miss it?" Misty pressed her face to the screen, in disbelief. Even the champions at the scene, Wallace, Alder, Diantha, were all dumbfounded. So fast, when did he even attack? Clap, clap, clapped. Suddenly, applause rang out. Everyone turned to see. It was Giovanni clapping. "Brilliant, as expected of the true original dragon in perfect form," Giovanni praised. "Heh, finally realize your beat," Lance sneered. "Shame you followed an idiot," Giovanni muttered, then, to the world's astonishment, pressed the keystone on his suit's lapel. Dark Mutwo, Mega Evolve. Chapter 246. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 246. Unlike the usual rainbow sheen of Mega Evolution, a dark, ominous radiance rapidly expanded within the translucent silver iceberg, staining the massive ice pillar black in moments. That Pokémon can Mega Evolve too. All the league champions present were visibly shaken. It had been over 2 years since Mega Evolution was discovered, and as the top trainers of their respective regions, they naturally wielded this power themselves. But none of them expected that a man-made Pokémon like Dark Mutwo could Mega Evolve as well. Finally, cracks began to appear on the surface of the iceberg, and with a thunderous boom 2 seconds later, it exploded into pieces. The Pokémon on the battlefield rushed forward, using Protect, Reflect, and other defensive moves to shield their trainers. Kyurem narrowed its golden eyes, silently observing the never-before-seen Pokémon now standing before it in a new form. Mega Dark Mutwo X. "So, this is your trump card." Lance's once arrogant expression had grown cautious. From this reborn Dark Mutwo, Lance felt a pressure every bit as powerful as the Tau Dragon Kyurem. "If you and Leon teamed up, I'd have no chance." Giovanni didn't answer Lance directly. He glanced sidelong at Leon, who had sent out Eternatus, then smirked. "You two should join forces. I'll be generous and take you both on at once. I alone am enough to deal with you." Lance shouted. Suddenly, blue-violet lightning enveloped Kyurem, transforming it into a massive blue sun. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Mega Dark Mutwo, everything happening in an instant. Fusion Bolt. The speed was so extreme that even champion-level Pokémon could only stare helplessly. With Mega Evolution's boost, Dark Mutwo could lock onto the Tau Dragon Kyurem's trajectory, but even so, it couldn't keep up physically. But, with a deafening crash, the spot where Mega Dark Mutwo had stood was blown apart by the fusion bolt. Yet Dark Mutwo was nowhere to be seen. In a blur, Mega Dark Mutwo had teleported to the upper rear of the massive blue electric sphere. "Teleport. Strike." At Giovanni's command, Mega Dark Mutwo pressed its fingertips together in a sign like Origin Pulse, then suddenly spread its arms wide. The surrounding space trembled violently. Pale purple waves of psychic energy surged from all directions, locking the massive electric sphere inside like a heavenly prison. What a range for that attack! At the edge of the battlefield, Caitlin, now one of Unova's Elite Four and a psychic specialist, cried out in shock. "Petty tricks." But before Caitlin could finish, Lance barked an order, shattering the psychic prison in an instant. Tau Dragon Black Kyurem swung its glowing dragon claws, tearing the purple psychic barrier to pieces with ease. Caitlin's pretty face went pale. It broke through so easily. Everyone falls back, as far as you can. Alder, the eldest present, made a snap decision. These two Pokémon, like Evil Hoopa, could vie for the title of the world's strongest. And their trainers were both among the world's top 5. Anyone caught up in the fight would be doomed. "Everyone get back. Eternatus and I will cover you." Leon turned to shout at the others. "Champion Leon, you're too valuable for cover. Go help Lance." Diantha started to protest, but at that moment, Black Kyurem in the center of the battlefield raised its right arm. Its dragon claw, like a peerless blade, slashed out. The earth split, and a world-ending force shot straight at Mega Dark Mutwo. "Go!" Giovanni gave a single command. Dark Mutwo channeled its energy again, conjuring a giant spoon. Now even burlier with Mega Evolution, its muscular arms gripped the spoon and swung it toward the incoming dragon claw. The space-rending dragon claw and the dark spoon collided in midair with a resounding crash. The shockwaves upended the earth. Boom, boom. It sounded as if the sky itself was collapsing. Boulders and trees were torn from the ground and flung in all directions. Eternatus. On Leon's command, the massive poison dragon took the brunt of the impact, shielding everyone it could. Standing behind Eternatus, watching this apocalyptic scene, Leon forced a wry smile as he worked to save people. But besides Eternatus, there's no other Pokémon that could withstand the shockwaves from these two monsters fighting, and with Lance's personality. While Leon had a similar attitude toward women as Lance, he handled people and situations much better. Giovanni kept insisting he could take on both Lance and Leon at once. Leon found this increasingly suspicious. Lance also kept insisting no one else interfered, that he alone was enough. At this point, Leon guessed Giovanni's plan. He was deliberately provoking Lance's pride, forcing him into a one-on-one. Otherwise, would Giovanni be stupid enough to fight two champion trainers with top-tier legendaries at once? My God, are Pokémon supposed to be able to do this? Unova Elite Four member grimsly gazed at the battlefield, his voice full of terror. "Don't just stand there, run. If you get swept into this, you're finished." Muscleman Marshall, also an Elite Four, slung Grimsley over his shoulder and ran the other way. Back at the rear guard where Goodshow was commanding, although the air was still littered with debris, the Elite Four like Lorelei and Bruno could handle it. At the eye of this natural disaster, Giovanni stood behind Mega Dark Mutwo, a spherical barrier protecting him. Dark Mutwo braced its spoon in front, staring down the incoming shockwave. Thud. Dark Mutewo's feet sank deeper into the ground, being pushed back and leaving 2 deep grooves in the barren earth. Giovanni's eyebrow twitched. He muttered to himself. So overall, their side strength is greater. Back at headquarters, Goodshow asked the others. What do you think of Giovanni's new power? I think Lance's Kyurem is still stronger. Alder replied. He might be the weakest current champion, but age and experience gave him insight. Don't get careless, Joker hasn't shown up yet. Agatha reminded everyone. What about Steven? Has Sinnoh been resolved yet? Lorelei asked. If Joker shows up, only Steven can stop him. Report, Professor Carolina in Sinnoh just sent word, Team Galactic is on the move. Champions Steven and Cynthia, well, Elite Cynthia, have gone to handle it, Officer Jenny reported. Don't worry, Miss Lorelei, the confident young heiress said. Don't forget, Leon has legendaries too. Even if Dr. Steven isn't here, we won't lose. Everyone felt more at ease after that. Even if Leon couldn't beat Joker, he could at least stall him until Steven arrived. However, Leon himself wasn't reassured at all. Because all of this depended on Lance beating Giovanni first. Indeed, as things stood, the Tau Dragon Kyurem's strength seemed to surpass Mega Dark Mutewo's. But the difference between Pokémon can be made up by the trainer. Like a child wielding a divine sword versus a master with a stick, who wins isn't always certain. Meanwhile, at MT, Coronet Spear Pillar in Sinnoh, with the sound of shattering glass echoing above the region's tallest peak, the counterfeit red shackles binding Dialga and Palkia suddenly broke. The once puppet-like, lifeless Dialga and Palkia immediately regained their senses. The one responsible was Serd, who had switched to Team Galactic's uniform and stood motionless behind Cyrus since the battle began. Serd, you traitor. Seeing Serd destroy the red chain, Cyrus instantly realized the betrayal and flew into a rage. Sorry, Boss Cyrus, but working for you is just too boring. Serd apologized nonchalantly, then saluted Steven, who was sitting on a nearby rock. Serd had acted on Steven's orders. Even before Team Galactic stole the relics, Steven told Serd. If Cynthia and the others couldn't defeat Dialga and Palkia before spacetime collapsed, Serd was to break the red chain. That was exactly the situation now. Though the controlled legendaries were weakened and sluggish, they were still top tier. Even after Cynthia and Aster found their opening, they couldn't finish the fight in time. With spacetime on the verge of collapse, Steven had Serd break the red chain and free the duo from Cyrus's control. The second Cyrus glared at Serd with murderous intent. 2 overwhelming auras erupted above. Now Dialga and Palkia themselves were glaring at Cyrus, and the entire Team Galactic with murderous intent. The last time they were forcibly summoned and controlled by evil Hoopa, they'd already been furious, but held back due to Steven's persuasion and Hoopa's strength. But who was Cyrus to try and control them? Suddenly, Dialga opened its jaws, gathering the power of time, while Palkia raised its right arm, its limbs surging with dark pink spatial energy. If you don't like this world, why not go see another? Steven mocked as the duo's signature attacks rained down. What a lunatic. Karen sneered. After spending so long with Steven, she'd seen many world-destroying weirdos, but Cyrus's logic was still the most bizarre. Hugh. Aster plopped down, looking apologetically at Steven. Sorry, I just can't. She'd done all she could, but the Legend's HP was just too thick. Like in a Dark Souls game, the boss could kill you in 2 hits, but even after dozens of hits, it might not even enter Phase 2. It's fine, there'll be time to get your partner back. Steven smiled. Cynthia sighed, leaning against a pillar. Suddenly, she cried out. What's happening in Unova? She mustered her strength to squeeze next to Steven and peered at his phone. Just as she looked, the screen exploded with searing white energy, filling the live stream and blasting through even the black barrier used by Shadow Luja. That was White Kyurem's fusion flare. Through the close-up, millions of viewers could just make out Mega Dark Mutewo's agonized face as it was swallowed by the flames. Use Psychic to blow the flames away. Giovanni ordered. Dark Mutewo gripped its spoon with its right hand, flinging its left to try using psychic power to push off the burning fire. No, you don't freeze shock. At that moment, White Kyurem's aura shifted, dark blue electricity surging from within as it instantly morphed back into Black Kyurem. With supreme speed, Black Kyurem left afterimages in the sky, lightning and ice entwining in unimaginable power. Boom! In an instant, Goodshow and the others at HQ heard a thunderous roar behind them. They turned to see a mushroom cloud rising over Oplucid Stadium, the ground shaking violently. Citizens hiding in underground shelters were shocked. Had the fighting reached the city center? It hit, Chairman. Kyurem's attack hit just now. Unova's Pokémon Professor Juniper shouted from her computer, carrying her laptop to Goodshow. Elite trainers crowded around. Juniper pressed the slow-mo button. At 0.001x speed, they saw Black Kyurem's freeze shock slam into Dark Mutwo. Dark Mutwo tried to block with its spoon, but the moment they connected, the spoon snapped in two. At the last moment, Dark Mutwo desperately tried to teleport away, but before it could, it was struck by Black Kyurem and sent flying like a shooting star, crashing into Oplucid Stadium. Forget Dark Mutwo, even my Eternatus or even Dr. Stevens Beware couldn't take that hit and walk away. Leon muttered in shock. We won, right? Cousin Lance beat Giovanni, right? Claire was moved to tears. Originally, Goodshow had only called the regional champions to join the battle, but as Lance's #1 fan, Claire begged to join. The old chairman reluctantly agreed. Now seeing Lance beat Giovanni, Claire could hardly contain her joy. She'd first met Joker with Lance and knew how much her cousin had suffered at Team Rocket's hands. Joker had to use tricks when he was weaker. As the gap grew, Giovanni appeared. This must be the first time Lance ever beat Team Rocket. The other champions and billions of viewers weren't as wild as Claire, but they too were relieved. Even if it wasn't Joker, defeating Team Rocket's boss was a much-needed morale boost for the battered league. On the live stream, Lance appeared in the firestorm, striding toward Giovanni with a cold smile. It's over. With that, his second Dragonite leaped out, dragon claws gleaming as it approached its target. Hey, this is live. What's he doing? Wallace was startled. This was a global broadcast. Was he about to commit murder in front of billions? Kyurem remained silent. He had no interest in human grudges. Thud. But suddenly, Kyurem froze, a dull ringing in its head followed by searing pain from the back of its skull. Kyurem turned in disbelief, golden eyes wide. He saw a burned, panting Dark Mutwo standing on his back, spoon raised for a strike. Huff it huffs. Dark Mutwo, after landing the blow, dropped the spoon with a clang, then collapsed and instantly reverted from Mega to normal form. Dark Mutwo knockout. What did that guy do? Kyurem gritted his teeth, trying to stand, but could not resist the dizzying wave from the blow. Go. With Giovanni's order, while the Tau Dragon was still dazed, his squad of ground types, Nidoking, Golem, Rhyperior, Nidoqueen, and others, swarmed. The massive body fell onto the white-flamed battlefield, reverting from Black Kyurem to normal. Kyurem, battered all over, took the final blow. Tau Dragon Kyurem, knockout. The sudden reversal left the whole world in shock, including Lance, who had been about to finish Giovanni. In that moment of distraction, his Dragonite was instantly knocked aside. Giovanni's Beedrill. Gyarados, Charizard, Hydreigon. Recovering, Lance sent out all his dragons at once. His dragon army clashed with Giovanni's ground squad. The outcome is decided. Steven shook his head. The moment Tau Dragon Kyurem fell, the battle was already over. Chapter 247, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 247. Lance's dragon army and Giovanni's ground-type army were locked in a massive battle. However, anyone who understood the gap in strength between the two knew the outcome was already decided. What just happened? Cynthia, watching on her phone, was utterly baffled. She couldn't understand why Dark Mutwo, who had been sent flying by Dark Kyurem, suddenly appeared behind its opponent. Teleportation. Impossible. After being hit by that freeze move, how could it still stand back up? Could it have been an illusion? That couldn't be right either. Billions of eyes saw the attack land for real. Even as a champion-level trainer, Cynthia was confused, let alone Sonia, Nessa, and the others. Even Kira, who had been with Steven the longest, wore the same bewildered expression. Steven explained, the dark Mutewo that got sent flying was a substitute. A substitute. The girls frowned even more. The move, Substitute, could be learned by almost any Pokémon. It used up some of the user's HP to create a decoy that looked just like them. It was a god-tier move in the games, but couldn't attack or act on its own. So, in the real world, almost no trainers used this move. Steven had never seen anyone use it in the anime in his previous life, either. He continued, when White-Black Kyurem used Fusion Flare and turned the battlefield into a sea of fire, Dark Mutewo hid in the flames, and used a lot of HP to create a substitute to fight Kyurem. The plan was to target Lance and Kyurem with a fatal blow when they thought they had already won. But Steven... Karen frowned. If you say the Mutewo that got sent flying was a substitute, it had been fighting before, right? Substitutes can't do that, can they? Substitute sounded like Naruto's Shadow Clone Jutsu at first, but with a huge weakness. It couldn't move or fight. It could take hits, but 99% of trainers would prefer a substitute that could move, even if it shattered instantly like in Naruto. Aren't psychic Pokémon good at using telekinesis? Steven's rhetorical question made everyone's faces change again. As another psychic-type trainer, Will was the first to react. You mean, Mutewo was using its mind to control its substitute and fight Kyurem? It wasn't hard to understand. For years, when the three of them fought strong enemies together, Will would often use his psychic Pokémon to assist Steven and Karen. Using telekinesis to move teammates through the air was a regular tactic. Even now, as a champion-level trainer, Will couldn't make his Pokémon control a substitute in battle, let alone against a top legendary. But Mega Dark Mutewo could. Still in a direct fight, this trick wouldn't faze the Dragon of Truth, Kyurem. So, Giovanni used a surprise move, striking when Kyurem let his guard down after thinking he'd already won. It backfired, Watching on the livestream, as Lance's dragon army was wiped out by Giovanni's ground army, Cynthia's face grew complicated. She felt that broadcasting this campaign live to showcase the League's strength was a risky move by Goodshow. The League had been losing for years and needed to restore its reputation. But what if they lost? Though in hindsight, that's easy to say. After all, with Lance plus Kyurem plus Leon plus Eternatus, who would expect a loss? Blame Lance for insisting on a solo fight. Let's go, time to intervene, Steven called to the group. At the scene in Oplucid City, Leon and the League elites had arrived. Giovanni had lost his trump card, Dark Mutewo, but Leon's Eternatus was still in peak condition. It looked like the outcome was set. But the League didn't dare act rashly. Because Beedrill's stinger was pressed to Lance's neck. Giovanni's mainstays, Rhyperior and Nidoqueen, were down. All of Lance's dragons were out cold. Across the world, jaws dropped at the sight. That battle shifted way too fast. I heard you've been looking for me, haven't had enough, Looks like you want to fight me. Do you have what it takes to challenge Team Rocket? Facing away from Leon and the others, Giovanni acted as if the League's presence didn't matter, taunting Lance. Your dragons are useless now, He glanced at Lance's belt, noticed there was one Pokéball left and snatched it, shoving it at Lance. You said you didn't bring a dragon. Here, I'll give you one. Lance's eyes blazed with fury. Through the semi-transparent Pokéball cover, he could see inside, a Dragonair, just as unwilling as he was. This Dragonair was once his ace, Dragonite, whom Giovanni had forced back into Dratini form with drugs 3 years ago during the Indigo Plateau battle. After 3 years, Lance had raised it back into a Dragonair, but... Take it! Giovanni shouted suddenly, startling Claire, who was about to step in. But Lance just gritted his teeth and didn't take the ball. Under his training, Dragonair now had Elite 4-level strength. For most trainers, that was a dream, but to challenge Giovanni. Giovanni tossed the ball at Lance's feet, hands in pockets, sneering, Don't dare to fight, Not so tough now, are you? Fine, I'll give you one more chance. Giovanni stomped the Pokeball's button, forcibly releasing Dragonair. Nidoking strode forward, grabbing Dragonair by the throat, facing it at its trainer. Giovanni leaned in and said, "Give the command, and your little dragon's life is mine." "Lance, I'll count to 3, just 3. Watching from the perimeter, Stephen nearly burst out laughing. Giovanni was baiting Lance. If Lance dared to give the order, Nidoking would likely snap Dragonair's neck instantly. 1, 2. Stephen could see through it, and so could Lance. So, despite his anger, for Dragonair's safety, he didn't move. 3. After the final count, Nidoking tossed Dragonair aside. Giovanni ruffled Lance's red hair twice, scolding him. "I gave you the chance, and you blew it. The whole world saw it. I gave you the chance, and you didn't take it. From now on, if you see me or anyone from Team Rocket in public, you call us boss, or I'll beat you every time." Millions of viewers were silent. Before this mission, Goodshow had repeatedly said this would be his last act as league chairman. He wanted to end his career on a high note. It wasn't a surprise for Team Rocket to crash the party. Anyone who witnessed the Indigo Plateau battle 3 years ago could have guessed it. Even if Stephen wasn't there, with 2 top legendaries, the league should at least have managed a draw, right? But no, with all that build-up, they still failed spectacularly. "Let's go." Giovanni stretched and prepared to leave, delighted. Because of Silver, he couldn't kill Lance. But the humiliation he dealt today was worse than death. Anyone could see the reason for the defeat wasn't Hiatus, it was the trainer. Lance lost because his skills as a trainer couldn't match Giovanni's. Hiatus, the Dragon of Truth, was one of the world's strongest Pokémon. With a partner like that and you still lose, no excuses. "Can't let you leave just yet, Giovanni." Leon stepped in, blocking Giovanni with Eternatus like a living wall. With Dark Mutwo down, Leon with Eternatus could take him on. But a giant golden ring appeared. The dark bird god flew out. It was Shadow Lugia. The next second, a man leaped from Shadow Lugia's arms. "Joker." They won. Joker glanced at Lance, who was on one knee, defeated and crushed. Disbelief flickered in his eyes behind the mask. Anyone who knew him would be suspicious. Because this Joker seemed very different from usual. Damn it. Even the good-natured Leon cursed. With Joker's arrival, everything changed. Even with Eternatus, Leon didn't think he could beat Joker, who had Shadow Lugia, Evil Hoopa, and other legendaries. Not to mention, Joker's skill as a trainer was above his own. "How's Sinnoh? Has Dr. Stephen returned yet?" Leon asked in a low voice. Goodshow's assistant replied helplessly, "Champion Stephen just messaged. Cynthia is injured and he's helping her recover. He'll be back in 2 minutes." 2 minutes, I can hold out. Leon gritted his teeth and stepped forward to fight 2 at once. "Forget it, Champion Leon." Joker raised a hand. "With only Eternatus, you're not my match, and honestly, I'm not in the mood to fight." He muttered to himself, "And if I fought, I'd probably lose." "Let's go." Joker signaled Giovanni, and together they stepped into the golden ring. On the other side was the Rocket HQ, Celadon Game Corner. "Phew." Joker let out a sigh, and his skin began to writhe strangely, shrinking rapidly. The skin bunched up, forming a ditto. Joker's true identity was revealed. It was Green. Green had mastered disguise under Price's tutelage. This was how she avoided capture after escaping. After showing this skill, she became Stephen's exclusive stand-in. Zoroark could have done it before, but as a Pokémon, Zoroark couldn't speak, so Green was much better. Archer and the others approached to congratulate her. Giovanni, elated, shouted, "Pass my order, 3 days of celebration for Team Rocket. All expenses reimbursed." Watching her colleagues celebrate, Green felt a strong sense of foreboding. She'd witnessed the humiliation Lance suffered at Giovanni's hands. Though Green wasn't adopted by Lance like Silver was, she knew his character. He would never let this go. 1 minute late, what's going on? A minute after Joker and Giovanni left, Stephen arrived through Hoopa's ring, anxiously asking. But the silence on site was answer enough. Goodshow, looking decades older, forced a smile at Stephen, then gazed at Lance in worry. Honestly, he'd rather Lance be raging than bottling it up like this. It felt like the calm before a storm. At least Team Plasma's gone, and Team Galactic is dealt with. Steven tried to comfort him. Tell Lucamine that, I'm retired now. Goodshow sighed. Indeed, most criminal groups had been wiped out in recent years, but Team Rocket was only getting stronger. If possible, Goodshow would rather have more criminal groups than a superpower like Team Rocket. After several hours cleaning up, Steven had Hoopa send the regional champions home. The next morning, Su Sheng saw plenty of news about himself. Alola's Manalo Daily. The facts of the past 3 years prove it. Without Dr. Steven, the League can't beat anyone. Even with Curum and Eternatus, the Indigo League fell to Team Rocket. Fortunately, Dr. Steven's secret operation to eliminate Team Galactic was a total success. Galler's Winden Economic News. It's all Lance's fault. He put his pride above the team. If he'd supported Leon, things wouldn't have ended this way. Sinnoh's Jubilife TV. Chairman Cyrus died suddenly of illness. Professor Carolina will take over. The ex-champion's grandmother said, "Didn't expect to be given this role at my age. Pity Cynthia went to Alola. If she has a child, I hope my great-grandchild works in Sinnoh someday." That night, Agatha sat at the Kanto TV news desk, announcing, after talks between regional leagues, Chairman Goodshow has officially retired after 30 years. Alola's Lucamine will be the new Pokémon League chairman. We believe she'll lead the league into a new era. Goodshow had hinted at this before the Unova campaign. But the official announcement was still the year's biggest news, rivaled only by Lance's third defeat by Giovanni. The league had suffered loss after loss, with moles everywhere. But that didn't erase Goodshow's status or his contributions to the league and the Pokémon world. Cynthia Fan, so many feelings, Chairman Goodshow is retiring. The league feels shaky now. Berry-resistant Agatha? Not quite, Dr. Stevens still holding it down. Honestly, if the league had held out just one more minute, Dr. Steven would have arrived. Original Magneton. It's Lance's fault for being so stubborn. If he'd worked with Leon, they'd have beaten Giovanni easily. Wants Joker's feet. With Chairman Goodshow gone, who can keep the Indigo League's hotheads in line? Agron Unlimited. True, except Bruno, the rest are all a handful. Who's the new Indigo League chairman? Can they handle it? While eating dinner, Steven saw this comment and thought it made sense. Of the Indigo Elite Four, only Bruno was easygoing. The other three were tough. Goodshow's prestige kept them in line before. Now that he's gone, Steven couldn't imagine who could handle them. That night, Lucamine pulled Steven into her room to celebrate her new role as Pokémon League chairman. Over an hour later, she turned her phone back on to find that Goodshow had called over 30 times. On the third call, Lucamine had turned off her phone, unable to take it. She hadn't expected him to be so persistent. Something big must have happened. As soon as she called back, the old man shouted, "Something's wrong, Lance resigned." Chapter 248, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 248. The next morning, Steven learned from Lucamine that Lance had resigned. Not just Steven, every league chairman, champion, and gym leader in the upper echelons knew about it. Goodshow, who had only just retired a day ago, went out of his way to remind everyone in the group chat to keep quiet about the matter for now. Yesterday morning, the league suffered a heavy defeat at the hands of Team Rocket. In the afternoon, the old chairman resigned. In the evening, if the Elite Four all left too, bombshell after bombshell would rock the entire organization. If word got out, who knows what chaos might ensue. Wait, it's only Lance who resigned, not all 4 members. As Steven listened to Lucamine over breakfast, he suddenly realized something. Just Lance, who said anything about all 4. Lucamine looked equally puzzled. Steven blinked. This didn't match the original story at all. In the original, all 4 Indigo Elite Four members rebelled together. Could it be he snapped because of all the online hate? Will, scrolling through his phone, grinned mischievously. After yesterday's failure, most people on the internet were blaming Lance. They thought that if he hadn't insisted on fighting Giovanni one-on-one, the league wouldn't have lost. No way, Champion Lance already lost to Giovanni twice. What's one more? Mary was surprised. Karen pouted. This time's different. Before, Lance could at least comfort himself that the Pokémon levels weren't in the same league, but this loss was entirely his fault. Kyurem, the Dragon of Truth, was stronger than Mega Dark Mutwo, and yet Lance still lost. This time, Lance had no one to blame but himself. Steven sent Giovanni a message, telling him to be careful. Now that Lance was free from league responsibilities, he could devote himself to getting revenge. Giovanni was surprised, then quickly replied, "That guy quit. TCH tilde what a sore loser. Oh well, now I don't have to worry about the league interfering when I mess with him." Steven found this response a little speechless. After all the humiliation Giovanni had put Lance through yesterday, it'd be strange if Lance just swallowed it. "Oh right, Steven, shouldn't you go get HAREM back?" Giovanni messaged again. This was one reason Giovanni didn't take Lance seriously. By their previous agreement, after the battle, regardless of who won or lost, Kyurem would have to release HAREM and return it to Steven. Even Giovanni had to fear a fully formed Kyurem. But once HAREM was separated, there was nothing to worry about. Steven replied, "I'll go once I finish my business." No one knew where Lance went after he resigned. But it didn't matter. Little Hoopa could sense Kyurem's aura and open a portal to find him anytime. Steven suddenly remembered Kyurem still had a grudge against evil Hoopa. Just as Steven was about to have little Hoopa check Kyurem's location, he received a message. It was from Lance, come to Giant Chasm for Kyurem. Steven raised his eyebrows. Where is this? 10 minutes later, Joker looked at the bone-chilling canyon in surprise. Before he could react, a swarm of Cryogonal and Vanillux surrounded him, filling the skies overhead. "You've got some nerve. I wasn't even looking for you, and you dare show up yourself." Before Joker could even figure out where he was, the deep, booming voice of Kyurem echoed in his ears. It was Kyurem. Joker glanced around and asked, "Kyurem, where's your trainer?" "I have no trainer. My deal with that human is over. I was just about to find you, but you came to me instead. Get that guy out here now." Kyurem was eager for battle. "Calm down, can you first tell me what happened after yesterday's battle?" Joker raised a hand, signaling the grumpy dragon to chill out. Fortunately, Kyurem's temper was manageable. He took a deep breath and quickly explained. It turned out Lance and Kyurem were never truly trainers and partners. From the start, they made a deal. Lance would use the DNA splicers to help Kyurem absorb HAREM and Zekrom, and Kyurem would help Lance fight Giovanni. Yesterday, Kyurem had already fulfilled his end of the bargain. Their transaction was now over. Whether they won or not wasn't part of the deal. At least Kyurem gave it his all. Joker. Well, that was probably a big reason for Lance's resignation. Yesterday's battle was a close call for Giovanni. If they fought again, the outcome wasn't certain. But with Kyurem gone, how could Lance fight Giovanni? Enough talk, bring him out now. Kyurem was impatient. Joker shrugged and summoned evil Hoopa. While Joker and Kyurem were battling in Giant Chasm, the outside world was abuzz. After the battle in Oplucid City, the League's power structure had been reshuffled. Cynthia's grandmother, Professor Carolina, took over as Sinnoh's new League chairman after Cyrus' death. Lucamine became the new Pokémon League chairman, and the headquarters moved from Indigo Plateau to Alola. Lance's resignation was a big deal, but thanks to Goodshow's request, the League was keeping it under wraps. The Indigo Arena was destroyed again, so no competitions would be held for a couple of years. Lance was never one for public appearances anyway, so keeping it quiet for a while shouldn't be an issue. If it were someone like Leon who loved public events, the secret would have been out instantly. That day, a memorial was held for Cyrus on Sinnoh's rebuilt Lily of the Valley Island. Yes, a memorial. To the people of Sinnoh, especially those on Lily of the Valley Island, Cyrus was still a hero who helped rebuild their homes. And now, that hero had died young at only 27. People from all over Sinnoh gathered on the island, dressed in black to mourn the former chairman. Sinnoh League higher-ups, including the champion and Elite Four, wore black suits and laid white flowers in front of Cyrus' portrait. After offering flowers, Flint muttered quietly, "Damn, a criminal who nearly destroyed the world is now a hero after his death. I want to tell everyone the truth. Don't, with the new chairman just taking over, exposing the truth would help no one. And Cyrus did lead the rebuilding of Lily of the Valley Island. Lucian, standing beside him, reminded softly. Whatever his motives, Cyrus did donate real money and effort to rebuild the island. Cynthia's little sister, standing between her chairman grandma and champion sister, asked curiously, "Sis, are you really with Dr. Stephen? Where did you hear that?" Cynthia's eyes widened. "If you aren't together, why did you leave Sinnoh as champion to be an Elite Four in faraway Alola? If you aren't together, why did he help Sinnoh deal with Cyrus? And if you aren't together, how do you explain this photo?" Carolina fired off 3 questions in a row. Cynthia could explain the first 2, but the last one stumped her. "What photo?" After the memorial, Carolina took a newspaper from her assistant and handed it to her granddaughter. On the front page was a photo from last month, showing Stephen princess carrying Cynthia after saving her from Cyrus, one hand on her backside. The Sinnoh Valkyrie's cheeks turned bright red. Come to think of it, Stephen had been handsy ever since that day. Noticing Cynthia's expression, Carolina became more certain her granddaughter and Stephen were together, and solemnly asked if, since Cynthia would be living in Alola, her children could become Sinnoh citizens. Cynthia was so embarrassed, she fled to Alola that very day. Giant Chasm, Unova. Thunder and blizzards raged through the region. People in nearby Oplucid City and Undella Town stared in shock at the wild, disaster-like scene in the distance. No way, there was chaos yesterday and now again today. In Oplucid City, Alder and the Unova League elites cleaning up after yesterday's battle were at a loss. What now? But as League elites, they had to protect the people. Alder was about to call out his bravery, but Unova Elite Four Caitlin spoke up first. "Mr. Alder, your Pokémon were badly hurt yesterday. Let me go." Out of the Unova Elite Four, Caitlin had suffered the least losses. Alder considered, then agreed. "All right, but come back as soon as you understand what's going on." Even at a glance, anyone could see this battle was way out of Caitlin's league. Joker removed his mask, wiped the frost from his face, and looked down. He was standing at the edge of the canyon, not by his power or a Pokémon's, but because Kyurem and Evil Hoopa's battle had carved a deep abyss in the valley. Just now, Kyurem's freeze attack had blasted a new chasm in the middle of Giant Chasm. "Let's pull them out," Joker said. He released Shadow Lugia. The god of darkness spread its wings and used telekinesis to pull the 2 legendaries, Evil Hoopa and Kyurem, from the abyss up to the remaining flat ground. "If you had a top-tier trainer as a partner, even Evil Hoopa couldn't stop you," Joker sincerely admired. In Joker's mind, aside from Arceus, there was probably no other legendary that could beat Kyurem in a one-on-one. But unfortunately, Kyurem didn't have a trainer who could bring out its full power. Lance was strong, but still couldn't unlock Kyurem's true potential. Ugh, Kyurem groaned in pain. Still dazed, Kyurem spat out some dark blood before meeting Joker's gaze. "A draw, how about that?" Joker tried to comfort him. "I don't need your pity." Kyurem snorted. "Joker." Now it's acting all tsundere. But it looks like Kyurem had calmed down. "As agreed, I'm here to reclaim Reshiram." Joker took out the DNA splicers. Kyurem didn't resist, this had been their deal. He stabbed the spire-shaped DNA splicers into Kyurem's side. A dazzling light erupted. From her perch on Metagross, Caitlin's expression shifted. What was that light? In less than 10 seconds, the light faded. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the canyon. After 2,500 years, Unova's 3 dragons were reunited at Giant Chasm. Recently freed from Kyurem, Zekrom blinked and looked around. "Where is this?" The next second, Zekrom locked eyes with Kyurem's golden gaze and jumped back in fright, landing on his butt. Compared to the startled Zekrom, Reshiram was much calmer. She looked at Joker with delighted eyes, smiling. "I knew I could trust you, Steven-sama." "Joker, why do you have the DNA splicers?" Caitlin, atop her Metagross, cried out in shock. Joker turned and saw the psychic flat-chested girl atop the Hone pseudo-legendary. He'd been so focused on Kyurem, he hadn't noticed someone arriving. He glanced at the DNA splicers in his hand, thinking, trouble. Everyone in the league knew the DNA splicers should be with Steven, but right now he was dressed as Joker. But Steven had no choice. He'd thought Lance would be here, so he'd come in disguise. He couldn't exactly summon evil Hoopa as Steven, could he? His brain whirred, and 2 seconds later, Joker grinned mischievously. Isn't it obvious? I stole it from him. We have the same face, easy enough. That excuse might fool simple guys like Will or Bruno, but not Caitlin. She only thought for 2 seconds before shouting, impossible. Dr. Steven is always protected by his beware. How could anyone steal something as important as the DNA splicers? Unless. Her face changed drastically, clearly suspecting something terrible. Joker rolled his eyes. Too smart for her good. Sometimes it's better to be a little dumber. I'll report this to Mr. Alder and Miss Cynthia. Joker caught Caitlin mumbling to herself. Luja. Joker's eyes flashed as Caitlin turned to run. He signaled Shadow Luja. Shadow Luja used telekinesis to drag Metagross and its trainer to Joker's feet. W, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't try anything. Caitlin, raised in a sheltered world, panicked as Joker approached. I almost forgot, you've always admired Shirna, Joker grinned. Caitlin, you know Shirna is one of my Elite Four now, right? Caitlin's face went pale, then filled with anger. What are you planning to do to Miss Cynthia? Relax, the whole world knows about me and Shirna-chan now. If my real identity were exposed, she'd be very upset, don't you think? Hearing Joker's nickname for Cynthia, Caitlin was sure of her suspicion. Shirna, that was Joker's nickname for Cynthia. Joker tossed his mask aside, put on black-rimmed glasses, and grinned ever more wickedly. And if my identity is exposed, who knows what I might do? Maybe something to my darling in bed. You. In a rage, Caitlin tried to slap Sushang. But without even using a Pokémon, Steven easily caught her wrist, smirking. Caitlin, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Cynthia, would you? Chapter 249. Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 249. Caitlin's eyes widened as she stared intently at Steven. At that moment, the old and imposing voice of the irritable Kyurem rang out via telepathy. Zekrom has nothing to do with you, right? Even Kyurem was a bit puzzled as to why this human wore something different every time they met. But Kyurem didn't care about human conflicts. It kept glancing at Zekrom with a burning gaze. The meaning was obvious. I've returned Reshiram to you as promised, but Zekrom isn't your Pokémon. There's no need for you to protect it, right? Even without Reshiram and unable to return to my former peak, absorbing Zekrom isn't a bad option. Zekrom instantly had a look as if it had seen a ghost. Reshiram's mouth couldn't hide a smirk. Serves you right, who told you to pick such a weak trainer? Well, about that. Steven raised his eyebrows, feeling it wouldn't hurt to agree. He could make Kyurem owe him a favor. It might not be useful now, but who knows about the future? So then, Steven raised the DNA splicers again. Zekrom shuddered, accidentally bumping its nose against one of the piquet balls on Steven's belt. The piquet balls button was triggered and popped open, emitting a red light that sucked Zekrom inside. Suddenly, Giant Chasm fell silent. Kyurem was stunned for a long while before squinting and saying, "What a cowards." About a minute later, Caitlin swallowed hard. Both the black and white dragons were owned by one person. This had never happened before. Since the Dragon of Truth split 2,500 years ago, black and white each served a different master. Never before had both dragons followed a single person. I just remembered and never put Zekrom into a piquet ball. Steven suddenly recalled. After being chosen by Zekrom as the hero of ideals, and never put the black dragon into a piquet ball, since his philosophy was to liberate Pokémon and ban piquet balls. That's why Zekrom could now enter Steven's piquet ball. To be honest, Steven felt that Team Plasma's ideology was simply laughable. Did they believe that separating humans and Pokémon, just by banning piquet balls, was enough? When a Pokémon truly wants to follow a trainer, piquet ball or not doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's just a portable tool. In the original, Ash captured plenty of Pokémon without using Pokéballs. I'll keep this guy for now, is that okay with you? Stephen glanced at the trembling black dragon inside the ball and turned to ask Hiatus. Hiatus was never obsessed with power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left the black and white dragons alone for 2,500 years. The recent cooperation with Lance was mainly because it was furious after being humiliated by evil Hoopa. If not for that, it wouldn't have gone after Reshiram and Zekrom. Now that its anger had faded, Hiatus wasn't fixated on the two dragons anymore. HMPH tilde. Hiatus snorted and, surrounded by its followers, turned and entered the cave for a long nap. Visit Alola sometime tilde. Stephen flashed a big grin and waved at Hiatus's back. Who knows if the old dragon heard him? After the farewells, Stephen noticed the psychic girl Caitlin still in shock and waved a hand in front of her face. Caitlin suddenly snapped out of it, only to see Stephen's annoying smile. Want to come to the inauguration ceremony of the new Pokémon League chairman next week? Shirna will be there too. A week later, the Pokémon League held a press conference. Professor Carolina was inaugurated as the new Sinnoh League chairman, and Lusamine as the overall Pokémon League chairman. The ceremony was held on Manalo Artificial Island in Alola. The two new chairmen sat side by side, with champions Stephen and Palmer beside them. Facing a barrage of cameras, Carolina joked, "I never thought, at nearly 70, I'd become league chairman. I'm worried if I can do a good job, but I'll give it my all with what's left of these old bones." As soon as she finished, excited reporters started firing questions. "Professor, no, Chairman Magnolia, will you recall Cynthia to be the Sinnoh champion again? What illness does Chairman Cyrus have? Can you explain?" Champion Palmer, Sinnoh is one of the few regions untouched by crime syndicates. Why is its culture so pure? Champion Stephen, is it true Sonia is pregnant? Chairman Lusamine, many say you only got this post because of Champion Stephen. What's your view? Stephen brought the mic to his mouth. "I warn you not to spread rumors. Chairman Lusamine earned her position purely through her efforts." The crowd of reporters collectively rolled their eyes. But as someone who had saved the league and the whole Pokémon world, many times, such gossip didn't matter to Stephen. Some fans even said, if they were as awesome as him, no female league trainer would escape. Carolina added, "Champion Palmer is an excellent trainer. Cynthia is doing well in Alola and can stay wherever she likes, but I hope my great-grandchild will become a Sinnoh native. Alola already has enough strong trainers, right?" Carolina's words caused a sensation. Recently, more reporters had noticed Sonia's increasingly curvy figure and assumed she was pregnant. But from Carolina's words, it's Cynthia who's pregnant. No wonder she transferred. Even Stephen was stunned. Was he being pushed to have children now? Remembering his past life's relentless pressure to marry and have kids. After the conference, league trainers from various regions gathered at Pony Island's beach to relax. "Caitlin, you don't seem happy." Cynthia noticed her best friend sulking in the corner and couldn't help but ask. It was a good excuse to escape Carolina and her little sister's barrage. After the press conference, passers-by would ask Cynthia, "How far along are you?" She was on the verge of a breakdown. "Miss Cynthia, Caitlin looked miserable and hesitated. She was torn about whether to reveal Stephen's true identity to Cynthia. She felt she couldn't let her admired Miss Cynthia be with that dangerous criminal, but if she told the truth, would Cynthia be even sadder? Cynthia raised a brow and sat next to Caitlin, comforting her. "You can tell me anything." When Caitlin struggled with her psychic powers, Cynthia had always taken care of her. "Hey Tilda, what are you two talking about?" At that moment, Stephen walked over, waving. Caitlin jumped in fright. "Was that a warning? What did you do to Caitlin?" Cynthia eyed Stephen suspiciously. Very few people could scare Caitlin like that. Could it be this playboy took advantage of Caitlin? Seeing Cynthia's look, Stephen knew what she was thinking and flicked her forehead. "What are you thinking? I'm not interested in a little girl." Offended, Caitlin glared fiercely at him. "Then why is Caitlin?" Cynthia rubbed her forehead in confusion. "Probably because I stole her favorite Miss Cynthia. Sorry, little girl, but Yuri never has a good ending. Go find your happiness. Stephen wrapped his arm around Cynthia's waist. What are you doing? There are so many people. Cynthia's face turned bright red. Stephen put his other hand around her waist and pushed her forward. Oh. Stephen gave an enthusiastic round of applause. The other champions, Elite Four, gym leaders, and their families all cheered. Only Caitlin, close by, felt like a heavy weight was pressing on her head, her expression like a pitiful side character peeping through a crack in the door, forced to watch the hero and heroine's passionate love while she could only cry outside. Chairman Rose, also clapping, recalled what Carolina had said at the press conference and mused. If I can't recruit Stephen, maybe I can recruit his son. Sinno's already booked Stephen and Cynthia's child, so Galler will book Stephen and Sonia's child. Stephen Kun, over here. After some time with the blushing Cynthia, Stephen noticed Goodshow waving at him. Since retiring, the old man seemed more spirited. Looking good, old man. Stephen walked over, smiling. Feels that way after dropping my burdens. Goodshow said, pounding his bony chest in swim trunks. Then he grew somber. If only Lance hadn't left. Stephen thought, compared to the original where 4 people rebelled, just Lance leaving now wasn't so bad. Thinking it over, Stephen understood why Agatha, Lorelei, and Bruno hadn't joined Lance. Bruno never wanted to rebel, he'd just been manipulated by Agatha. Agatha, a sly fox, could see the world had changed, and 4 champions couldn't turn the tide now. If Kiram had followed Lance, Agatha might have helped, but once Kiram left, she knew it was hopeless. As for Lorelei, maybe Stephen's guidance over the years had some effect. Stephen Kun, what do you think Lance will do now that he's gone? Goodshow asked quietly. Well, probably train to get stronger and try to take revenge on Giovanni. Stephen didn't think Lance would try his original human cleansing plan. Forget him and Giovanni, even one champion like Leon could stop him now. Might as well focus all his hatred on Giovanni. Let's settle our unfinished battle at this year's Manilow conference. Blue challenged Red with a fighting spirit. Red, as always, was silent but determined. With more and more powerful trainers, he was more eager than ever for battle. I'm so jealous of Red and Blue. I have to wait a whole year before I can travel. Ash just turned 9 sighed. Ha, you'll always just be my stepping stone. Gary seized the chance to mock Ash. Serena, holding a gift box, excitedly said to her mother Grace. Mom, look. This is the birthday present Big Brother Stephen gave me. I know, sweetie, but your 10th birthday is still 6 months away, and you've told me 5 times already. Grace replied helplessly. Seeing her daughter's animated talk about Stephen and glancing at the women nearby, Karen, Nessa, Sonia, she felt a bit worried for her daughter's future. Before the gathering ended, the chairmans discussed the league's future. Rose proposed a World Championships tournament, open to all trainers from every region, to unite the league. The others found it interesting, but Goodshow suspected Rose just wanted to show off Leon and Eternatus's power. But as he was no longer chairman, he kept quiet. After the gathering, Blue and Red, who hadn't settled their match at last year's Indigo League, began their Alola journey. Stephen had already heard from Professor Oak that they picked Alola because the other region's gym leaders were too weak, not challenging enough. But they didn't expect their journey to get off to a rough start in Alola. Since the gathering was on Pony Island, they naturally chose the Pony Gym as their first challenge. And the Pony Gym leader was none other than champion-level Malva. In the end, Red was stuck for 4 months, Blue for 4.5. Through brutal training, both broke through from Elite Four level to champion level. Finally, with a burst of effort during the gym challenge, they barely defeated Malva and got their first badge. Professor Samson Oak laughed and cried when he heard. Miss Malva is one of the strongest gym leaders in Alola. Why insist on challenging her first? Why not start with an easier one? It was like fighting a late-game boss right at the start. How could I back down? Blue declared arrogantly. Red, as always, was silent. Might as well beat the hard ones first. But despite their words, both decided to pick an easier opponent next, just to relax. They chose Nessa, who had been a gym leader in Galar but was considered one of the weakest. Blue even watched her old matches and as a genius found her style uninspiring. The next day, Blue challenged Nessa, expecting an easy win. But in the end, he was nearly defeated. Blue didn't lose, but the victory was hard-fought. Nessa's overall power was lower, but her moves were completely unfamiliar. What the heck is Fishman karate? After nearly losing, Blue decided to take a break from gym challenges. Damn, no one in the Alola League is easy to beat. Half a year went by. Some of the prodigies from the original story, those born earlier, had turned 10. Rosa and Hilda from Unova, Serena from Kalos. Well, after almost 3 years in Alola, Serena was practically an Alolan now. Each received their starter Pokémon. Meanwhile, Red and Blue's power had increased again, now among the strongest at the champion level. After getting their 8th badge from another champion-level gym leader, Peony, both officially qualified for the first Manalo Conference. Time soon rolled into October. The first Alola League Manalo Conference began. Red and Blue, both at champion level, blazed through the rounds. Before meeting each other, Blue was performing better. Even in the 6v6 elimination rounds, he swept 2 matches 6-0. But in the final on October 10th, after a fierce battle, both had only one Pokémon left. Blue's Mega Blastoise versus Red's Mega Charizard X. Despite a type advantage, Blue narrowly lost to Red. When the referee declared the result, Ash from Pallet Town was the first to jump up and cheer wildly. Not just because his brother had won the championship, but because today, the OG protagonist, Ash Ketchum, finally turned 10 and was about to set off on his adventure. Chapter 250, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 250. Receiving the trophy for the first Alola League from the hands of Chairman Lusamine, even the characteristically silent Red couldn't help but smile a little at the corners of his mouth. The level of the Alola League was just too high. Even for a genius like him, looking back at everything he'd experienced in the past year, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how hard-won this victory was. Next to him, Blue, holding the silver medal, didn't even intend to wear it. He was clenching his teeth so tightly while looking at Red, it seemed like he might break them. Blue believed this defeat was just a temporary slip-up. His performance had been better than Red's before the finals. Next year, he was determined to reclaim his honor. Seeing Blue's expression, Steven could pretty much guess what he was thinking. As for Blue's desire for revenge, Steven wasn't too optimistic. In the original story, before the two of them reached the top of the Indigo Plateau, their rivalry was indeed tilted in Blue's favor. But after that, the gap only widened. Red became a champion-level trainer, the Demon King of MT Silver, while Blue became a stronger version of Lance, stuck at the top champion level, but unable to break through further. But it's fine, lose a few more times and you'll get used to it. Suddenly, Steven realized that Ash, Gary, Serena, and the rest of the main character group were now old enough to be rookie trainers. The next day, as the league champion, Red participated in the first Alola Elite Four challenge. Although Red himself, who wants to travel the Pokémon world and see all sorts of Pokémon, had no intention of holding the Elite Four seat, he wanted to see what it was like. With so many strong trainers, just how high was the level of Alola's Elite Four? And in his battle with Cynthia, with a considerable advantage, used only 4 Pokémon to defeat all 6 of Red's. This made Red realize he still had a lot of room to grow. However, the one who was truly shocked was Cynthia. After all, she'd grown even stronger under Steven's training. And Red, who had only been a trainer for 3 years, could push her this far. In the end, it really is true. Effort determines your lower limit, and talent determines your upper limit. On the flight back to Kanto, Ash was bubbling with excitement. "Mom, after we land, I'm not going back to Pallet Town. I'll start my journey right away." This flight was from Manalo Artificial Island in Alola to Viridian City in Kanto. Because Pallet Town doesn't have an airport, and Viridian is the closest city, Delia's family always flies to Viridian. Red, putting down his trophy, reminded him, the Indigo Plateau is still being rebuilt, so there probably won't be any competitions for the next year or two. because the league had kept Lance's resignation a secret, but as the champion, he was still supposed to attend the awards ceremony every year. For that reason, the Indigo League pretended the stadium was under reconstruction and postponed the tournament for the next couple of years. So I'll challenge the Alola League instead. Ash, staring at his big brother's trophy, had stars in his eyes. Red pulled down his cap, rolling his eyes inwardly. Even he had struggled in the Alola League. Red worried his little brother would be beaten to tears by uncompromising gym leaders like Malva and Nessa. Gary isn't on the plane, Delia noticed and asked Professor Oak. Gary decided to challenge the Hone League. It was Dr. Stevens' suggestion, Professor Oak replied with a smile. I think it's a good idea. The Alola League is too strong, Kalos is too weak, but Hone is mid-tier, perfect for a rookie with some experience like Gary. Oh, really? Then I'll challenge Hone too, Ash immediately shouted, not wanting to lose to his rival. Red beat Blue, so it's only right for Ash to beat Gary, right? Meanwhile, Steven, dressed as Joker, used Hoopa's powers to arrive at a secret Team Rocket base. Today, Team Rocket was welcoming a new member, Marnie. If you ever feel uncomfortable or want to quit, just let me know, Joker said, looking at Marnie in her oversized Team Rocket uniform. 10-year-old girls sometimes make impulsive decisions. Can you even quit a crime syndicate? Marnie's big, cute eyes widened. Of course, Team Rocket is a very humane organization, came a lively, energetic voice. It was Green. Green, this is Marnie. Look after her in Team Rocket, okay? Joker gently pushed Marnie toward Green. What a cute girl, Brother Stee, Joker-sama, you never disappoint on this front. Green was a little jealous of Marnie's adorable face and couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Marnie, clearly unused to Green's extroverted personality, nervously hid behind Joker. King, the meeting is about to start. Archer came up, right hand on his chest in a salute. Let's go, Joker nodded. In the conference room, when Joker entered, Giovanni immediately stood to greet him. Standing in the corner, Aster moved behind Joker. Not long after they dealt with Cyrus, Aster joined Team Rocket under Steven's arrangements. Once the boss and King were seated, Archer, the head of the 4 generals, opened the projection screen, showing a large map of all the regions. Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, Unova, Alola, and Kalos were all marked with prominent RS. Archer spread his arms and declared, thanks to Boss Giovanni and the King's wise leadership, and everyone's hard work, Team Rocket now controls the underworld in 6 regions. Boss Giovanni's great dream of uniting the Pokémon world's dark side is one step closer. Marnie, standing behind Joker, trembled slightly. She hadn't realized Team Rocket's reach was this vast. Archer continued. According to the King's strategic plan, distant alliances, attack nearby, the next target is Hone. Serd interrupted. Before that, there's another problem. Managing so many regions is troublesome. Even with the King's Hoopa, which solves the travel issue, management ultimately depends on people. Standing on the other side of the screen, Serd continued. So, I suggest we assign a regional agent for each region, directly managed by the King. Giovanni, stroking his chin, thought for a moment. I'm getting old. Managing both Kanto and Johto is getting tough. Joker, you handle the rest. You're not even 50 yet. Isn't it a little early to say that? Joker teased. Giovanni just smiled and shook his head. Serd continued. So, Boss Giovanni keeps Kanto and Johto. The rest, Hone, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar, and Paldea, each get a regional head. These 7 must be the King's most trusted subordinates. I suggest we form a new department, reporting only to the King. Let's call them the 7 Warlords. How about it? Joker wanted to ask if Serd had also transmigrated from the One Piece world, given the name's similarity. Let's just call them the Shichibukai, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Joker decided after a brief silence. So, who do we pick? Petrel, one of the 4 generals, licked his lips eagerly. If possible, he wanted to leave the 4 generals and join the Shichibukai. So much power. After all, managing an entire region's underworld would be extremely lucrative. Serd gave him a cold look, then continued. As a direct subordinate of the King, they must at least be at champion level. That was a bucket of cold water on Petrel. and the other hungry wolves. At least champion level, like champions grow on trees. Giovanni paused, stroking his cat, then said, Surd, Green, Aster, Karen, Psychic Fatty, Kalres. These 6 have champion-level strength. Joker thought for a moment. Surd for Sinnoh, Aster for Hone, Karen for Alola, Psychic Fatty. He can fight, but he can't manage. Surd was from Sinnoh, so it was natural for her to manage it. Same for Aster. Karen was settled in Alola, but with Lusamine in charge, she'd just be a figurehead. Kalres has the same problem. He only cares about Pokémon research. Making him a regional agent probably won't work. Archer added, and can he be trusted? Boss Giovanni, he betrayed Team Plasma to join us. What if he pulls Faba? Kalres reminded Archer and the others of bad memories. Both he and Faba were scientists who betrayed their previous bosses to join Team Rocket. And a year ago, Faba betrayed Giovanni to join Car. Who's to say Kalres, an upgraded Faba, won't do the same? No need to worry, Archer. Kalres is different, Giovanni said confidently. At first glance, Kalres and Faba seem similar. But anyone who knows Kalres's personality knows he'd never follow Faba's path. First, Kalres doesn't care about power. He only wants to research Pokémon. Second, only Team Rocket provides the research materials and conditions he needs. His research is illegal in the eyes of the League. Green, what about you? Any region you want? Joker asked. Me, Green was surprised. She almost forgot she was champion level 2. She hesitated. She wasn't good at complicated matters, but if she had to choose, she'd prefer Kanto since her parents were there. But with Hoopa, traveling home was easy anyway. Then, Paldea, I guess. After much hesitation, she decided. There wasn't much criminal activity there, so it shouldn't be too busy. So, the Shichibukai are set as Karen, Aster, Surd, and Green for now. The other 3 spots can be filled when younger members grow up. Giovanni decided, glancing at Marnie. No doubt she'd claim a spot in the future. Anyone recommended by Steven would surely reach champion level. The next day at dinner, after the meeting. On hearing about the new Shichibukai department, Will couldn't help but complain. Why am I left out? I'm champion level 2. The Unova and Kalos agents are still open. Want one? You'll have to work, though, Steven asked. Alola was handled by Lusamine, so Karen was just a figurehead. Unova and Kalos were different. Will would have to manage people and get things done. Karen snorted, I think it's great. He's gotten so fat, it's about time he did some real work. Just an excuse to send him far away. Will made a rude gesture at Karen under the table, giving up on being a Shichibukai. He was quite happy with life in Alola and didn't want to work hard. Seeing this laziness, Steven recalled how Will used to be restless and always seeking fun when they first met. When did he become this way? As evening approached, Mary and Sonia started cleaning up. Will lay on the sofa, calling out to Mew and the others to come play games, his rounded belly peeking out from under his shirt. Karen, disgusted, told him to get lost. Cynthia, helping clean up, seemed hesitant to speak. Steven noticed and asked, Shirna, what's up? Lately, Caitlin's been acting strange, Cynthia said softly. Oh, her. Steven had almost forgotten about the girl he'd once threatened. Yeah, I met up with Caitlin, Iris, and the others in Unova recently. Caitlin seemed down, kind of like. Cynthia recalled Caitlin's expression, which brought up some bad memories. Before Cynthia could finish, Steven guessed her thought, like you back then. Cynthia was surprised, but before she could say more, Steven shrugged and muttered, that girl really can't take a joke. Fine, let's go cheer her up. Undella Town was a famous seaside resort in eastern Unova, not as famous as Alola, but still crowded in summer. As one of Unova's Elite Four, Caitlin owned a villa there. Cynthia often gathered with Caitlin, Iris, Chantal, and other female trainers here. The Unova League had also noticed Caitlin's recent issues, so they gave her time off to rest. 2 hours later, Caitlin's voice rang out from inside the villa. Miss Cynthia, you knew about his identity all along. Cynthia gave Steven a helpless look. She hadn't expected Steven to threaten Caitlin over something like this, but it explained Caitlin's recent anxiety. Steven shrugged. I was busy handling HAREM and the others, so I just made up something to shut her up. Didn't think she'd take it so hard. Isn't that the real reason? Cynthia shot him a glare, hugging Caitlin to comfort her. If anything ever happens, just tell me, okay? Don't keep it bottled up. Waya. With relief, Caitlin burst into tears in Cynthia's arms. Watching this touching scene, Stephen finally felt like a third wheel and went out for a walk. The blue sea, sandy beaches, and villas made for a beautiful view, with water Pokémon occasionally surfacing, adding to the warm, relaxing scene. This stretch of beach belonged to Caitlin, so Stephen let all his Pokémon out at once. As Joker's Pokémon, Umbreon, Shadowlugia, Houndoom, etc., rarely got to be out in public, so they were extra excited. Zekrom, new to Joker's team, was still a little shy. But after Stephen played music on his phone and had Zekrom and HAREM do a toothless-style dragon dance of death. Beware, Shadowlugia, and the others cheered, and even Umbreon turned into its water form to clap. The black and white twin dragons became famous, securing their spot as the team's dance leaders. Inside the villa, Cynthia had just gotten Caitlin to sleep. She glanced out the window and saw Stephen dancing with the twin dragons, so flamboyant she laughed until she cried. Meanwhile, Garchomp, still in its piquet ball, shed tears of frustration. She couldn't dance. Over an hour later, Stephen came back to find Caitlin asleep and teased Cynthia with hungry eyes roaming her curves. "You're good at calming kids." "Not like it's my fault," Cynthia shot him a glare, then gasped as Stephen suddenly grabbed her waist, pulling her soft body flush against his hard chest. Her breasts pressed against him as she squirmed. "Time to eat," Stephen growled, his hot breath tickling her ear. His hands slid lower, squeezing her plump ass. "What are you, MMPH?" she moaned as Stephen captured her lips in a deep, passionate kiss. His tongue invaded her mouth as he lifted her trembling body, carrying her upstairs while groping and teasing her sensitive flesh through her thin dress. In the bedroom, he tossed her onto the mattress, quickly stripping them both. Cynthia's large breasts bounced free, pink nipples hardening in the cool air. Stephen's muscled body loomed over her as he kissed and sucked her neck. On the sofa, Caitlin woke up groggy. Still half asleep, she got up to use the bathroom. But as she reached the door, she heard a strange, heavy-breathing sound from upstairs. It drew her like a magnet. Half a minute later, peeking through the crack in the door, she saw Stephen going wild with Cynthia. "Oh God, yes!" Cynthia moaned, moving wildly up and down. Her breasts jiggled hypnotically as she rolled her hips. Stephen groped and squeezed them roughly, pinching her nipples as she rode him faster. "So tight, so good," he groaned, thrusting up to meet her. Their bodies slapped together wetly as Cynthia ground against him, head thrown back in ecstasy. Her inner walls clenched around him as waves of pleasure built. "I'm gonna, Stephen," she screamed as her orgasm hit. Her whole body shuddered as Stephen kept pounding up into her spasming pussy. Outside, Caitlin clutched her chest and left in tears. Chapter 251, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 251. When she woke up the next day, Cynthia noticed that her best friend looked even more haggard than before. But this time, instead of comforting her, Cynthia blushed and quickly fled. Stephen glanced at the psychic girl, who looked utterly burned out, and thought to himself that, in this state, Caitlin would have been better off not knowing the truth at all. At least she wouldn't have had to witness the wild scene from last night. Meanwhile, at the Respiro gym in Hone. Under the fierce attacks of a shiny Stufful, gym leader Roxanne's Nosepass was soon defeated. Seeing this, the referee immediately raised his flag and announced, "Nosepass is unable to battle, Stufful wins. As both of gym leader Roxanne's Pokémon have lost, the winner of this gym challenge is Gary Oak from Pallet Town, Kanto." Gary stood with arms crossed, tossing a provocative glance at Ash, who was dumbfounded in the audience. Coming back to his senses, Ash gritted his teeth in frustration and encouraged the yellow mouse on his shoulder. "Pikachu, let's give it our all too." "Pika Pika." Elsewhere, in Little Root Town, a boy and a girl made a bet. One would aim to win the Hone League's Grand Festival this year, while the other aimed to win the Ribbon Cup at the Pokémon contest. But obviously, neither goal would be easy. Because of the reconstruction of the Indigo Plateau, many rookie trainers from Kanto and Johto, including Ash, Gary, and even Gold from Johto, had chosen the Hone Grand Festival as their first regional league. On the Pokémon contest side, Sonia decided to go for her third Ribbon Cup. Pokémon contests are probably no challenge for Sonia anymore, unless Wallace enters himself. Steven chatted about this with his family over breakfast. Yeah, so Sonia said after she wins this time, she'll retire from contests to focus on taking care of you and the Pokémon at home. Nessa said, glancing sideways at the chaotic living room. Whenever Sonia wasn't around, everyone tended to go wild. Cynthia was about to join the conversation when her face suddenly turned pale. She rushed to the bathroom, retching, leaving the whole family bewildered. After breakfast, Steven wanted to take Cynthia to the hospital for a checkup, but Cynthia refused to let him accompany her. Left with no choice, Steven called a doctor to the house. While waiting, Steven picked up the newspaper. The Webnovel daily published photos of several familiar faces, Gary, Sapphire, and Ruby, whom Steven hadn't met in person but recognized. The article read, "According to our star reporter duo, Gabby and Ty, several outstanding rookie trainers are challenging this year's grand festival and contest. Notably, a 10-year-old named Ruby is the son of gym leader Norman. Unlike Professor Oak's grandson Gary, Ruby hasn't aimed for the Hone League but is targeting the Pokémon contest. However, the challenges Ruby faces will be much greater, as standing in his way is Miss Sonia, who has won the Ribbon Cup 2 years in a row and, as one of Dr. Steven's girlfriends, owns both Diancie and Mew." As Steven read the paper, the commotion downstairs grew louder. Going down, he found Beware hugging a very reluctant Cynthia tightly, her big paw gently stroking her flat belly. "I have some good news for you," Karen said with a complicated look. "Is Shirna pregnant?" Steven asked with a smile. "Did you give her special treatment?" Karen was unconvinced. She'd been with Steven even earlier, so why was Cynthia the first to get pregnant? How could that be? Steven smiled wryly. That's not something he could control. HMPH. Karen snorted and ignored Steven. "This child will be very happy." Steven knelt in front of Cynthia, holding her hand. "Just don't be a playboy like his dad." Cynthia replied, a little annoyed, but a blooming smile appeared on her face. Steven had no rebuttal. "What will the child's name be?" Mary asked excitedly. "How about Camilla?" Steven blurted out. Karen bonked Steven, exasperated. He just used the mother's name, in another language, for the child. She'd actually found it touching at the time, but now realized he just used the same formula for every name. Will there be Azura, Sania, and Samantha in the future too? Forget it, I'll think of it myself. Even Cynthia couldn't take it anymore. Why are you only coming up with girl names? Aren't you worried it might be a boy? Nessa asked, amused. The next day, Steven woke up to find Professor Carolina and Cynthia's little sister sitting in the living room. "Chairman Carolina, what brings you here?" Steven hurried up to greet her, but was startled by the mountain of baby products behind the grandmother-granddaughter duo. "Still calling me President." Carolina glared at Steven. "Even if you can't get married, you should still mind your manners." Sorry, Grandma." Steven apologized, hands together. Cynthia's little sister cutely chimed in, "P.S. What's the name of Cynthia's little sister?" "We arrived last night, ow." She got smacked on the butt before she could finish. Steven. He suddenly wondered if he'd somehow triggered some kind of karmic weapon with Cynthia. Why did people always catch them in the act? He'd have to be more careful in the future. Not interested in putting on a show for people, and thankfully, at least both times it was women who saw. When a woman is pregnant, it's best not to do that. After making her granddaughter shut up, Carolina sternly warned Steven. Yes. Quick, take me upstairs to see my great-grandchild." Carolina urged eagerly. Yes. Steven wanted to say that her eldest granddaughter didn't show any signs yet. But at this point, Steven could only nod along and agree to whatever the elders said. Meanwhile, as Carolina was rubbing her eldest granddaughter's belly under her resentful gaze, photos of her and Cynthia's little sister's spree at Jubilife department store last night were already spreading like wildfire across the media. Editors from news agencies all over were scrambling to get their stories out. The printers were practically steaming. Sinnoh Jubilife TV. Chairman Carolina and Cynthia's little sister's massive baby shopping spree. Sinnoh League set to welcome the most talented trainer ever, inheriting the bloodline of Dr. Stephen and Ms. Cynthia. Kalos Lumios TV. This is the biggest news of the year. We thought Sonia would be the first to get pregnant, but Cynthia beat her to it. Meanwhile, Ms. Morgan, who's been with Dr. Stephen the longest, shows no signs yet. We've invited Kalos top OBGYN to analyze why. The program airs tomorrow at 6 p.m. Kanto Celadon Evening News. The Saint Child arrives. As Team Rocket's power grows, the Indigo League continues to strengthen, and Dr. Stephen's child is exactly what we need. Galler Winden Business Daily. According to eyewitnesses, Chairman Rose has left Galler by private jet, but oddly, he's headed for Hone, not Alola. Meanwhile, Sonia is entering the Pokémon contest. Within a few hours, Stephen's phone had over 99 plus missed calls. Every region sent representatives bearing gifts. Rose, who is usually the most proactive about these things, was the last to arrive. After Sonia returned, she quietly told Stephen that as soon as Rose heard the news, he rushed to Hone to ask her if their child could be registered as a Galler citizen. Stephen was speechless, but had to admire Rose's business sense. Realizing he couldn't get the child of Cynthia to choose Galler, he set his sights on any child of Sonia instead. And knowing everyone would be looking for Stephen, he went to the mom first. At the banquet, Rose raised his glass and said, "This is a great moment. Dr. Stephen's children will lead the world into a new era. Let's toast to Xyolin." He'd heard from Kizalan that, after discussion, the families had decided to name the child Ran. Orchid. To little Ran. Everyone laughed, raising their glasses. Later, many got drunk. Retired former Chairman Goodshow was especially happy. He didn't care whether the child joined Kanto or Johto. As long as they served the League, it didn't matter. With Hoopa around, the League could send reinforcements anywhere instantly. To be fair, Goodshow was more strategic than Rose. A very drunk Wallace clung to Stephen's leg, mumbling, "Child, we should have one too, Winona. Let's have a child. Boo-hoo." Stephen took out his phone to record, planning to upload it online later. As the night went on, Stephen had just sent people home with Hoopa when Giovanni arrived with Aster, Green, and the others. Cynthia was only a month pregnant, still a long way from her due date. After several days of celebration and confirming mother and child were healthy, the family returned to their routines. A week later, Sonia, having won her second ribbon this year, flicked her hair in front of the camera and smiled. "I'm so happy to see Stephen's first child coming this year. I also plan to retire after this Pokémon contest. I love participating in contests, but I love children even more." At the end of the interview, a boy in a white knit hat suddenly knelt before Sonia and cried out, "You and your Pokémon are so dazzling, so beautiful. Please take me as your disciple." Sonia blinked in surprise, then smiled and waved as she turned away. "Sorry, I'm not taking any students. Besides, this is my last contest." "Wait, master." With the persistent boy on her tail, Sonia had no choice but to call out Mew and teleport away. 3 months later, on a small island south of Hone. This was once the place where Tobias caught Latios, only to have it snatched away by Karen. Now, it was Team Rocket's temporary base. In the meeting room, as a figure gradually emerged from a portal, Giovanni said, "Sorry to call you away from your wife and kid, Stephen, but, A." Halfway through, Giovanni was startled at the sight of Stephen, who looked much thinner than 2 months ago. Stephen, what happened to you?" Giovanni asked, confused. "Nothing, let's get to business." Stephen waved it off, not wanting to admit he'd been drained by Karen and the others every night for the past 2 months. There's a new powerhouse in Team Magma and Team Aqua. Once seated, they got down to business. A month earlier, atop MT. Chimney near Lava Ridge, Team Magma and Team Aqua had a fierce battle over a meteorite from a scientist. While both sides were locked in battle, Archer led Team Rocket in a surprise attack on their second-in-commands, Shelly and Tabitha. They were almost captured, But suddenly, a hooded expert with a salamence appeared on Team Magma's side, easily overpowering Archer's team with champion-level strength. 2 days ago, at the Weather Institute west of Fortree City, Archer had heard that Team Aqua planned to raid the place. Thinking Team Aqua didn't have any strong trainers, Archer confidently led his men to intercept. Unexpectedly, another masked expert appeared on Team Aqua's side, this one with a Gudra and also at champion level. Single-handedly, this person wiped out Archer's elite team. Archer was dumbfounded. His intel never mentioned such experts in Magma or Aqua. And both used dragon types. After 2 straight defeats, Archer dared not act rashly and reported to Giovanni, who sensed something was off and called Steven to discuss. Hooded, using salamence and Gudra. Steven raised an eyebrow. After listening, he pretty much guessed who the so-called experts were. "Let Aster, Green and Marnie handle it, Uncle," Steven said after thinking it over. The plan was for Aster to manage Hone anyway, and it's her hometown. Maybe she'll recover her memories there. Giovanni nodded. The 7 warlords hadn't made their debut yet, so using Team Magma and Team Aqua as stepping stones was perfect. But mentioning Aster reminded Giovanni of another issue. Even though Aster's been enhanced to have Pokémon with champion-level power, Steven, don't you think she should catch her own Pokémon? There's only so much one person can do. Steven smiled. Aster does have her own Pokémon, but they're missing right now. Sending her to Hone might help her get them back. Chapter 252, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 252. Until recently, the Magma and Aqua teams hadn't drawn much attention from the Hone League. Mainly because, unlike Team Rocket, they didn't expand territory or manage black market trades, nor did they promote strange theories like Team Plasma. More importantly, in recent years, the League's attention had been focused on Team Rocket, so naturally, the relatively weak Aqua and Magma teams were overlooked. After all, the leaders of these 2 organizations weren't even at champion level, while Team Rocket had so many champions you'd lose count. However, just recently, the League discovered that both the Magma and Aqua teams now had a champion-level powerhouse, and both specialized in dragons. And now Team Rocket had started to interfere as well. The Hone League instantly went on high alert. Even though we don't know where those champion-level dragon users in Magma and Aqua came from, we can still handle things as they are. In the Hone League's headquarters in Sotopolis City, Steven Stone, dressed in a black suit, stood at the center of the conference room, meeting with the gym leaders and Elite Four seated at the round table. Near Lavaridge Town's Chimney Mountain and the Weather Institute west of Fortree City. In just over a month, the Magma and Aqua teams had already had 2 major violent clashes. But this wasn't what worried the Hone League most, it was. Wallace continued, Team Rocket has also gotten involved, led by the 4 generals, but both of their attempts failed. That's right, Team Rocket was what truly scared the Hone League. Even though Magma and Aqua had each suddenly produced a champion, the Hone League could still handle them. Not to mention just counting champion-level trainers, Hone had Steven, Wallace, and Juan. But Team Rocket was on another level. There was no need for the League to investigate, even the media had done statistics on it. Joker, Giovanni, Karen, Psychic Fatty, Surd, Green, Calres. They had over 10 champions. No, both Joker and Steven were considered masters. Giovanni was considered half a step into master level, which was even scarier. Even though Team Rocket's interference had failed twice. Anyone could see that was just because they'd underestimated Magma and Aqua's secret weapons. Next time Team Rocket steps in, it's obvious they'll send a champion-level executive. We should request reinforcements from other leagues, suggested Winona. A few years ago, unless something huge happened, no region would ask for help from others. It was considered disgraceful. But with Team Rocket, there was no such hesitation. Their strength was too off the charts. Should we ask Dr. Steven? Asked Flannery, the new Lavaridge gym leader, who'd just taken over from her grandfather and fought Ash in her first gym battle yesterday. Trainers of her age group had all grown up hearing of Steven's legendary achievements. He's about to have a child soon, Let's not bother him unless Joker makes a move. Stephen replied thoughtfully. Mentioning child made envy flash in Wallace's eyes, and he glanced at Winona, who immediately looked away. Leon should be enough, right? Proposed Drake. Leon, at the peak of champion level and now wielding a Hiatus, was solidly the league's second strongest. As long as Joker and Giovanni didn't show up, Leon could handle anyone from Team Rocket. Now that Team Rocket is involved, we need strong outside help. I don't want to owe Rose a favor, though. Winona muttered to herself. Rose was shrewd. Any favor owed would be maximized. All right, it's settled. I'll contact Chairman Rose. Everyone, stay alert for Team Rocket. The afro-haired chairman nodded. The gym leaders and Elite Four left one after another. Slumping in his chair, Wallace sighed. This year was supposed to be exciting. I didn't expect all this trouble. On his way to HQ this morning, he'd met Norman's son, Ruby, who seemed talented, maybe enough to threaten Sonya's three-peat, since Sonya's dominance had made the outcome of matches predictable and less interesting to viewers. Valuing the Grand Festival's unpredictability, Wallace officially accepted Ruby as his student. As for the League, Kanto's Gary and Professor Birch's daughter Sapphire were also hot favorites, making this year's Hone League and Grand Festival highly anticipated. And then the three criminal organizations started acting up. Stephen was about to speak when a strong tremor shook the floor. The building was being attacked. Boom! An explosion erupted at the League HQ's front entrance, black smoke rising instantly, visible to Stephen and Wallace from their upper-floor meeting room. What's going on? Wallace's expression changed. Stephen rushed to the window, quickly sending out his skarmory to clear the smoke with tailwind. As the smoke cleared, a pair of massive, blood-red wings appeared. Salamence? No, that's not Drake's. Stephen, shocked, called out the Pokémon's name, instinctively thinking of Drake's Salamence. But in the next second, he realized this Salamence's aura was far beyond Drake's. That uniform, Magma Team. Wallace noticed the figure on Salamence's back was wearing the red Magma Team uniform. A Salamence user. Could it be the champion the reports mentioned? Frostless Blizzard. Just as Stephen was speculating, Glacia sent out her Frostless to block the blood-winged Salamence. Flamethrower. The mysterious trainer in the Magma uniform, hood covering their face, gave a calm order. Ice and fire clashed and held for a moment, but within 2 seconds, the flames started to overpower the blizzard, and Frostless showed signs of pain. Glacia immediately raised her keystone ring to Mega, evolve Frostless. Frostless Mega Evo. Got you. Just as Glacia's finger was about to touch the keystone, the mysterious trainer shouted, and Salamence suddenly increased its power. The flame pillar doubled in size. They hadn't been using full strength. It all happened too fast. The flamethrower instantly overpowered the blizzard and Frostless. Amidst the burning, Frostless's painful screeches could be faintly heard. 2 seconds later, the flames dissipated, and Frostless fell from the air, defeated. But as Frostless dropped, the mysterious trainer leaped, spread their limbs in midair, grabbed the Mega Stone from Frostless's forehead, then used Frostless's face as a springboard to jump again, and stole Frostless's Mega Stone. Their goal is the Mega Stones, but why? Wallace shouted in confusion. Isn't this Magma Team champion a dragon user? Why steal Frostless's Mega Stone? Absol Mega Evolve. Banette Mega Evolve. After Glacia's Mega Stone was stolen, Elite Four members Sydney and Phoebe Mega evolved their Pokémon. Mega Absol and Mega Banette attacked the giant Salamence with Dark Pulse and Shadow Ball. Boom! Both attacks hit at once, sending a shockwave that forced the trainers back. Salamence. Slaking. Drake, the last Hone Elite, and Norman, the strongest gym leader, sent out their aces. Salamence and Slaking, both heavyweights, landed with a bang and opened wings and arms to shield the others. Take them out. Before the shockwave faded, the mysterious trainer issued a command. Her voice, judging by the tone, sounded like a girl around 14. With Salamence and Slaking blocking, Flannery and others peeked up, catching a glimpse of a dazzling rainbow light in the distance. The light of Mega Evolution. That rampaging Salamence body grew in the light, revealing a new form. Mega Salamence. She really can. Even though everyone had expected it, seeing Mega Salamence in action stunned them. In a heartbeat, Mega Salamence raised its right claw, unleashed 3 slashing blue blades, and struck down hard. Screech. The air seemed to rip, the sound sent chills down everyone's spine. Mega Absol and Banette were blasted away by the sharp dragon claw. Their bodies flashed white midair, reverting from Mega to normal forms. Everyone was floored. She'd taken out 2 Elite Four aces in one hit. Wallace sucked in a cold breath. This person is stronger than both himself and Juan. Maybe only Steven could match her now. Gudra. The mysterious trainer sent out her second Pokémon. Gudra's 2 antennae stretched out like arms and snatched the Mega Stones from Banette and Absol. She now had 2 more Mega Stones. Salamence Mega Evolve. Drake couldn't watch anymore. The intense evolution light enveloped Drake's keystone and Salamence. 3 seconds later, it was Mega Salamence versus Mega Salamence at the entrance. Salamence Dragon Claw. Drake shouted, "We'll use Dragon Claw too." The mysterious trainer's tone remained nonchalant. The 2 dragon claws collided, like 2 massive blades. The battle looked even, but within 2 seconds it was clear. They looked similar, but the power wasn't even close. Drake's Salamence was being overpowered. Metagross. Steven, having jumped down from the top floor, sent out his shiny Metagross to join the fight. Seeing her Salamence gaining the upper hand, the mysterious trainer looked up at Steven, clicked her tongue in annoyance, and had Salamence break off to deal with Metagross. Shiny Metagross's arm glowed with Meteor Mash, clashing with Dragon Claw. After a brief struggle, Mega Salamence gained the advantage. But her trainer saw more League reinforcements arriving. To Joseph's son, HMPH, lucky you, I'll let you go this time. The mysterious trainer cursed and patted Salamence's back. Salamence spread its wings, broke away from Metagross, and soared into the clouds, escaping. Steven. Everyone rushed over. Winona anxiously asked, "Phoebe, Glacia, and Sydney's Mega Stones were stolen. Should we chase?" Steven didn't answer, looking confused. That girl called him Joseph's son. Strange, he was famous enough. Why refer to his father instead of his name? Was there some hidden meaning? The theft of 3 Elite Four Megastones was too embarrassing to report publicly. But within an hour, League elites from all regions learned of it via group chat. For some reason, it seemed the Magma team was going after Megastones en masse, maybe to boost power. But Kalos champion Diantha immediately pointed out, if that was the case, why not steal the keystones too? You need both to Mega Evolve. Wallace was puzzled too, but still warned trainers with Mega Stones to be careful. Steven, eating, paused at the news, then forwarded it to Aster and Marnie, already operating in Hone. Even among gym leaders, few had access to Mega Evolution. Many Pokémon couldn't Mega Evolve, like Norman and Juan's teams. Plus, Mega Evolution required deep trainer Pokémon bonds. Currently, among Hone's gym leaders, only Winona has an Altaria Megastone, and Flannery has a Houndoom Megastone. But Flannery hadn't mastered Mega Evolution. So, among Hone's gym leaders, only Winona could use Mega Evolution. If that person was after Megastones, Winona would be the next target. At this point, both Team Rocket and the League had the same idea. 2 weeks later, the Feather Carnival in Fortree City. It was the annual global gathering for flying-type trainers, and as the local gym leader, Winona would bring out her Pokémon to interact and play with kids. The city was lively, with many children gathered. In the crowd, Wallace, in disguise, whispered, "Will she come?" Beside him, Steven, also masked, replied, "Of course. If her target is Mega Stones, she'll go after Winona. Even kids know to pick the softest persimmon." Everyone present was League operatives in disguise. They were setting a trap for the Magma team's dragon user. "What do you mean, you saying Winona's weak?" Wallace protested. Steven was speechless. "After breaking up, you're still simping." "Hello, Miss Winona, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. I'm here to challenge the Fortree Gym. Hello, I'm Sapphire from Little Root Town. I'd like to challenge the gym too. Just then, two kids popped up in front of Winona. Seeing them, Winona and the other Hidden League elites were dumbfounded. Wait, how did these two kids get in? What's going on? Wasn't the entrance closed? Stephen whispered into his earpiece. Sorry, we told them not to come in, but they must have snuck in. The league staff sounded like they were about to cry. Everyone at the carnival was an undercover league trainer. All regular citizens had been diverted elsewhere. Hurry up and get those two kids out of here. Drake, also in disguise, tried to drag the two troublemakers away. But just as he reached out, a raging pillar of flame shot down from the sky. Flamethrower. Metagross. Stephen instantly threw a Pokeball. Shiny Metagross leaped out, shielding Winona and the kids from above. The flames struck, but Metagross's barrier blocked the heat. Still, the intense heat made the two 10-year-olds gasp. Looking up, they saw two fierce pseudo-legends glaring at each other. Ash and Sapphire were stunned. What's going on? Everyone be alert. Stephen tore off his mask. Wallace, Drake, Norman, and others also revealed themselves, sending out their aces and staring down Salamence and its rider above. Looks like we're involved in something big. Sapphire muttered. Wow, Brother Stephen is here too. Ash pointed to the side. Huh? Hearing this, Stephen and the others frowned. They hadn't called Stephen here. Turning to look, everyone from Hone's face changed. That golden ring, they knew it all too well. Only two people in the world had one. But they hadn't called Stephen. So the only one left was... Ash, long time no see. A lively, energetic voice called out from the golden ring. Sister Green. Ash was startled. You should call me this now. Green put her finger to her lips, her youthful face and mature figure giving her a surprising charm. One of Team Rocket's 7 warlords, Green Tilda. Chapter 253, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 253. At Carnival Plaza, the League trainers in disguise as ordinary citizens all turned their gaze toward the golden ring from which Green had just stepped out. Among them was Leon, clad in a Zadu skin suit, who yanked off his hood and awkwardly tugged at the zipper on his back. When he saw the second silhouette emerge from the golden ring, the reinforcements from Galar who had arrived not long ago, his pupils shrank dramatically as he blurted out in shock. You're Pier's sister. Upon seeing Marnie walk out of the portal, Leon's expression changed drastically, and his mind involuntarily recalled Piers talking about his sister in the past. Piers ranked 3rd in overall strength in the Galar League and a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Elite Four level. He was always a loner, and even among fellow gym leaders, few could claim to be close to him. But bring up his little sister, and Piers would never stop talking. Even Leon had heard it multiple times. I have a little sister, and her talent puts me to shame. When she grows up, I want her to take over as gym leader while I continue to sing and revive Spikemuth together. If someone as close to champion level as Piers could say such things, his sister's talent must be extraordinary. Yet at this moment, seeing Marnie in a Team Rocket uniform with a big R emblem, Leon was stunned for a long time. Piers' sister joined Team Rocket. You're really Piers' sister. Why would you? Oh my, it's just one of life's choices, Champion Leon. Marnie-chan is now one of Team Rocket's 7 warlords, the youngest ever. Green grinned and wrapped an arm around Marnie's shoulder. The two beautiful, youthful girls standing together made a picturesque scene. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to admire the view. 7 warlords. Winona, who already had her Altaria out, narrowed her eyes. The other Hone trainers, now exposed, all frowned slightly. What's that? Green explained helpfully. It's a new department in Team Rocket, directly under our king, Joker-sama. Every member has champion-level strength. Though it sounded like boasting, Green was leaking information. She joined Team Rocket partly out of respect and gratitude for Joker, but also with the hope of becoming a bridge between Team Rocket and the League, to prevent conflict between these two great powers from spiraling out of control. Though she doubted her strength could make much difference, every little bit helped. Every single one is champion level. Sure enough, as the words left her mouth, everyone's face changed dramatically. Even if they tallied everything, Hone League only had 3 champion-level trainers, and Juan barely counted. Yet Team Rocket suddenly had a whole new department with 7 champions. Did Team Rocket buy their champions wholesale? Green, you seem to be saying a bit too much. Another woman's voice came from the portal, sounding a few years older than Green and the others. High above, the mysterious trainer standing on Sallymance's back, eyes hidden under a hood, suddenly looked startled. That voice, so familiar. Noticing the keystone anklet on her left ankle, a silhouette flashed through her mind. Coincidence, just a coincidence. She muttered to herself. Green turned and laughed. Oops, sorry, Sister Aster, I got a little carried away. Hearing this name, the mysterious trainer on Sallymance's back turned pale. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Despite screaming inwardly, she couldn't help but stare at the figure emerging from the golden portal, also hooded, face half hidden. Phew. The third figure out of the golden ring let out a long breath, then removed her hood. There was no more need to hide. The moment she saw that face, the scarlet eyes under the hood widened so much they almost popped out. Her hand and foot, what happened? Ash swallowed hard, staring in horror at Aster's demonic left arm and leg. The scene fell deathly silent. After all, Aster's appearance was beyond anyone's comprehension. Aster, is it really you? Half a minute later, a shocked voice from above broke the eerie silence. Aster looked up puzzled. You know me. Bang! A Pokeball at the woman's waist opened on its own. A Noivern, eyes brimming with tears, flew down. It was the only Pokémon from Aster's team to have escaped the attack from the Devon Corporation years ago. The trainer on Sallymance's back jumped onto Noivern, braving the roaring wind as her hood was blown off, revealing her true face. She looked about 13 or 14, similar in age to Green, but unlike the lively Green, this girl's aura was more androgynous and valiant. The girl and Noivern both leaped into Aster's arms. Aster, it really is you, woo-woo-woo. The red-eyed girl, as if finally releasing years of pent-up pressure, clung to Aster's back and wept bitterly. Noivern was no better. This sudden change made the previously tense atmosphere turn strangely tender. The 2 kids nearby looked on, utterly confused. They had expected a world-shattering battle, but now it was more like a soap opera reunion. Looks like now's not the time for fighting. Green fanned her hand, trying to break the awkwardness, and said to Steven and the others, let's save the battle for next time. We'll be leaving now, bye. With that, Green swiftly pushed the sobbing Zinnia and Aster back into the portal. Seeing the fight called off, Marnie just blinked her big eyes and followed into the golden ring as if on a field trip. As Green prepared to leave, Ash finally snapped out of it and shouted, Wait, Sister Green. Green shot Ash a wink and made a peace sign near her eye. See you next time, Ash. Don't miss your big sis too much, Chow Tilda Omega. From the arrival to the departure of the 3 rocket interlopers, less than 5 minutes had passed. Avoiding a fight should have been a relief for the League. But Steven, Leon, and the others remained tense, unable to relax. That Magma Team Dragon type expert knew the Rocket Woman. And it looked like their relationship was complicated. Steven was hit by a strong sense of foreboding. He recalled how she had addressed him, and after some thought, decided to return to Rustboro City to consult his father. Maybe his father knew something. How could something like this have happened? After hearing from Karen about how Aster was saved by Steven, Nessa, and Sonia, both hearing this for the first time, widened their eyes in shock. Cynthia, her pregnancy already showing, just pursed her lips in silence. She'd had the same reaction when she first heard the story. Devon Corporation's president, Joseph Stone, was famous as a philanthropist. Who would have thought he'd done something like that? Who knows if the former Chairman Goodshow knew about it, but the Hone League must have been involved behind the scenes. After learning that her cousin had survived, Zinnia first knelt to Steven in a doja. Thank you, whoa. By the end, she couldn't hold back her tears. To honor her supposedly deceased cousin, Zinnia had even named a captured Whismer Aster as a memorial. Stephen helped her up and asked knowingly, "So what's your plan now?" Zinnia wiped her tears and said fiercely, "The plan continues. Orchestrate Magma and Aqua teams to awaken Groudon and Kyogre and draw Rayquaza back. But since my cousin's alive, we don't need the Mega Stone anymore. Once Groudon and Kyogre awaken, my cousin can go to Sky Pillar and summon Rayquaza directly." Knowing that Stephen and his group had saved her cousin, Zinnia quickly revealed her whole plan. She was now a double agent in Magma and Aqua, secretly guiding the two dumb teams to awaken the primal gods. It was all to lure Rayquaza back. Stealing Mega Stones was just so Rayquaza could Mega Evolve, letting her succeed her cousin as the next lorekeeper. From Zinnia's explanation, Cynthia and the others also learned that Rayquaza didn't need the stones to Mega Evolve. Any evolution stone would do. Because Mega Stones are essentially meteorites, Rayquaza can Mega Evolve by eating them, converting them internally, and mastering the special move, Dragon Ascent. That's why Zinnia had been scouring for Mega Stones. But now, with the original Rayquaza trainer, Aster, back, there was no more need. "Cousin, here, this is what you asked Noivern to bring me back then." Zinnia suddenly remembered and took off the key stone anklet from her left leg. Aster tried to stop her, but Stephen patted her shoulder and whispered, "Don't refuse, it's her wish." After a simple meal together, Zinnia was reluctant to part with her cousin after so many years, but she had important work. "I have to return to Magma Team. Tomorrow, I report to the Aqua Team. Need to make sure Archie and Maxie find Groudon and Kyogre on schedule." Despite the reunion, Zinnia hadn't changed her plan. Only the final step, summoning Rayquaza, would be done by her cousin instead of herself. "Will the Rayquaza summoned be the same one Aster had?" Karen asked. She remembered Stephen had said Rayquaza was one of the rare legendary Pokémon with a population. What if the summoned one wasn't the original? Stephen smiled, then just have it send a message to call Aster's Rayquaza over. If it brings the black Rayquaza, that'd be a huge win. As long as it wasn't the pushover Rayquaza from the movie who got beaten up by Deoxys. Mr. Stone and the Hone League's role in all this. Cynthia, cradling her belly, hesitated. "Should we just kill them all, cousin?" Zinnia's eyes sparkled. Even with her cousin was alive, Zinnia had no intention of letting those scumbags go. Aster hesitated. Green bit her lip. Since joining Team Rocket, she'd often worked behind the scenes to smooth things over between Team Rocket and the League. But this time, it was too much, even she couldn't defend them. "Let's bring Rayquaza back first," Stephen interjected. Making plans too complicated was never good. Don't take steps that are too big, or you'll snap. Still, Stephen didn't intend to stop Zinnia. Devon and the Hone League had gone way too far this time. It was ridiculous that in the manga, Zinnia could be talked out of revenge. It's like Sasuke coming back to the village and not killing the elders, and letting them live into Boruto. After Zinnia left, Stephen took the Pokémon out for a walk. At home, Karen, Mary, Sonia, and Nessa paired off. Factions were clear. Cynthia, being the first pregnant, was a bit isolated. But tonight, Green took the initiative to sit beside Cynthia and chat. "After all this, I bet there'll be a big war between the Team League and Team Rocket." Green sighed. The role she played was much like Cynthia's when she first learned Stephen's true identity. Except Cynthia stayed with Stephen, and Green chose Team Rocket. "There's no way to stop it," Cynthia murmured. Even if she wasn't pregnant with Stephen's child, she'd have nothing to say in defense. It was the League's fault. Meanwhile, Stephen had returned to Devon Corp's headquarters in Rustboro City. "Dad, do you know these two?" He pulled up surveillance footage on his phone, pausing on the image of Zinnia and Aster hugging, and showed it to Joseph Stone. The Devon president's expression changed instantly, though only for a second, but Stephen caught it. A few days later, Zinnia reported she had found the location of the key items to awaken Groudon and Kyogre, the red orb and the blue orb, at Mount Pyre, Hone's most famous Pokémon grave tower. And the old couple guarding them were none other than the grandparents of Phoebe, one of the Hone Elite Four. Joker-sama, according to Zinnia's information, Magma and Aqua planned to go all in this time. After all, These are the key items to awaken the gods, and Maxie and Archie have agreed to a truce until Groudon and Kyogre are awakened. Green bounced up to Stephen. No need to be formal, Stephen poked her forehead. King, should we use this chance to wipe those two third-rate organizations out? Sir bowed respectfully. Yeah, they have no use left, Stephen nodded. Magma and Aqua had already found where Groudon and Kyogre slept, and Zinnia had used her undercover role to learn the location. Now the orbs were within reach. In the original story, Zinnia couldn't awaken both gods at once, so she had to use Archie and Maxie. But now, with Team Rocket's backing, those weaklings were useless. Leave it to me, none of them will leave Mount Pyre alive, Serd grinned cruelly. Green's eyes flickered, and before Stephen could respond, she blurted, I still regret we didn't fight in Fortree City. Let me do it this time, please, Tilda. She put on a cute, exaggerated voice. It's fine. Stephen agreed. Serd pouted and left. When only Stephen and Green remained, he asked, You want to spare them? He could see through Green's intentions. Green blushed, I've been undercover with Zinnia in Magma and Aqua lately. Honestly, they're not that bad. Nowhere near as bad as Flare or Plasma, and not even as bad as some in Team Rocket. She figured prison was enough, no need for a massacre. Up to you, if Serd went, the news wouldn't even dare to report it, Stephen said. He understood Green's reasons for joining Team Rocket and didn't object. After all, plenty in the league were on good terms with him. It was good to have someone as a buffer. Thanks. Green tiptoed up and kissed Stephen's cheek. As she tried to take it further, Stephen stopped her. You're only 13 or 14, don't get carried away. Chapter 254, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 254. Mount Pyre honed. Like the Pokémon Tower in Lavender Town or the Lost Tower in Unova, this place was made to bury deceased Pokémon. The current caretakers were Phoebe's grandparents. Today, the mountain shrouded in mist received two groups of uninvited guests. Midway up, led by Maxie and Red, the Magma team met Archie and Blue, leader of the Aqua team. Upon meeting, their subordinates instinctively reached for their Pokéballs. No sudden moves. Their admins, Courtney and Shelley, stopped their teams. What a coincidence, huh? Archie, all muscle and pirate attitude, raised an eyebrow. The skinny Maxie adjusted his glasses with the embedded keystone and glanced at the hooded figure behind Courtney. Yesterday, he'd heard from Magma's new number 1, Zinnia, that the red orb was here at Mount Pyre. Archie also looked at the masked woman behind Shelley, Aqua's number 1, Blue. He'd also learned from her that the blue orb was here. Our agreement still stands, Maxie asked. They'd already agreed to a truce before awakening the gods. Of course, Archie, though he looked like a brute, was shrewd. He'd planted spies in Hone TV long ago to control public opinion. Now wasn't the time to fight, the depraved Team Rocket was involved. If they didn't get Kyogre's power soon, Team Rocket might wipe them out first. Silently, both teams continued up the mountain to a small house, Phoebe's grandparents' home. According to Zinnia, the orbs were inside. Just as Archie went to open the door, it swung open on its own. Before anyone could react, the two orbs, one red, one blue, on the coffee table drew everyone's attention. The red orbs. The blue orbs. Maxie and Archie lunged, as if they hadn't seen a woman in 3 months. But just then, the two hooded and masked figures each grabbed a Pokéball. Bangs, bang. Two Salamence appeared. Wait. One looked different, fiercer, more extravagant feathers. Salamence flamethrower. Dragon breath. The dragons attacked in unison. The second trainer shouted, Zinnia, didn't we agree not to go too far? But the attacks landed in an instant. Maxie and Archie were so fixated on the orbs they couldn't react, but their executives managed to send out Pokémon to block. But two champion-level attacks flattened the humble house. And out of the shockwave, a mighty hyena was sent flying. Maxie and Archie stumbled in, but never took their eyes off the orbs. Then another dragon swooped down and caught both orbs. Noivern. The dust settled. Everyone's attention was on the two Salamence beneath the two figures. Zinnia, what are you doing? Both admins shouted. Then both turned to stare at each other. "You're Zinnia too." The two figures removed their disguises. Aqua and Magma's expressions didn't change much for Zinnia, but when they saw each other, they were shocked. Team Rocket High Executive, one of the 7 warlords, Green. "These are the necessary items to awaken Groudon and Kyogre, but can't our king just use Hoopa's power to summon them directly?" Another voice asked. Everyone turned. A woman had appeared next to Noivern, holding the orbs. Her right hand looked normal, but her left looked demonic. Another 7 warlord asked her, "Cousin, you forgot? The orbs are needed for Groudon and Kyogre's primal reversion. To summon Rayquaza, we need to make a scene." Zinnia tore off her Aqua team uniform, revealing a Team Rocket R. "Zinnia, you betrayed us, or were you always Team Rocket's spy?" Archie roared. "No, no, uncle, don't flatter yourself. Aqua's not even worth Rocket sending a spy." Green rolled her eyes. "No point explaining, better send them to jail quickly." Zinnia asked her, "Don't go too hard," Green reminded. Zinnia flicked her hand. Salamence opened its jaws, flames sweeping aside the grunt's Pokémon. She hadn't even used Mega Evolution, she was holding back. Sharpedo, Mega Evolve. Camerupt, Mega Evolve. Archie and Maxie sent out their trump cards. Aster handed the orbs to Noivern and rushed out, appearing beside both Mega Pokémon. Dragon Ascent. Blue energy cloaked Aster as she crashed into Mega Camerupt, which then smashed into Mega Sharpedo. Noivern looked on, confused. Who was the trainer and who was the Pokémon? Before the teams arrived, Aster and her group had already taken over Mount Pyre and seized the orbs. What about the old couple? If Cert had come, they'd be dead. Luckily, Green was in charge. Whose are you people, really?" At the base of Mount Pyre, the old couple, out of breath, stared at Marnie, who had escorted them down. Marnie just gestured for them to leave. Yes, after retrieving the orbs, Green had Marnie escort the old couple away. She didn't trust the Lorkeeper sisters with it. Marnie looked back at the mountain, still shrouded in mist and rumbling with falling rocks and distant battle sounds. She turned to go back, only to hear a voice cry, "You're the sister of gym leader Piers that Leon mentioned." She turned to see Hone champion Wallace. Next to him was a boy her age in a white beanie. Wallace had been heading to Slateport to judge the upcoming Pokémon contest and to show his new protege the ropes. He'd noticed Ruby's talent and, being Norman's son, wanted to train him. On the way, they heard the commotion from Mount Pyre. To his surprise, he ran into Marnie. The mountain still thundered, rocks falling everywhere. A massive one was about to crush a wild Shuppet. "Hey, watch out." Ruby reflexively tried to help. But Marnie was faster, tossing a Pokéball. Her Pokémon, glowing with white light, unleashed a dark pulse that shattered the boulder. "Is that Hydreigon?" Wallace gasped. It looked much like Unova's pseudo-legend, but mechanical and with glowing purple fur. "No, not the time for that." Wallace forced down his questions and sternly asked, "Those were Phoebe's grandparents, right? What's happening on the mountain? Is Team Rocket involved?" Marnie said nothing, eyeing Ruby's Swampert. A kid, but his Pokémon's aura, not to be taken lightly. Time to get serious. She threw a second Pokéball. The ground shook. A massive, monstrous beast, Guzzlord, opened its jaws at them. Ruby gaped, "Master W, what is that?" "You have a Pokédex, check it, but now's not the time." Air slash. Before Wallace could finish, Marnie acted. Steel wings slashed the ground, crescent-shaped blades rushing toward them. Milotic protect. Milotic cast a shimmering white shield, blocking the attack, but was pushed back by its force. The rumors about the 7 warlords being champion level are true. Wallace murmured, "Dragon Rush." Even as her first attack was stopped, Marnie launched another. Guzzlord glowed blue, charging like a tank. To think she's even scarier than that other violent girl. Ruby cried. So cute, yet so fierce. He remembered the girl he'd made a bet with, but Marnie was stronger and prettier. Despite his shock, Ruby's commands were fast. Swampert tried to block Guzzlord. The size difference was ridiculous, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But with a heavy thud, Swampert wasn't knocked away. It grabbed Guzzlord's jaws, digging in as it was pushed back, leaving deep ruts. Marnie's eyes flashed. Stronger than expected. But a second later, she was calm again. Knock off. Guzzlord's tentacles slammed down. Nana Coco, help. Seeing his Swampert outmatched, Ruby sent out Mightyena and Delkitty. Hammer arm. Guzzlord raised its claws and smashed the ground, sending all 3 Pokémon flying. It's dangerous to multitask, little lady, especially against a champion. Wallace's Milotic, using its serpentine body, wrapped Guzzlord's neck, making its 3 heads gasp for air. Milotic gathered icy energy in its mouth. Wallace said, "We don't want to fight, just tell us." But Marnie was glancing past him. He followed her gaze. A flash of light streaked in, striking Milotic and freeing Guzzlord. Salamence. Wallace paled. He knew the Salamence. For the 3rd time now. Ruby's reaction was even more extreme, dropping to the ground. This Salamence had appeared 5 years earlier, back when he lived in Johto. Having trouble, Zinnia asked from Salamence's back. A little, Marnie admitted. The Hone champion, too bad he's not Joseph Stone's son. Zinnia looked at Wallace with a sour face. Everyone knew about Steven and Wallace, and as the champion, Wallace was not getting a friendly look. Finding Rayquaza for my cousin is more important. Let's go, we're done here. Marnie climbed onto Guzzlord and left with Zinnia. Wallace tried to heal Milotic, but as they left he shouted, "Wait, what are your goals?" He thought he'd heard something shocking. Rayquaza, the sky dragon of Hone legend. Ask your chairman, Zinnia sneered, and as they took off ordered, Salamence Fire Blast. Salamence unleashed a massive, Chinese letter-shaped flame. Wallace and Ruby had Milotic and Swampert use water moves to block. Steam billowed, and when it cleared, the 2 were gone. She just said, "The chairman knows, what is?" Wallace stared at the sky, baffled. He quickly called the Hone chairman and repeated Zinnia's words. The chairman was silent for a long time before, in a guilty voice, finally described what the Hone League and Devon had done at the embedded tower in Johto 6 years ago. In the end, the chairman sighed. After that operation, the cleanup crew never returned, as if vanished. I suppose Team Rocket was there, and after Mr. Stone caught Rayquaza, they killed Devon's people and rescued that girl. This is our retribution. How could this be? Wallace was stunned. He never imagined the league he loved had such a dark secret. Ruby, only 11, was even more shocked. So the tragedy that happened to him 5 years ago, was it Zinnia's fault, or the league's? The chairman took a deep breath. Wallace, come to Moville. We need to discuss how to handle this. Chapter 255. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 255. In Fortree City, the entire Hone League elite, gym leaders, Elite Four members, and even the champion Wallace, along with Hone's top trainer Steven, had all gathered. Coincidentally, due to the ongoing reconstruction of the Indigo Plateau Arena, the main cast of trainers, who had chosen the Hone Grand Festival as their first regional league challenge, were also gathered here. Among them were Ash, Gary, Gold, Ruby, and Sapphire. You. As soon as Ruby and Sapphire met, they instinctively pointed at each other. I've already got 7 badges. As long as I beat Winona, the Fortree gym leader, I'll qualify for the Grand Festival, Gold said proudly. That's only because I spent more time on special training. Otherwise, I'd already have all 8 badges, Ash retorted, refusing to lose face. He currently had only 5 badges, the fewest among the 3. Gold and Gary both flipped him off. Why are Mr. Steven and the others all gathered here? Did something happen? Gold asked, noticing the series of trainers entering the Fortree gym. Gary glanced over. Looks like Team Rocket is up to something again. They're probably discussing how to deal with them. I know. Ash, finally able to dominate the topic, eagerly told them everything that happened at the recent Fortree Carnival. Seeing Ash's smug face, Gary couldn't help but jab, so who did you beat? Green, or maybe that girl Marnie? Well, no, the guy from Team Magma suddenly broke down crying while hugging this mutated Team Rocket woman, and then they all just left without fighting. Ash babbled on while Gold and Gary looked increasingly confused. Someone from Team Magma cried in front of Team Rocket, and there was a woman with mutated limbs. What the heck kind of story was this? So you didn't even fight? Gary asked after a moment of silence. And no, I told you they just left mid-scene, Ash pouted. Gary and Gold scoffed at the same time, clearly unimpressed. If you didn't even fight, what's with all the bragging? Just as Gold was considering sneaking into the Fortree gym to eavesdrop on the meeting, a loud argument erupted from behind. The Kanto trio turned to see two Hone trainers suddenly quarreling for some unknown reason. Inside the meeting, where the Hone chairman and Joseph Stone, the richest man in Hone, were present, the two men revealed a secret plan they had orchestrated 6 years ago, Project Rayquaza Capture. Combining what they had witnessed of Aster during the carnival and things Marnie and Zinnia said at MT. Pyre, the chairman and Mr. Stone had pieced together the full picture. A heavy silence hung in the room. Whether it was the young gym leaders like Flannery and the twins Tate and Lisa, or veterans like Drake and Juan, they all stared at their league chairman and tycoon in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. They had tried to gang up on Rayquaza to catch it, and it already had a trainer. And they killed her. So, you're saying, after Mr. Stone took Rayquaza, its trainer Aster didn't die, but was saved by Team Rocket, and now she's back for revenge. That's it, right? It was Champion Leon who finally broke the silence. That's why Zinnia called her cousin. No wonder she was so hostile to me in Slateport. Stephen muttered with a bitter smile. Wallace licked his dry lips. It's unclear if they're really after revenge, but from what we've gathered, their immediate goal is to help Aster reclaim Rayquaza. Winona frowned. Rayquaza was Aster's Pokémon. If she were just a normal trainer, I wouldn't object to her reclaiming it, but she's now a member of Team Rocket. If she succeeds, Team Rocket will control the Sky Dragon. Everyone, what do you think we should do? Once again, silence. They knew deep down the league was in the wrong. Rayquaza was hers. She had every right to take it back. But she was now with Team Rocket, and not just any member, one of the Shichibukai, the 7 warlords. Team Rocket was already a global menace. Add a Rayquaza to that mix. Forget the league. This might become the most dangerous criminal organization since the dawn of time. Let me take responsibility for this, Mr. Stone suddenly said. Alola, Etha Paradise, Pokémon League HQ meeting room. Lusamine, now the new chairman of the Global Pokémon League, handed a file to Stephen. Stephen, how should we deal with this? It was the Hone chairman's proposal for resolving the Aster incident. They planned to hold a public apology, revealing the full truth of the Rayquaza capture and seeking forgiveness from Aster and Zinnia. Stephen deadpanned. In the original manga, Mr. Stone did resolve the whole thing by confessing and apologizing, plus some protagonist-level talk no jutsu. As ridiculous as it had worked. But this was real life now. Given how Zinnia acted like a Sasuke-possessed edgelord, Stephen seriously doubted that an apology would cut it. And now Lusamine was the league chairman, not Goodshow. This kind of scandal would destroy her. Then his phone rang. It was Green. Giovanni wanted to talk. Stephen told Lusamine, tell them not to act rashly, and opened a portal using Hoopa to the Team Rocket base. Giovanni was already steaming. What happened, Uncle? You're burning up, Stephen asked. Green handed him a newspaper. It was Kanto's top-selling financial daily, the Goldenrod Economic Times. The front page showed Silver in a police uniform. The headline, No Bloodline Barrier. Silver, son of Team Rocket boss Giovanni, follows in Champion Lance's footsteps and becomes the youngest investigator in league history. Stephen blinked twice. So it's come to this. In the manga, Silver had vowed to take Team Rocket down with his own hands. And now, having been raised by Lance for a year, he had indeed become a league investigator. No wonder Giovanni was furious. Boss Giovanni still hasn't given up on making Silver his successor, Green whispered. After some thought, Stephen said, I might have a solution, but it'll come at a cost. Hours later, Fortree Gym Hone. The gym leaders and Elite Four were still waiting for HQ's reply. After Mr. Stone proposed a public apology, the trainers split into two camps. Winona, Tate, Lisa, and Flannery supported the idea. They believed in admitting mistakes. Drake, Norman, and Juan were opposed. Exposing the truth would do no good. The stalemate left it up to HQ. Dr. Stevens says hiding it is better. Even if my father and the chairman apologize, it won't change anything. Right now, we need to focus on stopping Aster from reclaiming Rayquaza, Stevens said after receiving the reply. Even Dr. Steven agrees with this. Winona was stunned. This is the right move. Norman, Hone's strongest gym leader, crossed his arms. Even if they accept our apology, they'll still go after Rayquaza. And if the truth gets out now, after we just stabilize the league, our credibility will collapse. Adults don't deal with right or wrong, only in pros and cons. Juan sighed, stroking his beard. Get ready, everyone, then we. Before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently. Ash and Gold, who had been eavesdropping, fell over. Gary barely held onto the door handle and shouted, "W, what's happening?" "What the hell is this?" Ruby, sitting under a tree after a fight with Sapphire, stared up in shock. The sky above Fortree City had split in half. On the left, a scorching sun, so bright it felt like the plants were burning. On the right, storm clouds and torrential rain blanketing the city. Two opposite scenes, yet they were happening side by side. Only one thing was the same: terrified wild Pokémon fleeing in panic. Just then, the league chairman's phone rang. As soon as the call connected, someone screamed from the other end, "Chairman, it's bad, Groudon has awakened." Before he could react, another call came in. "Chairman, it's Kyogre, it's awake too." Revoir. Two deep, ancient cries echoed from opposite sides of Hone. In the northwest, Terra Cave; in the southeast, Marine Cave. Groudon and Kyogre's sacred domains. Outside Terra Cave, under the gaze of Marnie and Green, a massive crimson beast stepped from the lava. "He looks different from 2 years ago during the Lumiose War," said Green, who had just awakened Groudon using the red orb. Compared to when Hoopa forcibly summoned him back then, this primal Groudon was even more terrifying. Twice the size, glowing lava lines across his body, and the blazing Omega mark on his hands. ROAR. Groudon let out an earth-shattering roar, eyes locked toward the southeast. He sensed it, the presence of that damn fat-headed fish. Green's phone buzzed. It was Zinnia. "You've awakened Groudon, haven't you?" "Yeah, he was kind of grumpy. Tried to attack me and Marnie when he first woke up. Good thing we ran." Only by facing them in person could one truly understand the horror of legendary Pokémon. Green couldn't imagine what Steven felt during the Lumiose disaster. "Hee, we've awakened Kyogre too. My cousin and I are heading to Sky Pillar to summon Rayquaza. Want to come?" Her voice trembled with anticipation. She'd waited too long. Green looked at Groudon, drying up oceans with every step, then reluctantly shook her head. "I'll pass." She wanted to see how the Draconids summoned Rayquaza. But a clash between the supercharged primal gods, that was no joke. Mounting her new partner Roaring Moon, she followed Groudon while pulling out the newspaper featuring Silver. She swallowed hard. Something big is coming. Chapter 256. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 256. Sootopolis City, located in the south-central region of Hone. Centered around it, the western side of Hone was scorched by intense sunlight, the land nearly igniting from the heat. On the eastern side, it was a torrential downpour, as though a hole had been torn in the sky, drowning the world in relentless rain. At the center of this chaotic duality, Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre roared furiously, locked in a death glare. Every region has its pair of conflicting deities. Sinnoh's Dialga and Palkia, Unova's black and white dragons, and Kalo's Xerneas and Yveltal. In Hone, it was Groudon and Kyogre. Unlike the ideological clash between Reshiram and Zekrom, or the balance of creation and destruction between Xerneas and Yveltal, Groudon and Kyogre simply hated each other. No deeper reason, they just didn't get along. Maybe that's why Rayquaza never felt guilty for punching them both. Are we too late? Wallace leaped down from his Pelipper alongside Ruby, his expression grim. His face was drenched, whether from rain or sweat, no one could tell. Just then, Primal Groudon raised its massive arms, slamming them into the earth. Boom, booms, boom. Crimson blades of molten rock erupted upward, racing toward the airborne primal Kyogre. Precipice blades. Woo tilde. Primal Kyogre nimbly dodged using a spiraling water cyclone to hover in midair. It danced like a dragon, gliding past the magma blades. On either side of its body, high-density water-type energy orbs formed and launched like floating cannons. Origin Pulse. Just then, another precipice blade erupted beneath Kyogre. Both legends took hits from their rivals' signature moves. They staggered back a few steps, locked eyes again, and charged. All of Sootopolis City trembled. Everyone fall back. Leon shouted, tossing out a Master Ball with all his strength. The immense energy release made both Primal Groudon and Kyogre pause. The last time they reacted like this was for that flying green caterpillar. "It's Leon's Eternatus, we're saved," Gold exclaimed. But Groudon and Kyogre. Sapphire, standing beside Winona, didn't look as optimistic. As a Hoenn native, she'd heard plenty of stories about these two gods brawling every few centuries, or even decades. But the forms they were in now looked nothing like the ones in the books. Eternatus appeared, tail trailing poisonous violet mist. At Leon's shout of cross poison, it struck horizontally at the divine pair. Roar! Primal Groudon didn't dodge. The cross poison carved into its chest, but in the next moment, it opened its arms and bear-hugged Eternatus. Simultaneously, Primal Kyogre circled from the side, unleashing a silver beam of absolute cold. Ice Beam. The beam didn't hit the sea. It froze the air dozens of meters above it. Eternatus tried to dodge, but its lower body was trapped in Groudon's grip. It took the super-effective hit head-on. They're working together. Leon gritted his teeth. Although Eternatus wouldn't go down from a single hit, this was going to be rough. Wait, weren't Groudon and Kyogre supposed to hate each other? What's with this teamwork? Eternamax is needed. Leon muttered, watching the two gods close in on Eternatus. Probably shouldn't tilde. A new voice interrupted, turning heads. Sister Green. Ash and Gary shouted. Green stepped up. Eternamax takes a ridiculous amount of energy. Even with Macrocosmos backing you, Leon, this isn't something you can just throw around. Eternamax Eternatus, its true form from 3,000 years ago. The reason the Sword and Shield twins fought it nearly drained all of Galar's energy. Only because Leon had Rose's support could he even afford to keep it. Team Rocket. Unfamiliar with Green, Winona, and the others instinctively reached for their Pokéballs. Whoa. Ash jumped in, trying to calm things down. Green continued, Aster and Zinnia are summoning Rayquaza. Let's buy them time. She released two Pokémon, Roaring Moon and Screamtail, captured in Area 0 of Paldea. Marnie-chan, give me a hand. Another Team Rocket girl appeared, cute, uniformed, and very much not an enemy. Marnie released her partners, Kingambit and Iron Jugulize. Salamence and Hydreigon, but they feel different. Dragon Elite Dark was confused. Seeing Green and Marnie stepping in, Winona bit her lip. You're from Team Rocket, why are you helping us? Green rolled her eyes. Honestly, after what your league pulled, you should be at a spa. But, she continued, civilians are innocent, right? Her words made several league elites lower their heads in shame. Look out. Leon called again. Another magma spike sent Eternatus flying like a collapsing building. Roaring Moon and Kingambit leaped into action, catching the massive poison dragon. Let's just hold on until Zinnia gets back, Green shouted. Tail-chan, wide range firepower. Tail-chan was Green's nickname for Screamtail. Sky Pillar, a ruin on an island in Hoenn's Southeast Sea. I remember now. After recalling her Noivern and Salamence, Aster said softly. Since reuniting with Zinnia, her sealed memories had been returning bit by bit. The murals here, chronicling 2,000 years of Draconid history, completed the puzzle. Cousin, go summon Rayquaza. It was always your Pokémon. Zinnia was more excited than if she were the one inheriting the title. Aster nodded. No matter what the League had done to her, Groudon and Kyogre were awake. She had a duty to fulfill. At the top of Sky Pillar, the sacred dragon altar. Go ahead, cousin. Zinnia stepped aside, watching her with eager eyes. Aster approached the altar, lowered her body, and joined her cybernetic left hand with her normal right in prayer. O sacred stone and noble spirit, grant me your strength. I offer my flesh and blood to commence this holy ritual. Descend to this world and save the innocent. Rayquaza. The keystone on her anklet flared with brilliant green light. Roar. A dragon's cry echoed from the heavens, and a green beam shot down from the stars, carving a path through the night. Boom! Stone fragments flew as a massive shockwave blasted through the altar. As the light cleared, a majestic green dragon loomed above them. He's here, Rayquaza. Zinnia shouted in joy, waving her arms. Success! After 6 long years, her cousin had summoned Rayquaza again. Aster remained calm, eyes closed, connecting with Rayquaza through their shared bond. Do you remember me, Rayquaza? Rayquaza's eyes flickered in confusion. That familiar aura, could it be? But she should have been dead. A lot has happened since then. Aster smiled, removing her cloak. Rayquaza's expression turned dumbfounded. If it could speak, it'd be saying WTF. Now, help me fulfill my duty as a successor, save this world. Rayquaza didn't speak. He'd already sensed those 2 idiots' auras. Let's go. Back on the battlefield. Boom. Molten blades burst from the ground. Precipice blades again. Roaring moon and iron jugulies danced between them. Now. Dragon pulse. Boom. The explosion struck Primal Groudon square in the chest. Did it work? Flannery cried hopefully. Wallace glanced sideways at the 2 underage girls. Both are champion level already. Team Rocket did cultivate monsters. As the smoke cleared, Groudon's furious face reappeared, unharmed. He's too tanky. Green shouted, hands to her face. Crack. From the other side came a spatial shatter. Splash. A shiny Mega Metagross and Mega Salamence crashed into the sea. Steven and Drake's aces downed. Even with the evolution stones Green returned, they were no match. Marnie retrieved her fainted Kingambit and turned to Green. Maybe we should let Joker-sama. Over with the league, the situation was equally bad. Trainer after trainer was dropping. If only we'd brought Brother Steven. Gary muttered. Rayquaza, Mega Evolve. A cry cut through the air. Everyone looked up. A divine dragon bursts downward, wrapped in an overwhelming sacred light far beyond normal Mega Evolution. Groudon and Kyogre looked up together. As the light faded, Mega Rayquaza stood in the sky, centered between the 2 titans. The 3 legendaries formed a triangle, a scene worthy of a world-famous painting. Rayquaza, it Mega Evolved. All the Hone trainers gaped. A legendary, Mega Evolving. Riding atop it, Aster now held the spotlight. Draco Meteor. Mega Rayquaza roared, charging its ultimate dragon-type move. It unleashed a blast into the sky. Boom! The night sky was lit with flickering red streaks. What is that? Meteors? With flaming tails, they crashed to Earth, one after another, shaking the entire city. Wait, is she helping? Sapphire shouted. Though the move wrecked Groudon and Kyogre, Sootopolis was now full of craters. Thankfully, civilians had already been evacuated. Rayquaza protects the planet, not humans, don't forget that. Zinnia smirked, landing from her Salamence. Your Salamence is. Sapphire's pupils shrank. In any case, with Mega Rayquaza, we should be able to end this. Steven looked visibly shaken. Yeah, and after this we're coming for you. Zinnia grinned like Doflamingo. Winona frowned. What did you say? Isn't it wonderful? Zinnia grinned. Team Rocket now holds the most legends and champions, plus Mega Rayquaza. Against the corrupt League, it'll be the greatest war not just in League history, but maybe since humanity began. Crash. The battlefield cracked. Rayquaza and the Twin Titans panted from exhaustion. The earth and sea were scarred, and yet, at the edge of the battlefield, unnoticed, a golden ring floated in the air. On the other side, Stephen and his family watched like it was a drama. Incredible! Even against enhanced Groudon and Kyogre, they're holding their own. Will stared unblinking. Are you blind? Karen scoffed. Rayquaza should have crushed them. Aster's rusty, 6 years asleep, and it shows. Will looked to Stephen for validation. He nodded. Yeah, probably the weakest of the 3 Rayquazas. In canon, 3 different Rayquazas had appeared. One was overwhelmed by 2 Deoxys, tough but unimpressive. One crushed Mega Metagross, Mega Blastoise, Groudon, and Kyogre. And the third, a black Rayquaza, dominated the Kalos War of Gods. This one, definitely the weakest. That made sense. Only champions like Leon or Giovanni could sync with the strongest Rayquazas. Not even Lance was enough. Stephen, look. Nessa pointed. Stephen looked up. Beneath Aster, Mega Rayquaza glowed with brilliant green light, its aura rising. Rayquaza, you've mastered that move. Aster looked down, shocked. 6 years ago, she needed a keystone just to Mega Evolve Rayquaza. Now, Mega Rayquaza turned slightly and nodded. All right, let's go. Its glowing whiskers rose, forming a triangle with its body. Suddenly, the world itself seemed to crack beneath the pressure. Golden-green dragon light shot down from the sky. It was Rayquaza's ultimate technique. Dragon Ascent. Chapter 257. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 257. Under the Dragon Ascent, the Mega Rayquaza seemed like an unstoppable arrow, containing a force capable of piercing through everything. Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre couldn't even react in time. Let alone them, even the Hone League delegation spectating on site was the same. No one knew how much time had passed, until the fat-headed fish and the non-flying, backwards-flying opponent traced a parabolic arc of over half a mile in the air, reverting from their primal forms to their original states even before hitting the ground, and then crashed down with a splash. It was only then that everyone finally recovered their senses, revealing expressions of shock. The 2 gods of land and sea, now returned to normal, were a sorry sight. One sprawled flat on the ground, the other lying on its back atop the sea, as if their spines had been ripped out. Hiatus. Feeling herself turning into a bit of a meme, Zinnia let out a wild laugh. Amazing. As expected of my cousin and Rayquaza, even mastered Dragon Ascent. And at a time like this. Dragon Ascent. Many people from the Hone League subconsciously repeated the name of this move. With this move, there's no way we can lose. Prepare to die, Pokémon League. Zinnia put on a "I'd like to kill you" Kakashi face as she spat out this last line, then waved to Marnie and Green. Let's go back. The 3 girls summoned their flying Pokémon and left, while Aster's Rayquaza returned to normal. It was only then that Stephen and the others noticed, in the opposite direction of the battlefield, a golden ring rapidly expanding. That joker, has he been watching the whole time? Winona pursed her lips tightly. Stephen tried several times to speak, wanting to ask Zinnia whether the Hone League could apologize to settle this grudge, even if he and his father had to pay the price together. After all, the world's largest official organization, the Pokémon League, and the strongest criminal organization in history, Team Rocket. Once these 2 clashed, who could predict what would happen? But seeing through his friend's thoughts, Wallace put a hand on Stephen's shoulder and whispered, "As Dr. Stevens said, we shouldn't act rashly." Publicly and privately, Wallace didn't want this matter exposed. Publicly, because he was the Hone League champion, and he had to protect the league's reputation. Privately, his best friend was the son of the main culprit, and he didn't want Stephen to be blamed for this. Good work, go get some rest. After passing through the golden ring, Stephen first let the ones who contributed the most, Zinnia and Aster, go rest. Green slumped against Stephen's shoulder. Being a mediator is exhausting. Marnie secretly scooted closer. Is the battle going to start? Cynthia tried to ignore the 2 girls flirting around, worry on her face. If she took these things to heart, life would be unbearable. But then again, if Stephen wasn't such a flirt, they wouldn't have ended up together either. Stephen, a war right now is good for both sides. I'll explain later. The next morning, Every news outlet in the world was dominated by the story of land and sea's twin gods awakening, only to be instantly beaten down by Rayquaza. Luckily, the citizens of Sootopolis had been evacuated ahead of time, so hardly anyone saw the figure riding on Rayquaza's back. But it didn't cause much of a stir. After all, these two show up every few decades, only to be beaten up by Rayquaza. Hoen's people were used to it. It's just like how Kahlo's people are used to Yveltal losing its mind when it wakes up, only to be beaten back by Xerneas. That evening, on the Alola channel, head anchor DJ Mary reported. After discussion among the League's 9 regions, it has been decided to launch a full-scale eradication campaign against the criminal organization Team Rocket. Alola champion Dr. Steven has officially issued a challenge to Team Rocket's king, Joker. The final showdown will take place on the Galar Wild Plains. The world was shocked. People had wondered if Lusamine, after becoming the new chairman, would make a big move to prove herself. But no one expected her to go this far. She was taking on Team Rocket directly. Everyone trembled at the scale of this earth-shattering battle, but also couldn't help being curious. Where did Lusamine get the courage for this? To explain, we have to rewind a few hours. Slateport City, Hoenn League HQ meeting room. The atmosphere was dead silent. Outside, most Hoenn citizens went about their daily lives as usual. Even though their region's 2 legendary gods had just fought, it didn't affect them much. It's just like how Kahlo's citizens are used to Yveltal causing trouble and Xerneas cleaning up. Hoenn's people were used to Groudon and Kyogre brawling, and Rayquaza coming to clean up. Rose, stepping through the golden ring, glanced at the calm city. In a way, that mutant girl saved Hoenn. If Groudon and Kyogre had fought this time, Rayquaza might not have come. The Hoenn officials' faces darkened, but none could argue. Steven struggled not to laugh. He sighed. Rose's snark was as sharp as ever. But the Rayquaza clan bears the duty of protecting this planet. Even if Zinnia's Rayquaza was mad at the Hoenn League and Devon Corp for their dirty tricks, another Rayquaza would have come. In the anime, when Primal Groudon and Kyogre awakened, didn't Mega Rayquaza show up to help? Chairman Rose, now's not the time for infighting, Lusamine stopped him. As the Alola chairman, she might have enjoyed the drama, but as the league chairman, her perspective had changed. Rose stared at Lusamine for 2 seconds, said nothing, and sat. He always thought Lusamine only got this position by catering to Steven. Thanks to this incident, we've also identified 2 Team Rocket members. Winona stood and turned on the projector, displaying Aster and Zinnia's faces. On the left is Aster, who 6 years ago was killed by the Hoenn League and Devon Corp. No, almost killed. She's Rayquaza's owner. Her cousin is on the right, Zinnia, who planned all this to carry on Aster's legacy, right? Winona hadn't said much before Lorelei rudely interrupted. Enough with the background. Let's get to the point. How do we deal with Team Rocket? Usually, Lorelei would roast the Hoenn League and freeze all the participants for good measure. But not today. After the Rayquaza incident, she had no energy for petty matters. Team Rocket's growing strength had to be stopped. Team Rockets even appeared in Paldea recently, which isn't good for the students. I hope we can resolve this soon, Jita agreed. Paldea, far from Kanto, had always stood for peace, just like Galar. Even there, Team Rocket had appeared. Who knows how deeply they'd infiltrated the league. With evil Hoopa, distance means nothing to Team Rocket. At this rate, they'll reach every corner of the planet. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they go after Parallel Worlds next, said Sinnoh champion Palmer. Is this the time for jokes? Chairman Carolina rolled her eyes. Parallel Worlds, that's overkill. Carolina, but we can't let this go on. Stephen Kun, what do you think? Launch a full-scale war, Stephen declared, shocking everyone. The oldest champion Alder gaped. Whoa, surely not. Shouldn't we reconsider? Even this room full of champions and elites couldn't imagine the 2 groups going to war. Do you want them to keep growing stronger? Stephen retorted, silencing everyone. Indeed, in just a few years, Team Rocket had grown to rival the league itself. Let them keep growing, and who knows where they'd be in 2 years. Maybe Parallel Worlds, as Palmer joked. Any detailed plans, Stephen? Stephen licked his dry lips. Recalling Zinnia's attitude, he knew only a fight could settle this. With everyone watching, Steven laid out his plan. First and foremost, the location. A single champion-level trainer could destroy a city. With both organizations combined, the number of champions was well into double digits. Definitely not in a populated area. Even the outskirts needed to be cleared of wild Pokémon. Just like in the Marineford War, where the Navy evacuated families and Whitebeard left his logistics in the rear. Same idea. But this war would dwarf Marineford by a long shot. After discussion, the battlefield was set in Galler's wild area. No special reason, just because it's the biggest wild area on the continent. Finally, Steven said he'd contact Joker. In 1 month, they'd fight here to decide the future of the world. After the war was announced, the world was gripped with anxiety. Even those who idolized Joker now prayed for the League's victory. After all, Team Rocket was a criminal organization. How could they be allowed to rule the world? Temples and churches everywhere were filled with people praying for the League's win. Miss Winona, about the gym challenge, Ash asked Winona at Fortree Gym. Sorry, if I'm still alive next month, come back then. Winona forced a strained smile. Ash was about to answer when a shout came from the door. Winona. Wallace dashed in, wiping sweat from his brow. I might die on the battlefield next month. Before that, can you listen to my last wish? Winona stared at him for a long while, then finally nodded, making Wallace ecstatic. Similar scenes played out all over. Though the League, as the continent's ruler, had a bigger force, Team Rocket wasn't to be underestimated. Overall, the League's odds were better, but no one could guarantee they'd make it back alive. Not to mention, with Steven and Joker's legendary Pokémon, a single misstep could be fatal. With that in mind, every League trainer set aside their past hang-ups, striving to fulfill their last wishes this month, just in case. Many, like Wallace, confessed their feelings to their lovers or exes. The same thing happened in Alola. Nessa, Mary, and others watched as Steven, like a nervous groom meeting his mother-in-law, bowed to Sonia. If I survive the war, can I ask you to entrust Diancie to me? Through a crack in the curtains, Steven watched with a strange expression. Why should someone else's hard-raised Pokémon go to you? But Steven's eyes seemed different. Sinnoh's champion, Palmer, had barely arrived home before his wife pounced to make babies. Her eldest son, always talking about finding people, was a lost cause. Her husband was about to go to war. If Palmer died, she'd have nothing left. Time to make a backup kid. Meanwhile, in Little Root Town, Honed. Ruby stared at his rarely home father, at a loss for words. He finally understood why his father had been gone for 5 years. It was his fault. Back then, he and Sapphire had accidentally entered the lab holding Rayquaza and were attacked by Zinnia's Salamence. This indirectly led to Rayquaza's escape. Norman took the blame for his son, saying it was his responsibility. The Hone League banned Norman from gym leader tests for 5 years and made him track Rayquaza. He'd also been part of the original Rayquaza capture plan. Though not as ruthless as Zinnia's other enemies, he was still a target of her revenge. So Norman faced greater danger than most. Even if he got lucky and beat Zinnia, let's not forget she had asked her with Mega Rayquaza. Honestly, Ruby couldn't imagine how his dad could survive. Ruby. Just as the tension peaked, Norman spoke first. If I die, take care of your mother. August 13, the day before the war. All League members gathered once more for the final strategy meeting. If this were a third-rate group like Team Flare or Galactic, we could just take out the boss. But with Team Rocket, that won't work. Neither Joker nor Giovanni can be taken down quickly, Steven said. Veterans like Steven and Lorelei analyzed Team Rocket's top cadre. Joker's right and left hands. Karen, an expert in dark types, and Psychic Fatty, an expert in psychic types. Their styles and teams were very balanced. Also present was Green, one of the 7 warlords. Surd, with Dark Void and Dream Eater, wielded Darkrai. If you couldn't finish her in one blow, you'd lose. Marnie, who excelled in dark types, had reached champion level in just a year, another warlord. Then there was Zinnia, determined to take revenge on everyone involved in the Rayquaza capture plan, and Aster with Mega Rayquaza. Although we have plenty of champions, to handle Team Rocket's champions with legends, it'll take at least 3 champions to win, Diantha smiled wryly. Legendary Pokémon had that kind of impact. Only Stephen Kun can handle Joker. Giovanni goes to Leon, he has Hiatus. As for the rest, Carolina frowned. Her granddaughter Cynthia was about to give birth and couldn't fight. They still seemed short-handed. Don't worry, we have enough, Stephen smiled. As he finished, the conference room doors opened. Red, Ash, Blue, Gary, Ruby, Sapphire, Rosa, Hilda, Serena, Nimona. These kids are, everyone was stunned. Stephen smiled, the most outstanding new generation from each region over the past 2 years. He was tempted to call them the chosen children. Brother Stephen, isn't one of us just here for show? Gary pointed at Ash, who had Pikachu on his shoulder. Chapter 258, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 258. You wanna fight, jerk? Ash grabbed Gary by the collar. The two rolled around like street punks. Everyone except Nimona was used to this by now. Under Lucamine's signal, Assistant Wick distributed their files to the assembled league chairmen and champions. Red and Blue hardly needed an introduction. Their performance at last year's Alola League stunned even the champions. Their progress was frighteningly fast. Ruby, Sapphire, Rosa, these 10 and 11-year-old rookies hadn't made big names for themselves, so the elites were curious. You two are from Unova. Alder was delighted to see Rosa and Hilda. Stephen chuckled, they're talented. I bet you'll retire soon and let them take over. Actually, in the original, one of them should have already become the hero of truth, capable of replacing Alder. But Lance intervened, so HAREM had to choose a partner early. If Team Rocket hadn't made trouble, Nimona would have been Paldea's champion this year, Jita added, then scanned the 10 kids. These were likely the best new generation fighters from each region. Kanto alone had 4, traitorous but talented. Let us in, noisy voices came from outside. A boy with a backwards cap and a handsome but awkward boy stumbled in gold and silver. Sorry we're late. Even Gold blushed under all those eyes, quickly blaming Silver. It's his fault. Normally, Silver would snap back, but today he didn't feel like it. Giovanni's son, someone started, but Stephen spoke first. Silver is our youngest investigator, already at Elite 4 level. Stephen Kun, you're not planning to use him as a hostage against Giovanni, are you? Carolina asked warily. No, I volunteered, Silver interrupted, determined. I have to destroy Team Rocket myself. Letting kids fight, is there no other way? Agatha was distressed. The Pokémon world was mostly sunny, not like Naruto, where kids went to war. Stephen had once been shocked that Itachi fought in wars at age 4. He could barely pee straight at that age. No worries, I'll have Mew protect them. All these kids are at least Elite 4 level, they're precious assets, Stephen replied. Plus, each was a protagonist with plot armor, and with that lazy cat watching them, he couldn't imagine anything going wrong. Don't be so sure, one of us is famously hit or miss, Gary said, rubbing his bruised mouth. Shut up, Ash, now sporting a black eye, retorted. Stephen didn't comment. Ash's strength was truly Schrodinger's. Sometimes he could battle legends, sometimes a rookie's Snivy could flatten him. With this we're sure to win, Wallace exclaimed. After reviewing the 12 new trainers' files, even without counting Ash's unpredictable strength, Red, Blue, Nimona, and Serena, who'd trained with Stephen since she was 7, were all champion level. Red and Blue were high-tier champions. The other 6, aged 10-11, were at least Elite 4 level. With this boost, even if Team Rocket had plenty of champions, they couldn't win. Now Wallace could fulfill his promise to Winona, marry after the war. Don't jinx it, what if Team Rocket has secret weapons? Stephen smiled faintly. The league decided not to announce the kids' participation. After all, the oldest was only 15. Letting these kids fight was embarrassing. And the league had jinxed itself too many times by celebrating early. Team Rocket HQ. Green leapt back, face red. What are you doing? A blue-haired girl pouted at Green. Mom? Dad always said Mom used to stuff Pokeballs in her shirt, so I wanted to see if it's true. Remember Uncle Wallace and Aunt Winona got married after this war? They'll divorce anyway, so let's sabotage it and save Uncle Wallace the dowry, a 5-year-old boy mused. An older silver-haired girl whacked his head. Don't mess with history. Aren't you good friends with Aunt Winona's son? Flat as Aunt Karen, he teased. You're asking for it. Chaos erupted. Aries, stop fighting. A curvy young girl tried to intervene. Can I go fight over there? I miss my mom, an orange-haired boy asked. But no one cared. Is this a daycare now? Team Rocket's officers gaped. Giovanni, meanwhile, smiled like a grandpa picking up his grandson. August 14, the war began. In sheer numbers, the League still had an overwhelming advantage. Not counting Officer Jennies and Rangers, just the gym leaders, Elite Fours, Frontier Brains, and Champions were intimidating. Are you sure, Cynthia, in your condition? Caitlin looked at Cynthia's pregnant belly, worried. Cynthia smiled in front of the screen. I'm just in charge of logistics. Not just her, Nessa, Sonia, Mary, and the whole family stayed in the rear. This war to decide the world's fate looked like a family picnic. Caitlin was speechless then, glancing at the man at the front line, whispered, Is he real? Cynthia nodded. Caitlin was curious, and the one opposite, a double. Cynthia didn't answer, just watched the broadcast quietly. This was what she came for. Scared now? It's not too late to back out. Let Brother Steven use Hoopa to send you home, Gary nudged Ash. Who's scared, jerk? Pika Pika, Pikachu waved his tiny fists. Your legs are shaking, you idiot, Gary pointed. I'm just excited, Ash shouted like a cat with its tail stepped on. Quiet, they're coming, Ruby yelled. Of all the kids, he was probably the most nervous. His dad was on the enemy's death list, after all. Ash and Gary stopped bickering and looked ahead. The wild Pokémon had been evacuated. The vast, empty plains now filled with 6 golden rings, each rapidly expanding to over 10 meters wide. Countless Team Rocket grunts in R, uniforms poured out. The lackeys didn't faze the League's elites. Even the 4 generals only made the Jennies and Rangers nervous, not the champions. Until... whoosh! A raging blue dragon tornado shot from the rightmost ring, aimed straight at Steven's Hone forces. Mega evolution. Steven crossed his hands into an X, pressing 2 keystones on his suit. The keystones flashed rainbow, synchronizing with his Pokémon. Mega Metagross, Mega Diancie. Princess Diancie stepped forward, raising her tiny hands. A pink diamond storm spread out, not to attack, but to form a shield as big as a football field, blocking the dragon tornado. It would have been easier if they'd just died. A voice snarked from the ring as a giant dragon emerged. The first show of force for Team Rocket. Rayquaza. Following closely, the dragon sisters of the 7 warlords, Zinnia and Aster. Then more appeared, making the League's hearts race. Surd. Calris. And Giovanni. Next will be Joker, right? This must be history's strongest crime group, but we'll win. Agatha stepped forward to encourage the young ones. Youngsters, stick behind me. You're the League's future, your lives are precious. Though she had a weird temper, even controlling colleagues in the manga, Agatha had long served the League. Don't worry, old grandma, just enjoy tea in the back, we've got this, Blue said, stepping forward. Gary glanced at SD Pehan at the front, suspecting it was his presence that gave everyone such confidence. Haven't even started and you think you'll win? Giovanni laughed. We have young talent too. He stepped aside, and the golden ring shimmered. A 5-year-old boy jumped out, waving at Blue. Oh, isn't that Kanto's forever runner-up, Uncle Blue? Blue froze. Who is this brat? And Uncle Blue, me. Who's that kid? No idea. Team Rocket's secret weapon. No way, so young. The League wondered, if letting 11-12-year-olds fight was extreme, what was this 5-year-old? Wow, everyone's so young. The boy pointed at the League's team, shouting things like Uncle Gary's still got no beard. Ash is here too. Aunt Winona looked pretty before marriage, and other confusing remarks. Please stop embarrassing us, the orange-haired boy said, clearly older. But the black-haired boy ignored him, pointing at Steven. Hey, young da MMPH. Before he could finish, the orange-haired boy rushed up, covering his mouth. More kids emerged from the rings, a child army just like the League's, ages ranging from 5 to 15. Who are those kids? The League was baffled. Team Rocket's secret weapons, maybe. But somehow, Steven, Rose, and others familiar with Steven felt these kids looked familiar. In the backfield, Cynthia, Sonia, Mary, and others compared the broadcast, muttering, "That hair color looks like Mary Chan's, and so shy, must be hers. A bit dark-skinned, I think I know whose that is. Haha, that condescending look is just like Karen's." Caitlin's eyes widened. She felt like she'd overheard something huge. At the front line, from the central ring, a black boot stepped out. A masked man with wavy black hair blowing in the wind. Evil Hoopa followed like a guardian beast. In an instant, all the League's confusion turned to terror. "He's here. Joker." If Steven weren't standing at the front, the League might have turned and fled. Steven and Joker locked eyes, then both smiled. In the rear, Cynthia stared at Joker on the screen, her gaze softening with maternal affection. Chapter 259, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 259. Rayquaza, Mega Evolution. Just as the whole battlefield was being distracted by these new, unfamiliar kids, a scorching, rainbow-hued light exploded above the Rocket team's side. The pressure from a top-tier legendary Pokémon made everyone turn their gaze. As expected, the first to move were the Zinnia and Aster. To say the least, these two were the most ruthless in Team Rocket's army. Dragon Pulse. At Aster's command, Mega Rayquaza twisted its neck and let loose a spiraling purple-blue dragon pulse from its mouth. The moment it hit the ground in the center of the battlefield, it exploded with a deafening boom, and in a blink, it was right in front of the Hone army. Were Anti-Aster and the others always this hot-headed in the past? A black-haired, straight-laced girl about middle school age, with a delicate beauty mark at the corner of her eye, whispered emotionally, "I remember after this war, Uncle Ruby's dad was, should we stop it?" A slightly older girl, with the elegant air of a high school lady, voiced her worry. "Don't meddle, Asuna." A tan-skinned girl with a high ponytail put a hand on her hip. "Didn't Dialga say? We can't rewrite history at will. Besides, Uncle Ruby's dad did participate in that plan. If he's being targeted now, he brought it on himself." "Sister Yorwichi." The girl called Asuna bit her pink lips, a look of concern on her face. "Blizzard." With a low shout, the Team Rocket's child soldiers suddenly noticed snowflakes drifting across the battlefield. Accompanied by howling winds, massive snowflakes surged toward them. Looking up, they saw it was two Alolan Ninetales and a Lapras. Standing beside Lapras, Lorelei pushed her glasses up her nose and said coldly, "You may be just a bunch of kids, but you're still Team Rocket members. Freeze obediently, and I'll spare your lives." "Ah, Tilda, it's Mommy Lorelei. In that case." Aerith's eyes lit up, and she winked at her younger sister standing behind her. "It's all yours, Tifa." Relying on her athletic prowess, Tifa leaped up and threw her Pokéball. Though she looked about 10, her features seemed as if Arceus personally fed her, and her developed figure filled out the front of her white dress with a clear curve. Even amid the perilous battle, the girl named Tifa caught the attention of many puberty-stricken, hormone-driven young trainers. "Strike." Tifa let out a low command as she threw her Pokéball. As it popped open, the Pokémon inside slammed its massive palm into the ground. Immediately, the earth split and wild winds erupted from the cracks, forming a wind barrier to divert the blizzard's course. "What Pokémon is that?" Lorelei's eyes narrowed. It looked a lot like Hone's fighting-type Machamp, but with some differences. From afar, Wallace noticed, and linked it to the new species of Pokémon similar to Salamence and Hydreigon that Green and Marnie used in Hone. At that moment, Tifa landed, locking eyes with Lorelei. "Oh, Tilda, so that's inherited genes at work. 16-year-old sister Aerith isn't as developed as 10-year-old Tifa." A 5-year-old black-haired boy glanced a couple more times between Lorelei and Tifa, pursing his lips teasingly. "Pino-chan, say one more word and I'll tear your mouth off." Aerith growled. "Big sister Aerith, calm down, calm down. Before we came, Mom reminded us several times not to say our names out loud." A spiky orange-haired boy, radiating extreme good guy vibes, hurried over as the peacemaker. "You should be saying that to this brat." Aerith huffed. "Chi mama's boy Ichigo, can't go 3 sentences without mentioning Aunt Sonia." Pino curled his lip. Ichigo almost choked, nearly siding with Aerith for once to give Pino a good smack. He often helped people in need, but this kid's mouth was truly insufferable. On the battlefield, Tifa suddenly commanded, "Iron Hands, Thunder Punch." Iron Hands golden, electric-charged palm burst with energy, pushing forward like a sumo wrestler, closing in on Lorelai's side. More adept at electric moves than Machamp, huh? Lorelai muttered as she observed. The next second, with just a glance from Lorelai, the 2 Alalan Ninetales supporting Lapras jumped ahead to the front, clearly to guard the vulnerable Lapras behind. Double Ice Beam. Both Ninetales opened their mouths, sending intertwining beams of cold that merged midair into a powerful attack that even champion-level Pokémon would struggle to withstand. Iron Hands brought its massive hands together like a giant shield, halting its advance as its body began to freeze over. Pure brute force will only get you tripped up. Misguided girl, you do well to remember that. Lorelai held her left hand to her chest and swept her bangs aside with the right. For some reason, confronting this girl made her want to give a lecture. But if you don't seize a chance when it appears, there might not be a next time. That's true in battle and love too, mother, Miss Lorelai. Tifa replied with a strange look. Her mother often told her about the time she hesitated over whether to get together with her dad, and how she was already older by the time she had her. Although Dialga said not to mess with history, her parents were meant to be together anyway, so speeding things up shouldn't matter, right? Huh? Lorelai froze, not understanding the sudden change of topic. "Lorelai, look out," Agatha shouted in warning. From beneath the ice-encrusted Iron Hands' feet, a creepy yet cute face emerged. That's the legendary Pokémon Marshadow. Hiding in an opponent's shadow for a sneak attack was Agatha's favorite tactic. But while Agatha used her Jengar, Tifa had Marshadow lurking in her own Pokémon's shadow. Within attack range, Tifa calculated the distance in her mind. Marshadow, Shadow Punch. Marshadow emerged from Iron Hand's shadow in a martial pose, channeling all its power into its right arm for a straight punch. Instantly, ghostly energy shrouded its fist, breaking through the double ice beam and striking straight at the target. Lapras cover Ninetales. Lorelai's face changed. Lapras, protected by the 2 Ninetales, released blue energy, forming a spherical barrier. Protect. But as soon as Shadow Punch struck, even a champion-level Protect shattered into pieces. Seizing the opening, Iron Hands and Marshadow charged together, and in Lorelai and her Pokémon's stunned gaze, Tifa explained, "Marshadow's ability, Technician, doubles the power of weaker moves." Booms, 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 boom. A series of punches and kicks, Lorelai's 3 Pokémon fell at once. Lorelai gritted her teeth, stepping back to send out a new Pokémon. But Marshadow just waved a hand, and the shadows on its right arm swelled like Luffy's rubber arm, snatching all the remaining Pokéballs from Lorelai's skirt belt. "The match is decided, Miss Lorelai." That girl won. At the rear of the battlefield, Sonia, Karen, and others clustered with Cynthia, discussing nonstop. Mary blinked in curiosity. That must be Miss Lorelai's daughter, right? Karen pursed her lips. Of course, it's obvious she's a total milker like her mom. She looked like she was only about 10, but already so, prominent. Karen couldn't help glancing down at herself. Damn it. Seeing her big sister's face darken, Mary quickly changed the subject. "Sister Karen, aren't you going? That girl's clearly." She pointed at Aerith, who was flashing across the screen. At this point, everyone on the battlefield assumed Aerith was Karen since the 2 girls looked like they were cast from the same mold. Only old friends like Will could tell the difference. Aerith did look a bit younger than Karen. Karen glanced at the screen, her pupils contracting sharply, because she saw that bastard Will facing off with her future daughter. Karen had not intended to fight her future daughter at first. She just found out she was pregnant a couple days ago. Although she was strong enough that nothing should go wrong, her maternal instincts made her want to avoid strenuous activity. But now, seeing Will fighting her precious daughter, Karen couldn't stay calm. She keenly noticed that, while Will was fighting her future daughter disguised as herself, he was running his mouth non-stop. "Fatty, trying to set my daughter on the wrong path." Thinking this, Karen instantly summoned Molters and rushed to the battlefield. On the battlefield, one of the Alola Elite Four, Will, was facing off against Aerith as masked girl Karen. Hurricane. Catastrophe. Galarian Articuno and Great Tusk unleashed killer moves at each other. Under the massive energy impact of these legendary Pokémon, everything on the ground below was pulverized. Falling energy fragments hit the ground with constant cracking sounds, leaving the surface cratered like the moon. Not bad now, Slowbro Mega Evolution Double Surf. Will smiled in satisfaction, then suddenly triggered Mega Evolution, with Mega Slowbro and Shelder both launching Surf. A towering tsunami erupted, instantly covering the entire area where Team Rocket stood. So this is the power of an Alola Elite Four, just like the Kanto Elites in name only. In reality, they're champion level. Team Rocket members stared in awe. Qinpao sheer cold. Wearing clothes identical to her mother's, and using her name in this war, Aerith sent out a second disaster Pokémon. With a pair of saber teeth, Qinpao landed and turned the ground beneath it snowy white. The moment the tsunami met the snow, it froze, instantly becoming an iceberg. Sacred Sword. Aerith gave a second command. Qinpao's fangs glowed with sword light, and if you looked closely, you could see a fleeting coat of black armament haki. In the next instant, Qinpao swung its head like a sword. A wild, horizontal sword wave stirred up yellow sand, slicing the iceberg in half. This scene was a dead ringer for when Mihawk sliced an iceberg in the Marineford War. As everyone marveled at Masked Girl's new strength, a fleeting bird shadow flashed overhead. It was Galarian Articuno's brave bird attack. Bang! A clash like clashing swords rang out. Great Tusk had rushed forward, using its massive tusks as a shield to protect its trainer and Qinpao. "I think you're even stronger than your mother." Will, riding on Galarian Articuno's back, smiled. Because of the chaos, only Aerith heard what he said. "Thank you, Uncle Will. Even though Mom says you're no good, we like you." Aerith smiled back. "Your mother's such a harpy." Oblivion Wing. Before Will could finish, a cold command rang out from above. Will instinctively had Galarian Articuno dodge. A split second later, a black and red laser beam, faster than champion-level speed, struck where Will and Articuno had just been. A deafening, sky-splitting boom followed. The shock wave split Will and Aerith apart. "Mom." Aerith looked up and subconsciously said. She recognized her young mother's disguised appearance instantly. "Where are you aiming us?" Will was about to curse, but when he met Karen's glacial glare, he immediately changed his tune. He knew if he said another word, that harpy would kill him. "Scram." Karen spat out a single, blunt word. She didn't know what Will had just said to her future daughter, but her instincts told her it was nothing good. Will quietly withdrew. Morgan versus Karen, another strong match. One is Dr. Stevens' woman, and the other is Joker's. Come to think of it, they have a lot in common, both use dark types. Karen tried to hide her motherly affection and coldly said to her future daughter across from her, "Come." Aerith and Karen's battle styles are similar, but Tifa and Miss Lorelei are different. The mother uses ice types, while the daughter uses more fighting types. Sonya's eyes sparkled as she analyzed. That's because Aunt Lorelei only got together with Dad late, and after having a kid, she stuck with Dad and barely paid attention to her daughter. Sister Tifa was raised by Aunt B. Just then, a childish boy's voice spoke. Nessa, Sonya, and the others turned to see the youngest member of the family, a 5-year-old boy, walking over with a Gardevoir. "Wow, what a cute little guy." Sonya scooped him up, smiling. "Tell Auntie who's your mom." "Aunt Sonya, I'm the adopted child of Dad Steven. I'm Pino, my real father is Psychic Fatty Will." The boy answered. Cynthia and the others looked at each other, then relaxed. Cynthia, "Yeah, their personalities are the same." Nessa, "I knew it. There's no way Steven's kids would be this bratty Tilda." Pino squinted. "Auntie Nessa, I heard that." Sonia patted his little head, chuckling awkwardly. Sorry, it's just your dad's personality. I'm surprised any woman would go for Mr. Will, though. Pino brushed off Sonia's hand and shrugged. I was adopted. After Dad Stephen had more and more kids, he didn't play with Dad anymore, so Will got anxious. But after getting tricked by women a bunch of times and needing Dad Stephen to bail him out, Dad Stephen adopted me. Cynthia and the others were speechless. That was so Will. So Pino, can you tell us more about Stephen's kids? Sonia asked curiously. Sure, but you have to buy me 100% juice, and bear cookies afterward, Tilda. Pino bargained. After getting promises from several aunties, Pino pointed at Stephen's family members on the screen and introduced them one by one. Karen's daughters, Erith Cetra. Nessa's daughters, Yorwichi Soifan. Sonia's daughter and son, Asuna Ikigo. Allegedly Lily's daughter, Lily. Lorelai's daughter, Tifa. Mary's daughter, Miku. Green's daughter, Hu Tao. After Pino's introduction, Cynthia and the others looked a bit odd. They all knew that Stephen liked to gather artists, writers, and game designers for discussions in his spare time. Most of the comics and games published by Rainbow Company were based on Stephen's ideas. Many of the popular female characters had names like Hu Tao, Yorwichi, Asuna, Tifa. Just copy-paste from your favorite characters. At that moment, Pino pointed at Joker on the screen. That's Aunt Cynthia's daughter, Sister Ran. On the battlefield, Stephen and Joker exchanged a knowing glance, and in the next second, threw their Pokeballs at the same time. Chapter 260, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 260, End. Boom, boom, boom. Stephen and Joker threw out their Pokeballs at the same time. As soon as the black and white dragons emerged, they clashed with their signature moves, Blue Flare and Bolt Strike. The collision of the two legendary dragons shook the entire Earth so violently that even those miles away at the rear could feel it. On the other side of the battlefield, Silver stared dumbfounded at the two dragon gods tearing at each other in the sky. He muttered to himself, Black Dragon Zekrom, it should have been devoured by Mr. Lance's Kyurem. After N, did he choose Joker? Then what about Mr. Lance? A unique and gender-ambiguous voice, exclusive to Team Rocket, sounded in his ear. Hello, young Master Silver. You have time to daydream on the battlefield. Startled, Silver took a few steps back and found that Serd had somehow appeared at his side. In a way, you're the biggest trigger for this war, young Master Silver, Serd said with a smile. I don't know what you're talking about, Feraligatr, Hydro Cannon. Silver's heart vaguely guessed something, but he refused to admit it. Serd calmly waved her hand. The nightmare Pokémon appeared herself. She flipped her right palm forward. A beam of ice beam as powerful as any ice type's native move clashed head-on with Feraligatr's Hydro Cannon. As a main character's rival in the original, plus with Giovanni's blood and years of training under Price, Silver's potential was at least high champion level. But now he was still just an 11-year-old kid, no match for Serd, who had been champion level for years and had Darkrai in hand. Fortunately, Serd wasn't fighting him seriously, more like toying with him. You know it too, right? Young Master Silver, inheriting Team Rocket is your inescapable fate. Taking advantage of the shockwave from Feraligatr's Aqua Tail and Darkrai's Dark Pulse colliding, Serd stepped back and pressed Silver. Now's your chance. Put on the Team Rocket uniform and we'll withdraw immediately. That way, you'll avoid the casualties of war. With a flourish, Serd produced a Team Rocket uniform, the very one she'd picked for Silver in the manga. Silver hesitated again, looking at the chaotic battlefield. Quiver Dance, Dazzling Gleam. At that moment, Cetra, with her waterfall-like silver hair, called out a mysterious, beautiful, Miss Magius-like Pokémon. In a flash, a dazzling powdery light burst forth, forcefully blocking Stephen's Mega Diance's Diamond Storm. Cetra exchanged a look with Zinnia. Thanks, little sister, Zinnia grinned, then charged with her Mega Salamence, aiming straight at Norman. I heard from Karen you participated in the plan to kill my cousin, didn't you? Zinnia sneered, then I'll start with you. Mega Salamence raised its right claw, gathering blue dragon energy into a sharp blade that slashed downward. A flash of guilt crossed Norman's face. To be fair, Norman was only an accessory. He was just guarding the perimeter back then, not letting others in. He didn't deserve death. But the Dragon Sisters needed someone to vent their rage on. Anyone involved in that operation, they wouldn't let any of them go. Even so, Norman wasn't about to just give up and die. Focus punch. Slaking's burly arm burst with orange light, meeting the dragon claw head-on. A thunderous boom and shockwave split the ground with a constant cracking sound. As Hone's strongest gym leader, and once a temporary Rayquaza tamer in the manga, Norman's strength was undeniable. But Zinnia wasn't a pushover either. Her Mega Salamence could even go toe-to-toe with Mega Rayquaza. Sure enough, after a couple of seconds, Slaking showed clear pain. Die. Seizing her chance, Zinnia leaped from Salamence's back, calling out another dragon Gudra midair, and whipped Norman with dragon tail. Ice punch. A muscular Swampert burst in from the side, smashing Gudra's face with a cold, forceful punch. Zinnia turned, Mega Swampert, and Norman's son, Ruby. Get lost, I don't want to kill you, Zinnia said coldly. She'd checked beforehand, this kid was Norman's son. Even if she was determined to kill those responsible, she wasn't crazy enough to hurt their families. He's my dad. Ruby knew his dad bore some blame, but not everyone could turn against their own family. And he didn't think his dad should die, he was just a guard, not a killer. Hey Tilda. Zinnia sneered, then suddenly retreated rapidly, leaving Ruby and Norman confused. Why did she? Ruby, look out. Norman shouted and pulled his son close, turning his back to the sky. Ruby felt a suffocating sense of danger. Looking up, he saw a growing green light from above. It was Rayquaza's dragon ascent. Mr. Norman. Ruby. Hone League trainers screamed. Too late. A deafening crash. Where Norman and Ruby had stood was now a crater over 100 meters wide. Slaking and Mega Swampert, arms wide, had shielded their trainers from most of the impact, but both collapsed immediately, their fate unknown. Norman, shielding his son from Rayquaza's attack, was now covered in blood. Ruby, feeling something drip on his face, looked up to find it wasn't water, but his father's blood. Dad. Tell your mom, I'm sorry. With that, Norman collapsed on top of his son. Dad. Ruby's wails echoed across the battlefield, but no one had time to care. Whether League or Team Rocket, if you relaxed for even a second, you could be sent to the next world. Watching all this, Silver's face showed true guilt. If you'd agreed a minute earlier, that kid's dad wouldn't have died, Surd said, pouring salt on the wound. Silver almost spoke. Silver, don't listen to him. A familiar voice drew everyone's attention. A Dragonite crashed down. Lance. Landing at Silver's side, the long-lost Indigo champion barked. This isn't your fault. No matter what you choose, a war between the League and Team Rocket was inevitable. Giovanni, who had quietly watched his son and Steven's child fight, finally entered the battlefield upon seeing Lance. I thought you'd keep hiding forever, Lance spat at his old rival. You stirred up all this just to force your son to inherit your mess. I overestimated you. Haven't seen you in a while and you've gotten sharp-tongued, Giovanni sneered. Still, I have to admire your courage for showing up. Drawing Lance away from the League was part of Giovanni's plan for this war, but whether Lance would come was uncertain. After all, HAREM had left, and with Lance's current team, Giovanni didn't even need Dark Mutwo to beat him. Whatever, it's a bit much bullying the weak, but since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Giovanni showed no mercy and threw a Master Ball. Another god descended, Dark Mutwo. Wait, what? Gold's face changed. Is Giovanni going to kill Lance? Isn't he afraid Silver will hate him? Gold and Silver often bickered, but were close. He knew the delicate balance between Giovanni and Lance. Giovanni wanted to kill Lance, but hesitated out of gratitude for raising Silver. He was afraid Silver would break ties with him if he killed Lance. But now, Giovanni didn't care. Facing Dark Mutwo, Lance pointed to the sky and shouted, Please. It was reminiscent of when he summoned HAREM. Did Lance convince HAREM to return? Everyone had the same thought. But seeing Kyurem locked in battle with Steven and Joker's Shadow Lugia, they realized even if Lance summoned Kyurem, it wouldn't matter. An incomplete Kyurem couldn't beat Mega Dark Mutewo, and Giovanni was a better trainer overall. But then, beams of green light streaked across the sky from the east, gathering behind Lance. That's... Kalos trainers like Selena and Diantha were shocked. Within seconds, a giant green serpent appeared behind Lance, Zygarde, the god of order. That way is Kalos. Giant Dragonite Kyurem, now Zygarde. Champion Lance sure has a thing for dragon-type legends, Blue quipped. Who is the evil human? Zygarde's boyish psychic voice echoed in everyone's mind. It's hatred of humans, this had to be the Blue core. I think I know why he's cooperating with Lance, Lorelei, dragged to the rear by Tifa after her defeat, said. What can a half-formed Zygarde do? Giovanni scoffed, hands in his pockets. Dark Mutewo's right hand raised, psychic energy forming a spoon like a giant knife. Only a Zygarde fused with the red and blue cores could unleash its true power. Half a god of order was nothing to fear. Noticing what was happening, Steven's eyes flickered. Blue core Zygarde teaming up with Lance, unexpected but not surprising. Their experiences were similar. Lance, depressed after being beaten by him and Giovanni, and his childhood trauma, grew to hate humanity. If not for the power gap, he'd be plotting humanity's purge like in the manga. The blue core Zygarde, after being manipulated by Team Flare, became extremely hostile to humans. If the friendly red core hadn't held him back, it would have gone berserk and become a second Yveltal, attacking humans indiscriminately. So, it wasn't strange that these two misanthropes would team up. Just don't forget the original purpose of this war, Steven muttered. From the start, Team Rocket was doomed to fail. Even if Lusamine hadn't become the Pokémon League chairman, Steven would have done the same. Unlike the world government in One Piece, the Pokémon League, despite its many undercover agents, still had the people's support. Team Rocket could never take over by force. Even if they won now, once Red, Blue, Gold, Rosa, Serena, and the other main characters grew up, Team Rocket would be overthrown. So this war was just a reshuffling of power, and a purge of both sides' bad elements. League members like the Hone Chairman and Stone family, who committed major crimes, would be exposed. Accomplices like Norman would face retribution from Zinnia and Aster. Team Rocket also had some unruly members. This was the chance to clean house and weaken the organization. After all, a criminal group can't be allowed to grow too strong. Hours later, news spread that Giovanni was dead, and Joker had fled with less than 20% of Team Rocket's members. People around the world celebrated, singing for the Pokémon League and cheering Steven, who had defeated both Joker and Giovanni. Silver got taken away, will he be okay? Gold asked worriedly. Green took him, he'll be fine, Blue replied. Red nodded too. They never understood why their old friend joined Team Rocket, but after fighting on the battlefield, they realized Green hadn't changed. So even though Silver was taken by Team Rocket, they weren't too worried. Dr. Steven. Dr. Steven. Dr. Steven. No one knew who shouted first, but within seconds, the whole Galar region was in an uproar. Though Joker and other top members of Team Rocket escaped, they were no longer a decisive threat. All this was thanks to one man. Wallace, who was only on good terms with Steven, slung an arm around him and laughed. I told Winona we'd get married after the war. You have to come to our wedding. Steven's expression was odd. Because, according to the girls' gossip, the two divorced not long after marrying. Mainly, Winona was a dominant career woman who wanted her husband to stay home, while Wallace, though gentle in appearance, was also career-driven. They were doomed from the start. Big brother Steven, Miss Cynthia is about to give birth. Hurry. Little Hoopa came running in a panic. In an instant, the birth of Steven's first child became the most anticipated event in the league. Soon, Steven and the others passed through a portal created by Hoopa. A few hours later, Nurse Joy walked out of the operating room and handed Steven a baby girl who had his black hair and Cynthia's phoenix eyes. So cute. She inherited her parents' genes perfectly Tilda. Little Ran, call me Auntie quick. A crowd gathered around. Stephen handed the baby to Karen and then walked into the operating room. The child trainers who had fled the battlefield hours earlier were gathered inside. "Daddy." A group of future daughters swarmed him. After comforting each one, Stephen went to Cynthia's bedside and held her left hand. On the right side, Joker, who was holding Cynthia's right hand, took off her mask, revealing eyes just like Cynthia's. Stephen's hair, Cynthia's eyes. It was exactly like the little Ran being cuddled by Karen and the others outside. At the end,